everybody, and welcome back to the Pokémon UNITE Championship Series. You know, this is our last time in this studio for this season, so I thought it would be a good opportunity to show you around a little bit. Obviously, we've got the big screen right here, where when a team wins, we go, win! And then it pops up with a win. Hey, take a look at that. Of course, we have the stairs. Very, very important. Now, if you run down these stairs, a little out of breath from that, you can make it all the way over to the casting desk right here. We hang out at this desk and we talk for a while the teams are getting ready to play. We've got the big screen behind us. This screen really doesn't do much, but it's very, very pretty. It's like me, but a screen. Come on, let's head on over here. This is where our teams broadcast from when they are doing their drafts. So you'll see myself and Dupes next. You'll see Zoinks and Wonder Chef over here, and they can press on the screen. They can figure things out. Look at that, these two teams going at it. Hey, here's something you might not have seen before, and in fact, I don't think you have. Right over here is actually where we cast the games. Not over here, Jake. No, not over there. It's right over here. You get to see the games right here, and this is where we are casting. So we just wanted to give you a little tour of the studio because I know you haven't been able to see it the way we have. Now, for all of you at home, I'm sure some of you noticed, while I was doing this, the rest of the casters have been hiding around this set. Have you seen them? Where was Zoinks? Where was Wonder Chef? Where was Dupe Snacks? Let us know in the comments if you found them all. Gotta catch them all. Regionals. That's right. The regional finals start right now. Cards. Cards. Cards, cards, cards. Goodbye.
That goes in your world champion. The best team in the world. Let's go. And the points are going to rain in as they dive in and pick up some more KOs. That's a full team wide. That goes in. Oh, shit. They take it in commanding fashion. The favorites for the World Championship title have just been knocked out of the tournament.
Game, set, match.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Pokémon UNITE Championship Series. Here we are, regional finals weekend. We have day one where we're watching our teams from North America in their group stage. We're going to find out who is going to be playing live at NAIC. And then tomorrow, day two, we're going to crown our EU regional champion. I cannot wait. It's going to be an amazing weekend of Pokémon UNITE. Before we get into all that, hi everybody, I'm Jake, your resident content cowboy here, aka Spriggles. Yeehaw to you and yours. And I'm joined by the one and only Dube Snacks. Hello, Dube Snacks.
Man, I am gassed to the gills. We're going to find out who's going to be playing live in our top 8 at NAIC. And of course, we're going to know who from the EU region is qualified for Worlds. A lot to get into this weekend, 2 straight days, ready to get after it.
That's right. We're also joined by, of course, Zoinks. Hello, Zoinks.
Yeehaw, Spraggles. Very excited to be here. I mean, the biggest tournament of the year, obviously, for so many regions. North America not concluding this weekend, but every other region around the world, it feels like, is having major tournaments. Just really excited to be a part of it.
And of course, Wonder Chef is back. What's up, Chef?
Hey, I'm glad to be back. I was really sick for a while, but you know, within that time, I think I may have forgotten everything about this game. I'm going to need you guys to start with the basics. What is a Pokemon?
Oh, good idea. We'll get to what is a Pokemon here in a minute. We'll probably start with Gyarados. Let's take a look at our broadcast schedule here so you can see where we are. The regional finals this weekend, May 11th and 12th. And then in June, the final stretch open and NA's regional finals live at NAIC in New Orleans. That's June 7th and 8th. It's going to be really exciting.
I mean, anytime you can watch these teams live, it's exciting, Spraggles.
Of course. You know what, Wonder Chef? I know this is a lot because you don't know what a Pokemon is, but I'd love it if you broke down our regional finals format.
Well, you know what I do know is I do know how these teams are going to potentially make it to Worlds. Of course, it's not going to be easy. They are going to be playing today, of course, in the day one of this group stage. You can see that on the left. It's going to be a single round robin. 16 teams will be grouped up into groups of 4. The top 8 teams, aka the top 2 in each of these groups, will advance to the bracket stage in person at NAIC. And of course, the most important thing to remember is that the top team of each group will be out in winners, and the second team of each group will be out in losers. So even the battles between the teams that are already qualified are going to matter a lot. And then tomorrow we're going to be moving to day 2 for EU. They'll already be within their top 8, where they're going to be playing a normal double elimination bracket, best of 3, to see who qualifies for Worlds.
Yeah, and obviously the road to Worlds is a tough one. The easiest way to get there, Dube Snacks, is casting, of course.
Without a doubt.
How would everyone else get there?
Well, there's 3 ways. You see them on the screen there. Let's go through them real quick. Monthly cups, of course, earning that CP, top CP earner in the region. You punch your ticket. Regional finals, you win the whole darn thing. You get your spot to Worlds. No questions there. And then you have the open type brackets that we had at EUIC. Of course, Fusion won the AOS Cup, so they're already qualified. But at NAIC, we have another open bracket. And on the line there, first place, 1 ticket to be punched for you to go to Honolulu, Hawaii.
That's right. We're going to take a look here at our championship points breakdown for this tournament. Obviously, it pays to play all the way up to 120th place. Jeez. But first place here, 2,500 championship points. And of course, if you win your regional finals, you have secured your spot to Worlds. All expenses paid. Well, not all expenses, right? I don't think they cover meals and things like that. They're not going to cover room service. But we also, Zoinks, have a ton of money on the line this weekend.
Yeah, we really show out completely for the finals in every region. A $50,000 prize pool is for EU, for North America. First place will be taking home $20,000, doubling the prize money of that second place position. So even if these teams are very comfortable with their championship point lead, which not many of these teams can be in these regions, but they are definitely trying to get that first spot for that big payout.
Yeah, of course, 20,000 big ones. Dollars are now big ones to that first place team. And it's actually very close here in North America between a few of our top teams. Let's go ahead and take a look at that right now so we can see where this is shaking out. Nemesis, Orange Juicers within 100 points of each other, and there's Luminosity right there nipping at their heels. Exile also pretty close. These top 4 teams are really the teams to watch when it comes to championship points, Dupe Snacks.
Yeah, I mean, Exile is 1,000 points behind Luminosity, so 3 and 4, there's a very large gap, but they are with that 2,600 mark, kind of the only team that feels within striking distance, theoretically, through this CP race. So teams like Team YouTube and below, 5 through 8, we're looking at like winning in. They have to take this thing down to go to Worlds.
Yeah, it's either they win regionals or they win that last chance qualifier. That's really the only way. I think there's a math way where Exile can do it if Luminosity has a really tough tournament, right? But right now, the top of NA is pretty stacked, and it looks like they're in a great position to head to Worlds. Let's take a look at our groups right here. Wonder Chef, who do you got your eye on right now?
Oh, every single one of these teams. Of course, Brave Birders. I love Brave Birders, but no.
Brave Birders sweep!
Brave Birders sweep! Hashtag Brave Birders sweep. No, Nemesis, Orange Juicers, and Luminosity. Of course, we just saw them in the top 3, very, very far ahead of everybody else. They are the top seeds in their group, but Group D really is the interesting group here, with Niow being the first team in that group, the top seed, because they were able to knock the 4th seed team, Exile, down into the losers bracket earlier, and Niow is a team that we haven't seen quite as much. So realistically, very scary across the board. I mean, Group D has a lot of teams that we've seen before. Every one of these groups has. It's going to be a tough match.
Yeah, there are so many scary groups. I feel like Group B is just like really, really terrifying. It's a tough group to be in. I want to talk to you right now about some teams to watch today here in NA. We've each got a little prediction, not really a prediction, but just a team that we'd like to highlight. Yeah. I want to talk about Orange Juicers. Previously Orange team, but I complained so much that the tournament made them change it. This is the team, thank you very much. This is the team that was formed from the ashes of the alter ego Luminosity after AOS Cup. Huge shakeup in North America. They were formed kind of some remnants of players that didn't get put on what I guess a lot of people would look at as the top team Luminosity. Then they come through and they win last month. An amazing team to watch with some players that I absolutely love.
Yeah, team I want to highlight, Spraggle's Nemesis. They're leading the pack
My
here.
Nemesis?
Well, that's me.
Oh,
I am your nemesis, but we're talking about
Thank you.
Nemesis here. They've led the pack in NA all season long, really. But shades of Amaterasu from last year, very consistent in their finishes, but can they actually win the big one? We never really got to crown Amaterasu as like an AOS Cup champion or an NA champion last year. But they're in the same position now. So spike this thing. Take this thing down and remove all doubt that Nemesis leads the pack for NA.
Mr. Zoinks.
Those are 2 super exciting teams. My eyes are going to be on Luminosity Gaming for a few reasons. Obviously, that banner has taken home the World Championship before. They're playing with a new roster, but there's a lot of exciting things about this team. One, they're in that 3rd place position for championship points right now, so they have the most to play for out of those top 3 teams in North America. They really want to get in contention to qualify for Worlds via that CP, but they also have some exciting new players on that team. Joey and JL joining the squad. Joey, a candidate for me for Rookie of the Year this year. I am super excited to see what this team can do, and I think we need a big showing from them, even starting now in the group stage.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? Luminosity is now Overlord. Overlord carries Luminosity through. Will Overlord win Worlds again on Luminosity? Wonder Chef, who are you looking at?
I already talked about them a little bit, but I've got to talk about Niow. They are the real big kind of wild card surprise kind of showing in this tournament so far, where they're a team that absolutely has to win, right? I mean, most of the teams kind of have to win to qualify, but they're one of the only teams that hasn't really like played together within the UCS. We haven't had a chance to see them, and I think a lot of people haven't had a chance to see them play, myself included. So to get this far, being the top seed in their group, they're my team to watch and see, because really there's no other way to tell.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, there are so many teams that need to win this thing right now. And then there are a few that are kind of safe, but obviously they want that top spot very badly. We've got something exciting for you right now. We have an interview lined up with Inder himself. Inder is not only here right now, but he's going to be with us throughout this entire weekend, breaking down some of the matchups that you've seen, some of the drafts that these teams put together. I'm so excited to have him. Inder, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm excited to hear from you. We just talked about some teams to watch. What are some teams that you have your eyes on that maybe people don't know about?
Hades is a really interesting team. They had a slow start to the season, but they've got Celestial on their team, who actually won not only AO's Cup last year, but NAIC last year as well. He's my former teammate. Hades was able to take down Luminosity in last month's qualifiers as well in one of their best of 3 games. And I think they've got some interesting pieces. They like to work around with some different Pokemon, and they're right up there in that CP race. They might not be contending for that Worlds win-in spot, but I think for NAIC and this group stage, they're looking pretty good.
Inder, let me ask you, let's get a little bit more granular. That was a team to watch, of course, but let's dig a little deeper. A player or two to watch in this event for this weekend.
I mentioned Celestial. That's definitely a player to watch. Everyone knows the household names like Lutano and Overlord out there. Zugrug's been a great one. One I want to keep my eye out on is Soup Chef and the rest of Ignorance. They've been in that bubble spot really close to making it to a lot of events. Soup Chef actually subbed in for Brave Birders last year. That made it all the way to NAIC as well. They've got a couple interesting techs. You might see a couple potions out there on that team as well. So I'm really excited to see what they have to bring.
Oh, I'm excited for the spice. I know you are too, Inder. It's going to be a lot of fun. So I actually got to ask you, for the metagame that we are looking forward to, we're going to be watching North America all day long. Is there anything really unique about the North American region compared to the rest of the world when it comes to competition? Any Pokemon picks we're really going to see? Any early game rotations that are going to be really popular? What does North America bring to the table in terms of competitive Unite?
I got the chance to watch some OCE games last night, and I noticed a big difference between their meta and our meta in the West here is the North American teams love Trevenant. Yeah. I don't know if it's that Joey factor who's been able to dominate it in the defender role this entire season, but whether you take it to the top path or in that traditional defender role, I expect to see a lot of Trevenant making it out of these drafts, and keep an eye out for those really crafty Woodhammer combinations.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, I think it might be an OC thing, because I was watching Japan, they had a bunch of Trevenant as well. But, you know, we love OC here. But, okay, my question is, of course, I've already talked about them twice, so I'm going to be talking about them a lot, but Niow, you know, they're the team that made it out in top seed of their group, and they're a team that I personally do not know much about, and I think a lot of people haven't had a chance to watch them. Do you have any, like, inside information on them, or just kind of a general sense of them, or are they more unknown to you as well?
They've been around the block when it comes to North America. Maybe they haven't had much of the spotlight, but not too long ago, earlier this year, they also knocked down Nemesis, or part of their team knocked down Nemesis to a lower bracket in one of the monthly qualifiers. They used Dragonite during their run there. That's a Pokemon that's been hovering that Eastern meta for a while, OCE as well, funny enough. So we'll see if they bring Dragonite back, and it's a really scary Pokemon for sure.
Awesome, Inder. Well, like I said before, this is not the last interview we will have. We will be talking to you throughout this weekend. Thank you very much for being here, dude, and we'll see you very soon. Say goodbye to Inder, everybody, but don't say goodbye forever. What do you do when someone doesn't fully leave?
See you later.
You say see you later to Inder. All right, we're getting ready for our first match here of the day. The Orange Juicers versus Hades.
Oh, it's going to be an awesome matchup. I'm super excited about this one. There's 1 and 2 in their group, and Chef, you mentioned it at the start of the broadcast. Obviously, a very important thing is making it out first place in your group. You're guaranteed top 6 in the top 8. It is a very, very important thing to perform well here today.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if a team can kind of upset this thing, it would be a team like Hades. A lot of people would think Orange Juicers are going to move forward here, Dupes next, but I do think a team like Hades could be a big spoiler for the Juicers.
Well, you see the names of the players on Hades across the screen. They're known quantities. So a lot of these players literally played at NAIC last year on stage. So taking a look at them, Rhino, Celestial, mentioned by Ender, Bora Reach, Anonymous. These are names just across the board. And then Russ has been on this squad helping elevate them, of course, through the tail end of this UCS Season 3. Listen, there's upset potential here.
Yeah, I mean, Hades looks incredible. Anonymous, obviously a huge gifter on Twitch. Oh, I can't wait to see them. Orange Juicers right now. Let's take a look at them. This is the team I was talking about a little earlier. You got Kratos, Zugrug, Roland, Flareons, and Machizel. This team has a special place in my heart, not only because of the story of how they were formed, but because I'm a big Flareons fan myself, having played with him a lot in my streams and kind of seeing him come up from the solo queue player all the way to a pro player right now on one of the top teams in North America. So I got to be honest, I'm a little biased, which is why they won't let us cast the games, Dupes next.
Nope,
we're going to send it on over to Zoinks and Wonder Chef for our first match of the day. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you so much. Even though it feels like maybe I'm stealing it from them and their biases that they wanted to hold on to, but that's okay. It's going to be an incredible first match to start the day, Wonder Chef. Orange Juicers versus Hades. It does feel like this team is pretty even in terms of skill level. I think it's going to be a great match.
Yeah, I mean, of course, Orange Juicers we kind of have to look at as like maybe one of the favorites potential here to kind of go far, just because, of course, they've got so much momentum. They've got so many good players in their team, and a lot of their players on the team, of course, there's been a lot of shifts recently with players, but a lot of them have done well earlier in this season as well, getting some wins under their belt. So, but Hades, I mean, they have been doing really well. They've been right on the line.
Awesome. Well, we are jumping into it. The first draft phase of the day. Orange Juicers and Hades. Our Ender expert was saying we are most likely going to see a lot of Trevenant. So far, not in the ban phase. An early Mimikyu ban and taking it with a comb phase. Celestial definitely defines a lot of the play styles on the team of Hades, taking away a couple of pocket picks and best things to support them. A very good draft strategy for Orange Juicers so far.
Yeah, I love the fact that we're starting out with some atypical, I would say, bans that are definitely targeted at, like you said, a specific player, and dealing with the fact that Celestial is kind of playing as their like hard carry and uses a lot of support from the Comfey. But Gyarados, it's been a hugely common ban, especially in a lot of other regions, and this is what I expect to see. These three Pokemon, and then maybe, I mean, there's a few others. Mew is another one that's going to be great and seen a lot, but the fact that none of these three were banned, pretty surprising to me. Gyarados, Trevenant, and the Umbreon.
Yeah, pretty surprising. I think one of the biggest surprises for me is that a Blastoise has not been locked in yet so far on our draft screen. Obviously, Orange Juicers preferring the Gyarados within that top path. Hades now have an option to isolate something to play in their central area, and Celeste is well known for playing that Blaziken within that realm. So we could see it play the central. We could see the Trevenant play a natural defender with the Hoopa locked in. I feel like we're seeing that tree in the top lane.
Yeah, especially if it stays with those items that it has right now. I wouldn't hate Blaziken top, honestly, against Gyarados. I feel like that gives it a lot of time to kind of pop off, but I really like Blaziken in the center area. Ooh, Snorlax. Okay, I've talked about this a lot. Snorlax plus Bounce Gyarados is one of my favorite combinations in the game right now. The Heavy Slam into the fully charged Bounce is disgusting.
Yeah, good luck getting into a Hoopa portal for Hades, right? When there's that much vertical displacement at the hand of Orange Juicers. Hades is also going to grab this Lucario. I am interested to see if we are going to swap at all of the positions that these Pokemon are playing, but one thing to note is that Hades is playing an all melee device composition. 0 range options for them, outside of maybe Hoopa's auto attacks, which can be pretty formidable with that, but Orange Juicers are going to have a huge advantage in terms of poke damage. Good news for them, though, the Hoopa is a great answer to a lot of that poke damage. Just completely negate it with those portals back home. Like we mentioned before, going to be tough to get into those very consistently.
Yeah, this seems like this is going to be kind of tough for Hades. I mean, if they can really get their dive going, it's going to be great. And a lot of it, I think, is going to have to depend on the initiation from the Trevenant, really, because even though they've got a lot of kind of these melee Pokemon, they don't have a lot of, I would say, CC amongst them.
Sure.
So they've got to find a really good way to initiate. And the fact that they've got to get in on both the Gardevoir and the Mew, which can both be so good at zoning you out, it's going to be all about like whether they can get into that like kind of core spot. Otherwise, they're literally just going to be running into a wall of projectiles and just never make it in.
Yeah, every time you're taking a fight at half HP to start it off, it is a very difficult thing to do. The good news for them, though, is that the Rayquaza pit is rather small.
Yeah.
So if they are forced into a fight in the late game, they will be at a very large advantage. It'll be interesting to see if they can utilize that presence they have there, not to mention their great secure options. Lucario and Blaziken both known for incredible secure power.
That is true. That's going to be really nice. But of course, they're going to have to really be in. And one thing that I really want to watch out for is the Gardevoir Unite. The Gardevoir Unite against a full melee team is just asking for like a four-person Unite into basically just a bunch of KOs without how much follow-up they have on Orange Juice's comp.
Right. That's exactly a dangerous thing that they're always going to have to be wary of. Snorlax for Slugdrug, by the way. If anybody has been watching this squad, is just such a throwback. I mean, this player has been on this Pokemon since release. And fun fact about the holowear they're wearing right now, the Pool Party Snorlax, it has been chosen because, well, Zogrug's a pretty superstitious player. He played with a different holowear in tournament one time, and they got second place. And never again has Zogrug switched holowear on the Snorlax.
Yeah, you just gotta, you have a whole selection of holowear, and then every time you lose, you just gotta get rid of one, and so there's only one left. But right now, there's a good, oh my goodness, that was so much damage. That was looked like an enhanced auto plus a Electro Ball, so just a ton of damage as expected, but we usually don't see quite as much action in the bottom paths. Usually it's a little bit more passive, but I mean, the fact that we have Lucario down here is really interesting.
Yeah, exactly. A melee brawler in that bottom side is such a tough path already. Trying to out-secure a Mew and a Snorlax is no easy task, and so far Russ has really found some difficulty getting the last hits. Has 7 in pocket, but is still sitting on that level 3.
That is, yeah, tough. You really need to get up there. I mean, 2 level 3s on the side of Hades. They need to just basically play catch up. Oh my goodness. Flareon's is already popping off. I feel like we're going to be seeing Flareon's in like 15 in like 1 minute from now, but this is already looking so good for the Mew. I know that you put a lot of value into the Mew, and clearly, I mean, this is a good reason why. I mean, not just you, but recently you've been talking about it a lot in private, and look at this. This is exactly what you don't want, because especially when you're playing a full melee comp, I feel like you need to stay at least comparable in levels. Otherwise, the damage from the range is just, you cannot get through that.
Yeah, silver lining for Celestial is that they are able to take this central farm for free. However, that last hit by Kratos is going to be really tough for them to deal with. Combuskin being stuck in this position is terrible. Ooh, nice eject button to avoid the Electro Ball. As soon as it splashes, a quick dash to make it out and avoid that damage. But Roland looking for a little bit more as well, invading into the enemy central area and trying to keep Celestial at this level 6, prevent the Blaziken evolution. Very aggressive strategy, but for Orange users, it is paying off so well in this early game.
Yeah, and we didn't even get a chance to talk about it because there's been so much pressure on bottom, which there's going to continue to be. Does not look like this is going to be a good situation for Hades. Yeah, another KO there on Lucario, but basically the Gyarados up top that we haven't even had a chance to look at too much has evolved very quickly. It was evolved, I believe, slightly before the 8-minute mark. It looked like it was a little bit hard to tell, but basically anytime I think around then you're feeling pretty solid, especially with how Gyarados is playing right now. You could kind of evolve late, honestly, at this point with Gyarados in the meta, and it still happens to pop off quite often.
An exciting thing to see Gyarados. It does bring a tear to my eye that Machisel is on something other than the Machamp, but I still am very excited to see what they could do on this option. Regieleki secured by Hades. They got 4 players up here, so we're going to stop a couple of them with a well-done heavy slam, and blocks to give them all the space they need. However, Hades not done yet. We're actually trying to push and get an extra score, but they are taking so much damage, and Eldegoss boosted auto going to be enough to KO that Lucario. And now it's just going to be Hades retreating. No real value gain. Yes, Regieleki was secured, but it's not even going to make it towards that goal zone.
Yeah, this is, I mean, it's such a great line of defense from Orange Juices, because not only do they have this incredible backline that is now just kind of leveled up past the point of no return, but they've also got so many ways to protect them, right? I mean, you've got the everything that Eldegoss can do basically by itself, and then the fact that you essentially have Heavy Slam plus Heavy Slam 2 with a charged bounce, which is so easy to use defensively more than offensively, it's going to be really hard to dive that back line. So being able to push down these goal zones is going to be very difficult for Hades. There's a reason why they're down by about 70 points, even though they already did take the Regieleki.
Yeah. What I'm really excited about is Zogrug Snorlax having that block build instead of the Yawn, which we've seen so popular from Snorlax. I think it's more telling of just the player of Zogrug. He's pretty an unselfish defender player, likes to play for the whole squad. Yawn a bit more of a playmaking ability. And we tend to see it paired with mages, but just valuing that block, defending the goal zones, and having another tool to stop these super portals.
Yeah, Well, I do think one part of it is that they don't have super dive, even though the fact that they've got a full melee comp, right? It's not like there's a Zoroark in the backline that you need to just immediately shut down without them having a chance to do anything. So as they're trying to brawl and just get their way in slowly, you can just sort of push them out. So I like the wall. Another KO here. This is looking disgusting. They've got 9 points left here. They're going to get a 31 over dunk. Could have got a little bit more if they waited for the Gyarados, but they are just doing so well. Those little minuscule things probably won't matter. I mean, this is a huge lead. One thing I'll say, though, we do have Blaziken at level 11 on Hades. It's kind of their only chance right now.
Yeah, and we're going to have Hades rotating down towards the bottom path. This is Regieleki, a foregone conclusion. Going to be absolutely deleted by Orange Juicers. However, they are posturing to actually push this in. Zugrug defending their teammate, the Regice, question mark? A great block. They're trying to hold back the two all-rounders as they are going to use all their secure tools options on that Regice. The overheat from Blaziken, too much damage to deal with as it in fact knocks out the Snorlax as well.
Yeah, a little bit of like an accidental secure on a non-wild Pokemon right there. But in the meantime, that's two big damage dealers that are not there. We are going to see Rhino use the Unite move to just kind of try to play defensively. I mean, those rotations are going to be so good. Kratos walking out, physically just manually walking away from that overheat, which is really lucky, because that might have been a KO, quite honestly.
Yeah, it was really cool. Celestial actually had to use the eject button to avoid the Gyarados Unite, so didn't have it to combo with that overheat. So it doesn't have the perfect lineup option that we see sometimes from Blazikens. It's such a powerful battle item on this Pokemon in particular. But not having that combo, been frustrating for Celestial, I'm sure, as they miss that knockout onto Kratos. And at least Hades has got that score in the bottom half to really put them on the scoreboard in a major way, breaking the 3-digit mark, 102 to 202, just 100 points. Separating these two teams.
Not too bad, but there's still a lot of goal zone pressure coming from Orange Juicers, and
yeah,
the levels have started to even up a decent amount. It's not the worst lead in the world right now. We got level 13 as our kind of highest on that Gardevoir, which is really going to be scary when it comes to this late game. I guess that Unite is something we're really going to have to watch for these final team fights, and it doesn't seem like anybody has enough of a lead that we can just go for something like back caps, unless something kind of wild ends up happening within the next minute or so. But still, this top path being pressured so well by Orange Juicers.
Yeah, Machizo just hiding in the tall grass at any point to try to make an ambush. They are fighting 1v4 right now. Zugrug going to join for the backup, and now the Eldegoss and Gyarados Unite combination is finally enough to KO Hades. The fight rages on as Gyarados is so powerful right now, bouncing into multiple enemies and still able to brawl. Finally goes down, but that's 3 members KO'd from Hades for just 1 on the side of Orange Juicers. And Zugrug and Flareons and Kratos playing that wisely, retreating after they know the battle would just be a loss if they kept on and instead rotate towards that Regieleki. They are going to secure.
Very nice, but now there's only 30 seconds left, and there's 2 huge Unites to build back for Orange Juicers. They're really going to have to pay attention to that. I mean, you do not want to, especially with the KO now on that Eldegoss. That's actually pretty big. It might not be able to get its Unite back quite in time. It might be just perfectly, though.
Yeah, it's always you get knocked out, you actually get more Unite move charges.
Yeah.
Sometimes we see these supports sort of run it down, if you will, in that 2 minutes and 30 seconds, just trying to get to it a little bit faster, if at all possible. But you're right, 5 seconds until this Rayquaza spawns in. Huge call out by Kratos. That is a ton of damage to the Umbreon, and they can't go to that portal with the threat of Zugrug looming, so Russ is going to have to heal up with that Wish Heal.
And now everybody gathered here. We've got a much more of a central position held by Orange Juicers. They're looking for the pick. I mean, the wall is going to at least just start to catch out one at a time. But oh my goodness, just face checking the tall grass right there, realizing this is not the situation that I want to walk into physically. But oh, look at this. This is strange positioning. Look how far forward we are on the Eldegoss. But they are really starting to kind of split up. Now that we've seen where everybody is, I feel like Orange Juicers kind of needs to regroup as Machizel's going to go down. I read the name normally. They are just barely staying up. Oh my goodness, but they've got to heal as this Rayquaza is getting burnt down.
Yeah, bounce shield's so important there. Umbreon going to swing and try to take some of those shields, but a little bit late on that Unite move. Doesn't get as much for the Snorlax. Rayquaza brought down extremely low though, and it's still a few Pokemon that can target a gigantic Gardevoir Unite. Cleans up the whole squad. Only Bora Reach was around in that fight after that Fairy Singularity, but still not enough damage to secure the Ray in the face of all 5 members of Orange Juicers.
Like I was saying, that Unite is going to be so key. I mean, honestly, this is, I think, I don't want to say it's like a draft diff. I mean, at this point, I'm going to say this is definitely a win for Orange Juicers. Yeah. The chance of coming back is extremely low, but their comp was so good against this all-melee comp. I mean, you have to sort of group up your own way with this all-melee comp, and the fact that they've got the head Ivy Slam, they've got the bounce, they've got the Unite from the Gardevoir, they've got just the damage from the Gardevoir, they've got the Cotton Crash. Everything is just so good at dealing with these big groups, and that's really all they need to do. They need to stay strong, stay solid, keep comparable levels, and then win a final team fight, but they did even better than that throughout the rest of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Not to mention, Flareon's just popping off in this match from the early game as well, and they were at level 6 when poor Russ was stuck at level 3, so just an unbelievable good move. Flareon's just stunting right now. It's a light screen surf combination. You don't see that one too often. Does a ton of damage, and seemingly immortal now at the end of the game. Charges the boosted auto while riding the surf. Absolutely wild seas. Orange Juicers gonna start this match off 1-0.
What a strong first game. I mean, they were really winning the entire time, and then even the biggest win was at the end, where it didn't even need to be their biggest win. But like I said, there were some interesting choices as far as draft from Hades, and I just feel like it didn't quite pay off, and that comp is just so good from Orange Juicers. And I mean, it wasn't like there were any like super, I think like, you know, situations where like something that Hades tried just didn't work in the actual mechanical sense, but they were behind by so much. I mean, you know, I don't want to like criticize off the bat, but the Lucario on bottom just seemed like it gave them such an early deficit when they had just basically kind of fed that meal for Flareon. So strong.
Took Lucario quite a bit of time to actually get their stacks in, as well as post 8 minutes when the teams were starting to rotate out of the path, give a little bit of room for the Lucario to work, but just too little, too late, it felt like. And in that final moment, I mean, we could be singing the praises of Orange Juicers in that final fight for quite some time, I think. Zugrogue's fantastic positioning on that Snorlax. One of the biggest benefits that it gives you is the block and isolation options in those corridors. It's one of the best defenders at doing just that. Trevenant's got some options there as well, of course, with the Woodhammer and Hornleech, but I mean, it's just good to see Snorlax block doing the good old stuff again.
Yeah, the way that I would say, not even necessarily like fought that final fight, but the way that they scouted it out was really strong. And they managed to find everybody, and then it got to be a little bit scary. Machizzle, who I almost called Mockhizzle because their name is just Mock right now. It's not Match. I don't even know how to say it, but we know that's Machizzle. And we saw them almost get KO'd as well, which is a really scary situation. But the fact that they managed to kind of regroup from all of that and then really, really quickly get to that Rayquaza fight, it was beautiful.
Yeah, we just see those Hoopa portals just constantly being attacked by this Gyarados and Snorlax. And we got to talk about Gyarados just getting that shield with their bounce as well. Just so important, having that big survivability factor. And here was an interesting spot. Umbreon had to take that portal to join that fight. And because it took them so long to get in, the Zugro was able to get a very free power nap off with the Snorlax. Normally, something you have to be so cautious of with Snorlax when Umbreon is still there. But of course, our player of the game is going to be Flareon's 95,000 damage on this Mew. Absolutely popping off from minute 1 to minute 10. Loved seeing what they could do today.
Yeah, this was, again, you were talking a lot about, of course, you know, actually I'm going to talk about Flareon. I was going to talk about Mew, but I just want to talk about Flareon's.
Sure.
Flareon's has been, you know, we got to hear a little bit from Spriggles earlier just about how...
The origin story.
Yeah, the origin story, but also just even more recently, we had the chance to kind of see Flareon's pop around in some different teams, like playing for LG, I believe, at NAIC, or sorry, EUIC. NAIC's coming up soon. It's on my brain. But we got to see them kind of like shifting around, trying to find comp teams, and I mean, we know they're a great player, but it's great to see just the pop-offs in such a big tournament like this.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned a Rookie of the Year candidate on the death segment earlier on with Joey. I think Flareon's absolutely should be considered in that same slot for their versatility of playing on so many teams, but just the impact they have in-game. I mean, watching them play this Mew, they look like a wizard in the bottom path. I think this player is someone that everyone should have their eyes on, and enemy teams should be considering preventing their power picks in drafts. I mean, we're letting Mew through in the draft phase is definitely a risk you're going to be taking into the bottom path, especially when you're intending Lucario to face up against them in the early game. But still, these are things that these players need to be cautious of. Flareon has made their name known in the 2024 season, and well, I'm really excited to see this player and like kind of their growth potential. And this is really the big test for this year. Flareon, they've tried a bunch of spots, they've tried out a bunch of different Pokemon. Now let's see what they can do in the regional finals.
Yeah, of course, they've got other Pokemon, just like you were just saying. So
their intel is unbelievable.
Yes.
Yeah, it's very good.
I think they were playing Espeon for a while, too.
Espeon, Delphox, like they got options.
Yeah, basically every special attacker, right? Like, I don't even know why we need to kind of go through them.
That's fun. I like the attacker Pokemon of the game, and obviously Flareon's does too. Take a look at the stats of the overall season. Orange Juicer with an average score of 454. Both of these teams have broken into 4 digits, which is important, but one of the craziest stats on this screen is the win rate between these two teams could not be closer. Well, it could, if it could be the same stat, but very close in lockstep. 67% win rate for Orange Juicers, 66% for Hades.
Yeah, and we get to see some of these players here. We see Kratos. Of course, I feel like the whole like multiple Kratos is now in the past, but I was going to say the real Kratos going up against Celeste, and this is going to be their Espeon versus Lucario. The average score a little bit higher, going to be on Lucario, of course, just with just Celestial in general playing more kind of like melee focus, but the average damage gets ridiculously high on the side of Kratos.
Almost 80,000 damage. I mean, yes, let alone Kratos is an incredible player. It also just speaks to the strengths of Espeon, a very, very consistent Pokemon, maybe the face of consistency in Unite. The evolutions are great at that, but Espeon in particular is just always a great source of damage, something that your team can rely on. And I would say the same for the player of Kratos. I would say an unbelievably consistent performer. Has attended the World Championships 2 years in a row, and I'm certain that they are trying to do the same here in year number 3. They got a pretty fantastic squad around them with the Orange Juicers. Hades, though, I don't think that we should be sleeping on this squad either. Maybe that first game looked a little rough for them, but, well, they do have the potential to bounce back here in game number 2.
Yeah, and we do have some poll results seeing who everybody thinks is going to win.
Whoa.
Wow, that is a gigantic lead for Hades.
Shout out Hades supporters in chat. All right, we're almost at 80%. I do love, though, that Orange Juicers is in orange color on our poll. So thank you, production.
I do like that as well. Maybe the chat's like, who are Orange Juicers? I know Orange Team.
I only know Orange Team, Pulp up. Yeah.
No, that is surprising, though. Like I said, Orange Team, or Orange Juicers, oh my goodness, they have got a lot of momentum going into this. Obviously, they are extremely high up on the championship points, but now we'll see how much further they can get. We're going into game number 2, and the draft starting off with the Slowbro ban. This is going to be Hades going to be on the left. They banned this as well last time. We didn't really talk about that.
Yeah, they did. I mean, obviously, they really like these hyper carry Pokemon, whether it's speedsters or just melee all-rounders, either one. Slowbro, a very tough Pokemon to play those into. So just banning that Pokemon to give themselves a little bit more of a runway. Mimikyu banned on the side of Orange Juicers. I don't think there's anybody on that team that really enjoys playing that Pokemon. I haven't seen it from Kratos too much. And the Respect ban from Mew is going to slide in. Hades does not want to see Flareons on that Pokemon 2 games in a row.
Yeah, you were 100% right on that call. And then Comfey is going to be our last ban, again, kind of shutting down the whole idea of the Zoroark Comfey, which is something that we've seen a lot from Celestial. But we are going to see the Trevenant first pick, just like Inder was saying. And I've seen this from so many regions. The OC, like I said, they're their own region. They've got their own metas, but Trevenant is so highly valued. And again, this was the first 3 picks last time. We're getting it shifted around a little bit with Zugrug now going to be able to get that Umbreon. But yeah, these 3 picks are extremely high up there. Leafeon as well when it's unbanned.
Yeah, very interesting. It's cool to see Orange Juicers just prioritizing that Gyarados so much. Hades showing their priority towards the Trevenant. It's really your choice of the big 3 right now of what Pokemon you were going to walk away with. Orange Juicers currently hovering the Sylveon and Eldegoss. Yet another special attacker that we have talked and seen Flareons play quite a bit of. We didn't mention it in their big lineup, but they are an incredible Sylveon player. It will be the Lucario locked in for Hades, so that Pokemon will be making a repeat appearance, but quite a different draft overall for their team. So now we have the 2 Evolutions, Leafeon and Espeon.
Yeah, this is a lot more range. Even though it looks like there's only like 1 true range special attacker, Leafeon, as we have seen many times over the course of this year, is basically like a mid-range type of assassin, which makes them just have so much more flexibility as far as where they can play. And hovering over this Talonflame, it is going to be the Talonflame. You know I'm a huge Talonflame fan, but that is a very surprising pick at the end. Now we're going to have a much shorter range team on Orange Juicers as opposed to Hades.
Yeah, we're basically seeing a dive composition out of Orange Juicers that has a relatively high amount of survivability, which normally we don't see, right? Gyarados has a lot of extra shielding they can give themselves. You, of course, just have everything that Eldegoss can pull off. But Talonflame is natural get-out-of-problem style moves, and Sylveon has one of the best Unite moves at doing just that as well. So Orange Juicers are going to be able to brawl, they're going to be able to dive, but they're also going to have their exit strategy locked in.
Well, let's be honest. When it's Talonflame, it's usually to get into trouble.
Sure.
let's be 100% honest. Yeah. Or get out of after you hit a wall with your Unite. But
that's
yeah,
gonna
I
happen,
do think
yeah.
this is a really cool comp because usually most dive comps are they're so risk heavy, but like you're saying, this is a chance for them to be able to dive, but not necessarily like just be like, well, if you hit us one time, we just crumble, right? Like we need to eliminate everybody in your team before we can do anything, and especially just getting Gyarados. Like I said, Gyarados. It's been banned a lot in a lot of other regions. We haven't seen it in this match, so just being able to get that for Orange Juicer's 2 games in a row is huge, and it allows you to play some comps very differently because it is such a strong carry that has the ability to initiate by itself, which will help those dives.
Yeah, Mitch Chisel looked amazing on it in that game number 1 as well. We got to give some credit to Hades, though. I like their draft in this game number 2 a lot more, namely just having Leafeon, one of the most powerful Pokemon that we've seen all year long, honestly, be at this level of strength. It's just looking fantastic. I think we are going to see it really do some damage to Orange Juicers. It's going to probably target that top path, really hurt that Magikarp, and punish it for its weak early game.
I mean, everybody punishes it for its weak early game, but especially right there, I do totally agree. Now, we've got a billion EVs all over the map, so it's a little bit hard to see exactly where everybody is. It looks like that was the Sylveon on the bottom, of course, because that's going to be solo. Very easy to see. But right now, a lot of aggression, as expected, up top against Orange Juicers.
Interesting. We're going with the Razor Leaf Aerial Ace build, so a bit more of the Speedster Assassin style of Pokemon, less of the attacker style build we see with the Solar Blade. So they're going to lose out on a bit of that burst damage, but we'll have the option to hit multiple targets, be a bit more creative about the angles they take for the fight. Leaving one of those back bundle bees will ensure the Evolutions hit their level 4 power spike. Now we have a 3-player crash for Orange Team on the bottom side. You don't see this too often, especially when you have Gyarados on your team. Usually you try to prioritize that path.
Yeah, but they did last time kind of prioritize bottom. Of course, they were prioritizing the bottom because they were doing so well on it, but this is a really interesting strategy to see in general. And maybe it's kind of showing that they would have done that even if they hadn't been running away with that Mew path. And it's going pretty well. A good way to score down there. And I mean, right now, of course, there's only that poor little child that's trying to defend. And right now, I mean, this is looking, I mean, it's not looking nearly as bad as it was before, but this is looking really solid. The fact that we've got the level 7 Talonflame already, because it was able to get a little bit of scores down there, is looking really good for Orange Juicers.
And wow, okay, so Orange Juicers responding in kind. Hades sent their Leafeon, I believe it's Anonymous, on a full run through, but now the damage is swinging in a mid-fight, but Chisel going to bounce towards that Espeon, tries to take them down, and oof, they are going to get knocked out. Chad, I want to know if you got that trivia correct, by the way. The highest win rate Pokemon in all of the UCS this year has been Inteleon at almost 60% across every region and every tournament. That's pretty wild.
That does not surprise me at all, to be honest. Well, I mean, it's been the entire year. Even though we're not seeing a lot right now, which is pretty surprising to me. I mean, it's still quite strong. It's just it's running into some issues. This game, we're not going to have to worry about it. We don't have very much range at all in this game. This is basically mid-range is long range within this current set of comps against each other. And like I was saying, Hades doing a whole lot better this time around than they were last time. Everything's working a little bit better. And I mean, just the fact that they've got that Leafeon, I do like the fact that it is that particular build. We've seen that quite a bit from some of the other regions. I know Kabachans was running that. I think they might have copied it actually from Fusion.
Yeah. Oof. Big Unite move from the Leafeon. The Emerald 2-step going to get that instant KO. And this is what I was talking about. This Pokemon alone makes this composition so formidable. Having Leafeon to deal with makes your job as a Unite player so much harder. That burst damage is really hard to contend with, especially when the Unite move is ready to go.
And we are going to have Hades take that Regieleki, and then, well, I was going to say pretty uncontested, but there is a chance for a steal here. We'll see if we can get this Regi Ice away, but right now they're going to be trying to take down this tree before the Regi, which makes a lot of sense. However, it's not going to be the easiest thing in the world. At the very minimum, this is delayed at a really long time. They're just kind of walking in circles here. They do not want to get this opportunity. What is this? What is going on? Oh, were they able? No, they were not able to steal that away. I would have been great, but that was a really long, strange delay.
Yeah, I'm not sure it was worth it.
Yeah,
I mean, they get the Regi, but Regieleki walks and actually lands in the Tier 2. Hades able to score a ton and break that Tier 2 goal zone as well. Flareon's got a very frolic up at the air, but immediately responded by the Emerald 2-step, immediately responded, but the Moonlit Prince, we're all dancing. Everybody's got their dancing shoes on, and now the fight is going to return again. Zogra with that foul play, doesn't push anybody in particular, but Flareon still has a lot of brawling potential. That Regice buff actually doing them some favors in that team fight as they escape at almost full HP.
Yeah, I mean, it happened in the middle of that fight for the Regieleki push-in as well, so I'm sure it probably helped them up there. not the easiest thing to see, but those little buffs from the Reggies, they do matter a lot, depending on especially which ones you get and what your comps are.
Yeah.
There can be some pretty big difference makers.
Oh, facts. All right, now, Hoopa is going to try to clear some back farm almost at that level 9. Of course, getting the access to the Unite move. Hoopa, it feels like the most important part of their kit. With a lot of Pokemon, that's true, but it feels like Hoopa really depends on having that move available as soon as possible. Kratos going to retreat all the way past that wall to give them as much space as they need to, but Zelgrug is able to walk away from that engagement.
Yeah, a lot of just walking away so far this set in general. And I do want to point out, Hades really tried to get this Regieleki kind of like path going in the last game. They took it, but then it was defended. They weren't able to push it through. This time around, their strategy is working a lot more. You can tell that Hades is just really like prioritizing Regieleki a lot. And this time there's going to be a fight over it. They're just going to be burning it down. The flip's going to end up going to Hades from the Lucario. The Brave Bird, the Bird's going to go in with the Unite. It's going to just at least be able to take out Lucario. Not going to be the hugest amount of impact, but they are going to have the numbers advantages. 3 members of Hades are going to be going down very quickly off the bat. Hoopa just barely popping that United and going down without being able to use too many of its abilities. Now the Trevenant and the Espeon are going to have to defend this, but there's so much damage going on. The Trevenant Unite does come out. It's going to be able to keep it up for quite a bit. The more people that you hit, the longer the shield, or I should say the stronger the shield, and that does allow them to defend. A good job right there.
Yeah, Russ with a huge rally back for Hades. That could have been sliding very far in Orange Juicer's direction with a nice dive that they were able to pull off, take out the most formidable damage threats, but in the end, they still have to retreat back, and Zelgrug now in charge of stopping this Regieleki from hitting their home goal zone. So Hades with a brand new look in game number 2. With this win in the game, they were really struggling at our 4-minute mark, but now having a huge resurgence, and Orange Juicers really struggling to catch up. Nice steal by Flareons with that Hyper Voice, and they're going to keep pushing forward. Nice Fairy Frolic to dodge out of the way, and Zelgrug isn't done yet either. Tries to foul play Russ in the back direction. However, the unstoppable keyword affecting the Trevenant means they cannot be pulled.
That was a great steal. I mean, the first hit of Hyper Voice does the least damage, right, of all of them. So to be able to just get that with one singular hit, very, very impressive, especially there were a lot of good, well, pretty good secure options down there from the side of Hades, but I like this rotation up to top. It's going to be 2 P members hit with Fly. The Unite comes out. I think eject button's used to get out of the way right there as Sylveon KOs the Hoopa one more time. And yeah, this engage from the side of Orange Juice is looking really scary between the bounces and the flies. And normally you do kind of question whether the fly is going to be used to get out or get in. We've seen a lot of attempts to get in with it because, like you mentioned before, this is really kind of a dive comp in its way.
Yeah, oh, absolutely it is. I liked the double eject button, one from the Talonflame to chase the Hoopa, one from the Hoopa to escape the Talonflame.
Yeah.
So we just really traded places with the Unite moves, but I think it looked fantastic. Our Regieleki will finally be going the direction of Orange Juicers, but it's because Hades is taking their time to take out these wild Pokemon and get some levels, but also to get some stacks on the bottom side. We see Celestial on that Lucario just constantly feeding Eos energy into that tier 1 goal zone on the bottom path because they need to get up in those attack weight stacks. Not to mention, get closer to that level 13 and knock it on the door of it now.
And getting that Regieleki is huge, right? I mean, Hades, while they have been able to push down a lot of gold zones, the problem is that they've not been getting a lot of huge overdunks. So their lead is not significant. It's only 72 points.
Yeah.
They really want to create essentially what's kind of like a fork in chess, where you have to deal with the Regieleki in the final moments, plus you have to deal with the fact that Rayquaza is an option. But the fact that they've gotten that off the board means that it is very doable for Orange Juicers, and we're just about to hit the 2-minute mark, and already we are going to get a KO as we're going to see Umbreon go down first.
A super late Eldegoss Unite move too isn't going to heal many targets, so Rhino's Hoopa Unite move is so impactful. Gyarados is going to use their move mostly to dodge out of some damage, waits until that Unstoppable is gone from Russ as Kratos tries to dive into the enemy target. Hits that wall before they get sweep through the enemy team, and Chisel completely eliminated. Espeon taking the KO there, and this Talonflame is still trying to escape. Flareons, Roland, and Kratos are still up and running in this fight, so they can keep this battle going. Celestial hit by that foul play with their attack to stat as high as it is. That hurts so bad, and they are sent running, buying as much time as they can.
Oh no, the fly is countered immediately. Going to be seeing 2 members now down for Orange Juicers, and the problem is time is starting to get very, very low, but nobody's won a team fight enough that they feel confident to actually burn this down. This might be one of those games that ends up in a flip. Russ is going to move in with just the support of Hoopa to try and at least delay a little bit longer, make them think they maybe don't want to try to take this down, but Russ will be the one to go down. And then finally we're going to see the Leafeon jumping back in, trying to get a KO, but 2 members down now from Hades. Orange Juicers needs to make a move. They know they're behind. 50 seconds left. Rayquaza is starting to get low. slow, down to about a third, but everybody's here. It's going to a flip, and it looks like it's going to be going to the side of Hades.
Just 3 members to get those ray shields though, so it's now on Hades to try to protect those targets. Espeon and Leafeon will still have it with a pocket full of 50. They will be able to rack up this scoreline with only 30 seconds left. I don't think Orange Juicers will have enough time to rally back. They were able to break the shield on Celestial's Lucario, not on those 2 EVs, but they also don't have a single member left up to defend these goal zones. So Hades gonna earn their score lead and earn their game number 2 win.
Very nice stuff. I mean, of course, that was really kind of setting up a panic situation in the end, which is exactly what it was. I mean, I was panicking in those final few moments. The problem is it was just so uncontrolled that you give the opportunity for anybody, even though Orange Juicers had realistically quite the power lead, I would say, at that moment, just because I believe there was 2 members down, or maybe 1 member had come back already, but the numbers advantage was definitely for Orange Juicers. But Hades, they had to do something and at least try to delay it as long as possible. So I love the way they played at the end, and I mean, especially after that first game, which I would say was pretty dominant for Orange Juicers, Hades really fighting their way back.
Hades had a perfect play call at the 2:05 minute mark, right? They know exactly where Zugrug's going to be. I mean, he has been there for 3 years of Pokemon Unite now. Zugrug always trying to fight and contend for the early positioning in that fight. However, Hades makes a great call, understands that Zugrug is going to be alone in this situation because they have multiple members needing to get their Unite moves back. They know they'll be trying to farm in the back lines. They know it's their best chance to make a fight be 5v4. They take it, they win. Things do get a little hectic from that point. There's KOs trading on either side, but still, just the fact that they were really able to toss up the momentum and have a good shot at the Rayquaza at the end with a Pokemon like Leafeon, it's great for them. Favored, and they take the Ray, they take the win.
Yeah, and of course, we got to talk about the fact their comp was so much better this time.
Oh my gosh, so much better.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting to see the meta shift to this more like mid-range at max. It was such a long time where we saw so many snipers, but, taking 2 special attackers was very, very nice. Or at least, I'm sorry, not 2 special attackers, 2 mid-range Pokemon at minimum. Seeing the Leafeon with that build, like I said, I believe that Fusion was using that, and then Kabichans was using it from Fusion, and then now Hades is using it.
Yeah, I think Kabichans stated they were using it from Nemesis.
Oh, was it Nemesis? Oh, I'm sorry. I got it mixed up. In that interview, they said there was 2 different people. One comp was from Nemesis, 1 comp was from Fusion, so I just got him split.
Yeah, but that Leafeon, a very, very popular option worldwide now for very good reason. We see these fights. It was fun to watch the dive composition from Orange Juicers. It was cool to see, but it felt like Hades respected the Gyarados a lot more. They weren't getting caught out by these easy bounce engages by Orange Juicers any longer. They were playing at the maximum distance. If Espeon was really in trouble, we're pulling the trigger on the Unite move. Whatever we need to do to minimize Machizzle's impact on the game.
Yeah, I mean, especially, too, with the fact that this is a dive comp from Orange Juicers, the Espeon Unite is one of the best anti-dive options. And speaking of Espeon, this is going to be our player of the game, which is, I mean, very well earned.
Absolutely. Reach taking this one. Season 3 sticker. That's retro. And 4 and 5, I mean, obviously going to fit that same bill. 81,000 damage on this Pokemon. Running the double glasses plus the spoon. Most popular item build you will see on essentially every special attacker. Twisted Spoon doing unbelievably good effects for these special attackers when we see it at top level play.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta eat. You gotta eat, and they are certainly eating. Anybody in the special attacker role.
Yes.
Pretty much every special attacker is really good right now, but that does mean that it's going to bring us to a game number 3. So I'm glad we're starting this off. We were very excited to do this game. I mean, we got banger games throughout the entire day and weekend, of course, once we get over to EU. But this was one that was, I don't want to say like the potential for an upset, but it is kind of the potential for an upset.
Yeah, both these teams made it out on the winner's side of the qualification bracket. So they are 1 and 2 kind of seated within this Group B. However, we talked about it on the death segment at the start of the show. It has never been more important to perform well in a group stage than it is in this tournament. If you win first place out of your group, you start the top 8 in the winner's bracket. If you get second place, you actually start in the loser's bracket. So a single elimination situation if you end up in second. And with the way these groups laid out, these are the 2 projected teams to be emerging from the group stage, so this match will most likely be determining first and second place.
Yeah, and we actually have a chance to talk once again to Inder with our second interview of the day to potentially ask some questions about how that match went. How you feeling about the match so far, Inder?
Feeling great, Chef. I thought it was really interesting how both the teams used their bans around that hyper carry meta, where Hades is like, we're going to get rid of the slow bro, and Orange Juicers, they see that we're going to get rid of the Comfy. So that opens up these lines for Lucario to be picked. A Pokemon we don't see too much in the meta anymore, but when I see Lucario, when pro players see Lucario, they think flip. So game number 1, Zugrug had really aggressive positioning, never let Hades really into that pit to get that flip started. Game number 2 was a little bit harder, right? Hades had the point lead going into Rayquaza. Zugrug unfortunately went down early, and when the fight gets really messy, that's when Pokemon like Lucario and Razor Leaf Leafeon, like you guys mentioned, really start to thrive. So in the back of my mind, if I'm Orange Juicers right now, I'm thinking, all right, we won game 1, we won a decent amount of game 2, the fight was looking all right, we got flipped on, they got to regroup. I don't think they're going to ban out the Lucario necessarily, but the flip is going to be in the back of their mind for sure.
Makes sense. Well, thank you so much for your insight, Ender. I've always valued it. Really excited to hear it throughout this entire weekend because you'll be joining us. But we do have the game ready, so we're going to say goodbye to you for now and jump into Game 3, Wonder Chef, between Orange Juicers and Hades. This is an interesting one. After that first game, I was like, well, Orange Juicers got this. They're playing on the level we expect of them, but well, that game of 2 really threw things for a loop. Ender mentioning that the flip is always going to be available for Hades. Orange Juicers just got to be wary. Who do you got in game number 3?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, that's the thing about Hades as a team is just based on their style. Even when they get target banned, like we're seeing right here, very similar bans, I would not be surprised to see the same thing again. Yep, exactly the same thing. But Hades as a team is a team that can always kind of take out anybody. It's hard to deal with them. They're very aggressive. They play a lot of aggressive Pokemon, and I feel like it's hard to ever predict their match.
Yeah. Okay, so in this position, they're actually going to favor the Leafeon over the Trevenant, over the Umbreon, over the Gyarados. So a big move for Orange Juicers to be grabbing that Pokemon instead. Hades now have a few interesting options ahead of them. They're of course going to grab the Trevenant, but Gyarados is still available. They could take the Sylveon away from Flareon's, and they are going to. So now Flareon's 2 options they've played in the game so far, Mew and Sylveon, are both not available. Seems a very targeted draft strategy from Hades.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what the pick is going to be in the end, but I do like this draft strategy in general from Orange Juicers, where they're like, okay, well, we've been taking these Pokemon, so now we're going to see if you are comfortable using them. Clearly they were not, and look at this, 3 of the first power picks all on the side of Orange Juicers. This is looking like a terrifying comp in general, plus it takes away some of that kind of assassin playstyle that Hades really likes to play in general. Now, to follow it up, it looks like we are going to be getting Blaziken the Hoopa once again, but there is a chance we could see, well, I wouldn't say double defender, but okay, Inteleon, we were just talking about this from Flareon.
Yeah, Flareon has a fantastic Inteleon, apparently the highest win rate in all of the UNITE Championship Series, so feeling very comfortable about that. In this position before, Hades has picked the Lucario. They had the Blaziken and the Lucario. It seems they're going to be going that direction again. So an objective-focused composition for Hades. 3 games in a row now. Orange Juicers having the Gyarados as sort of that anti-Hoopa portal technology. However, Umbreon not the same level of effect as the Snorlax in that position. But I just don't think you can let the Umbreon go over to the side of Hades, right? So you've got to be taking that option. Zugrug building with the experience share, Resonant Guard, and the attack weight. Whenever you see attack weight, you usually picture the wish healing option for the Umbreon.
Yeah, that is definitely I mean, that's the thing about Umbra, is you can do whatever you want, and it's good. But I will say, Mean Look plus Bounce as well can be a very nasty combo. The problem is it's only going to be on really one person, guaranteed. But yeah, this is not going to be exactly that same like double jump in slam. I will say though, one thing that's really nice is that Hades has been very objective focused in general, and this comp on the side of Orange Juicers is going to be much better. I mean, the Leafeon, we'll see what they end up picking, but I mean, of course, Solar Blade's amazing secure. They're going to have a lot of really solid options. The Inteleon being able to secure from further away than we've basically seen anything but the Mew so far this set. I was trying to remember, I was like, there's really not been that much range. And so just the ability to kind of hold on to that challenge that Hades is bringing to the table, I think it's really smart.
Yeah, it's going to be, wow, it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. Very little range, like you mentioned, and with the Leafeon build, if that's in question, I really do think we're going to see that Razor Leaf Aerial Ace again. When the enemy team is so mobile, I think it just makes your Solar Blades a little inconsistent. So Kratos having options to just continually get damage, in my mind, feels a little bit better on paper. This time, though, the Lucario not headed to the bottom path. It'll be Celestial bringing it into the top side. It'll be Anonymous, I believe, on Orbora on that Blaziken in the central area.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard to tell with Hades who can go
Yeah,
where. I mean,
honestly.
everybody could very easily flip in any direction, especially now that we've seen Lucario on the bottom. But yeah, we're going to be looking early at this, and it looks like we're actually going to have a double invade from Orange Juicers. As we have the Eldegoss up there invading for a little bit, but the Leafeon going to assist as well. And it's going decently well. It looks like there was probably a blue buff stolen away, because I only saw one red buff running away.
Yeah, they stole the blue buff. You can see on the mini-map that little yellow dot still available for Kratos. So taking out the Acelgor from the side of Hades. What a thief Kratos is. Gets one big dive on a Rhino. Not enough damage to finish the KO. Wants to respect the Lucario from Celestial. Dodges out of the way instead of doubling down on the damage.
And you were correct on that build. We are going to be fighting for these 850 spawns and maybe a little bit more if you can. There's going to be 3 top, but it's going to be hard to be aggressive against Leafeon up top. I mean, it's so good at defending, especially when it has so much more, I would say, like horizontal range from this particular build. But hey, you know, one way to get to stop it from defending is just get rid of it by just hiding in that tall grass. And that's going to be a great opportunity for an attempt to kind of start with these stacks.
Yeah, interesting. We're going to see a perfect Meteor Bash play from Celestial just to make it impossible for Kratos to retreat to their own goal zone. Hoopa putting in some scores as well. Rhino taking a ton of damage from that Gyarados, and with the threat of that bounce being fully charged, it's not even worth going to that portal. Flareon's on a long journey into the enemy central area, and running all the way up is going to get knocked out, and now the advantage in the mid fight is going to be all towards Hades, but Shizzle doesn't even have the opportunity to jump in. Zogrug with a huge foul play though is going to get the KO on a Combuskin. Bottom path again for Orange Juicers is just one of the best options they have. Zogrug and Flareon such a high level already.
Yeah, it's so interesting seeing such a bottom path focus, but
yeah,
it's been working out quite well. And both these teams, I love the fact that in this set we get to see them like really kind of put their personality into how they're playing like their macro games, which is really, really cool. It's not just going to be like even clashes in different areas. It's really like what they choose to focus on, which has been good so far. But they were getting close now to the objective, and that's where it's really going to start. An attempt to KO this Gyarados, not quite going to be able to be there. And now finally the evolution. I mean, that is such a late evolution into that Eldegoss, and that's going to be huge for helping them try to defend this goal zone, but a huge jump in from Hades. They're going to get essentially everybody that was defending, and that's great because it's also going to give them free reign for this Regieleki, especially taking on that tier 1 goal zone.
Yeah, great math. A decent overdunk is at least as what you can expect in that early game. This objective just disappears as these 3 members from the side of Hades rip it apart. And Orange Juicers have not even started the basement objective, actually rotating to try to defend against that Regieleki, as now Regice is the next target in Hades' mind, and they are 2 for 2 on objectives. If they can keep this up, they're going to have a great advantage in the endgame fight.
Yeah, maybe you can just keep it up for Rayquaza as well. But yeah, again, we talked about this before. They are a very objective-heavy team, and the fact that they managed to get both first objectives, I'm so kind of curious as to why Orange Juicers, obviously they kind of want to defend against that Regieleki because they've seen how bad that can get, but I'm surprised somebody wasn't down there to at least challenge that basement Reggie once they saw the fact that there were going to be 3 members at least pushing up that top path. But now they have no tier 1 goal zones left while Hades still has both of theirs. So this is going to be entire map control from the side of Hades.
Kratos just going to try to full combo the Sylveon. They get that KO, but close combat from Celestial is perfectly aimed with that evolution landing and having nowhere else to go except a flurry of fists. Celestial gets an easy knockout. But Chisel almost at level 10 as well. They've been spending a lot of time in their own central area. We don't see Gyarados there too often. We even saw the Magikarp doing a late clear since Leafeon only took some of the farm, but Gyarados now getting involved, trying to get these levels up. Pokemon that does very well with scaling, and they need to get there as quick as possible.
Yeah, ooh, this is scary. Oh my goodness, you guys are like, no, wait, we're not dealing with this. Just running over to somebody else in the exact same opposite tall grass, though. Zogro just finding everybody on accident, maybe. But this actually could end up a little bit of a fight because look at this, so much priority on Regieleki with both these teams now. They really need the Unite come out from the Gyarados, and is going to use the eject button to try to get the initiation, but it just gets eliminated so quickly. There's not a chance for a follow-up. 4 members of Orange Juicers, the other 4 are down there, but they just didn't get a chance to follow up all the way through.
Yeah, they tried to rotate up in time. If Flareon's is there and you combine a snipe shot with that Gyarados Unite, you potentially are able to steal a knockout, but Blaziken channeling overheat so they don't get knocked up. Lucario, the only one, but even they are able to escape just due to the slow rotation of Orange Juicers, and it would felt like a bit of miscommunication. Now the next objective of the game is going to be this Regieleki. It's already hotly contested. Celestial takes so much damage, but Leafeon not able to chase that KO. Great coverage by Russ on the Trevenant to prevent that speedster from making it to the Lucario. Unite move from the Hoopa has brought everybody downstairs towards that basement objective, but at least the Regieleki for Orange Juicers is going to be secured. Lands into the goal zone, leaves it at 29, and Orange Juicers going to be racking up that score. In the meantime, though, Hades have already deleted a Registeel.
Yeah, and they were going for a little bit more, but there is a nice rotation down from Orange Juicers to at least say, okay, you took that. We don't want you to take this tier 2 goal zone as well. And the Regieleki going to help them to start to even up those scores, which was a really big deal for Hades, both in this game and in the previous game, is they really want to start running away with the score. But now we've got about 2 minutes left-ish to Rayquaza, and the score lead is negligible. So I'm really liking the priority that both these teams are putting on their kind of respective objectives and what they kind of rotate to when they can't get those. It's been really, really smart. And the levels you can see as well have pretty much evened up to basically exactly the same.
And look at how Hades is playing this, constantly rotating down towards the bottom side of the map just because they know that Orange Juicers is going to do just this, try to put a siege onto this bottom tier goal zone, and Kratos goes down before they can even get within range of sight lines on this tier. They are going to get deleted. Great reset by the Hoopa, and now Hades again having a great advantage. Orange Juicers have to retreat and go back to the drawing board again.
There's really nothing left on this map right now. They're kind of just wandering around, kind of seeing where everybody is, but finally a few wild Pokemon start to spawn, but realistically, I mean, both sides are doing a very good job of clearing everything that they can. They realize that they're very even in strength, and especially now down below this 3-minute mark, they don't want to give anything up for free. I will say, just as something to think about in this last fight, both fights, I would say, have kind of been lost, or a big key part of them being lost so far from each team was based on the Umbreon not being in the right position to have maximum impact in the final fights, whether it was not being able to counter Unite the Snorlax, or whether it was not able, or just getting KO'd very early. So seeing where Zugrug ends up in this fight could be a really big difference maker. And right now, they really want to fight for this final Regieleki, and they're going to get it for free.
Yeah, Regieleki will get gone. I think there's a potential Zugrug bite as well, and they go down. All of Hades were camping out near that Rayquaza pit, waiting for Zugrug to fly in, and they get that immediate knockout. Zugrug will be spawning in with 6 seconds left until the final stretch, so they will make it in time. Regieleki lands uncontested. Hades have one priority, and you can see it right now. Rayquaza getting absolutely shredded. All the Unite with Snipe Shot uncontested. No one's blocking the Snipe Shot. Flareon's is clear on the top side, and they get an easy secure. Orange Juicers at least have the Rayquaza, but they are still behind within their points. Roland charging towards the defenseless goal zone of the Regieleki because they have not a single shield. Hundo Burger from the Eldegoss potential. The Regieleki ends! They're not going to be able to score, but I don't think it matters. 4 Pokemon already down from Hades, and Orange Juicers have a few Ray shields left as they are going to be cascading Eos energy into these enemy goal zones.
Now, I will say that there is still a minute and 25 seconds left in this game. The lead is 225, which is, 2 really big goal zones and 1 medium-sized goal zone. So this is not over yet. We do see 50 in the pocket of Sylveon, which is a really, really big deal. They've got to be able to fight their way in, push this through. 1 minute and 8 seconds left. This is very doable. I'm not going to call this one over yet by any means. Of course, amazing so far from Orange Juicers, but this is going to be a big top path push. They do have the Hoopa as well. They've got to be aware of that Unite move eventually coming back.
First Snipe Shot miss, so that impact play from Flareon is going to go just wide, but she'll try to contest as well, and now Kratos is finally getting some energy behind them. Chaos Rika 2 trying to avoid that overheat. They unfortunately do just get clipped by that giant fiery kick and go down, but it's all right. The damage has already been done. Orange Juicers defend their point lead and are going to defend this match as well. They are going to be taking it home 2-1 over Hades.
Wow, and what a smart set, I would say. So much was decided in draft and in the macro that, I mean, the team fights were executed very well. Things like the steal from the Inteleon were executed very well. But overall, I mean, it's because they were put into the position to be able to do that. And again, like I said, knowing the fact that we are going to have a lot of focus on objectives from Hades and then drafting around that from Orange Juicers. An incredibly smart choice that led them to this very close Game 1, Set 1 victory. Game 1 of the day victory.
Yeah, this is one of the matches I'm most excited to see the highlights of that final fight, because all I could focus on was that there was no one in front of the Inteleon, but I want to know, why was it so clear? Was Zogrog hitting a few great foul plays and pushing the targets away? Was Machisel too much of a threat and Kratos the same way in the backlines? I'm not too sure, but numbers-wise, these teams looking fantastic. 60k damage on a few of these Pokemon. Yeah, the score was extremely close. Hades having some amazing early game pushes, able to dunk in a ton of points. This time focusing a bit more on the overdunks in that little minute. You can see between 2 and 4 on our graph, having some big resurgences of AOS energy.
Yeah, it was a very, very scary situation at the end. I also would really like a chance to see that again, because especially the fact there were so many people just kind of flipping in the scenario. It's like, I don't even know what happened, but maybe the analysts knew what happened. Let's send it over to them. Spraggles and Dupe Snacks for the end of our set.
Yeah, I mean, what an incredible finish right there. Orange Juicers with the win, baby. Yeah, big time. What a fight. What a flip there by Hades, which I actually think was an amazing call. They just weren't able to get the secure. We're going to take a look at some of these big moments here, but mostly I want to talk about that Rayquaza fight.
Yeah. We agreed. We were watching it, and we both said the flip is the right call.
Yeah.
Where they stumbled a little bit in that execution was, of course, Flareon's top left corner, just cooking in their kitchen, charging up that snipe shot. Nobody to stand in the way to take that from reaching Rayquaza, and to Flareon's credit, nailed it.
Yeah, we're seeing some of the big highlights right here. It was a great match. Hades felt like they were in control for a lot of this. Felt like Orange Juicers were on the back foot. They got a really nice score at one point. Here comes this flip right here. They're just putting all their damage on it. Here comes the Blaziken looking for the secure, but boom! Completely open. The Inteleon right above it right there. I mean, it's one of those moments where you're just praying that your Inteleon has got the aim, you know? Because if they do, they have it.
Yeah, I mean, it was a clear line of sight. You could actually see all of Hades was lined up as 5 on the right-hand side of Rayquaza, giving that clear opportunity. I would have loved to see Russ literally just horn leech, not for a target, but just towards Flareon's to put the Trevenant in front of that body. But of course, chaos was ensuing in the middle of the match.
Yeah, just incredible stuff right there, like looking back at it. I would love to, yeah, of course, break it down, you know, frame by frame, seeing exactly where the knockups happened, what happened with the overheat. I mean, that would be really exciting. I've got something that I do want to talk about right now, though. Over here on the Telestrator. You're going to join me? Come on over, buddy. This is something that I was looking at here in, I want to say, game number 2 of this series right here. This fight, I absolutely loved this. So this was Sylveon, Umbreon, and in this moment right here, we have Trevenant. Do I have a drawing? Can I draw? Do I? I don't. It doesn't matter. Let's roll this fight right here. We've got Trevenant coming down. Yeah, permanent marker. This is a great idea. This is so fun because let me pause it right here if we can. The thing I like most about this is he is taking so much time of these two players here on Orange Juicers. Orange Juicers at the same time are so smart in this moment because they recognize they can't hit Regice with Sylveon at all. It just has Hyper Voice damage, which is going to do this, you know, spray of damage onto Russ and onto Regice, so we can keep this play rolling a little bit. So Zogrug has to make sure they have a foul play, and now they're auto-attacking this Trevenant to see how low they can get it. It gets extremely low right here. Again, Russ doing an amazing job of wasting time. The Juicers doing an amazing job of waiting for their secure right here as it gets very low, and there's the foul play for the secure and the KO. I just absolutely loved that play, and I wanted to walk through it a little bit because I think that's one of those plays that a top team can make, and you might be thinking, why are they not hitting this? And it's just because of the amazing positioning there of that Trevenant, like wasting so much time.
That is the patented Benny Hill strategy, right? Just kind of step out of the car, open the door, walk around, open another one as the other person's following them. You got the you get the whole little tune going. That's what was going on in my head. Inside look.
Yeah, an inside look at that play. Let's take an inside look at our groups right here, Dube Snacks, and see where we're at so far today.
Well, Nemesis 1-0. Exile also 1-0, leading Group A there, those two. Of course, we just saw the Orange Juicers 1-0 against Hades. Paragon scrubbing the Brave Birders. Brave Birders getting swept so far here. Catching it now. Group C jumping down there. We're not there yet. Group D also zeros across the board because we still need to flush out Group A and B.
Yeah, there's so much going on still in this tournament. Very exciting. A lot of the teams we would expect to win, but that was a nail biter of a series between these two, and I thought Hades could be a spoiler team. They are that good. Make sure you are following the channel, whether it's here on Twitch, YouTube, checking it out on Twitter, formerly X, currently Twitter. I changed it back. Do not go anywhere. We have more incredible Pokemon Unite action coming at you, and I think I've got a Dodrio right here. I've always got a Dodrio. Don't leave.
Don't leave.
Welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. I'm Spraggles, and Doomsax is working on plugging his microphone back in.
Last show of the year.
Last show of the year for you.
Listen, it's not a chef situation, all right? I'm going to be here. I'm going to be here today and tomorrow.
Yeah,
for certain.
That's true. He will be here throughout the weekend. I don't think there's any way to change that right now. We've got such an amazing match. Luminosity versus G. This is, a little, I was about to call it Romeo and Juliet, but that can't be right at all.
That is not correct.
That's not right at all. But it's Overlord versus Slash, and that's going to be really interesting to see, right?
Are we supposed to be...
No,
okay,
we're talking about it right now. You can't come back.
Well, I mean, we're partially seeing the back wall. Listen, this is the fight of letter supremacy here. LG versus G. The losing team has to drop the G.
Yes, I think that would be totally fair for the losing team to drop the G. I don't know the inner workings of these two teams. I don't know how everyone feels about all of the shakeups, but obviously Slash, two-time world champion, reforming a team. He's now over on G. And then you have Overlord, two-time world champion, still on Luminosity, but with a completely different Luminosity than we've seen. Let's take a look at G here, Dupes, next.
Yeah, I mean, formal players from GT, and you actually see them all have G's in their like clan tags, but none of them are actually just the letter G. They flared them all out here. Eggnoob slash OG, Zealoot, and Black. Why do they do this to us, man?
They've got a lot of G's up there, and it's going to be incredible to see what they do against LG here. Overlord, Lutano, Otter, Joey, JL. That's Luminosity, the new Luminosity. Again, the two-time world champs, but looking quite different with only one player remaining that has taken that title.
Yeah, I mean, Overlord obviously was a clear, MVP of last year. Obviously, two-time world champion. A lot of people consider them to be one of, if not the best player in the world. And they went and got themselves some ringers to rebuild this LG team with. But let's not put any more plugs into this. Let's just get right into the game. LG versus G, because that's what they do to us with these team names. Take it away.
I'm excited. I don't know if we can get Doomsdax excited about it, but I am excited about it. A bit of a grudge match. Emphasis on the G of grudge.
I like it. I like it. Yeah, this is really interesting. I mean, obviously, a lot of different members that have been on GT within the past year or so are now on both sides of this. Well, I'm sorry. So the interesting thing that we got to talk about, of course, was that Stalkings was playing as a fill-in for Luminosity, and we didn't know if they were going to be playing it again, but looks like not the case. But that still is part of the storyline. First ban, Crustle, which we haven't seen all day.
Ooh, interesting. Yeah, it's good to see Otter on the Luminosity roster back in their rightful place. It'll be the Mew ban, Umbreon and Sylveon immediately to follow up two of Otter's best options being taken away. And now 2 matches in a row, Wonder Chef. We are seeing the orange side favor their bans towards the attacker player. I'm really interested to see if that is going to carry out throughout the weekend, but it is going to be the Trevenant first pick, equipping that Curse Bangle. One of my favorite options on that Trevenant is the healing stoppage.
Oh, you gotta love the healing stoppage. And finally, it looks like as well, we might be getting that Blastoise that has really been not getting a lot of love or hate so far.
Yeah. No Blastoise that last match, which was wild. And then I think if we're going to talk about a crazy thing here in this game, is 0 Gyarados so far in our draft. Umbreon obviously getting banned away. Luminosity can take that double defender angle, and it will be Joey equipping the Slowbro. We talked a lot about how this player has really shaped the face of Trevenant within this region. I doubt they're going to be playing it for their team, though. Lutano most likely going to have the reins of the tree.
That's the nice thing about Trevenant is that it's able to flex. Same thing, exact thing with Blastoise. You can run them in a bunch of different ways, whether it be via EXP share, whether it be a brawler top, and it looks like we are going to have that be the brawler top once you've kind of seen what else is picked. As we are going to have the true defender, quote unquote, looks like it's going to be the Snorlax for G.
This is some of the most tanky compositions we have seen on either side. Double defender for both of these teams. Blissey on one, Hoopa on the other. Now Luminosity is really going to be adding the firepower. Mimikyu and Gardevoir. You don't see Mimikyu drafted into compositions that are hyper defensive too often. Shadow Sneak gets so much value once you get a KO and you kind of snowball from that point. However, you got brawl options for that Pokemon as well. Shadow Claw in particular. Final pick for G is going to be that Chandelure. Now we have 2 of those special attackers that are fantastic at shredding the defenses of enemies. Chandelure going to be hitting below those defenses with, of course, that infiltrator passive, and Gardevoir shredding the special defense of the targets they hit with that psychic move.
Yeah, this is going to be, I mean, obviously these cores of these teams are, like you said, very, very bulky, and they're going to be very important. But I think the really, truly important thing is going to be these 2 special attackers and who can kind of play their game for free the most. Now, both of these very, I would say, infamous for not having a whole lot of escape. So if they get jumped on, that might be kind of the end for them. But both also infamous for if they are getting their attacks off, they can wipe an entire team in a few seconds, if not faster. So the fact that they're going to be the true answers against the bulk, it's either going to be that or they're both going to go down very quickly and we're going to have like a 3-minute fight where nobody gets KO'd.
Yeah, it could be. And with rosters like this, it's definitely a who's who. A lot of the North America scene, you know these players, you recognize these players. One of those you might not is the one with rocking the GS tag. It is going to be Zealot from formerly God Squad. It's where that GS is going to be coming from in terms of their player tag, but is well known for a lot of really big power picks, but not also the most popular picks. One of the original Garchomp enjoyers in North America. So a player that has certainly captured my heart with that selection alone.
Oh yeah, we know that for sure. Anybody who's going to be good with Garchomp. But yeah, I mean, well, today there's the loot, it looks like, based on how they've spelled their tag. But I'm really excited to see them here playing today on this team, this weird G team, which now that we've said all the names, I do realize it's because they all come from teams that have G in the tag, but not anything else in common.
God Squad, GT, LG, all forming together to make a brand new roster. And OG just always had the name.
Within the name, yeah. It's like,
couldn't fit the GT tag in, you know, it was the whole contract thing. All right, Black making it back to their own goal zone, sitting at 10 AOS energy, so an impressive early game for a Litwick, but when you're going up against a Ralts, it feels like a bit of a mid-off in the early game.
Yeah, it's mid-off is a good way to put it. Although as soon as we hit that power spike, especially with the Gardevoir, it's going to be, or Corellia, I should say, once it hits 5, then it's going to be very, very scary. So we got to look back around that time. Now, I'm really looking to the Mimikyu, as we're going to have a little bit of aggression in the center. Doesn't look like too much is going to come of it. Probably not going to be able to follow up that KO. But the Mimikyu is such a hit or miss Pokemon, right? We've seen it just dominate games. We've seen it super underperform. And with the caliber of this player, I expect it to be, the dominant kind. Luciano, of all players, one of the greatest players probably on Earth. And so I'm excited to see what it's going to do.
Yeah, a fantastic player, of course, like you just mentioned, but also one that really excels in big moments. I think Lutano is one of those people, especially in-person events, which we will have at NAIC. But even then, just big pivot moments. It feels like Lutano, you could always count to have the ice in these situations. And when the group stage is this important, kind of unprecedented levels of importance, you're going to see big moments from them all tournament long.
Yeah, one thing about Lutano as a player, obviously has played plenty of kind of like ranged special attackers, but for a player that kind of plays so many different roles, has incredibly good aim, which we've seen on the Venusaur, we've seen on the Gardevoir, and it's really important to have really good aim with the Mimikyu, because that's really where the literal hit or miss part of Mimikyu comes from a whole lot of the time, of course, depending on what moves you actually end up picking, but that is going to help a lot. Potentially right here is, oh no, Black CH is going to go down. Pretty important time too.
I like the aggressive play from Slowbro, eject buttoning into a Solar Blade to make sure that their Surf will get the KO or their auto attack will at least finish the job. A very hero play from the Slowbro in the early moments of this match.
Hey, you know what? Slowbro's not going to feel it for a while anyway. They're going to walk out. They're going to be like, I got the KO. And they're like, ow, what was that?
And then amnesia later. Yeah, definitely. Look at this early positioning from Lutano. We're going to be trying to look for a Leafeon on a rotation. Wants to find Zealot at any opportunity they can, because Mimikyu can basically full combo that Pokemon. However, waiting a little too long is also not an option. Dodges the Flamethrower with the Shadow Sneak. Cool little tech for Lutano, but they are not going to have any opportunity for knockouts, so instead, just going to rotate back and join their team.
Yeah, a lot of Lutano diving against Black CH is going to be, I think, a really big part of this game. But right now, surprisingly, Luminosity just backs off. They are not fighting for the register quite as much. They've got some potential secure here. They could steal this quite easily. They are going to see that they are in that tall grass, and the steal will end up happening. Great stuff to be able to kind of shift around where they need to be now, where we're going to have multiple members of Luminosity up top and have that numbers advantage, potentially trying to take both objectives.
We talked about how Gardevoir is great against tanky targets, but also same with objectives, with that Psychic, shredding the special defense of whatever target's hitting. The problem is that it also is going to be beneficial for Black's Chandelure. So you got to worry about when you're fighting over those objectives, make sure your timing is secure as well. Slowbro and Gardevoir working together in tandem. Now they're 2 for 2 on objectives. Luminosity Gaming trying to escort this Regieleki to the goal zone. They will be successful as G is going to play this one passively and abandon their tier 1.
They hit a lot of their power spikes a little bit later. They still would really like to, I think, kind of wait from this moment to hit some little bit like some Unite moves. It would be really, really big for them. I mean, especially once they get the Hydro Typhoon, they can really start fighting. But right now, you're just going to be basically going in and spinning, and that's exactly what they're going to be doing right now. Using that eject button to get even a little bit closer, they will be able to get that pick off on Lutano, which is really nice. However, the fact that they got it kind of on their own side means that they're not going to be able to use it too much for an advantage to push. They can regroup on their gold zone here and then push, which may be their strategy, but it's going to give time for regroup from Luminosity as well.
Yeah, exactly. I like seeing Lutano play a really aggressive position like that. They know that the Leafeon has their Unite move. They're level 9. They get it at level 8. Take the early aggression onto that Pokemon. Don't even give them room to work. One of Mimikyu's best assets. Also, into Blissey, it's a fantastic option where if you have Slowbro and you're slow beam a target, which I'm sure we'll see Joey pull off later on in this match, you can Bliss Assistance to kind of negate that extra pressure. However, you cannot Bliss Assistance the target when they earn that Mimikyu Unite move. So a lot more powerful. And oh my word, auto lining up a fantastic Fairy Singularity.
Oh yeah, that's going to be a huge advantage. Finally, though, they did manage to get Hydro Typhoon. They use it. Not a huge follow-up, but it is going to hurt a lot. Luminosity probably having to back up quite a bit now, get a little bit of recovery. Oh, Gardevoir did go down. I actually did not see how that happened. It looked like they were escaping, but something managed to hit them kind of in the back line. So that is going to stop that push pretty significantly. Basin Reggie has spawned Regieleki a little bit slower, but it looks like we're going to have G try to take down this gold zone before the Regieleki so that it gets a little bit more mileage once it does start moving. Big Unite coming out from the Hoopa, trying to just help kind of defend up there. I'm not sure if it's going to work out. Basement Reggie being taken. Slow Beam did come out. It looked like that went out onto the Blastoise.
Yep. Yeah, it's a great target. It allows Lutano just to get a huge hit with the Shadow Claw in and earn the knockout. And most importantly, we defend that goal zone. JL with honestly a clutch Hoopa moment there. They're about to get knocked out. They use the iframes, the form change with their Unite move. They get the hoops unbound. It keeps them around for just a couple of seconds, but it's enough to land the portal and block a couple of the scoring attempts from G, and now their goal zone stands, and they're going to be shattering the top side as well.
Oh, great turnaround. Basically, that was exactly the opposite of what G was trying to do, right? They managed to turn around completely. Oh, no. Luminosity is starting to, you can see, play off the confidence. They are very far forward, and it's working very well with Leafeon going down first. The furthest Unite, the first dive Unite of all time, and it is going to pick up the KO on Black CH as well. I mean, they're just jumping in and trying to defend this, but at this point, they're kind of just running one at a time back in, and that is an interestingly aggressive Unite coming out from that Trevin. Only managed to hit one target, which is not quite enough, so I'd like to counter Hydro Typhoon coming out from G, and that's going to be OG finally probably going to be able to break this. There is a chance for defense, but Mimikyu, yeah, not going to be able to... Oh, no, not barely in time to stop that for maximum 39-point overdone.
Yeah, perfect overdone. Get that 1 point goes on left. I don't even know if they had time to do the math, but it worked out perfectly. So when you don't prep for the test, sometimes it's best just to put down your most confident answer. Overlord going to retreat back to their home because now the next objective that everybody's got to worry about is about the 20-second timeline Reggie. They will only be around for a short time before the final stretch, but both these teams do have the opportunity to play aggressively around this basement objective. If you get it, you'll be having a huge boon for you in the final fight. Problem is, this is a dangerous place to take a team fight when the other team can collapse on you and line up a fantastic ambush.
Yeah, we actually have 4 members here as well from Luminosity. We're going to have JL just kind of sitting up, chilling, but they are going to be the ones to start this off. They do pop the portal to potentially go down and help, and they will be there a little bit late, but Reggie's still already at half HP. The spin going in. Overlord, though, is just looking unstoppable. Might have more HP than the Reggies at this point. And, oh, the chase. This is huge. The Unite, though, coming out the 2-minute mark. This could be the final fight. That actually did not get a single KO from that Fairy Singularity. So we are going to have Black CH on that Chandler down, but in the meantime, Lutano is well going down. So this could be a 4v4, and that is at least 2, actually 3 big Unites being used from the side of Luminosity. G standing with at least 1 more overall. This could be their opportunity to make a comeback.
Yeah, G lose both the Chandelure and the Leafeon Unite move in that situation, so an expensive fight for both sides. But given the patient approach that both these teams have taken to the final Rayquaza fight, we are going to see a pretty fair refight. Slash with a full combo on Overlord, gets the stun, gets the sleep. Overlord trying to force everyone out of that corridor. OG's taking so much damage. They get Blitz Assistance but KO'd before they get Hydro Typhoon. Eggnoob has already lost that Unite move as well, and now Lutano is trying to chase them down. Great coverage by Slash though to land both the Heavy Slam and the Yawn, but Joey is taking the full aggressive approach. A fantastic shadow sneak from Lutano at maximum range through multiple walls is going to get that KO. And now it's just Slash trying to roll over and buy as much time as they possibly can. Actually doing a great job. Heavy Slam Yawns keeping JL in place. A jet button forced up from the Hoopa so that they can stay around. Finally going to just naturally recall to their home base.
It's not over yet, though. There was some attempts to backcap from Luminosity, and they did not manage to get off, I think, really anything, maybe like a few points in, but none of their big dunks that they really wanted. So 40 seconds left, and I think G really kind of has to flip this if they really want to win. It's going to be extremely difficult, and already Black Sage landing onto Overlord, but they are going to be burning down this Rayquaza. Everybody going in. The big Unite at least coming out one time from the Leafeon, and it's going to go to the side of G. Though, of course, if anything can secure a Rayquaza, it's going to be a Blissey, but how many points can they get in time? That's going to be enough to throw them into the lead. Are there enough backcaps coming from the side of Luminosity?
Yeah, Luminosity attempting to dump 50 in that bottom side. Joey trying to charge that up. The Blissey's going to stop them just in time. Hoopa does score 70. Snorlax responds with 22. Slash putting in just a few points before the match is over, and now these teams have to wait until the final scoreboard to see who's going to walk away with game number 1 win.
It's going to be close, and it's going to be Luminosity with 6 points more than G. That was a super scary situation. I mean, when nobody can follow the math like that, there's so many points in on both sides. I mean, G doing an amazing job of making that comeback. They knew that they had to flip. They knew that they had to take that risk and that chance, and it worked out in their favor, but they were just short of getting enough points in.
Honestly, my favorite moment of that whole final fight was Overlord's positioning on the Trevenant. They know that the biggest risk to that Rayquaza going the other direction, well, it was Blissey, of course, so it was maybe a bit of a misread, but honestly, it was that Chandelure. So they find them in that early fight. They know they're spawning in. They catch them off the jump pad. Black has to Unite move super early. They have to Unite move in that corridor just to get the blinding effect and get within range, and Overlord is able to take the KO on the Chandelure before they can even start using that terrifyingly powerful beam. So great coverage by Overlord to take out that first Pokemon. Yes, the Rayquaza goes the other direction. Because they still have the advantage in that situation, 1 backcap's enough to keep them in the lead.
Yeah, of course, everybody on Luminosity doing amazing, but I really want to talk about the combination between, like you were saying, Overlord playing that frontline scary brawler, and then Lutano just on that Mimikyu, just hitting everybody kind of on the side and pulling out these perfect flanks. And the way that Overlord pushed in that initial fight before the moment that you were talking about, where he moved in and then waited for a late Phantom Forest to hit more people, get more shields, where he was like an inch from being KO'd, and then prevented it all completely with that Unite, so that more resources were spent on him than people thought, and then just getting supported back up to full. It was just such a smart choice in how they chose to initiate in that fight.
Yeah, we didn't get to talk about it too much, but the only reason the Mimikyu is able to really succeed is that there's enough damage coming in early, and Otter was outputting an incredible amount of damage on this Gardevoir. It was looking fantastic. Unite moves maybe not hitting as many targets as they were hoping to, or as confirming as many knockouts as possible, but still looking so good. JL's Hoopa, by the way, making it out of dangerous situations with a sliver of HP so many times in these matches.
Yeah, well, I mean, that is definitely a specialty of JL. I mean, okay, listen, if you're playing, you're kind of known for playing both Hoopa and Sableye, you know how to be sneaky. You need to use mobility.
That is very true. Our player of the game is going to be awarded to Otter, though, scoring only once throughout the match, but it is a clean hundo burger, but dealing 86,000 damage. We talked about a Pokemon that is necessary to rip down the high HP bars of the defenders. A very tanky composition, even Blissey having so much HP, but running that Cursed Incense as well to make Egnew's job just so much harder to heal up the entire squad. Great play by Otter in that game number 1. Looked fantastic.
Yeah, really got to talk about that heal and stoppage, because it is so good on, I mean, we've been seeing a lot of even like Pikachu's running it just because you do so much AoE damage, and so you can affect so many people with it. But Gardevoir, the same thing, right? I mean, you get so many different members all the time, especially if they're trying to group up and just become this kind of, like breakthrough Vanguard type situation. So it's really, really good to use it on that. And yeah, it made that really, I mean, we talked about it, right? Really bulky teams.
Yes.
It made that team not look quite as bulky as it could have been.
Right, yeah, shredding that HP at any given moment. Otter's one of those players who I like to think is a good capitalized player, is always going to find a scenario that they can really succeed in and then jump on that moment. In the final fight, I saw a couple of them. We see Overlord's Trevenant unite, and immediately as these targets are landing on the ground, there is a Psyshock absolutely ravaging the earth below them. So doing a ton of damage in any situation where they know they will consistently be able to free fire. Win rate for LG this year, 69% NG
Nice.
with the 67, so just behind. But Luminosity with a very impressive 65% Rayquaza capture throughout their matches. Obviously, 0 for 1 in this series, but still a lot of presence of mind around how powerful that objective can be in the final fights.
Yeah, and then of course we can take a look at Overlord versus OG was taken. Leaf Mountain versus Buzzwole, which we're not seeing as much Buzzwole now. It's still pretty strong, but definitely some different picks, I would say, here than we might be seeing in the future from these Pokemon, or sorry, from these players, different Pokemon picks for these players. Average score a little bit higher for OG, but total MVPs, that is a lot of MVPs for both of these players throughout a season. I mean, some players don't get any.
Yeah, that's true. Overlord maybe making a contest for best overall player in North America in terms of that accolade in particular. But now it's kind of interesting to see OG and Overlord back in the same role. With Lutano being added into this roster with Luminosity, Overlord has tended to play that top path again. So a bit of a back to their roots scenario for this player. However, I know with some of the drafts going in interesting directions, we will see that swap up. Sometimes Overlord will head to that central area, and Lutana will be the one facing up against OG in the top path.
And we do get to see the poll results down here, where we get to see that Luminosity pretty heavily favored right here. I mean, of course, G is a team that has just been made, so it's not a big surprise. And Luminosity was just it's like an all-star team, right? It's just so many famous names and faces on this team that it's kind of like, no matter which team you've cheered for in the past, there's like a good chance that one of those players on that team is end up in this team. Is very, very scary. So understandable why the vote would go this way. But honestly, still, about 1/3 of the votes going to G, which is still a lot, but great players on that team as well.
World champions on both of these teams, right? We framed this matchup as the grudge match between Slash and Overlord. One member still on the Luminosity squad, one member forced to create a brand new roster to contend for regionals. And now they are in a position where they are most likely battling for first place in their group to try to qualify for NAIC. Of course, we're just starting the day in the group stage, so who knows where we will go. We have seen some very interesting stuff so far, but we have another interview for you. So Inder, please, we gotta have your input on this last matchup. Inder, you have teamed with so many of the players on these rosters at this point in time. We saw some pretty cool stuff. What do you think was the key to Luminosity's victory in that first game?
You mentioned it earlier, Zoinks, that Overlord's able to go back to his roots and go back to dominating that top path. What I really like to see from Overlord is that he's not going back necessarily to his traditional picks. Like, it's not that E-Speed Lucario. He wasn't even on that Zoroark. He's putting a lot of trust in his teammates to give Otter and Lutano both the late game Pokemon and Mimikyu and Gardevoir, right? Which is a little bit uncharacteristic of Overlord. Fantastic player, but for him to essentially pass the ball in the last 2 minutes, last 3 quarters of the game, I'm really impressed to see it. He did a fantastic job on the tree, so I want to continue to see him put some more trust in Otter and Lutano, who obviously some of my favorite players in the world.
Right.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I mean, I feel like a lot of the losses that especially the kind of previous LG comp had were when it was kind of like Overlord getting shut down. But now it feels like even if Overlord got shut down, potentially there's just so many different members that could altogether make it work. But are there any other picks that you would like to see? I mean, since we're talking about Overlord, we'll just keep going that direction. That you'd like to see Overlord go to now that he's begun shifting so much from the pure hard carry, has to have a Comfey or Blissey on it, and moving over to stuff like Trevenant. Is there anything else you'd like to see from him?
The E-Speed Lucario on Overlord is signature, so if they find a way to get him back on that, I would love to see it. Funny enough, he's up against OG, one of the original E-Speed Lucario mirror matches, going all the way back to Season 1 regionals, where we are right now. But yeah, I'm happy to see Overlord play some more defenders, put some more trust in Lutano and Otter. Lutano is looking really clean on that Mimikyu. I think G's going to need to find an answer if they want to win this set.
Yeah, it feels like they had the traditional answer, right, of the double defender, but that didn't even work. So I guess we'll be going back to the drawing board again. But thank you so much, Inder, for joining us. I know we'll be talking to you a whole lot today, so thank you so much. But Wonder Chef, we have a Game 2 upcoming very soon between these two teams. Again, Slash versus Overlord. We talked a lot about Overlord with Inder and this brand new look. I think that's really, really interesting to talk about. I'm glad that Inder's bringing that insight because, yeah, let's call it unselfish Overlord is a very interesting look.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, that was a really big weakness of I would say, Luminosity before.
Yes.
And we know that especially in the last season, of course, if any of you hadn't been watching through the last season, there were a lot of misses for LG as a team, even though obviously 2 times world champion, and a lot of it was based around kind of how their team worked, where it was a little bit less of like a balanced team, and more of like they had a hard strategy that continued to work.
Yeah.
And so I do really like this a lot. There are so many different members of that team that can really help balance it out, which we're seeing right now. But G was certainly not out of the fight by any means. I mean, obviously, we literally had to wait until the score to see who won for sure.
Yeah.
That math was pretty hard. So I'm liking what they're doing in pretty much every aspect. And this is kind of the first time, I mean, this is kind of the first time anybody could really see G play together as a team, right?
Yeah, they were playing in the qualifiers, so if you were watching any of these players stream or anything like that, maybe you've gotten some early intel on these squads, but the first time we are looking at them in an official capacity. Now we are jumping into draft for game number 2. Gee, maybe reading the writing on the wall, seeing that Luminosity was like, yeah, he played Trevenant 1 game. I don't know if he's going to play it 2. So they're going to ban the Zoroark preemptively. It will be the Sylveon ban again, but Mew and Sylveon being removed. So these special attackers getting a lot more favor in our regional finals. It felt like in April we were seeing no special attackers in the banning phase, but now we're seeing a ton.
Yes, it has been so much targeting of the attacker role in general. This would be interesting. Okay, now I wanted to see they're going through a lot of interesting picks right here. Now we are going to see Joey immediately go for that Crustle, which I still think is extremely valuable. It's just that, well, I was going to say Trevenant has kind of been taking a place.
Right,
The nice thing here is that, yeah, you can use them together, and it works.
I was just going to say, a bit of a shocker to see the Trevenant slip past the clutches of Luminosity, given the option. One thing that Overlord did in that last game on the Trevenant, by the way, is one of my favorite matchups, is run the Pain Split into Blastoise. So you just attach that leash and you just follow them, and you reverse all the damage that Blastoise is doing to the Trevenant back in kind. Very, very cool tech. But G is going to lock in the Hoopa this time and the Slowbro. So taking JL's option to play that super powerful macro-focused support Pokemon out of their hands. So now we'll most likely see a more traditional healer-based support, and it will be that Blissey being locked in place. Even more credence that we will see a very brawl-focused Trevenant in the early moments of this game.
Yeah, well, I mean, Trevenant with the Bliss Assist on could be very scary. Or, I mean, there's a lot of options for really how this ends up going, so I'm not going to guarantee lock in one yet. On the other side, though, it looks like we may be getting, well, we're for sure getting the Leafeon, but potentially the Delphox. And if anybody watched the Japanese tournament, well, never mind, I'm going to stop talking about Delphox, but no, I'm going to continue talking about Delphox. I almost got a chance to talk about Cramorant. If anybody got a chance to watch the Japanese tournament, one of their qualifiers last night, there was a lot of Delphox, actually. So this is a Pokemon that I did expect to come out a little bit, but ooh, we've got an interesting final pick over there.
Interesting. I am really curious on why into this composition we're not running the Mimikyu just again. It feels pretty optimal, maybe with that Slow Beam being too much of a threat. Meowscarada gives you a few more options. So a Hyper Carry Speedster being locked in for both sides. Obviously the Leafeon looked amazing for Zealot in that game number 1, particularly in the early moments of this game. Leafeon's best quality is that level 4 power spike, and we saw Zealot really try to enforce that with some early invades. It looked really good. We didn't see too many invades in the first series of our match, but in this one, it feels like the early game is going to kind of be defined by them. Buffs being stolen either direction, optimal vision gained with the push into the enemy central area. It just feels like there's too many opportunities to let that slide by.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of aggression from both these teams, so it does make a lot of sense. And especially, you know, when you have, maybe not as much now, although it still could happen. I was going to say JL does tend to really kind of like to get in there and be annoying, you know.
Could on the Blissey too. There's a world where you see Chansey run into the other side.
We've actually seen that quite a bit from JL, I'm not going to lie. But yeah, feel like the early game, like you said, is going to mean a lot. So being able to get something like that Leafeon is huge because you can honestly get to the level where you can defend against invades very early, as well as be the invader yourself if you truly wish to do that. But overall, I mean, I think the comps are really solid. It's really cool that we're getting some switches.
Yeah.
And I'm excited to see what they're going to be doing in game number 2.
I think one of the biggest shakeups is just the tank swaps. So we're going to see Slowbro in the hands of Slash now, and of course we are going to have Crustle. Is this the first Crustle we've seen on broadcast today? Wondership, I think it is.
I think so, which is very strange.
A lot of Snorlax and not as much Crustle.
Yeah.
What a world we're living in.
Well, I do get it though. The Snorlax has, I think, every time been alongside the Gyarados, which is just, like I said, a ridiculous combo. But this time we're going to have some other ridiculous combos, like, for example, Crustle plus Gardevoir, I think is just disgusting. You're like, I cannot escape this damage. I will see you in 20 seconds.
Now, of course, both Delphox and Gardevoir having really tough early games, but that will allow both of these central area Pokemon to take kind of suboptimal clears. They'll grab one buff, maybe, and then it'll allow the blue buff to still be available to the other side. Luminosity not going to take that route. Overlord hanging out in the central area this game is going to be on the Meowscarada. It's already hit that Floragato evolution. And we're going to have a retreat into the central area for G to try to get their experience as quickly as they can.
Yeah, and we are going to be pressuring on the bottom path right here, which is going to allow Overlord to at least get this goal in. But there is defense now, and that was a huge amount of damage from that Solar Blade, trying to get out of there. No, not quite enough. That was 1 HP away. Jeez, that was as close as you can get. But now the big question is who's going to get the majority of the experience here. And it looks like it was kind of evenly split, maybe. Neither one really went ahead. Neither side fully got their evolutions quite yet, which is pretty rare. But bottom path might be a heavy focus this time.
Yeah, Zealot really trying to get that knockout, but missing twice with that Solar Blade. Of course, hitting the shot, but missing the final hit is really tough to deal with. We haven't seen too much Solar Blade Leafeon as of late, so interesting to see that player picking up that option again. Now we have Black rotating through the central area to try to equip that Delphox, but it's Overlord applying some pressure in the enemy central area on the Meowscarada. Is going to Flower Trick onto Black, has that a big burst of damage, but does not have any mobility option to chase down the Grex.
Yeah, a lot of aggression, but actually not a lot of KOs so far. I say it's immediately we're about to see a KO, or not. Yeah, there we go. Finally going to see it. Overlord chased down, was not able to sneak away with a little bit of assistance from that top path, but there has been, like I said, a lot of attempts at some aggression. So far, LG is the only team that has scored. We have not seen a single point in from G, which means the top path is probably not going super well for them, not as well as they would like it to go.
Yeah, I mean, Blastoise sure hasn't gotten any scores, but they're also at level 8. So I don't think they're too upset about that moment. They're actually almost at the level 9 breakpoint to have their Unite move. So OG maybe not having a great scoring front, but in terms of leveling, they are looking fantastic. It is Mystical Fire from this Delphox. So surprisingly, not the Fire Spin, Fire Blast combination. Instead, kind of going with the more skill expression. It kind of depends on how you define it, but a lot of just consistent damage thanks to that Flame Charge at the very least.
Yeah, and some mobility, which is going to be a really big deal when you're trying to get away from Meowscarada, probably, or Trevenant, or Crustle, or anything that you really need to.
True.
So they are going to be able to get that. Now, a very low Registeel here. Joey trying to potentially get the steal on the steal. It's going to be a tough ask, though, yeah, when you've got that Solar Blade. And that's one thing I wanted to talk about. You were saying that it's a lot more rare to see Solar Blade nowadays, and it's certainly a lot more rare than it used to be when it was 100%. But this team, I feel like the secure for a G is pretty weak overall, and so I love the fact that they do have that Solar Blade as their option, because I mean, what else do you really have?
Yeah, no, it's a really good call. You got Blastoise to try to deter other enemy secures, but yeah, having your own is really not super likely. Double team from Overlord is going to absorb a lot of damage, but they're still forced to retreat as the rally from G is fantastic to defend their own cold zone. Mystical Fire does certainly hurt, and Zealot is going to punish JL for over-pushing on the enemy side with that Blissey, try to gain some vision. Another interesting move choice, by the way, that we have not talked about yet is Slash is on the Scald of the Slowbro. So maybe just committing to the fact they don't need too much crowd control, they have other options, they would just like to lean into the burst damage, and of course, reducing the attack damage of both Trevenant and Meowscarada when it lands.
Yeah, that's actually very interesting. But right now, this Regieleki is getting melted by G. They're going to be taking that. I mean, there's an attempt, right? Like, as we've seen so far, even today, best secure in the game.
Yeah, there was a gas gasp in the studio.
Yeah,
Air
yeah.
left the room when that Blissey tried to go for that
Well,
secure. So.
you specifically. I think they can actually hear you gasp, but I would have gasped. If I was
I'm not
talking.
muted? Oh, okay.
Yeah, no,
Perfect.
no. Yeah, but they've actually been able to hear you the entire day on commentary. Surprisingly.
It's good to hear. Lutano trying to defend this goal zone again, running that pain split, this time absorbing HP from the Regieleki, not reversing the damage on the Blastoise, but OG drops the Hydro Typhoon. A very short range Blitz assistance, just to kind of walk it over to the next door neighbor, try to heal up Lutano, who is still outlasting defending this goal zone. Scald damage over time does certainly hurt, but 2 defenders versus a defender and a support. I mean, it's a lot of damage, but no knockouts.
Yeah, especially that combination of Unites is so incredibly strong. The fact that you can get the Bliss Assistance plus that Phantom Forest, which, again, it gives you, it can give you some pretty significant shielding if you can hit multiple opponents. But if you don't, then it doesn't really do all that much. I mean, it's still a great knockup, but if you can combo them together, find the right opportunities, it can be so hard to take down even one Trevenant exactly in that situation, which, not confusing at all, is Lutano this time and not Overlord.
Yeah, exactly. Man, Overlord has just been relentless. Every situation where they maybe get one moment, right, they got a KO streak of 2 there, immediately into the enemy central area to try to keep up in terms of experience, obviously because they have a lot of Pokemon that need it on the other side, namely that Gardevoir from Otter. It's going to be throwing out some major damaging moves towards the enemy targets. Regi's taking quite a bit of damage in their own right, and will be Otter secure. Well shot from Psychic.
And there's going to be a huge Unite there coming in from Joey to kind of get the start of this push. The initiation is huge, the wall off. There, that is probably a great reason why we're seeing that flame charge. I like that a lot. Get away from those near guaranteed KO situations. And I mean, you're staying up, but this still looks like this might be donezo for this tier 1 goal zone. We still, though, however, we're able to see some nice value. This push is continuing as we're going to see Overlord continue to push in with the Unite from the Meowscarada, pick up some KOs, but oh my goodness, they both just teleported away. That was very awkward looking. Can you finish this off? One more hit? No! Overlord is escaping. LG, almost every member on their team has escaped with like 1 HP over the course of this set.
Yeah, the Great Escape not even over there too. A Zealot charges down to the Leafeon, but great coverage by Joey to make sure that escape was ensured. OG sitting at this level 12 on the Blastoise. Looked very, very good in the early game. Early accelerated Blastoise is something you love to see, but so far in this game number 2, G has not been able to translate it to actual scores at any point. No goal zones broken for them, actually only at 56 points, and we're only a minute away from the final stretch. There's no question this match has been passive from both of these rosters throughout the game, but still, seeing G sub 100 points is not a great look.
No, I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world, but they are certainly not looking like they're going to be able to play it and take it easy in the final 2 minutes of the game. They're going to have to be the ones being much more aggressive. They will very easily defend this Regieleki that is pushing down their top path. Not a big deal. Luminosity not going to overextend their resources into trying to get more of a lead right now. I think they know that the lead that they currently have is going to be enough that they can play more of their own defensive option. But Basement Reggie is going to spawn a little bit too late. Just mentioning that really quickly as we're getting ready for the final stretch.
Yeah, Luminosity Gaming actually taking a really aggressive positioning despite having the benefit of having both their tier 1 goal zones. Often when we see this, we see teams actually kind of rely to hold back, but look at this. We have a huge Lutano flank for the Trevenant trying to work around all the way to the enemy side. Joey isolating a couple of targets. We already have the Blastoise down to 1/2 HP. We forced out that Unite move already, but it's good enough to KO the Crustle. So one defender takes out another. Huge engage by Zealot, and they take out Otter early. The great engage by G is paying off already.
Oh, but the big Blitz assistance onto Overlord's going to have to carry this entire thing back, but it looks like that's maybe not going to be the case. So much target on that, and especially the Scald doing a great job of stopping all of these aggressive carries. And now there are still some members up from Luminosity, but G is going to try to burn this down. They're going to try to take down this Rayquaza, and it looks like they will be able to secure that. There is a not a huge lead, but Luminosity does still have the lead. If they can break any of these shields, they might be able to still get back into this.
Yeah, Overlord actually opting to not even contest the Rayquaza, instead trying to score the 50 points. However, OG very intelligently actually recalled back to base so they could jump off the pad. Amazing Lutano preventing these scores. That pain split does true damage, so it hits below the shield, but now that it's back on cooldown, they don't have the chance to reapply the leash, and Slowbro is able to score. Hundo Burger for them. 50 seconds left on the clock. The score lead is not insurmountable, but with every knockout, Otter going down there again, it just makes it so much tougher for Luminosity to come back.
Yeah, Otter, I think they really needed that damage. I mean, looking at Unites, there's one big Unite available for Crustle, but it doesn't look like it's going to be kind of that aggressive push opportunity that they need. The best they could possibly do now is, I mean, I don't know. They're just trying to defend. Honestly, this looks like this might be a wrap as G doing an amazing job in that final fight. And it looks like we may be going to 2 game 3s for our first 2 sets of the day.
Yeah, feels right. Zealot actually able to take out Overlord again. That burst damage from Leafeon just too much. And of course does splash damage as well. So even if we're targeting that clone, if the real Overlord is not far enough away, we will still have that burst damage. And well, this double defender tanky composition from G really pays off in game number 2. Able to thwart Overlord's Meowscarada plans multiple times and, well, secure the Rayquaza, uncontested this time. No flip scenarios in this situation. And they're able to take it all the way to the bank. G looking a lot better in game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, that could have potentially been somewhat of a flip, but LG decided to play in a different direction. And, I mean, I do like that idea, try to get the counter score, because the idea of, especially with no Unite available, getting the steal with the Meowscarada, it's going to be very difficult. So.
And they had, like, 2 HP.
Yeah. It was highly unrealistic. So they definitely went with the safer option right there, and just weren't able to turn things around in the post Rayquaza kind of little skirmishes, I guess one could say. But it was still a definite decided choice, right? Like it was like an intentional choice to go the direction that they went once they realized that G was going to have that advantage.
Yeah, and now we have tied up our series. So G showing signs of life in that first game. Obviously, game number 1 looked pretty rough. Luminosity having some amazing showcases, but now G showcasing that they are an incredible team as well. Tying this thing up. I like their draft decisions, taking the Slowbro away. Having that Delphox looked pretty decent in a few moments, looked okay into that Crustle in particular. You mentioned it, the few flame charges outside of Rock Tombs definitely kept Black up in these fights a little bit more often.
Yeah, it was really cool to see, but I do feel like maybe, I mean, they just kind of switched targets. There was like an adaptation after that, right? We stopped seeing that end up happening. They're like, oh, wait, I guess we just can't do that, whatever. But altogether, I mean, this is great that we're seeing this set. And like they said, you know, the loser has to take the G out of their name, so you're just going to be E if you are G. And
can't have that.
I mean, yeah, you just can't have that.
Gotta win.
If Luminosity, though, the big one is that if they lose the G, they're just L, which is a terrible name to become as well. So a lot on the line here.
Yeah, I can't
obviously.
have that either.
It's not in the rules. They don't actually have to remove the G from their name, but there's definitely GGs so far.
I think one of the big keys of victory was right there. Perfect. I thank you, replay operator, for absolutely nailing it. The Leafeon engaged there with the Unite move into the Solar Blade was so picture perfect from Zealot in that final fight. Felt like a big swing. And not only that, they were getting chased down knockouts, absolutely finding any target they possibly could. I think one of the biggest factors for G having a presence in game number 1 and then, of course, winning game number 2 has been this Zealot Leafeon. I really don't know if that can happen a third time. Like, if I'm Luminosity Gaming, I am pivoting my draft strategy to prevent the Leafeon on the side of G. No question.
Yeah, I mean, we did a mock draft earlier, which we will get a chance to see later, but I pretty quickly banned Leafeon in that one because I feel like Leafeon is such a scary Pokemon right now in the fact that it can do so many different things. And again, the secure from that did come into play. I really liked that as a choice, the fact that they were able to flex. I mean, of course, one of the best Pokemon in the game, having multiple movesets that work. We're seeing that from a lot of the best Pokemon right now. Leafeon is no exception. But that does mean that there's an opportunity for a re-adaptation, of course, in game number 3.
Sure.
And Luminosity has gone some pretty interesting looks. I agree with what you were saying. I'm surprised they didn't go the Mimikyu again. Just run Overlord back up on the Trevenant. Basically just go the exact same thing, as close as they could have.
Yeah, you're seeing the exact same matchup of the Blastoise versus Trevenant, which I think they really favored and enjoyed that lineup. But then, yeah, we go for the Meowscarada option instead of the Mimikyu in that second game. It was an interesting look. Obviously, we had Overlord have a couple of KO streaks of 2. We had some good 2 pieces. We had some good pushes from the Meowscarada, but in that final moment, it felt like it just came up a little bit short. Now, I don't know if it's that from the just that solo selection or just how the team fight played out, but either way, I don't know if we're going to see that in game number 3. I'd be very shocked if Luminosity Gaming tried to run back the Meowscarada.
Yeah, we can see some interesting ways that Meowscarada is played, but we can take a look at the groups right now.
Ooh, update.
As they've updated, we can take a look. It looks like Umbra Vulpium defeated S5 over in Group C.
Niow with a win, too.
Oh, wow, yeah. Team YouTube, I'm assuming that it was Niow versus YouTube, so they continue.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know.
Yeah, because it seems like we've had 1-2, 1-2, 1-2, 1-2. I'm just guessing. Production can help me with that one. But, I mean, honestly, Team YouTube going down immediately one game. Yeah, that's correct. It was to Niow. Niow, they're looking like, again, this, like, who are these players? Why are they suddenly just such monsters?
Yeah, I can't wait to get them on broadcast later today. Ignorance also taking the 1-0 win over Eruption. That was one of the teams that Inder had called out at the start of our broadcast about a team that people should be paying attention to. Ignorance, and of course, their hero, Soup Chef. What a wonderful player. What a wonderful name. That team absolutely dominates the metagame in terms of player tags. Doomsnacks talks a lot about it, but yeah, they are phenomenal there. Also in that Group C, we are currently in the match of the 1 versus 2, but Umbra Vulpium was able to take the win over S5. So Umbra Vulpium in a good position in the round robin so far.
Yeah, so I'm gonna tell the story. I didn't know if I was gonna have an opportunity to, but so Soup Chef and I now have a connection because when I was going to EUIC, I ran into Exile at the airport when I landed, and I'm not gonna say who, but somebody said, "Hey, what's up, Soup Chef?" And I was like, well, I'm the other chef, you know, and I didn't correct them. But I was like, okay, that was kind of funny, you know, they just said the wrong chef name. But then as I was leaving EUIC, I ran into them again, and they called me Soup Chef again. And again, I'm not going to say exactly who it was, but I thought it was so funny. And they did correct themselves that time. But I'm now Soup Chef, basically.
Okay,
yeah,
great.
which is good because Soup Chef is a great player.
Yeah, you should lean into it. You're already 1-0 in the group stage.
Yeah,
You're feeling pretty good about that.
If they lost, I would have reconsidered, but I'll take it now.
Yeah. No, please. I don't want the brand. Yeah, no, I think you're doing just fine in that situation. But, man, we are now tied 1-1 between Luminosity and G. The grudge match, the loser has to drop the G. There's a lot of additional rules on this matchup in terms of that, but I'm glad that the community has been really putting an outpouring of support towards this matchup in particular. I cannot wait. One thing, though, that the community has been showcasing us all year long, and we've loved to see it, is those community trainer cards. We showcased our own earlier on. We got some fantastic ones here. We got Gara, Brian, Husky Star. Fortunately, I don't have a name with the far left-hand side, but wow, these are all incredible community members. Husky, Gara, and Brian all having great streams of their own, by the way, and Brian showcasing that Season 1 sticker.
Ooh, I do have to say though, there's something to be said about like the art, the integrity of the art of going to full screen and not showing your name because you want to show off the entire card. So I don't know who this actually is, but shout out to them because they have they've put art above ego.
Oh yeah, no, I love that. Very, very spiritual on that far left-hand side. I'm into it. But yeah, that is awesome. Of course, we already mentioned the 3 incredible community members that you're seeing here, and I think their art and their taste really goes to show that it is true.
Yeah, it's kind of cool as well that we get to see like Season 1 all the way over to Season 17.
Yeah.
Just within those few.
Yeah.
So it's like, hey, people have been playing for a long time, and it's good to see. I'm really excited as we're getting set up for this third game for what this is going to be. I mean, in our first set of the day, we got to see a Game 3 where it was, really down to the wire, obviously. And then we are now seeing another Game 3 where both of these games have been pretty down to the wire. So everybody's here to play, of course. You know, we're here for the qualification for regionals. Not only does this potentially set you up for Worlds, but you want a chance to compete in an in-person event at NAIC. That's so extremely fun, and it's huge to be able to just kind of hang out with your entire team in person.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of teams that have qualified for these offline events have also grown significantly as players.
Oh, of course, yeah. I mean, you have that in-person experience. You are going to feel that level up tangibly. Now, we have a cool thing that we wanted to look at. Is these are the top Pokemon to watch this weekend. We have talked about a few of these in particular, but Blastoise, one that we did not see very much in that Gamer 1, but now OG has been playing it quite a bit. It's been picked 30% of the time, has a win rate of 48%, but still in the right hands, it feels great.
Yeah, you can see basically the total games they're ranked by, and there's just so many Blastoises, and there's a big reason why we're seeing a lot of these up top. Trevenant and Blastoise, like we mentioned exactly in that last draft, both of them can play multiple roles on the team. So you can use them, you can pick them early and then not give away a lot of what your draft strategy is. You can say like, oh, they have a Blastoise. We still don't know what they could have as their defender or as their top path brawler. Same thing with Trevenant. Same thing with Crustle, honestly, although because there are so many other good options, we're not seeing the top path aggressive Crustle. We've seen it a few times, but it's honestly not that bad. It's just not as good as the other options that are currently available.
Pretty surprising to see Crustle at almost 60% of a win rate, honestly. That Pokemon has been so impactful, actually outpacing Trevenant in terms of win rate. But, man, I can't wait to see what we see throughout the rest of this tournament. Obviously, Trevenant feels like the Pokemon to be paying attention to. I thought it was Gyarados, and now we're just seeing almost none of it in his second match.
Yeah, I am surprised on that. And I'm wondering, too, as well, when we just saw those stats, if a lot of that was bans. I know that in a lot of other regions, there were a lot of Gyarados bans, more so than we're seeing in NA. I mean, it's been going through a lot right now, but for example, like in Japan, there were a lot of Gyarados bans. There were a lot of Gyarados picks as well. It was a big impact in OC, even though, like I said, sometimes the meta's a little bit different. We got to see the Philippines finals. They did. I mean, that has been Jomegalo playing Scizor for a year. We were here 1 year ago watching regionals where Joe was also playing Scizor, but that's just how it goes over there. So I feel like Gyarados is a big deal, and I'm surprised that we're not seeing it at all from these teams in particular. I feel like there would be some monster Gyarados players on both sides here.
Yeah, you'd think. Big deal to us, not to these two teams. These two teams are very okay leaving the fish at home. Instead, we're bringing things like the tree or the turtle to really contend in that top path. It's been the mainstay so far. Now, we looked at a player versus player earlier on in our broadcast of this matchup, which was OG versus Overlord, and OG has played so much Buzzwole this season, but it really does feel like we're having a bit of an identity crisis for some top path players. We're rotating onto some of these old school picks like Lucario in some cases, but now the Trevenant feels like it's taking that dominant selection. Umbreon, Sylveon, Slowbro the ban now, so we've seen that a couple of times in this match from both teams. It's going to be eliminated, and G again with this hard target on Otter's picks.
Yeah, a hard target on defender player, hard target on the range special attacker player. It's like, okay, well, we know who you're looking at right here. But yeah, first pick for that Trevenant. We don't know who it's going to go to. We've already seen it go to Lutano and Overlord, but that doesn't mean they're going to get 3 games in a row. Of course, no way to stop that unless you're going to ban it from G, but they are going to be taking the Hoopa first, which, I mean, is, of course, a very strong pick to be able to take away from JL.
Yeah, and Ignu actually had a really solid Hoopa, I think we decided in that last game. There we go, the Luminosity going to take away that Leafeon. It's might be my favorite selection that they have made in the draft in this match in its totality. I love removing that option from Zealot. I'm interested to see where they go now, though that we are seeing their pocket pick stolen away by LG.
Every time you say Zealot, I want to correct you and say Zaloot because of how their name is written right now. But
actually, not even Zealot. They, for some reason, say Zealot, but I don't care. I love them. They picked the sword. This is awesome. Aegislash locked in.
All right, that's not something I expected. That's something we saw in OC as well, which meant that I probably didn't expect to see it here quite as much, but that's going to be a really interesting choice, maybe to avoid some of the bursts from this Leafeon, but we'll see how it plays out. They also picked up that Blastoise without having the Gyarados, so there's certainly some options for their final pick, what they want to go to. Otter looks like he's going to pick up the Delphox, which is, again, stealing away from the other side, so we're seeing a lot of attempts from Luminosity to make sure that they don't get the picks they want.
Yeah, this last pick for Black is very, very important. They were currently hovering the Glaceon, which I do not mind that selection at all, but it feels like both these teams are really favoring these end game moments. So Gardevoir going to be the Pokemon that they want to equip. They do not want Lutano and Joey and JL to kind of have this front line that is so just unafraid of anything, bulked up being the freight train that they can be. They want to instead have a big deterrent, and Fairy Singularity does a great job of just that. But of course, we got to talk about the star of the show in this matchup, Wonder Chef. It is the Aegislash. Traditionally, a pocket pick for some teams in NA to counter the Evolutions and their metagame. I think in this case, it might be because of the tanks on the other side. Aegislash, one of the best all-rounders at shredding HP pools of defenders.
Yeah, and you really got to deal with that Trevenant. I mean, that Trevenant has been a problem in both games so far. Obviously, G didn't lose one of them, but it still has been something that they've really, truly had to deal with. And then, I mean, there is, of course, an Evolution there. It's not going to be as easy to be like, oh, yeah, you're doing, like, your auto-hit moves on me, so I'm going to do some shield stuff with Aegislash. But it's still an Evolution on board. And Aegislash, it's obviously, if anybody watched Season 1 of Unite, you see a lot of Aegislash, but we really, truly have not seen it competitively almost at all this season, even though there's been some talk, you know, and we've seen a few every once in a while, exactly like you said, but it's still never really caught on as like the hot thing to do.
Yeah, so a bit of an update if you are brand new to Pokemon or competitive Pokemon Unite, you haven't seen too much Aegislash. It is a shield form and a sword form. In that sword form, you're going to be doing a lot more damage. However, in that shield form, you actually have some of the highest defensive stats of the entire roster. So you are going to be very defensive, and not to mention every boosted auto attack in that shield form actually restores your HP slightly. So when you're just relying on that Hoopa for HP restoration, sometimes it can feel a little lackluster, but now that you have that shield form to help boost you back up, you can stay in the mix a little bit longer.
Yeah, and there is, of course, a great combo. They're not sure if you've seen, well, you know, hold on a minute. Let's talk about this invade while it's happening. And it does not look like anything was stolen away. That final, last hit going to jail, which is kind of an annoying option for it to go to, as usual.
Yeah.
But, I mean, that's what they wanted to, is what I should say. Jail is definitely going to be annoying as possible. As I say that in a complimentary way, right? Jail is always as annoying as possible as a support,
Right.
which leads to a lot of wins.
Yeah, exactly. We see the red buff in Pokemon Unite is slows down enemies with every auto attack you land on them. So we'll see a Pokemon not really known for doing a lot of damage with auto attacks because they're melee range in the early game. Pokemon like Hoopa, though, and we can see Agnew is actually also boasting a red buff right now, is able to take it because of that experience share. They are going to be really, really mean with that one. Oh, gee, with a huge play. Skull bashes to the other side and water guns every single target back towards the rest of their team. And Slash and Black capitalizing perfectly. This is a huge push. And now that is at least 3 stacks in for Zealot, who is double stacking, by the way, Cookie and Attack Wave.
Wow, and we do have an opportunity for even more stacks than that. There are a bunch of Eos energy on the ground. This is very aggressive, extremely aggressive.
Great coverage, right? Like Slash just making sure that
Yeah.
the retreat from Zealot's covered. It's awesome.
Yeah, well, right now getting trapped in a little bit. We'll see how that ends up. But up top, we are going to have aggression as well from the side of G. I mean, G just being very aggressive in general this game. They realize they've got the bit of the lead, and it looks like they really want to start running away with it, which could be very, very strong. Especially when you've got something like Aegislash on your team, you've got to make sure everything goes perfectly.
Very cool. Well, if you were trying to play along, Chad, the answer is Talonflame for highest score in a UCS game, 428, played by the infamous Greninja 2 times.
How do you even get that much in one game? That's very impressive.
That's a lot.
Yeah, that's more than most teams have at the end of a game, even when you win Rayquaza. But we'll talk about that later, because right now we're going to have G kind of chasing a Luminosity into the center area. 2 KOs already, and it looks like they're trying to follow up on Lutano. It's probably going to get away, but they are going to be able to probably destroy this Tier 1 gold zone. Let's see how many points they actually have. They could, but it's going to be a terrible overdunk. They're still going to do it. They only got about 2 points extra. It's going to give them free reign for this Regieleki, though.
Yeah, we got a level 9 Gardevoir, and the Aegislash is fully evolved up to level 7. This is a very formidable G team in terms of levels, experience, and everything else under the sun. Black CH doing the little dance as they are just buying time for this Regieleki to spawn in. JL waiting in the wings, but an Egg Bomb, too little, too late. Regieleki walking down the path for G.
Actually, a little bit close on that Egg Bomb. If it went a little bit earlier, there was time to actually get that steal. So, not going to happen, but could have. And surprisingly, we didn't actually see anybody take the base and Reggie in the meantime. There's a lot of farming come out from Luminosity. They do have a lot of wild EXP on their side, though, still to be farmed. And it looks like we're going to see an attempt, at least a little bit from G, to take some on their side, as they're going to have to now split up between either defending this Regieleki or trying to take this Regirock. And LG is just kind of on the back foot right now, as G is making a beautiful rotation down.
Yeah, great Rock Tomb by Joey to try to initiate something in this fight, but Overlord a little bit later on this fight. Huge long-range Blitz assistance is going to land into Black, so a massive moment there. However, the Fairy Singularity right at their feet is going to catch a couple of targets, and in the meantime, Aegislash is the one to secure the Regirock KO. G, again, with just a landslide victory in this team fight. Leafeon goes down as Zealot is absolutely carving up the competition on this Aegislash.
Yeah, this is, I was mentioning this earlier a little bit, the combo between Hoopa and Aegislash is also so incredibly good. It can just sit there and be like, well, you can't really hurt me for the next few seconds, so I'm going to go in this portal, and you're going to have to deal with that. But yeah, this is not an easy Pokemon to play, honestly. It's very easy to get caught on the wrong form at the wrong time, not have the defensive options you want, and just get KO'd. And right now, Zealot not doing did kind of happen right there only because they got caught by the Rock Tomb, but they've been doing an amazing job of not getting caught out otherwise.
Interesting to note, Black is actually playing the Moonblast Gardevoir. So electing to not have that special defense shred that Psychic gives you and instead have a stunning option. I feel like the really only threat that they're going to have to deal with will be this Leafeon. However, that is still a very powerful one that they're going to have to be wary of. So having a little bit extra crowd control in their kit is never a bad thing. Luminosity, I almost called them Luminosity Gaming. They do have the LG tech, my bad. Slash is going to retreat down to the bottom side thanks to that hoop-up portal, bringing everybody along for the ride. Delphox Unite move just fades on that enemy goal zone, but it is Luminosity Gaming reeling back for that team fight as G puts up a fantastic defense thanks to Egg Noobs calling the squad.
They're doing a really nice job of controlling this match, G. I mean, there are a few more points in up top, as we just saw right there from Lutano, but G is just, it feels like they're just ahead in kind of every aspect. I mean, the levels are not super different, but the score, the objectives, which it looks like probably going to happen again. No, a great steal. I cursed that one for sure. Overlord doing a great job of getting that, which we also didn't get a chance to talk about. Oh, wait, Hydra Typhoon going to catch two as they're going to try to defend this, but this is a lot of LG sitting up here trying to push in this Regieleki, setting up themselves up for a huge overdog with 40 in the pockets of Overlord.
Yeah, that Flutano build of the Trevina is just so mean. I believe they're running that Curse Bangle yet again. So anti-heal onto the enemy goal zones with this Curse, of course, is so strong. Snorlax Unite move in position there. Firespin just dealing the damage. Obviously, Slash ain't going nowhere while they're napping. And the Regieleki will finally land. 7 points remaining in the goal zone. 40 points scored. That is a 33-point overdunk for Luminosity.
Looking good for them now. Right as I was saying, G was in control of basically everything in this game. They did an amazing job of proving me wrong, getting the steal on that Regieleki, and then not only just preventing G from getting it, but taking advantage of it themselves with that really, I guess, dedicated push, one could say. But Regirock's still available, and we are going to have a split down here as far as who's going to take it. They're going to have to stop Overlord from getting this pretty free secure as he got in the Regieleki, but instead they're going to initiate, and it looks like the secure happened once again, managing to I think actually KO'd two enemy Pokemon and the Reggie in one hit. Am I wrong there?
Call that the collapse. Amazing Solar Blade from Leafeon pulling that off. Honestly, I think a lot of the credit for that fight has to go to Joey and JL, though. Great crowd control to make sure that that advance onto the Leafeon was just so hard to pull off. Z-Lot with the Aegislash does have a few options to get into the enemy backline, but when you're dealing with an X-Scissor and an Egg Bomb, it's just so many things that make it really tough to arrive at your eventual destination. Slash is on the yawn of this Trevenant. Honestly, kind of surprising to me when we're not seeing any big sniper style of Pokemon to see, but still has been pretty powerful so far. They do go down in that last engagement, though.
Yeah, Young can do a whole lot, especially if you're trying to set up somebody in one specific spot to get hit by something big. Ooh, that was a scary spot to try and score in that goal zone. I'm not sure if that's the spot you wanted to do that, but instead we're going to see a little bit of a chase. It does look like pretty much everybody from G is going to be able to get out of there. Black CH is going to be able to go through that Hoopa portal, but Luminosity looking like they might follow up all the way into the center area of G. Lutano sitting in that tall grass, waiting for somebody to potentially jump on, realizing they're going to rotate away a little bit. G playing very safe, but this forward positioning for Luminosity is so good. They could easily catch somebody out of position.
Yeah, LG playing that final moment so well. They take the really aggressive route, which actually pushes G completely out of the Rayquaza pit. And now they're going to try to play around the top side, surely trying to rely on a bit of the Defender Unite moves to give them some options. Big reset through the portal. They're going to come back at close to full HP, but Joey expects the return. X-Scissor into Slashes, making them so low. They're going to have to naturally recall, and now Black is the one on the run as Gardevoir is going to try to escape the clutches of Luminosity Gaming.
Yeah, there's been no damage to Rayquaza, doesn't look like there's just Luminosity trying to catch anybody out. And G has been so close to being caught out a bunch of times. Really big, important resets from the Hoopa portals. But honestly, if LG really wanted to, they could start burning down this Rayquaza. They've got such forward positioning. I'm not saying it's the right thing to do. I'm just saying they could if they wanted to. Because look how far forward they are, and we're going to see Lutano move in first with a gigantic Phantom Forest. That's going to be a KO on Black CH on that Gardevoir, and that's huge. They don't have the damage now. It's not going to be back into those almost 30 seconds left on Rayquaza. Another big KO. There's only 3 members left. on G. If they're gonna come back, they're probably gonna have to go for the flip. But Luminosity, they're actually gonna be the ones kind of here sitting in the center ray area. That's a gigantic Hydra Typhoon, but I don't know if there's enough damage to actually follow it up, as there's still only 3 members left up from G. We're gonna see the Aegis fall down as well. The Unite to pull in a few more members, and it does look like G manages to secure that Rayquaza.
Yeah, OG gets that last hit. Trevenant, of course, is going to have to immediately recall the base. We're the only Pokemon that does that true damage, that can defend these gold zones. They can most likely give up 1. It'll be Black scoring that 49 points. Joey not able to stop that score. Tries to grab a Phantom, forcing Hoopa. It's not going to take them, but LG still leading in points. 328 to 249. G's last chance to score is here on the bottom side. Black having no points in pocket. Eggnoob is going to score 80 points in. If you've done the math, if you're following along at home, this could potentially be G stealing this series. I gotta wait until the final scoreline. I honestly don't.
I think this is it. I really do think G pulled ahead with that final score, and oh my goodness, 1 point difference! The teleport in the final moment for 1 singular point, and that is literally the only point that matters, because we know that if you tie, the second person to reach that score loses, so they needed to get that exact points to the exact math, with Eggnoob pulling off that incredibly literal last-second score. G is going to defeat Luminosity in what has to be considered an upset.
Oh, what an unbelievable moment. To honestly start off our broadcast, it feels like a Hoopa savior play, able to jump across, trying to stay out of the clutches of Lutano's Trevenant at any given moment, so that, of course, anti-scoring option of the Pain Split wouldn't be there. And just in the nick of time, nick of points, I guess? I don't think that's an expression, but they pull it off, and they take the win.
That was incredible. I mean, they're so good at fighting back from these not good situations, is the way I'm going to put it nicely. I mean, the fact that they managed to pull that back twice, I cannot wait to see what Spraggles and Doopsnacks have to say about this one.
Holy moly. I mean, what an incredible win for G. Romeo versus Juliet, King Kong versus Godzilla, Kendrick versus Drake, and I think Kendrick won again. Wow, G absolutely crushed that 1 point. Wow, incredible, man.
Shouts to that dude. Great. I mean, made it the most eraser thin on the score, obviously, on the time that they scored at the final buzzer. I mean, what a ride.
Yeah, I mean, there was a moment where I thought, oh no, that's just not enough, right? It's like right there, Luminosity still has this. What a match between these two. I love seeing the Aegis Slash. I got to talk about Game 2 a little bit while we're looking at this. That Delphox pick from Black, I think it seems weird, right? You're going to play Fire Spin Delphox into that comp, and no, he doesn't. He plays Mystical Fire Flame Charge, able to get out of the Crustal Walls, able to use Mystical Fire to get resets on the double team Meowscarada. I really have to hand it to G. They played a phenomenal series here against an amazing team. Like, what a set between these two.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about a credit to Black. I mean, that second game was probably the best we've seen Black play in quite some time, and they were coming unglued. And here, in this final fight, it kind of felt like it was all LG. They're able to get 2 knockouts and really just start sandbagging around the center. You know, they get this back cap as well.
Yeah. You have this criminal moment here. I believe it's Blastoise that secures this with an auto. It gets really, really low. We've got the Hydro Typhoon. They start the rip. Here comes the Rapid Spin. I couldn't see exactly how it happened right here, but I think it's just an auto from Blastoise right there that gets it.
Yep.
Wow. Able to take that, and then, of course, this insane score. Now, it looked like Hoopa was going to be able to do this. It's hard to stop it, right, with that Phantom Force, but I just did not know if it was enough, and boy, it was. Hey, player of the game, Black's here?
Yeah, had a great game on the Delphox, of course. Gardevoir, no slouch. Taking a look at that score line there, 3 knockouts, 128 on the score line itself, and the damage, 53K. But what's really important is that score. One of the few players standing when they were able to secure Rayquaza off of that Blastoise basic attack. And you got to highlight Eggnoob too, because when you are in a pressure situation with time winding down, and I mean, Eggnoob knew only one with shields, only one with enough to give the team a chance. And baits it around, leashes, actually lets Black go sacrifice themselves on the tier 2 goal zone. So it makes this bizarre collapse. They end up pulled up with the Phantom Force, dunk the 80 banger in, and they win themselves a game by a single point. Are you joking?
I mean,
Pokemon
I can't
Unite.
imagine how they must feel right now, because in studio we were blown away. Imagine being the team up by 1. Imagine being the team down by 1. I mean, how crazy. Let's take a look at our groups right now. We got some interesting shakeups here, Dupes. Next, Team YT going down 1 in Group D. Niow up, Ignorance up, Eruption down 1 as well. Why don't you tell me a little bit more?
Well, I mean, just to see where the rest of this has gone. I know we had the Umbra Vulpium S5 we just concluded, Luminosity G, so that really kind of tempers out what's been covered before, what we've seen, but it gives us a heck of a path ahead.
You know, the interesting thing is, we talked about this a little earlier on broadcast, and Zoinks and I were talking about this before broadcast. There is a reality where if Exile makes it deep into the tournament but doesn't win, and Luminosity happens to flame out here in groups, that Exile actually could secure their way to Worlds based on points. It would be really tough. I mean, a lot of things have to happen, but it's totally possible, and LG drops their first set.
Yeah. I mean, we mentioned it at the top of the show. Of course, sending your best Unite debate topics, so that's something we're going to be doing. But the point I was going to say is,
we're going to be debating.
Masters at it.
We're masters at debating, and we're going to be doing it here on broadcast. So if you have some debate topics, send them on in. Hashtag Unite Esports. Let us know what you want us to fight about, because we're happy to do it.
Yeah, I mean, we bicker all the time anyways. Let's take a pause for the cause. You and I are finally going to cast some action, so let's get over there. It's a long walk. That's why we need the break. So throw to a break. Kirk, that's your job. Let's just do it now.
Yeah.
But don't follow us.
Yeah,
don't make it embarrassing for us.
We got it.
Welcome back, everybody, to the group stage of the NA Regional Finals. I am Zoinks, and this is Wonder Chef, and we're over here now.
We are over here. I don't actually know how that happened. I was looking at the score for the last game, and I saw that it was up by 1, and I just blacked out, and then suddenly I woke up, and I was like, weird, I'm on the desk. I don't know what just happened, but what an incredible game that last was. I know we're moving on, but I just cannot get over that quite yet.
Seriously, what an incredible start to our day already. 2 fantastic matches. We've seen what these teams can really do, and it has been awesome to see. We have another great one coming up for you, as we're going to have Group A action. Exile versus You Feel Me? 2 question marks sometimes.
I don't know if I feel you, but this is a very important match, especially after what we just saw. Of course, You Feel Me, they're looking like a strong team, but we got to talk about Exile and their situation where, I mean, we literally just heard Doopsnacks talk about it. They are now potentially the ones that can make it into the top 3 via championship points. And now the LG is slightly below and even could potentially guarantee themselves not the winner's side, even if, I mean, loser's side maybe even at best now. This is going to give Exile that opportunity to really, truly outplace them. And of course, who knows what's going to happen through the rest of the day. So Exile truly needs to win every match they can.
Yeah, this is a huge placement game, but I'm not going to lie. This is one of my, the games I am most excited for metagame-wise. Both of these teams definitely have some really interesting takes on the metagame. Exile has kind of been our classic Mimikyu or Meowscarada picks that we've seen in tournament. You Feel Me have Hugh on this team. Hugh subbed in for GT quite a bit throughout the season. They are what I would like to call a Talonflame deity. They are unbelievably strong, so I am excited to see more from that squad if we get to see that pocket pick come out, because it is so strong. And Barnwell has low-key been one of the best Trevenant and Umbreon players in North America for quite some time. So now getting to see them where their power picks are the top of the metagame, it's going to be really cool.
Yeah, You Feel Me, just as a team, is another one of those teams that's really kind of like, okay, well, they're here for this tournament in particular, and they're just, they could pull off some of the biggest upsets that we could possibly see. So it's exciting to see. Of course, Exile on the other side, they have been doing well this season, but they have not been doing quite well enough. Obviously, that sounds like an insult, but they just did not quite get into that qualifying spot. There's a reason why they're the only team that has the potential to qualify through championship points, so they've got to really clutch it up right now if they want to stand a chance. Of course, anybody still can qualify through the final stretch, which is going to be happening also at NAIC, but you don't want to wait that long. You don't want that to be the way that you qualify, even though it's exciting. It is your literal last chance.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, if we're going to be talking about Exile, I mentioned a player on You Feel Me that was excited to see in Barnwell, but I think the defender matchup in this is going to be awesome. Pure has been a fantastic player for Exile all year long. I know it's one of the main shot callers on the roster as well, and they really take a hold of what this team can do. And we've seen Exile, like you mentioned, come up a little bit short tournament after tournament, but the faces of consistency still have to be rewarded. Now, in qualifiers, it wasn't quite the same. They stumbled a little bit against this unknown team of Niow and are able to make it into the loser side of this bracket. But now, I mean, the sky's the limit with this team. They're currently 1-0 in their group. Who knows where they can get to? But what we want to talk about is something in the future that will be very, very cool at NAIC. In particular, is a brand new Pokemon that has just been added to the game, is Phalanx. Not available for play in today's tournament, but like we said, in tournaments in the near future, we'll be making a huge resurgence.
Yeah, I'm very excited for this Pokemon. Now, I've had a chance, I actually don't have Phalanx myself quite yet, but I've been watching a lot of players play a lot of Phalanx, and it has, so first of all, some of the best animations in the entire game easily, especially a lot of the scoring animations, absolutely peak, but it's a really interesting pick. Like the level that it's released as far as its strength and looking into competitive. Obviously, you know, everybody likes Phalanx, or a lot of people like Phalanx as a Pokemon, but in competitive, it's in that spot where I feel like we could very much see it, but we'll have to see and wait until NAIC.
Yeah, I guess we will. But for now, we're going to see that matchup of Exile versus You Feel Me. And to take us through all the action are our 2 lovely casters, Spraggles and Doopsnacks. Please, take it away.
Thank you very much, boys. Yes, here we are, ready to cast this game between You Feel Me and Exile. We just talked about it. Exile kind of in a crazy position right now. Obviously, everyone wants to just win regionals and secure that spot. But if Luminosity falls and Exile can make it deep into that competition, they might be able to get there on points.
Yeah, they're kind of that last team that has a shot in the CP race, right? A lot of things, like you mentioned, have to fall their way, but that is a theoretical path that they have ahead of them. We're getting ready to jump into draft, and both these teams got a lot to play for here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's a ton going on in groups. Every match is extremely important to see which two teams will make it out of these group stages and into that live competition at NAIC, because if you're alive, you can win this thing. You Feel Me versus Exile. Let's take a look here. First ban Gyarados, followed by the Blissey on the side of Exile, Blastoise, and Trevenant. We got our first pick coming at you.
Unsurprised that Trevenant gets banned here. I kind of thought it should have been far more than it has. I mean, it's been so strong. And a first pick Mew is great, because that's another Pokemon that either you're taking it or you're banning it, because a good Mew player can take over the game. We saw Flareons do it earlier, and You Feel Me going to look into leverage Mew themselves.
Yeah, we got Umbreon here on the other side as a possible pick. I feel like Umbreon is a great second pick. You don't see a lot of teams grab it first, even though some do. Umbreon is just so incredibly powerful. It plays as a defender and kind of a supporter at the same time. Sylveon also picked up on the side of Exile. We're going to have to see if that Mew was a counter pick, was a player that personally needed it, or if it was a little bit of both from You Feel Me.
Well, quickly locking in Mimikyu. We saw how strong that could be earlier today. It's been high on a lot of NA teams just in the past month or so. You and I specifically are maybe waiting it to have a little bit the biggest shining moment that we know Mimikyu players can have, but they end up locking in, and Crustle, and of course Pure going to be playing Crustle.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm Ron Burgundying it a little bit. You Feel Me is actually our purple team here. Exile is actually, You Feel Me is our orange team. Exile is actually our purple team. We need to get that switch right here. The second I saw Oblivion, I went, no, Oblivion's on Exile here. So our purple team is Exile as they're continuing to lock in their picks. Comfey coming out with the gutter pick right here. Let's see what they want to bring with it. I'm sure they'd like to bring U2Y, but it's not happening.
Yeah, not happening this time around. Espeon looks to be a good consolation pick, a great attacker. Its Unite move kind of snatching all of these melee kind of brawlers that Exile, You Feel Me, now I'm all gummed up too, is putting together.
Yeah, here we go, Glaceon. Now we got 3 Eevees, by the way, on the side of Exile. We've got 1 here on the side of switching around in my head. We've got 1 on the side of our purple team here. Obviously, these Pokemon so incredibly powerful. The early power spikes being good later into the game as well. You can see how valuable they are in draft, how valuable they are in every matchup in this game.
Well, I've made the joke multiple times that Crustle feels almost like an evolution, because it spikes at 4 and the way it impacts the game when it does hit 4, right? It's like the rock type evolution. So there's a lot of good early game action for Exile as well. I'm looking at the Mew, I'm looking at the Crustle, I'm looking at their own evolution here in the Espeon. And then, if you can buy enough time for Neon and Freak to get online, I mean, they can shred through this squad.
It's going to be interesting to see which kind of Mimikyu jumps into this game, because there are a few different options, right? When you're playing into a Glaceon, you could definitely see a play rough option for Mimikyu. That would just give it the ability to not only do a ton of damage in a huge burst, but also you can essentially avoid an entire volley of Ice Shards if you're able to do that. But then again, you could be playing Icy Wind on the other side. You could just want the damage from Shadow Claw. So it's going to be interesting to see what kind of Mimikyu we have. Also, with Comfey on their side, I have a feeling that, if you run that with play rough, you just have so many opportunities to see this thing not get KO'd. And if it doesn't get KO'd, it'll reset its moves. It'll have its ability to continue to wipe through the enemy team right here. Let's head on into game number 1 in our series. Once again, these team names need to be switched around, because I'm going to get it wrong a million times. Exile, your purple team. You Feel Me, your orange team.
Taking a look at You Feel Me here, Beast and Barn, a lot of touting of Barn, great defender player, actually locking in support for this You Feel Me squad to give them the chance to win themselves a tournament. Hugh, yes, Bird Master. I call him Bird Keeper Hugh when I was playing with him, because it was always Talonflame or Dodrio, and they are really solid on those players. But that Glaceon, not a slouch pick for them either.
Like we saw, Glaceon was Icy Wind, so that'll be interesting. We'll see how Mimikyu wants to counter that, if we're still going to possibly see a play rough, or if they're going to go Shadow Claw, because they're looking for the secure right there. Looks like they were not able to get it. Here comes Freak down to this bottom path as we have the Glaceon up at the top path.
Yeah, both teams just baiting, waiting to see who is where and if they've actually got an even 3v3 here in this top contention or top path contention, or is it a little disjointed? But look at this rotation from Exile now coming up. Freak is there with the Comfy ready to go.
Yeah, and here we go, looking for this fight right here. Moving in with the sweet kiss into the Shadow Claw. All right, we've got a pretty interesting build going on right here. Mimikyu does go down, but we pick one up with the stored power there from Espeon, pushing right back. Electro Ball not able to get a KO, but we've got a really interesting set here. We do have the Shadow Claw, and we have the Sweet Kiss Comfey, which is extremely rare, but when used correctly with the right coordination, you're going to be able to bring in the entire enemy team to get ripped apart by this Shadow Claw.
Yeah, Birdkeeper Hugh on the Glaceon able to get the K opener in this game for themselves, keep themselves getting big. That's the thing. If you're committing to Sweet Kiss, your commitment needs to be team-wide. Everybody needs to go in. You can't really have that engagement and not get the knockouts you're looking for. Nice little light screen here to try and save Pure. Pure actually gets back into the cut, gets stuck in their own rock tomb, can't retreat, and they get knocked out.
Yeah, Pure goes down right here as these evolutions in this bottom path just ripping through the side of Exile. I gotta be honest, all game I'm just waiting for Mimikyu to jump in and see what happens with Sweet Kiss. Like, that's all I'm looking for throughout this entire game. This is one of those situations where if it works, you're a genius. And if it doesn't, whatever the opposite of a genius is. I don't know, I can't figure it out.
Kirk and Spraggles.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Well, here we go. We've got the ugliest Pokemon on planet Earth, Combustion, here working through, playing some defense. They get X's or down, tons of damage. Oblivion can't follow up. Pure sitting on path. They do get a KO. Pure getting low. They're trying to score, but look, we're slashing through the Mimikyu time. Freak gonna try and get some points, and Comfy jumps back in. They shadow sneak into the action, but now Breezy has the Hyper Voice. They're able to close the KO in tandem with you. Now we have the Glacial stages set, and they're going straight after Oblivion. Quick knockout back the other way. One back the other way. You feel me in Exile. They're feeling each other, and it's not good.
Yeah, you saw that Sweet Kiss pull them into, you know, a very quick stored power right into the side beam, hitting them both. Everyone ends up going down in that engagement. Really amazing fight there from both sides. I thought that was really impressive with the Sylveon, kind of baiting out Exile, seeing if they could get in with that Mimikyu. Mimikyu getting close, but not able to pull them in right there. Regieleki here in the top path, just getting burned down by You Feel Me. Going to be pretty hard for this to get stolen with the incredible secure of overheat. Of course, it doesn't.
Freak kind of hiding out, looking for just somebody to jump on, and there it is. There's their status seek target. It actually hits the Eldegoss instead of Beast, so Beast is able to get out. Registeel's getting melted in the meantime as the Umbreon is just posting, just spying, see what he can get. Blaziken goes down up top, and Ducky can't make a play down bot. Regieleki's still moving, though, and we're going to see if Exile can make a push of their own.
Yeah, Exile looking to kind of counter what was happening in the top path, and it looks like they did pretty well, pushing You Feel Me completely back, taking down this Regieleki. They're up on the scoreboard. They took that bottom objective. Really nice fight there for Exile.
Yeah, I mean, Simp is coming online now. They're starting to bully a little bit. They get a KO on the Sylveon. We see the Umbreon go down. Espeon taking them out. Blaziken back the other way. I'm wondering, what is all this action? They are just lobbing haymakers at each other. Exile and You Feel Me are playing with a hatred, it seems like.
Yeah, here we go, heading up to this top path. It looks like we've got a bit of a siege happening at this top goal zone. We can see Blaziken moving up there, trying to stop it right now. Here comes the Mimikyu. They catch the Shadow Sneak right into the Sweet Kiss. You can see the combination right there is very well coordinated. Once they hit the Shadow Sneak, they start charging up, right? They get that, they get the Sweet Kiss ready, and then as soon as it's fully ready, they dash in with the Shadow Sneak. They're able to get that fear, and then they bring it right back with Sweet Kiss.
The problem that I'm seeing right now with Exile is we talked about the coordination that this Sweet Kiss needs for the Mimikyu to engage, for Freak to actually be able to leverage that and get knockouts. I kind of feel like Freak's been on their own, right? It's been Freak and this Comfy moving around, Neon and Freak, but they haven't leveraged that into knockouts. Not as many as you'd think they could do if they were moving maybe with 4 players instead of just 2.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where it's going to have, you know, it's very high risk, very high reward, right? If it works out, it's going to be giving you massive wins. And if it doesn't, it's going to seem a little underwhelming at times down in our bottom path. Still have 2 Pokemon down here, just kind of cleaning it up, making sure they can get as much experience as they possibly can up in our top path. It is a 4v4 for this Regieleki as both teams kind of square off. We've got Mew poking him a little bit, the Focus Blast from the Blaziken right now, as they're just sort of eyeing their opponents and deciding who wants to actually take a fight.
Well, they're working on the birds as you feel me is working on Regieleki. We finally look for an engagement here. Mimikyu is in his shadow flying through. Comfy gets the credit for the KO. We have a couple Unites that are popped. Umbreon's looking for an opportunity, but they're not finding it because Mew has gone invisible. Simp pops their Unite move to just be able to get out of dodge, see if there's another target they can prime down. Mean looks sitting on Simp. That's not a key target that they want. Freak is unleashed. Can they actually freak off the leash? Freak on a leash? Whatever that song is. As you feel me peels back and still nobody's touched the Lecky.
The song is Freak Off a Leash, I'm sure of it. Positive here in the top path as we have You Feel Me going to score right now. 80 points in this goal. It's going to be an even break, but they want to get on the scoreboard here. 53-98. You Feel Me up. Big Shadow Sneak moving in. Also in the bottom path getting caught right here. The X-Scissor getting the Sylveon Unite move. Kind of for free, but it looks like they might pick up a KO on the Espeon. Beautiful X, push him a little too far forward, and they are able to get the KO with that Hyper Voice. Crustle Unite move right back the other way as Pure is continuing to push and now having to back off. Yeah, unfortunately, Simp's Solar Beam goes a little wide, can't chunk in the damage, which gives you Feel Me an opportunity to stay in the pocket just a little bit longer. Fortunately, Pure is able to peel back as well, and Freak, again, roaming with just Neon, trying to get on top of one of these players, but it's not quite working out as they immediately collapse on top of Barn and have to retreat instantly. Look at this play right here. You're going to decide if they want to move in or they actually want to escape here. You Feel Me once again set up perfectly for a Regieleki. Able to take this down. 3 minutes on the clock here, Dupes next. A low-scoring game so far with a ton of skirmishes. And I think the big question mark right now is, can Exile use this combination that they have drafted to outfight them at Rayquaza? You've talked about it this entire time. What happens when this team is actually fighting together? We're about to find out very, very soon here as we have a little bit of a push in the bottom path. The rest of Exile looking for the secure on Regirock. They're just going to let this Regieleki walk in top. Yeah, they want the team fight. Pure goes down, Rock Tomb's in. No real follow-up from Exile. They need to buy some time and see what they can do. Meanwhile, look at this Blaziken. Spraggles, it is running through the central area, grabbing buffs out from under Exile. Yeah, Blaziken looking good right now, able to score. Obviously, that puts You Feel Me way up. Over 100 points. There's a tier 1 goal zone up on the top and bottom side of You Feel Me right here. So we do have some back cap opportunities for Exile. But based on how they're playing, I don't think they want a back cap. I think they want a big fight. They're going to look for it. They're going to hope they can get that Shadow Sneak. You saw it right there almost make its way onto Sylveon as we have Blaziken watching the top path right here. Down into this fight, we can see Exile just kind of positioning. You're spending this time really trying to figure out where your opponents are and how you want to engage on this. Nice little Rock Tomb right there onto the Umbreon, but it's really not the Pokemon you want to jump in on necessarily, right? As we can see them tapping this. Here comes Blaziken with the Focus Blast, but also just being pushed out right here by the Mew and the Espeon. No one taking this fight yet, even though You Feel Me is getting a little aggressive. Freak was trying to bait out the other team by exposing themselves, saying, hey, I'm right here if you want to go for an engagement, trying to lay the trap down. But finally they engage. Mimikyu Unite on top. There's a huge collapse back the other way. Freak is in deep waters now, and they're getting absolutely buckled. But tons of damage back the other way. The supporters, there, 3 players down instantly on You Feel Me. This sweet kiss just popped off, baby. Oblivion there to scoop up and clean up all the rest of the trash that is the You Feel Me squad in that moment. And Rayquaza is getting eviscerated. Yikes, dude. Rayquaza is down. Every member of You Feel Me wiped off the board. The Sweet Kiss Comfy combination is able to make it happen. The points are now raining in. They're up by a little under 100, but another 100 goes in right there. We've got 2 Hundo Burgers going in their main goal zone. You Feel Me just got the Sweet Kiss Comfy Mimikyu combo. Something you really don't see at all competitively, and it works so well in that fight. I mean, we talked about it. They were looking for that fight on the team. We go into deep waters. You Feel Me pivots, throws everything in the kitchen sink at Freak and Neon in this deep engagement, but that allowed the rest of Exile to sweep in. Simp with the solar beams. You had Oblivion walking with the Espeon Unite, has it back there, pops everybody up, and what's the result? They get the Ray, they get the burgers, and so much they look like Jughead walking around with a plate of burgers. Everyone scored 100, brother. Incredible stuff right here. I mean, you have to wonder if they're going to do something about this Comfey, but not for the reason that you would expect a lot of teams to possibly ban it out, right? I mean, you're expecting a lot of teams to get rid of that because it's going to be healing a Pokemon, keeping something like Zoroark inside of a fight, not because it's going to be setting up massive plays like that. But I absolutely love to see it. Awesome. It was so much fun to watch. And what tips the hand that Exile really understands the limits of this Mimikyu Comfey combination is that deep engagement that looked kind of doomed. Didn't it? Yes. Like
like they went in and then immediately the three EVs pivoted and you had hyper voice. I mean, you had the icy wind. Everything was being thrown right there, but it was like, yeah, we know that's what's going to happen. We've limit tested this, and the fact that Exile was able to successfully collapse and collat everybody on the other. I mean, it was great. Super well done. Very well played.
It was a really odd ending moment, right? It looked very Willy Wonka for a second there. Very wonky.
I thought there was going to be the Loompas were coming out to sing the song as you're watching. Just people getting ran down the chocolate river. Save the kids is pretty much what we're saying here.
Yeah,
right?
of course. Hashtag save the kids. What happened in that chocolate factory was absolutely insane, and nobody talks about it.
Where is the OSHA? Like, there's OSHA violations everywhere. Has to be.
Yeah,
a
OSHA
chocolate river you let kids drink out of?
It's crazy. Obviously, it's crazy. But something that was huge there was that Mimikyu Unite move, and that was what looked so bizarre to me. Taking a look at some of these big moments here, we're just going to be seeing how many times they can jump in with this combination, pick up KOs, and it's almost like they're just giving them a little taste of what's about to happen at Rayquaza.
Yeah, like we said, it was the Shadow Sneak into the Unite move. Right at the end. Obviously, we're seeing how this game developed. We just watch it, but I'd really want to focus on that final fight because it is so unique, and I don't know if we're ever going to get a Mimikyu, Sweet Kiss, Comfy ending Ray fight again. But you calling out, it almost seemed like you said a preemptive use of the Mimikyu Unite.
Yeah, it was. I was very confused when I saw it. I thought, oh, they used that too early. They messed up their combination. By the way, I don't know if they did, and this plan just still works that well without it. I know that Sweet Kiss and Comfey's Unite move can give you a massive shield, so maybe that's what was able to help them weather the storm. We're going to see some final moments right here. There's that Rock Tomb that catches the Umbreon, and here's the decision. They move in with this moment, and they unite. They don't hit the Sweet Kiss. They don't really hit anything, and then they move in for this fight. Umbreon goes to try to stop it right here, but you can see they're just still able to take it. That Rayquaza, by the way, the whirlwind on the side of You Feel Me, it actually really hurt them. Maybe Rayquaza was a bit of a paid actor right there, too.
I mean, Oblivion getting credit for player of the game. Amazing follow-up on that Mimikyu engagement. And something else I noticed just in that final fight is Umbreon used their Unite move before Neon used theirs, before the Comfy Unite, which means all of those shields were not evaporated away. It was actually almost a mistiming of the Umbreon Unite, because if it would have been Comfy, then Umbreon, they would have snatched all those shields away, and I think that fight looks completely different.
Yeah, really wild stuff there. Oblivion, player of the game. I mean, they had a lot of huge moments with Espeon. Yeah. Espeon is such a consistently great Pokemon. It just does so much damage. Psybeam sets up incredible plays and has amazing secure. There was a little while where Espeon was getting first picked and banned out here in NA, and you can see why in a match like that.
Yeah, and not to mention, it's the absolute orb that it puts out in that Unite move, that Psychic Solaire just snatching everybody up. Perfect when you've just Sweet Kissed everybody into the center here. Let's take a look. Who will win? Chat poll. You Feel Me, 46%. Is it here? Exile, 54%.
Oh, yeah,
numbers.
It's squishy, actually. That's weird. Yeah. You ever felt
this texture?
Like
Bizarre.
Very odd. I don't like that one bit.
Nah. Kind of. Get that off me.
You know, we're getting ready for this next one. I don't know if we could see Sweet Kiss Comfey again. It feels like a trick play.
Sure.
You know, it feels like I don't know that you could see it again, but I don't know that you want to ban it out, right? You kind of know what's about to happen, so we're going to see what happens here. One thing I want to hear from, I got to hear from Ender. Let's bring him up here for an interview, because that was a really exciting match and something very, very different. What's up, Ender? What do you think about that very cool combination?
Yeah, Sweet Kiss Comfy is one of the hidden gems in Pokemon Unite that doesn't get used a whole lot in competitive. What I really want to draw attention to that game with the Comfy is their held item build. They were Buddy Barrier, obviously EXP Share, and Rescue Hood. You don't normally see that Rescue Hood item, and when people think Sweet Kiss, you're thinking, oh, there's no recovery. But Comfy provides some sustainability with those shields, which Rescue Hood can buff up. Buddy Barrier, that was a huge Buddy Barrier onto the Mimikyu in that end fight. And all it takes, you know, one kiss is all it takes. And Rayquaza definitely being a paid actor, joining in the fray there a little bit as well. I don't know if we'll see it again, but it looked really good that game.
Yeah, I have to wonder, after you see something like that, to me it feels like you kind of can't play it again. You have to throw out another strategy right here. Your enemies are spending all match reacting to it, and now maybe they have a plan to actually combat it. Interestingly enough, as Doopsnext called out, we saw that moment where Umbreon was not able to steal those shields away. That could have been a big difference maker. What do you think also could have changed the way that final fight went?
I really like how Freak actually started the fight with their Unite move. One of the interesting mechanics around Umbreon and Mimikyu is Mimikyu's Unite move gets instantly broken when they lose their shield, and Umbreon's able to take away that shield, obviously, with Moonlight Print. So I think Freak was trying to bait out that Umbreon to use her Unite just a little bit earlier. It gives their Crustle some ability to move around in the fights as well with that Rubble Rouser. That gets countered a lot too. So I like how Freak started that fight with their Unite move. To me, it looked a little bit odd. I know you guys were a little confused as well. I was like, what is Freak doing here? But it ended up paying off, and I like that combo a lot.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much, Inder. We will be back with you very, very soon to break down some more of this. We're going to head into the draft here for our next game. Bye, Inder.
Bye, Ender. Bye. Bye.
Bye. Here we are in our draft for game number 2. You Feel Me versus Exile. Exile, your orange team. You Feel Me, your purple team. First band coming out is the Umbreon.
Yeah, unsurprising. I mean, it did pretty good. And I mean, if You Feel Me thinks that it might be something Exile is going to leverage, sure, remove it from the equation. It's incredibly strong both in defense and support, of course, with the wish buffs we just saw. And you know what? Exile doesn't want Mew because they don't plan on taking it, I guess. But it looks great in the hands of Sim.
Here we go. 3 defenders banned out from these teams right here. First pick heading over to You Feel Me right now. We're going to see what they want to bring out. It's possible. They're going with that Blissey. You know, without an Umbreon to steal those shields away, that Blissey has a massive game-changing Unite move. Exile with our next 2 picks.
Yeah, I mean, again, as mentioned by Ender, Crustle gets more value, right? Maybe this Mimikyu does as well as they immediately queue it up. And going to be able to get a Sylveon for their troubles as well. And nope, just completely... That's what happened.
They're moving it around. We're going to see what their pick is right here. And they bring out the Lucario on the side of Exile as essentially their second pick. Lucario, Crustle. You Feel Me going to have to see what they want to do to counter that here. We have Sylveon as a possible pick. Sylveon is just one of those Pokemon. Feels like you can slot into just about any team composition and get insane value. It's so good early. It's so annoying to deal with. It's got a massive HP pool for an attacker, the largest of the entire class. And we have the Slowbro locked in as well. Slowbro, obviously, it has Slow Beam. This is the hyper carry counter. Like the second their big time carry jumps in, you can shut it down.
Now, they've got themselves a Lucario, which can go a little everywhere. We've already seen it bot and top path today. But essentially what Exile has done is they've leave themselves open to work with the most information possible. They immediately, in the face of this Slowbro, go into the Mimikyu with an Eldegoss. So Comfy might be on the shelf. There's always that gutter opportunity, though.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reality where they play Eldegoss almost as more of an attacker here, but I think it's unlikely at this point. We've got the Eldegoss. They're not going to be making the same play twice as we have our final picks here. You Feel Me looking to get Blaziken and possibly, yes, Glaceon. Glaceon just such a power pick, obviously. You know, it's amazing. It's a great central area Pokemon. Incredible carry, plays at extreme range, and that's something that Exile is going to have to deal with.
Yeah, but again, I mean, we're seeing a lot of the public enemies that Freak wanted the Mimikyu into last time, right? And all of them have made a resurgence here, a reappearance, and locking in this end game Delphox here to help limit what the Blissey can actually do. I love it. In Fire Spin, what an absolute nuisance.
Yeah, Fire Spin is so annoying, and it's great at breaking Snow Cloak on Glaceon. So Glaceon's passive is just an unbelievably annoying passive. It works as a score shield sometimes when someone lands on you. It's a get out of jail free card on some stun that's coming your way, and you also are able to absorb weird amounts of damage with it at times. So having something on an extremely low cooldown like Fire Spin, you're just able to break that. And of course, they also have a Crustle on their side. Tons of Rock Tombs set up opportunities like that as well. It's going to be a little hard for Glaceon to play around this, especially if you have a couple Pokemon like Lucario, Mimikyu that are looking to take advantage of it. The second that you're weak, they want to jump in there.
You mentioned the hyper carry counter and Slowbro Slow Beam, and immediately Freak locked in Mimikyu the other side. How do you think that's going to shake out, like actual live in game?
It's going to be interesting, right? Because they are not giving it the Comfey, so they kind of want something else from this match. They want a different look here. They're not putting all of their chips on Mimikyu and hoping that it's what's able to win them the game here. So maybe they're deciding, look, someone's going to eat this slow beam. Could be the Lucario, could be the Mimikyu. Either way, it's not the end of the world if that happens. We still have this amazing front line in Crustle. We still have this great back line with our Delphox. We're going to have to see. And then, of course, with a slow beam, if you have an Eldegoss, if you have that Pollen Puff right into its Unite move, you have the ability to live through a lot of that damage. They might not get sent back to the Pokemon Center right away, and they can still win the fight. You Feel Me, gonna have to make something happen here though, Dude Snacks, as we head in here to game number 2. You Feel Me, your purple team, Exile, your orange team that could be on an amazing Cinderella run through this group stage.
I love this Gossifleur taking Neon, taking the red buff and going to the top path to help bully with the Lucario, right? Lucario's biggest strength is this early game, even earlier so than some of these Eevees that we're seeing You Feel Me commit to. Hugh gonna be in the middle as well, and Freak taking the long way around. They're clearing everything before they hit a lane.
I gotta ask you, Doomstex, are you an Icy Wind Glaceon, or are you an Icicle Spear Glaceon?
When I'm actually playing, I like playing Icy Wind, but I think Icicle Spear is just superior. I mean, it's a point and click, and it's pretty strong.
It's amazing. Well, I mean, when something can't miss, it's pretty great, right? Follow you across the entire map. Very solid. We have Sylveon running this top path. We have Glaceon up here as well. Looks like we got 4 on the side of You Feel Me, and we actually have Exile sending their Mimikyu to the bottom path. So we've got an uneven fight on both sides.
Very conservative play by Oblivion and Neon there, not trying to overextend, doing what they can to just secure maybe 1 or 2 of the birds. They know that they're kind of outmanned, outgunned up here in the top path, so they're just going to fade back and see how much damage control they can do. Meanwhile, they're hoping, oh, nice! Wow. They are able to engage, clean them both out the ugliest Pokemon on the planet, Combuskin, and rack up a KO streak of 2.
Trivia, which Pokemon has been banned the most times so far in the North American 2024 season? I mean, my first guess is probably Leafeon. I guess Buzzwole would have taken a lot of them at one point. What do you think, Doomsnacks?
That's exactly what I was going to say. If you say Leafeon, I'll say Buzzwole, and we'll find out if either of us can actually be correct.
Or something like that. There's no way we're right. That I'm sure of. There's no way we're right as we head down to the bottom path here. Mimikyu in some trouble. That is the Play Rough Mimikyu that we were kind of talking about before. Which build do you bring out right here? Well, whichever one it is, doesn't matter as Glaceon picks up another KO. And it's Buzzwole, baby! Banned over 7 hundo burgers.
That's a lot of times. That's a lot of bans.
Yeah, when you think
that's a lot of no sir.
Here we go, heading up to the top path right now. We have Lucario looking okay, only level 5 though. I mean, it looks like they actually have been, really losing this top path. This Blaziken almost 7 here, about to get their evolution. Lucario just making it to 6, so clearly a bit of a gap in experience in our top path. Things going very well for You Feel Me, especially after that beautiful Blaze Kick pulling them off the goal just a moment ago. 720 birds right here. The Power Punch actually looking for Blaziken.
Going straight on top of this Blaziken, going for the KO. Oblivion's low HP, they're going to dart out, but Freak is still fighting in deep waters. They get sorted out quickly by Breezy, and now Neon's getting low as well. Sims going for the cover fire and quite literally putting a wheel of fire on the Barn. Barn takes a spin, a little hoop-de-hoop, and they're going back towards their way.
Heading up to this Regieleki right here. We have multiple members of You Feel Me around. We have the Overheat ready to go. We'll see if they're able to get this secure, and they do. One of the most difficult secures to stop in the entire game. Overheat is just so much damage, and when it's set up properly, it's almost impossible to stop.
Breezy moving in the Mystical Fire. Crustle taking a ton of damage. Pure just trying to make it back to pad. Fire spin back the other way. Glacial stage is out, and we're looking to put on a show, and the show is at the expense of Exile, as that is another KO for the Sylveon. Breezy keeps covering them up, all over them, smothering them down. Exile being sent back packing, and that is another KO and a goal zone gone.
Amazing stuff. A beautiful break score-wise there for You Feel Me. It feels like every single fight's going their way, and one of the factors is this Sylveon. I mean, I feel like we talk a lot about Sableye being, the little gentleman, this annoying little monster. This Sylveon right now is an absolute nuisance for Exile. It has been around in every single one of these fights. It's not going down. It's a hard Pokemon to target. It's chasing down KOs. It's just putting insane amounts of pressure on the side of Exile.
Tip of the cap to Ducky on You Feel Me, right? They've been alone in the bottom path versus 2, 3, 4 players of Exile sometimes at a time this game, and they have still maintained that bottom goal zone, letting You Feel Me having a big overpressurization in the top path, and you can see what kind of success they're able to get because of that.
I mean, take a look at this Lucario, still only level 8 on the side of Exile. We have, supporters on the side of You Feel Me that are that right there. weak break in this bottom path there by Freak. They're possibly looking for a fight, maybe looking to get out of here. They know that they might not be able to make it out. A little bit of a shadow sneak, beautiful fire spin, catches 4 and actually sets up the ability for them to escape from this moment, moving in for this possible fight. The play rough, Regice getting low right here. They're looking for the secure. They're not able to find it. Delphox picks it up from Exile.
Picks it up, but can they get the KOs to follow? That'd be the real prize here. Nice Bliss assistance, gonna keep Beast going, but we are eviscerating through. 3 players down, and now it's just Simp stuck in an absolute nightmare. And you feeling said, you can feel us now, brother. We are coming at you, and we are gonna collapse another goal zone on you.
That was a really impressive play from Exile, but they still weren't able to take the fight afterwards as Beast just wrecked that situation. We can see Slowbro going down right here. Mimikyu not able to land the Shadow Sneak, so they can't continue this push.
Nice little stemming of the tides by Exile, showing back up, you know, not going crazy, not chasing down all these knockouts, just getting the few they needed. Neon goes for a cheeky 19 cap, Oblivion darts in 2, they've got 40. Fire Spin is going straight towards Barn. Barn and Ducky are gonna be one of the recipients of that, but Oblivion just happens to be taking so much damage. Simp actually stepping up to give the cover with their body as an X-Scissor finally pushes Breezy away, but they're coming back in with the Mystical Fires.
Look at how annoying this Sylveon is right here, just continuing to push forward towards this enemy team, and they had a Unite move that entire time as well, Doopsnack. So in that moment, even though the enemy team was getting them low, they knew they could just keep this unbelievable pressure on them the entire time, because at any minute they could jump up into the air, make themselves invulnerable, get a ton of HP back, and maybe even pick up some KOs if Exile decides to push a little too far forward. We see the Mimikyu picking up a nice KO on the Glaceon, right onto the Unite move here onto the Slowbro. Crustle going down as multiple members of You Feel Me are now looking for a fight. Big Unite move from the Delphox, and Blaziken not able to pick anything up there.
Using the eject button to have the overheat land on Simp, but they're able to peel back Rabble Berry very quickly, and that is a KO streak of 3 by Freak in a heartbeat.
Yeah, that was really beautiful by Freak right there, able to get onto that Blaziken. They're coming back into this match. It's been a tough one for them so far. That Mimikyu is going to be a big factor. We've seen a lot of teams in North America actually ban out Pokemon like this because some players are just so incredibly good on it. Registeel getting very, very low right here. No one from You Feel Me is around. This one is going to be for free.
For free, for Exile. Now Freak is going to reset. They've got some wild Pokemon to take. Oblivion as well. Just kind of hanging out in the top path, leashing the Swablu and Altaria around so that who else but Freak can get them and keep getting bigger, because they need to catch up to this Blaziken.
Yeah, they would love their level 13. They tick over to it right now, so they're able to get their second plus move here as we get ready for Rayquaza. The 30 seconds on the clock until that Ray hits. And again, Exile is putting themselves in a great position in this tournament. If they're able to make it through their group and Luminosity doesn't, they just have this amazing possibility where they can secure their spot to Worlds in multiple ways. Not only just by winning the whole thing, which they look like a team that could do it right now because they're playing on a different level today.
Yeah, I mean, look at them tucking and hiding. They're getting ready for a massive ambush. My eyes on Ducky here. They're going to need to save somebody with that slow beam.
You Feel Me obviously well aware that they're up. And here we go, right onto the Rayquaza. They're looking for the rip right now, and it is going down. Secured by Eldegoss. Wipes up. I mean, 7 seconds and it's gone.
Yo, fast and the furious indeed. Exile flippy rippy on him. You Feel Me. Did you see that rock tomb? As soon as they trapped that choke point, it was all systems go. Exile not setting up an ambush. Well, yes, but it's on the big green snake.
Incredible stuff right here. I mean, obviously you can see how deflated You Feel Me is. The Blaziken simply setting their phone or controller down. It's just a heartbreaking moment. You've got your entire team positioned to defend against the score, and Exile takes that moment. They take being up a game as well, and they just decide to take the victory right there. Moments like that, I think a lot of people look at as a team just flipping, throwing a lot of damage on it, but when you have when you're the team making that decision, when you're the team pushing, you're the team with that aggression, that plan, that's more than a flip. You're ready for the secure. You have the Lucario. You have the Eldegoss in the air in that moment. You're ready to go. And the enemy team not being there, you're taking as something that some people would look at as a 50-50. You're moving it to 75%, you get it. You're already up one game, you win the whole thing right here. And it looks like everyone on You Feel Me is just, you know, a little upset. They're not really feeling this.
No, not at all. And that's, you know, again, it's you know, flip it and rip it has the connotation sometimes of saying, okay, well, they're taking a 50-50.
Yeah.
That wasn't a 50-50.
No, not at all.
That was well positioned, all 5 players. As soon as Pure put up the Rock Tomb, everybody threw everything in the kitchen sink. Cotton Cloud Crash not used for any utility besides just a smite, and they're able to secure here. Huge credit to Exile. They saw another cheeky play. They're like digging deep into the well. Mimikyu Comfy game 1. A straight ambush of the Rayquaza, block them off at the choke point, kind of action game 2. And those are just 2 unconventional ways to approach the game, specifically in NA, and they absolutely yanked the rug out from under, you feel me?
Yeah, and I think this is the kind of team that can do it. These are the kind of plays they can make. And you can't leave an enemy team alone with Rayquaza. You saw how far pulled back You Feel Me was. They couldn't even really make it there in time to do much about it. They barely got to Rayquaza by the time it was already off the board. Really strong play by Exile, and they're looking to just slam dunk this thing. Just send them home right now. Great stuff.
Yeah, the only like thing you could say about Exile is maybe with the Rock Tomb, if they blocked off the other choke point, they would have actually stopped more players from being able to come in. But I mean, they've made their choice, and it was however this goes, this is our best opportunity. This is a great moment for us, and they nailed it.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to send it back on over to Zoinks and the Wondrous Chef. Gentlemen, what a game.
What a game indeed, and of course, Exile will be our winners for this set, which is huge for them, of course, now in the running even further going towards qualifying.
Yeah, 2-0 in their group so far and looked amazing in this second game. I loved that play call at the end. The other casters talked so much about it, but we talk about how these creative picks were really all over this match. A Sweet Kiss Comfey in game number 1. Might be the only time I have seen that in a NA top broadcast.
Yeah, I mean, and especially too alongside a Mimikyu. I know we're just basically going to talk about this the entire time, but that's because it's so interesting and it worked out so well. But
yeah.
I feel like a lot of times when we do see the Sweet Kiss Comfey, we do end up seeing it alongside the Zera Aura, which is, I mean, it's a pretty fun combo, right? There's a lot of AoE damage, but alongside Mimikyu, that is a really cool combo, and they executed it to perfection.
Yeah, oh man, it is a heartbreaker for You Feel Me in a few scenarios, but Beast Blaziken was absolutely unbelievable throughout this match. You could just see the impact that they were able to showcase on this game was fantastic. This is that final moment. They couldn't even approach that final Rayquaza hit because of that unbelievably intelligent Rock Tomb from the Crustle. Pure playing their heart out in this match. So cool to see. We are going to award our player of the game, though, to Simp on that Delphox, getting the chance to play Mew in game 1. But game number 2, they grabbed the Delphox and output 110,000 damage.
Yeah, Delphox may be kind of the breakout Pokemon just for the past few days. Like I said, it was picked a lot in the Japanese tournaments. It's doing extremely well in all the matches that it's in today. Yeah. It's got so much ability to shut down a lot of strategies and be really mobile. I like the fact that we've been seeing a lot of the flame charges. It's very, very cool.
Sure, yeah. And Simp was looking amazing on their particular build, but let's take a look at the groups now, updated for North America. Nemesis and Exile are both 2-0 in their group, so that is going to be a very exciting match later in the day between those two squads. Same goes for Orange Juicers and Paragon. Hades losing to one of those squads. And then, of course, G, Umbra Vulpium, both 1-0. Nihao and Ignorance 1-0 as well.
Right, we haven't got quite to those yet, but that does mean that we have confirmed 4 teams that will qualify for NAIC.
Yeah.
We just need to figure out now, of course, whether they're going to be up in the winner's side or down on the loser's side, which is very, very cool. And yeah, Paragon, that is, of course, the team that we haven't watched on broadcast quite yet, but that is huge to be able to get in that group.
Oh my gosh, yeah, that's incredible. But a very special update. We have the completed EU groups that were playing out across the pond earlier today. So let's take a look at these. Nouns Esports able to 3-0 in their group. Copy Baba's 0-3 will not be qualifying for tomorrow's day 2. Yala Bingo and Anlaha will both be making it out at 2-1. Vamos and Patati Stack will be 3-0 and 2-1 respectively. And Connoisseurs and Tally Bobo make it out of their group 3-0 and 2-1.
Very interesting. We can take a look at the top 8 bracket that we're going to be seeing tomorrow. It's going to be Nouns versus Vamos, Yalo Bingo versus Connoisseurs, who, by the way, I mean, that kind of is a big deal. They defeated Talibobo, who's going to be down fighting on Laha Esports, and then Las Caducados against Patati Stack.
Wow. I mean, it's surprising to see Talibobo in the loser side of the bracket. Obviously, the number 3 seed. I mean, honestly, great news for Nouns Esports that they're still playing at the momentum they were in our last monthly cup. 3-0 in their group stage. If you're a fan of Nouns, you're a fan of what's going to be happening in day number 2. But we have more NA group stage action coming up after this very short break. Welcome back, everybody, to the group stage of the NA Regional Finals. We've had some unbelievable matches so far today, some upsets depending on how you define them, and now we are going to have another exciting matchup, this time in Group D, Wonder Chef.
Yeah, I would definitely call them upsets, by the way, but this group, I should say, I feel like there's no way to actually have upsets because this is such a wild card group for sure, and in this match in particular, of course, we're going to have Niow versus Ignorance, and I truly have no idea how this is going to go. Of course, we're quite familiar with Ignorance for many years, most of these players. But Niow, the team that I mentioned before, a bit of a dark horse coming into this. But of course, we can talk about some of the players on Ignorance. I mean, boy, I love watching these players, like I said, for years.
Yeah, this has been a team that last year they really made their name known in the initial tournament of the Tier 2 season. Over this year, it's been a bit of a struggle. Only a 57 win percent in UNITE Championship Series games. So Ignorance taking a long time to really ramp up. But so far in this group, they are 1-0, looking very good. Potentially the most important matchup of this group stage coming up for them right now.
Yeah, and then now Niow again. We just saw how strong Exile is looking right now. We don't know exactly how strong they were looking in the qualifiers, but if it's anything close to that, then Niow is definitely a team to be very, very scared of, because they are the ones that knocked them down into the losers bracket, and I'm excited to see how they play. I mean, there's some names in here that I've seen around before, but I certainly personally have not watched them play together as a team.
Yeah, the one player I definitely recognize is Blush, the attacker player, right? We have seen that player have unbelievable pop-off moments. And if you were looking for some exciting stuff, they are a Pikachu fan. They love playing that Pokemon at the competitive level. So I expect to see a little bit of that coming into the draft of Niow. But honestly, I think all of us here on the talent team and in the studio are so excited to see what Niow is able to put together, because we have not gotten the chance to see them yet on the official broadcast. This phenomenal team that took down Exile, by the way, in the qualifiers, who's currently 2-0 in their group against some of the best teams in North America. So obviously, this is an exciting matchup, so let's not pause any longer. Dupes next. Spraggles, bring us into the action.
Yeah, here we go. And I mean, they're right. These are teams that we don't get to see enough of. One of them that I don't think I've seen at all, Niow, as we're heading into this draft here, this Group D matchup between these two teams. And as you were talking to me a little earlier, this really decides who's in that pole position in Group D.
Yeah, because both of these teams are 1-0, winning this being 2-0. Of course, decent tiebreakers across. There is a world where that kind of shakes out into like a three-way tie type thing. But right now, both these teams are in a great spot. Couple EVs being banned, Tree unsurprisingly. But these two teams here, Ignorance, roster mania proof. These players have been playing together for a couple years now, and you're seeing a little bit of proof in the pudding. They're surviving a lot of adversity here, and now they have a chance to punch their ticket to NAIC.
And you got to call out Protein Shake.
Yeah,
back on the name Protein Shake, the most important name possibly inside Pokemon Unite. There it is for everyone at home. I said inside Pokemon Unite.
There you go. Scrubbleknot and who I've always called Goopiter, but there is an argument that is actually supposed to be Jupiter, but I refuse that argument.
I say it's Guppiter, baby.
Guppiter?
He's on the Guppy right now. He's got the Magikarp coming here into game number 1. A Pokemon that I'm actually shocked we haven't seen more of is Gyarados. Gyarados is so sick, but it looks like a lot of these teams possibly have a counter for it. Look to the other side. Their first pick was a Crustle. Their second pick was a Garchomp and a Comfey. Let's go.
Locking in Garchomp, Comfey, there is no fear in this Niow squad. They say, we're playing with house money. We're letting it ride, son. Let's get after it. Now, it is pronounced Goopiter. Production just told me, because it's so I can say the Goop and Soup connection.
Oh, and I'm hearing from production it's Guppiter. It's so weird. I've got this in my... What do you have in your ear? All right, heading on over to Niow, they've got, looks like we've got Glaceon and Slowbro right here. Obviously, if you've got a, please don't tease me with Gengar. If you've got a Pokemon with Comfey on it, Slowbro is an amazing counter, right? I mean, you're locking down 2 Pokemon for the price of 1. You've got that BOGO with your Unite move here, as we have the Delphox, and finally, we have Dragonite. Dragonite, we see a lot more from some of the Eastern teams. Of course, it was huge at AO's Cup from Kabi-chan's, and now we're seeing it here from Niow.
Well, I believe it was Ender earlier today that said that Niow likes to lean into this Dragonite, and they also called our player to watch for them was Soup Chef on Ignorance. So we've kind of got the Ender special going on here, and we better get him in for some interviews throughout this series so they can kind of break down what we've just seen. A Gutter Blaziken pick for them. Off the rip, who you like right now?
I mean, this looks incredible. I got to say, just seeing such a unique comp that we don't get to see competitively a lot, I'm excited to see Niow here. I'm excited to see Garchomp. You don't see it much. I'm excited to see Dragonite, another Pokemon that we don't play a lot here from some of the regions that we get to watch. So, yeah, I'm pretty excited to see what Niow has here. Ignorance, interestingly enough, you see the build there on Blaziken. It's got the Claw, it's got the Weakness Policy, it's got the Muscle Band. So it looks like they're not going to be playing top path. They're going to send up their Gyarados to the top path, possibly send Blaziken Central, and then switch it with the Glaceon once they hit that level 5.
Yeah, a lot of outside of the NA region, a lot of folks believe that the best place for Blaziken is actually in that central area to kind of get it scaled up and ahead so that it can really start taking over games. We'll see. Ignorance has bought into the outside of NA strategy. We're going to see it pan out in real time.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what Niow does right here. I mean, obviously, this is an exciting composition, right? You've got the Comfey I saw it had the Resonant Guard on it, which is a really cool build for that Pokemon. So even though it's attached to someone else, it will still essentially provide Resonant Guard shields every 8 seconds once it's able to hit an ability. They could run that with Grass Knot, because if you're able to set up really nice plays with that, it'll be solid. But of course, you can play Magical Leaf as well and just get tons of shields, basically on any cooldown that is up. As we head in here to game number 1, Niow, your purple team, Ignorance, your orange team, as we have Niow sending Delphox down to that bottom path. And there's that Garchomp in the top path with Comfey.
I mean, we got two teams cooking right now. We're going to see who burns down the kitchen. I am excited. Bits going straight at him. Going to help put some pressure on Goop, who's already half HP. Has to use their eject button out just to make it back to pass. They don't get knocked out.
Yeah, it's one of those unfortunate moments having to lose your eject button there as the Magikarp, because if you can, Magikarp can get some really impressive eject button flail KOs, giving you an insane early evolution there into Gyarados. Not going to be able to have that option available, but it doesn't mean they're not able to make something happen.
Just dropping a couple pebbles from the sky just to disrupt Soup Chef and Niow there as they were trying to secure the bunny. And Niow, I mean, they look good early.
Yeah, Nihaw's looking good. They're set up pretty well here. Protein Shake looking to make a play here in this top path, as they're also sending Neon up here as well. You see Comfey heading into that bush. They know exactly where they are in this moment. There's the Dragonite. They're pulling up with the Blaziken, and they're moving in.
Oh, going straight on top of Victorin, but Victorin able to just secure some. Protein Shake going to help the squad. Popping right there the slow smoke to make sure everything settles out accordingly. What looked like could have been a huge engagement fizzles pretty quickly.
Yeah, Ignorance not able to make it happen, not able to catch the exact right kind of Blaze Kick there to pull the squad. A little fun fact for you, dudes. Next, Regieleki has scored 26,416 points in UCS in North America. That's 2.76% of the total score.
That is a lot of points for a mob on the map. Well done, Reggie. Well
it's
done.
almost as good as Regirock, which is clearly the best one.
How many points has Regirock scored, though, Spriggle?
How many KOs does Regirock have? That's a stat we actually need. Come on here, stats
Whatever.
team.
I thought the score stat was kind of dope.
No, the stat was actually great, but I do like being mad at people who do a good job.
That's why you're always mad at me, right?
I don't know. I'm never mad at you, buddy.
The floopy flop action is underway as that's a KO streak of 2. We're picking up the Comfey as well, and we're putting the chase down. Delphox gets buckled. Dust Runner has to eject over the wall, but now Ignorance is going to collapse on top of his goal zone. Goop! The Gyarados looking good.
Yeah, these plays from Gyarados are just so brutal, man. The secure that you're able to get with Dragon Breath, the amount of damage, it just does so much damage and sets you up for a really mean fight. And now that they've changed the way bounce works, it's actually really interesting seeing teams use this combination now, because you need to charge it up to that little line right there. Once you do, you get the knockup. It used to be you have to hit Dragon Breath, and then any amount of bounce would give you that knockup. So the combo has changed, but it sets up really exciting engagements.
It really does. We're going to see the potential of an exciting engagement here as Protein Shake is in the back pocket of Soup Chef, who's trying to suss somebody out. Neon's looking for an opportunity. They're getting their spears. They're actually using a Glacial Stage to get on top of this Reg Ice. It's at half HP. Protein shaking. Dust Runner's going to try and make a play downstairs. Charging up the Overheat. Rock Tomb's a little early, and that's an easy secure for the chicken.
Yeah, easy secure right there. Even just using that Unite move, because they're saying, look, we just need to rip this thing off the map. No one's here to stop us anyway. Running to this top path, seeing if they can stop this Regieleki before it goes in, and it looks like they're just going to let it walk. Possibly looking for a fight. We do have a Gyarados Unite move, so maybe they're actually trying to bait them into this goal.
Yeah, Delphox half HP. Soup Chef playing very well forward. Victorin looking to make a play. Actually, eject buttons. They want their points in a bad way, and they're able to close out that goal zone with the Comfey score as well. That gives them your Unite move. The Icicle Spears know where you hide, my friend, no matter how high in the skies you are. Protein go with the engage on Bits. Bits peels back, picks up the berry, and this goal zone is getting siege, son.
Yeah, beautiful scores there from Ignorance. You know, really, no matter how that worked out for Niow, because Glaceon was there with that sure hit, Dragonite could not make it out. Basically, any other Pokemon on the other side, Dragonite can make it out. But as soon as that sure hit locks on, even though it flies up into the sky, those shards are still coming.
Soup Chef and Neon squaring off against Dusk and Blush. A little bit of Swablu Altaria action in the middle, but Kurtan is showing up to try and give the player advantage to the side of Niow.
Regirock only has 2 KOs? They KO'd me 4 times this morning. What are you talking about?
That is an egregiously low number of KOs. How many controller throws has it triggered, though?
Yeah, there we go.
That's got to be more than 2. Got to be.
Looks like it's no longer a paid actor. Sad to see it. Sad to see it. Nice little fire spin right there. Oof. Fell into a burning ring of fire, right into a hyper beam, not looking good. The slow beam right here, trying to counter this moment. Actually, it looks like Soup Chef is going to be able to make it out. Beautiful.
I mean, amnesia of that level will make you forget any amount of beatdown, and it certainly worked there. We popped a couple Unite moves to get the shields going, and Niow with the Icicle Spears over Soup Chef's shoulders helps settle things out.
Now, obviously, Ignorance is kind of just waiting here. They would love to get their secure down here before they really start making things happen. Dragonite, on the other hand, coming down to this bottom path. Blaziken on the run. They're going to try to make it here as well. As Regiseal's already being ripped up. Delphox Unite move. They're looking for a possible secure. Here comes the Hyper Beam, and they are able to get it.
That's why you play Dragonite, for the secure tool. And if the other team's bringing Blaziken, you better have one of your own. Nice fire spin. Almost catches. That forces out Unite moves instantly. Niow makes it to the backside. The tall grass is there. Are we going to be fighting in it? Dragonite takes to the skies and absolutely bottom slams on top of Niow, gets the KO. Dust Runner looking for an opportunity to put maybe down a wall to trap this Eldegoss. No, they just peel back. They don't have enough HP. Meanwhile, a ton of points have gone in, but the Gyarados Unite is out. They try to eject to close the gap. They can't. They're spun. They're fire blasted, and they're followed up on. But Jupiter jumps over the wall to peel back, and it's the Delphox that actually goes down blush, catching all the receipts for all the damage.
Yeah, unfortunately for the Gyarados, they're not able to make much happen, but Jupiter was able to pull away from this fight as they're moving towards this central area here. 4 minutes on the clock. We already got a level 12 Gyarados, level 12 Dragonite. We've got the Dragon event coming up here in Pokemon Unite. And you know what? In Pokemon Unite, and Gyarados, I feel like should be a part of it. Charizard too. Come on.
All the dragons.
They look like dragons.
They do, I suppose. Ooh, nice rock tomb. Okay, we're trapping him inside, saying we're not stuck with you, you're stuck with us, son. No real follow-up. This big turret is going to get Slowbeam actually instantly. They collapse immediately. Now Kurtan's stuck. They get buckled. The BOGO deal is real as Slowbro gets credit for both. Soup Chef gets engaged on by the Garchomp there into the deep waters. Can Vince actually convert that into anything? They're taking a ton of damage because of the engagement here by Ignorance. They are beating the brakes off this Nihao squad. Nihao might mean hello, but we are saying to you goodbye, just like this gold zone.
Beautiful stuff right there from Ignorance. I love Soup Chef using that slow beam. That was their last opportunity before Ray. They might have to, get a wild Pokemon or two to get it back, but they know they're going to have it for this next fight, and they set up a beautiful engagement for Ignorance. They're up now, not by 100 points because they had some weak breaks earlier, but, they're up pretty well. They're in a great position here. They do have this tier 1 goal zone up. We do see Nihao heading up to the top path here to see what they can do at Regieleki, but an easy secure for Ignorance. The bottom path going to take down this bottom Reggie.
Yeah, I don't care what you say. The rip of this Garchomp is real. The Comfy sustainability is real. And a Dragonite ready to secure is also real. Nihao down, not out.
Yeah, Nihao in a great position here with this Regieleki. Going to put some pressure onto the side of Ignorance. There is time for them to deal with this, though. Gyarados can actually rip this down pretty fast as we have members of Nihao positioning around Rayquaza. They're not going to be able to fully rip Rayquaza before Gyarados has any presence at all, but they're in great position for it. Gyarados is going to have to run down here if they decide to start this rip, and with Garchomp walking, it looks like they might be starting.
X-Scissor right on top. Slow beam on the Dragonite so they can't take to the skies. We're going after them. Bits is in the backline. Comfy Unite is out, but we're taking to the skies. Cotton Cloud Crash is going to pick up a couple players. Nobody's quite down yet. Rayquaza split everybody's attention, and this is an absolute street fight. Vince with the engagement tries to do something with the Dragon Rush, but no, they're the first one to go down. Gyarados Unite into the backline. The Floopy Flopper is all over them, smacking them down, putting all of them down. Wop, 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 wop. Ignorance turning their sights to Rayquaza.
Huge plays there for Ignorance as they take the entire team down in that fight. You can see Nihao was deciding, are we baiting them in with this? Are we actually going for this fight? That slow beam, once again, Slowbro was the original defender just to counter strong carries. They use it again in this fight. The Unite moves fly out, and Nihao is just not able to stop Ignorance whatsoever.
It felt like a little bit of a communication differential on Nihao, right? Are we ripping this thing or are we not? And yes, you pointed out the slow beam did catch the Dragonite, right, to alleviate the secure option, but it wasn't even the first Pokemon to go down, right? Bits thought they were going for that action. They engage deep with Kurtan on them, and they get buckled struggled because no one else is kind of chucking damage into their face. Now Ignorance is just trying to slowly apply the rest of this chokehold and get this game 1 win.
Yeah, Ignorance in a great position right here, and the longer that Niow is fighting them, it just means there's really no opportunity for them to make anything happen here. Gyarados putting another, not 100, but 80 points into that main goal zone. 125 to 592. That Gyarados Unite in that fight, by the way, what a beautiful Unite move. Catching a couple members of Niow and just setting up big-time KOs. Now they're slow beam.
Yeah, why not at this point? You scored so many points, get them all in. Shouts to Dust Runner just out here X-scissoring for their life, trying to keep this score line not to be as egregious. But that was a really solid game 1 out of both these teams. Niow maybe with just a communication error that really removed them the best chance they might have had.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, right? It looked like they were possibly baiting a fight, but it also looked like, hey, maybe they're looking for this rip right now. Gyarados was able to make it back, and the slow beam really stopped that whole thing. If they were looking for the rip, the second that slow beam hits, they can't really make that play, right? There's just nothing they can do. They don't have the secure anymore from Dragonite, and then Ignorance used that opportunity to collapse on Niow.
Yeah, despite Ignorance really feeling ahead on every team fight we've seen in this game, it never felt like Niow was, they were behind, but not like, still within striking distance,
yeah.
right? So I have to give credit to Nihao's draft. Like, 1, it was unique, but 2, even when they felt like they weren't taking the best fights or getting the best of the exchanges, they never fell out of it because of how they built their composition.
Yeah, it really was very strong. I have to say, though, when you see a Comfey on the other side and you're able to counter-pick that Slowbro, that's pretty powerful. You know, we talked about it before, and I think they almost, played a little bit of a mind game in that final fight, because you get a 2-for-1. You're, shutting down 2 Pokemon at once, but instead they just go right after Dragonite. Take a look at some of these big moments right here. There's where the Icicle Spears that just won't quit.
Yeah, and a great push by Ignorance. When they, credit to their side, when they did take good team wins, they extended to the right level. They never overstepped the line, but they always pushed it to the line every single time, giving themselves a very good position in the final fight to be able to take another successful team fight.
Yeah, this was a great fight here by Niow. I love the play. I mean, Glaceon able to make it out of there, and the Eldegoss Unite move keeping them around, but they just continued to put the pressure on this bottom goal zone, continued to push forward right here. Slowbro also finally going down. Maybe a little payback for all those slow beams.
Yeah, absolutely. And just another here, goal zone siege, a great fight. Niow stepped up, thought they might have had an opportunity off the back of this fanciful fireworks, but it was just the beginning of the end here. It was all Ignorance in this battle.
Yeah, Ignorance just playing so well in some of these moments. You can see looking for that Delphox KO, and they are able to pick it up right there. Getting ready for this. Here comes the start of it. Eject right into that Unite.
Yeah, and then that obviously has the Ignorance follow-up. And I kind of called it in the middle of the fight. That dispersed everybody on Niow. They immediately, maybe had a plan, and it got disheveled. They were distressed, and Ignorance was able to just kind of pick them off one by one. And the final nail was, of course, that amazing Gyarados Unite that you pointed out.
Yeah, just a beautiful fight here from Ignorance. Everyone from Ignorance is up. Player of the game. I believe production just said Pog into my ear. Is that what we're calling it right now?
Never.
Yeah, it's the Pog now. We've got our Pog right here, the player of the game. Niow on the Glaceon. Niow on the Glaceon. Hey!
Hey! 80k damage, but really just a menace, facilitating a ton of engagements for this Ignorance squad. And they were using really proactive glacial stages, even with nobody on the other team around, to secure objectives, make sure that those were being ripped down. And of course, 6 knockouts mean that they were in fray as well.
Yeah, I gotta say, I just love the Unite move aggression. From Ignorance all together. I think they were really aggressive throughout that game, and they were taking big wins. I have to shout out that Slowbro. I just feel like they picked so many great moments to unite, set up huge wins for the team.
Yeah, again, Ender's player to watch, Soup Chef, and that they were all over it with that Slowbro. A little team comparison. Overall season, Niow, 451 points to 419. Tips the scales in there. Highest score, 1230, 1087. Win rate, 60%, but Niow's kind of only been in this event. Right?
Yeah, Niow has not been around a long time, but they're obviously making big waves right here, right? They capture Rayquaza 69% of the time. We're going to take a look at the overall season. 2 Pokemon, we're matching them up together, Buzzwole and Leafeon. Now, this is really interesting because Buzzwole was a thing, and it was recently nerfed, and it is no longer a thing.
And I don't think it got nerfed that hard. Like, it got nerfed. It's obviously, like, fallen off a little bit, you know, specifically if you're focusing in the stages of the game, in the late game, it's not as strong. But it did, like, it's still a good choice. Like, there's still a world where it works.
I think it's a great Pokemon, but I do notice that those end game moments, it feels like they've clipped its wings quite a bit. You know, they're making sure that Mosquito can't fly in those moments. It needs to kind of use its Unite move or get a few extra hits before it continues its combo. That might be enough in, you know, the top level of competitive play to not see it right here. Who will win, we ask the chat. It looks like Niow overwhelmingly. Let me take a feel. God, ugh. It's like slimy almost.
The orange side feels different, though.
Really?
Yeah. Because last time we only touched the purple side.
That's true.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? I don't even want to know.
Yeah.
I don't want to know what it feels like. Get it off the screen. I'm sick of how that feels.
Perfect. Thanks, production. Thanks, production. Okay. Niow clearly kind of, it felt like they had a bread and butter type composition, something they're comfortable with.
Yeah.
Do you see a pivot here out of them?
I think they're going to have to, right? I don't feel like they were ahead in a lot of these fights. And I liked a lot of what they brought into this game, but I just don't feel like they were really ahead in these fights. We've got our first pick over to the side of Ignorance right here, which means we get 2 picks over to the side of Niow. Niow got to choose whether or not they wanted first pick. They decided to go for second pick. You get to kind of counter whatever's thrown first by Ignorance and grab 2 right off the bat. We're going to have to see what they bring out as Blastoise is banned. Final band here from Niow is Mew.
I like, you know, just kind of solid choices across the board. I like Niow being second. You know, they can build a reactive team. They clearly have an opportunity to get some of their favorite picks without worried about losing them or needing to choose them first. But Soup Chef, actually kind of the rise of Crustle, bringing it back. Was going to say they might lock it in, but Gyarados, pretty solid choice after you watch Jupiter play.
Well, I think they don't want to lock in Crustle right away. Crustle could be a great choice, but if they need to pivot and grab Slowbro, they don't want to do it early in draft. They might be looking for what Niow wants to bring out here. Umbreon, Sylveon, the any Eon is pretty dang good in Pokemon Unite. They grab 2 of them on the side of Niow.
Again, nice early scaling, tons of utility, specifically on those 2. All the movesets kind of work, so you're still kind of keeping the board open. Neon going right back to the Glaceon, unsurprisingly. Scribblenaught picking up Eldegoss. I mean, Ignorance is just kind of going with the old hits here.
Yeah, I mean, their Gyarados was a huge playmaker for them, and Glaceon just puts out so much damage at such a safe range that Nihao is going to have some sort of answer to it. It looks like they are bringing Dragonite back out here, and they are taking this Blissey. Obviously, the Blissey was kind of a dangerous choice there for Ignorance because of the Umbreon on the other side, so we're going to have to see what they want to bring out here as their final picks. And there is Soup Chef possibly picking Crustle, but it could have picked Slowbro. I think that's what they were waiting for the entire time.
Yeah, like, do we need to commit to the slow beam, or can we give something that has a little bit more utility in what the Crustle can facilitate and do for them? I want to highlight real quick, Ender again mentioned earlier when talking about Ignorance, might see a couple potions, and that Eldegoss is wearing one.
Eldegoss has a potion. Look, there are some players out there that are making potion happen. I feel like it's mostly fetch. It's never going to happen, but there are players that make potion happen. Apparently, Mame has been playing potion for 100 games straight.
Well, that's a lot of games. That is 100 potion games.
That is 100 Dodrio potion games.
If that is a real thing, then that's what that is.
And we're going to have to see what these teams want to do here if they get into this game. I got to tell you, I love Talon. It's a little scary to be playing Talon into such like a tanky squad. Even Sylveon's pretty dang tanky for Talonflame to deal with, but I feel like a lot of teams are figuring out how to utilize Talon in a competitive setting. It's pretty dang powerful. It has multiple moments where it can be invulnerable. You know, it can fly above the enemy team, set up big secures. And we haven't really seen much Brave Bird, but into a squishier team, or into maybe even a Gardevoir, you could Brave Bird right in Aerial Ace and it's gone.
Yeah, that felt to me a great coverage pick on whatever Blush was going to lock in for themselves, just based on the hero pool, the Pokemon pool that Blush has. Zoinks and Chef mentioned, like, that is the player that is on our radar, you know, of this Niow team. That is a name we're familiar with. So, I mean, the Talon's just a good natural counter to a lot of those ranged attackers just on the face, and they end up having a pretty good target, at least in Gardevoir.
Yeah, it's a great, it targets Gardevoir really well, and it's very annoying to deal with because it has insane amounts of pressure due to its high speed, right? Able to move around the map in crazy ways. You've got a team that's already a little tanky that you're going to have to figure out a way, you know, to brawl into, and then you've got this Talon that is going to be providing constant pressure. So we're going to see how this works out for Ignorance right here. Niow, obviously, looking great at the start of this tournament, looking great making their way into these group stage, but Ignorance might have their number here in game number 2.
Duskrunner taking that wild farm out from under Ignorance and able to score, get a couple stacks of themselves. Now they're running straight to the central to see if they can be a bully. No, they're looping right back around to keep being a bully.
Yeah, just making a little loop right there, seeing what they can do, continuing to be annoying, as they are also making sure that their Gardevoir can get all the experience it needs. A really tough Pokemon in the early game. Guardy just has a long leveling curve. It needs a lot of experience to get powerful.
What happened with Niow's Dratini? It looks like they may have given some of the experience over to the Sylveon or to some to Blush as well, because that is a level 4 Dratini.
Yeah, making a way to the bottom path right here. Both teams looking to see what they can do as they're moving in. Here comes the Mystical Fire. They are able to catch Neon, and they go down.
Nice, like, level up animation by Bits, able to step straight up and get a K opener for themselves. They're going to keep the pressure on. The Mean Look is there. They trap that Fletchinder, and they put that Fletchinder down.
Yeah, Mean Look is going to be really frustrating for Talonflame. Looked like I saw Aerial Ace there from Talon, so it's possible we see Brave Bird, but more likely we could be seeing this really exciting fly Aerial Ace Talonflame that I never thought was a thing. A few weeks ago, I start picking it up because I see it in UCS, and oh man, it's just a brutal build.
Yeah, it's exciting because it kind of breaks your brain a little bit from natural convention of what people have been doing with Talonflame before. Jupiter's gargantuan, level 6, almost 7, under 8 or 2 minutes into the game, as now they're able to get stacks, bounce away. He's Scribblenaught there for the coverage, and there's not much that Niow could have done in that moment.
Yeah, I'm actually hearing from production it's not Gargantuan, it's Gyarados. Very close though, really nice try.
Next time.
As we're getting into this central area here, seeing which team was able to get this. We're not sure, but they're going to be able to chase it down a little bit with this Mystical Fire, fly into the air, right into the Aerial Ace right there, looking for a KO. If they get another Aerial Ace, they might be able to do it, but it wasn't up in time. Sylveon just picking up another.
Yeah, Protein Shake not really able to find good cohesive opportunities to actually secure a knockout. And you mentioned, like, you think in your mind, Eevee, Sylveon's pretty squishy. That's a decent target, but not really. Not with this Mystical Fire Draining Kiss build.
Yeah, it's already the highest HP pool attacker in the game. And yeah, it's so frustrating to deal with. It's able to dodge a lot with Mystical Fire. And I'm sorry, is this an outraged Dragonite putting in work in this top path? I mean, I'm so very much here for it.
We are mad, says Bits. They go Outrage Dragonite. They're going to put some pressure on here. Regieleki's already pretty low, but they're converging onto Scribblenaught. Are we Dragon Dancing as well? Of course we are. Scribblenaught goes down. Soup Chef's at half HP. Meanwhile, Blush is just chipping away at this Regieleki. We've got to fly to the skies. Perfectly timed Unite move to collapse back on Regieleki. Flame Sweep back the other way, clears out the trap.
Wow.
And now it's taken by Prussel. If Prussel can throw a trap and lock down Kurtan, they can get a couple KOs here, but no, it's them that goes down. Bits gets sorted out by Goop, and now the Regieleki's walking towards Niow.
That was really beautiful stuff there by Ignorance. I mean, that Flame Sweep perfect right into an X-Scissor, or the Hail Mary secure. Talon moving in to try to do some work and do some big time damage with a pretty unfortunate break. Might be looking to stack up. Obviously, that's pretty valuable, but you could have got more points.
Yeah, nice pivot actually. Talonflame, you kind of thought they were going to go towards that Curlia, peel back and see that there's an Umbreon opportunity, and they seize that one. Protein Shake now engaging on Victorin. Victorin having to fade back, and they do have a high HP pool, forcing out the Unite move. So we're taking to the skies, we're hitting a little dance, and now Sylveon's got the Talonflame in a bad way. Nice X-Scissor for the cover, but not quite enough.
Just, I mean, right there on the edge of being able to catch it, but that's what this Sylveon can do. Really impressive plays. Something you're seeing with this Talonflame is Aerial Ace gives you kind of some self-sustain that Talon never has. Every time you're hitting this Aerial Ace, you're actually healing yourself. It has a lower cooldown also than Flame Charge, so you're seeing a lot of Talonflame players using this now to brawl more aggressively. Speaking of brawling, Outrage Dragonite with that secure on Regirock. Regirock is out here taking bodies. I mean, 2 KOs this season.
2 KOs this season, baby. Is Niow going to push it? Nice fly into the back line, collapse again on Victor, and they get flame swept up, but can they actually collapse? Protein Shake goes down instantly. We're popping a couple Unite moves. Jupiter has to use theirs, and they're going to go on the chase. Who are they going to focus fire on? Victor, and again, picked up the Blitz assistance. Dust Runner's so low, but they put down a nice mean look. Fairy Singularity almost catches Soup Chef, but it doesn't really see the sights on anyone else, and now Niow pivots back in what could have been utter chaos.
Yeah, I mean, that was so close for Ignorance, but that mean look, locking Gyarados inside of it, they charged up their bounce, but there was nowhere they could go. It's a really great counter to Gyarados and a really great counter to Talonflame.
Absolutely. I mean, it's looked solid so far, and especially if you have to find creative ways to mitigate Jupiter on this Gyarados. 2 ways you just listed right there. Protein Shake taking a ton of damage, taken to the skies, and now looking for Victor. An eject button across is going to get them out of danger. We got Outrage Dragonite ready to scrap.
Yeah, Outrage Dragonite up here in this top path. And it's interesting because with the stuns, it actually puts up a weird situation for Gyarados to fight. Gyarados can kind of slug it out with the best of them, but not if it's not able to hit its moves there. Bounce, jumping in, looking to make something happen with Talon, into the sky, into the aerial ace, and just having to back out right here as they head up towards Reggie Alecki. In the bottom path, Nihao is sent to go down there, and it looks like they're just going to give up this top path Reggie Alecki. 4 minutes on the clock. Ignorance is up right now. I don't think they're going to push with this to score. We have a bottom Reggie coming up in 25 seconds.
You can kind of see what Ignorance is doing with this Talonflame and Gyarados, right? Fly to the sky, charge up, bounce, land. So later stages, when they're moving with Soup Chef, it's going to be Rock Tomb and then into that half circle to just deal cataclysmic damage.
Yeah, there's a great combination that'll be unlocked once we hit Fly Plus here for Talon, because they get a knock-up with it as well. Moving to the back lane for a beautiful flame sweep right there. Crustle with the X-Scissor. This Dragonite is in a lot of trouble right here. Going down, down, down in an earlier round. No, it's later round.
I mean, like that outraged Dragonite, like Mr. Furious and Mystery Men. Like, it got real mad, but it didn't do much in the face of Ignorance on that Gold Zone siege.
Here we go. We have Glaceon heading up towards this top path. Reggie Alecki did walk, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to make anything happen here. Talon with an easy secure. 235 to 99. Talon very close to Fly Plus. Again, it's going to set up a double sort of knock-up situation. It has it right now. Talon can land, Gyarados can land, and you are in the air for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, you can't press your buttons if you're just completely stunned out of the game, and that seems like a great way for Ignorance to tackle some of these targets on Nihao.
We're going to see if this Dragonite is able to be a difference maker in this fight. You know, a lot of Dragonites we see, pretty much every Dragonite we see is Hyper Beam because they're so incredibly valuable to be able to secure some of these big objectives. But they're looking to take the fight. Ignorance knows this as well. They know that they're not looking for the big secure right here, so they might be able to just turn on Rayquaza at some point. Talonflame getting sneaky, looking to score some points, even though they are up by quite a bit. Talon's so fast, though, that they might be able to make it back to this fight, even if they do peel off for that back cap. Hanging out in the bottom patch, just looking for a fight here. The Rock 2, not able to set something up into the mean look. We're going to see if they want to make this fight happen. It looks like, yes, they do.
Rebel rousing immediately. Eject button popped. The Unite move is Soup Chef. Now they're going to trap the Dragonite in there. Can Victor and pivot on top of Scrubbleknot? We have the Unites popping out. Here's the Icicle Spear, goes into the background. Protein Shake finds its way into the back line. We're nice coming through. Gyarados Unite pops, but we can't quite get a KO. Blush picks up the Bliss assistance to keep them standing. They're still getting rained in with damage. Landing on them is Protein Shake. One back the other way, but we've got a cheeky back cap of 100, but they still have a bigger gap to close.
Yeah, 199, 235 right here. We have the Outrage Dragonite trying to withstand this Gyarados, and they do! Takes it down, heading towards the central area. They are behind, but this match is a lot closer. Talon taking to the skies, but actually would be a lot of trouble if Talon gets caught right here. Moving on to this objective. Gardevoir is back in this match right now, and they're going to be looking for a possible secure.
Scrubbleknot is there, but they're going to collapse on by Victor, and we're immediately stopping the rip and pivoting. Icicle Spears are raining, and Victorin's very low. This allows Soup Chef to go in and look for Victorin to get it. X-Scissor comes down. They're still standing. Are you kidding me? Gardevoir's there for the cover. Finally, a crash landing fly gets a KO, but it's 2 players down for Ignorance. We got 50 seconds left. Rayquaza's so low. Niow goes in. Jupiter's looking for an opportunity. They're going to have to charge up a bounce, see if they can secure. 4 players down. It's just on Goop. Goop gets absolutely squatted on by the outraged D-Knight. Rayquaza's going to get taken, and Nihao's going to go score.
Nihao takes that fight. They are able to take it down. That entire fight might have hinged on the fact that Sylveon never went down. I mean, it was just on 1 HP in a dream the entire time. Incredible stuff.
What a play. And you can really see the mean look into the Outraged Dragonite, trapping everybody into the octagon with that D-Knight, looking to chuck some nucks. And wow, I mean, just that brawl that it had on 3 players of Ignorance looked solid.
Yeah, it looked incredible right there. And I mean, you have to give it up, obviously, to Niow. You love seeing these interesting team compositions, and, you know, Outraged Dragonite is very interesting, and it looked like it actually played extremely well into Gyarados.
It did. And again, when you have lesser known quantities like Niow, even more less known than Ignorance, you can throw stuff like this. I mean, this is a legit curveball that I doubt Ignorance has faced too many times in some sort of competitive, like true competitive sense. Yeah. You know, maybe on ladder while they're stacking or something. But Niow, it's another Mimikyu with Comfey scenario that we saw earlier. If you've got the like that trick in your back pocket, you can surprise people and get yourself a win.
You can. It looks like they did that right there. I mean, I don't think there was any way they expected Outrage unless they've been doing some research on Niow specifically. Really cool situation here, tying this whole thing up with a really interesting pick. Again, sort of that first draft from Niow, it was exciting, but it didn't really get a lot going for their side. However, this looked really great. Sylveon, I think, was an absolute superstar for them.
Oh, it was an absolute menace. It was never getting knocked out like you mentioned. It was putting just an unnecessary amount of pressure, like a surprising amount of pressure that Ignorance couldn't really figure out how to deal with. And all of that, and while they're getting punched in the face by Dragonite.
Yeah, I mean, just really great stuff you can see happening in this fight. Getting caught right here by the Rock Tomb, jumping in. Here comes that beautiful Flame Sweep, pushing them out, and then it's an X-Scissor for the secure.
Yeah, Ignorance does have a lot of tic-tac plays like that, where they make calls, and then while one player is moving, the other one does something else to either secure an objective or lock down a certain player, and they do that over and over again. Niow, however, you know, finding a way to do it, because just like Game 1, a lot of these team fights we're watching here didn't necessarily go their way.
No, they didn't. Ignorance was playing really well throughout a lot of this, and here's the moment. We have the Sylveon scoring, and Outrage Dragonite is just able to live through this, continue fighting, sending Gyarados to the Pokemon Center instead, and then setting up a great opportunity for them to fight. Talon in a lot of trouble right there, because the moment it can get caught by a Beanlook, it can go down. It does get caught, and then they decide to not even continue to hit Rayquaza. They move and keep the fight going right onto Gyarados, who uses its bounce to get over the wall already, so it couldn't get away from Dragonite.
Yeah, here we go. Let's take a look at Sylveon, player of the game. That's probably what I would have given it to as well. Victorin with just, what a show. Like, just a great showing.
This Pokemon, especially with Mystical Fire Draining Kiss, like we see it with Hyper Voice, it's able to shred, it does incredible stuff. It gets rid of special defense, so, you know, you're able to set up big plays for your special attackers. But this build right here, Mystical Fire Draining Kiss, especially with a curse item, it's just an insane amount of pressure, and it's so hard to take down. The Draining Kiss keeps it up. The Unite move keeps it up. The dodges from Mystical Fire just make it really hard to even target with some of your moves, and it's so tough, and it gets its move at 4.
Yeah, again, just a tip of the cap to the strength of EVs across the board. Sylveon rising in popularity. It's almost like whatever the, you know, flavor of the week is, right? It's a revolving door of all these EVs as what's going to be popular this week. Sylveon, a great identification, a great choice, and it's looked phenomenal literally all day long for whomever team picks it up.
That's true. Every week we find out a different EV is more busted than the last, and we start using it. That seems to happen every week in Pokemon Unite.
Every single week.
Ignorance Niow tied up 1-1. I guess the real question is, do they change anything here?
Nihao, I would say change, don't change, doesn't matter. I'm having a good time watching them play. They are throwing some really unique looks at Ignorance right now, who is certainly in that second game having a tough time adjusting.
Yeah, they are having a real tough time adjusting to some of this. Oh, we got debate time. Who has the better fashion sense? Ugh. Doomsnacks or Spriggles? All right, well, I will take the position of Doomsnacks. I think the man looks incredible. I mean, take a look at this. I don't know. He's straight out of an NES video game. He's the final boss.
Well, I will defend myself. No, I'm just kidding. I have to take the other point. I'm forced into it. First off, fashion sense, obviously Spriggles got it. Second, look at that lettuce. Look at that lettuce. That's a good head of hair right there.
What are you doing?
I'm infinitely jealous. Your
on.
face is turning the color of your jacket. You're welcome. And deep down, we pretend we hate each other. Sometimes we actually do. Most of the time, all love.
All love. And you know what? If Dupe Snacks has to win this thing, as everyone always says, please throw him a bone. You win, buddy. You got the fashion sense. You got it all.
Not a bone, but a cartoonishly large marker. So essentially, let's just pivot this instead of just, you know, this debate thing. Going to draft, but I want to talk about my marker real quick. I don't write ever. I can't write. I can barely read. So I said, give me the largest marker possible, and they did. It's right here.
He's actually been really protective of the marker all day. I go near it, he gets weird about it. As we head into our draft here for game number 3. Pokemon Unite Niow versus Ignorance, tied up 1-1. The Gyarados band coming out right away. Niow now with the first pick. Obviously, Ignorance had the choice right here, and they're also taking second pick. This is a really interesting strategy that a lot of these teams are implementing. I can't wait till we get another interview, because I would love to talk to him about the priority between first and second pick and why some teams are deciding for sort of this, you know, 2-pick counter over that first pick.
No, that's a great point, and something I would also love to hear in an interview. Finally, Niow saying we've had enough of Jupiter in this Gyarados. Let's get that removed from the equation, and actually taking away the Sylveon themselves.
Yeah, Sylveon is just very frustrating. It's so frustrating to deal with. Mew gone again, and Leafeon. First pick on over to Niow. We're going to see how they want to start this thing. Trevenant, power pick, amazing Pokemon, and they're locking that in. Over on the side of Ignorance, we've got our first picks. I'm sure they'd love to bring Mewtwo. I mean, it's pretty strong. It's not a bad idea, actually.
It's an EX license, they tell me.
Yeah. Extra fun to play against, as we have the lock-in for Eldegoss and Slowbro. Soup Chef's Slowbro was a thing of beauty.
It was really, really solid. Eject button into Slow Beam, clutch. I believe they're playing Scald Game 1 as well. And Scribble not picking up Eldegoss, that's kind of a pocket pick for them. They enjoy playing that quite a bit. However, Niow has done a great job keeping themselves open because Trevenant can be your true defender or actually your top path player. They have a lot of opportunities to go in different directions. Victorin may not be on the Sylveon, but they're on another good one, Glaceon.
Yeah, here we go. Next 2 picks over to the side of Ignorance. I know it's not going to be Tyranitar. We'd all love to see Tyranitar. It just doesn't happen, okay? Don't get your hopes up, because they're not locking in that T-Tar. Locking it in, baby! Tyranitar! If you guys could all see Zoinks right now.
Yeah,
he's very excited, but he's also mad at me, apparently.
This is a callback to last year when somebody selected Tyranitar, and you and I thought it was a very tepid pick, and Zoinks defends it to this day.
Yeah. Yeah, it didn't work, and he's gonna die on that hill, apparently.
He's gonna get knocked out
on the side of Niow. This is awesome. Yeah, no matter how this goes, I love this, man. I mean, yeah, bring out the Cinderace, bring out the Talonflame. If you last pick Zoomerl, this is going to be the best match of the day no matter what happens.
Please, Protein, do it. Blaze can switch up. Yeah, sure, whatever. But Tyranitar, got one. Cinderace, got one.
Huge, yeah, huge. Pokemon that we do not get to see often, and they're bringing it out here into game number 3. We were wondering, I mean, what was Niow going to do? What was Ignorance going to do? I don't think we expected Cinderace. I don't think we expected Tyranitar. I can't wait to see it. T-Tar, obviously, is a really nice counter to the Blissey, right? Even if the Bliss Assistance is out, doesn't matter how big that shield is, we've got true damage on the side of Ignorance. You combo that with the fact that no matter who gets Bliss Assistance, Soup Chef can grab one of them, then grab that carry, and then all of a sudden, even if Bliss Assistance comes, T-Tar takes him down.
No, this is a very fun composition. Yeah. You can see where the thought process is throughout, like the Tyranitar pick. Like obviously we roll on it a little bit because we don't see it often. But the way you just explained it makes a ton of sense. Tell you what, this Talonflame is going to give Delphox some fits.
Yeah, this is going to be very fun. I'm really interested to see. We did not see a change. So that Cinderace right there had an energy amplifier. I don't often see Cinderaces play this. So it had Muscle, Rapid Fire Scarf, you know, your 2 attack speed items doing a ton of damage with those autos. A lot of players would put on a scope lens at that point. You get a ton of critical hits here. However, if you have Energy Amp, it's just going to make your secure tool of your Unite move even better. It can pick up big time KOs, but as you've seen a lot of Cinderace players do, it can also secure tons of objectives, including Rayquaza. We all know about the Reddit bush. I mean, Cinderaces have been outside of fights for the longest time, picking up huge secures on the final objective. We could see that in this game.
I hope we do.
Here we go. Game number 3. Niow, your purple team. Ignorance, your orange team. As Doobsnacks mentioned at the top of this series, this is really going to decide who is in the best position in their group between these two teams. Both of them up 1 in their previous sets.
And man, they've given us 2 back-to-back bangers. Let's get number 3 in the books here as well. As Goop pivoting back. Goop and Scribblenaught together quite often in this top path here. Kurtan and Bits putting some good pressure on them.
Yeah, and obviously, this is just a little warning that I have to put out there. Do not try this at home. This is what's known as lane Cinderace. You should not be playing lane Cinderace. This is done by professionals in a controlled environment.
You know what? Niow turning the memes into their dreams here in this game 3 against Ignorance. Dust Runner taking a lot of damage here as they're just sticking in the pocket against Soup Chef. Neon able to evolve.
Yeah, and here we go. We got Talonflame here in this bottom path. Obviously going to look for as many stacks as it can possibly get early. If Talon's able to get all those stacks, some of its scaling on its moves is incredible with its attack stat as we have the fight here over these bottom birds. It looks like a lot of that over to the side of Ignorance.
Which Pokemon has interrupted the most goals in NA in one game so far? Great question. What's your guess?
My guess would be Trevenant. I think Trevenant interrupted a lot of goals. Curse or something like Curse, Woodhammer, it's stopping goals, baby. How about you?
I'll say Glaceon. Espeon. I'll say Espeon.
Okay. Feels like you went around the world there a little bit. I just saw what was on the screen. I think maybe.
Was it on the screen?
Glaceon was, yeah.
Oh,
It was Umbreon with 19 in one game, played by LG's own Zugrug. Oh, Zugrug!
Did it. Well, it was an Eon. Like you said, they're all the same, so I'll take that one for myself.
That's not exactly what I said as we head into the central area right here. 8 minutes. We got the Tyranitar coming down. You know, it takes a little while for this Pokemon to get online, right? It needs level 9 before it really becomes a force. So they're going to have to funnel a lot of experience into this thing.
Yeah, which gives Niow a window to be as oppressive as possible and try and leverage the fact that that Pupitar is not going to be able to do much for Ignorance.
Yeah, we see Icy Wind here on this Glaceon, looking to put the damage in and stay very far away from these fights. You know, both builds can do that pretty well, but it's got that extra dash to it. Nice secure from Protein Shake here. Again, a well-positioned overheat, you really can't miss it.
You can't. It's going to set up some great fights for Ignorance when this Tyranitar gets online. But until then, it just needs to keep breathing purple gas on these Pokemon, try and farm up to the best of its ability.
Here we go. We've got Cinderace on the board. It is Pyro Ball. That's what I thought we were going to see when I was seeing this build. Without the scope lens, they're not going for the Blaze Kick. They're not going with those critical hits and that attack speed. They're going for the secures right now.
Yeah, and you can actually see with Icy Wind as well, you can maybe see that Niow is going to look for maybe a flip. You've got the Talonflame, you've got the Icy Wind Glaceon, you've got the Cinderace, and it doesn't matter because now the gosh just A-pressed you.
Wow, I mean, what? Just slightly off timing right there with the Pyro Ball. Pyro Ball has amazing secure potential, and they just missed it on the side of Niow.
Meanwhile, I mean, Ignorance is going to take the Basement Reggie as well, so Scribblenaught really giving Ignorance the shot in the arm that they need because this Tyranitar is about to come alive.
Yeah, Tyranitar is about to be online here. We're going to have to see how it changes these fights, what kind of Tyranitar we see. I think a lot of players would expect Ancient Power in this situation, but, you know, there's huge play potential from Santu.
Yes, absolutely. Nice spacing by Soup Chef with the Skull. Dust Runner are going to recall themselves, get a little bit of HP. But look, Tyranitar, Goopiter, and Protein Shake moving in tandem, and they're going to look for some targets, and there's a couple juicy ones on the side of Niow.
Yeah, there's a lot that they could go for right here. And there it is. It looks like we do have Ancient Power on the side of that Tyranitar. So what that means is it's going to be able to give itself that hindrance resistance, that kind of scaling move speed, so it's going to try to chase down some of these KOs.
Nice little Fire Blast there. Protein Shake moving through. 2 going for the secure on the Altaria. Dust Runner not even going to step. Actually steps up just to get Fire Spun and then Horn Leech away. So maybe a bit of a unique movement there. As really, Protein Shake almost got caught in a wood hammer. Unfortunately, no follow-up by Victor, and so they're able to kind of make it back to the other side, springboarding over the wall, and Protein Shakes on the chase.
What a bizarre interaction, Horn Leeching into that jump pad. That is not at all where they wanted to go, but it's where they are right now. Actually in position for a nice big wood hammer, picking up 2. The Brave Bird lands. There we go, a KO.
I mean, what a kind of turning chicken scratch into chicken salad right there as the Trevenant was caught. Nice blazing bicycle kick to get a KO as well. Okay, Niow, they're finding a way.
I felt like, why'd you do that? I mean, I guess you just wanted to do it, but it didn't feel necessary at all. It was fun. Look, there's no question that it was fun.
I mean, energy amp. You get 1,000 of them. Use them all.
That's right. There you go. Huge secure for the side of Niow's. Regieleki is walking here. We see Tyranitar getting caught in this Delphox Unite move, possibly looking for a fight, just using Ancient Power to give itself some movement and move up towards this Regieleki. It looks like they were able to defend really well. As soon as that Delphox Unite came out, everyone from Niow just bolted.
Just pressing Soup Chef a ton as Scrubbleknot and Super trying to make it down. I thought the Talonflame might be able to get in a cheeky score, but they are cut off by Neon quickly.
And here we go. We have a bottom Reggie up. We're going to see if anyone wants to deal with it. Up on our top side here, Niow has 3 pushing towards this goal zone. They have really not been able to put many points on the board. Only 15 points so far. Ignorance has 2 fire Pokemon down in the bottom path, ripping apart that bottom Reggie. It's Fire Week after all. Blaziken with the big secure slow beam onto the Cinderace, and they go down.
Tyranitar Unite is out as well, and you see those lines on those health bars. They can put you under that. They can stomp you out instantly. Woodhammers ringing true here as the counter push from Niow is happening. Maybe not a counter push, but at least the sustaining of their goal zone.
And here we go. They get caught with the Focus Blast. Tyranitar moving in, trying to make something happen here. Actually getting kidnapped themselves, getting a little further than they wanted to, and taken down by the Glaceon.
Tyranitar found themselves on the backside of an absolute nightmare after getting Horn Leeched into the rest of the team. And now Niow is just kind of getting vision and engaging on their own terms with Ignorance, kind of baiting them in a little bit.
You can see we got Dusk here actually running that Assault Vest, something I didn't notice there in Pokemon selection. Obviously they're running it here so that they can eat the entirety of a Delphox's Fire Blast or something like that and then move back in. Unite move out onto the Trevenant. Trevenant uses a Unite move back the other way. It's still not enough. The Assault Vest doesn't matter. It goes down.
Well, I mean, that's a Trevenant Unite under the 3-minute mark, so that's going to be an interesting one and one they might want to have back by the time this Rayquaza hits the map. Fire Spin is chasing Cinderace, but they're unafraid. Brave Bird right into the back line. Flame Sweep clears all the trash out. We're going to see if we can burn this garbage, turn it into space dust per Charlie from Always Sunny.
Almost right there. That Brave Bird is huge. Now, in one more level, it's going to have that Brave Bird up. All right.
Okay, if you're choosing Fireball Cinderace, you got to be hitting now. You got to secure.
You would think so. In one more level, it's going to have this Brave Bird increase where the more enemies it lands on, the less damage it's going to take. It's this big damage reduction once it hits level 13. Right there, it landed on 4. If you're able to make that happen at Rayquaza, you should be able to win this thing. We got 50 points that could possibly go in. I think you're going to want to score right after the 2-minute mark here, get a huge overcap at the top path. They do go for it. 15 to 240. Niow, however, they've got great secure. They've got that Amp Cinderace. We're going to see how they want to play this fight.
Still need the Trevenant Unite and Talonflame Unite to make this thing a full Unite brawl between these squads. Ignorance up, feeling good.
Yeah, Ignorance feels great right here. They're up by a huge amount. They really don't need to make a play, and they want to look for a good fight with Tyranitar. If Soup Chef is able to find a good KO, though, able to pick out a good slow beam, they can move in. Horn Leech catches Blaziken, and they move in on it.
Nice Icy Wind, and that's an engagement deep in the back line by Talonflame. They get the target they want. Bird on bird action there. Trevenant pops, and both birds are down. Kurtan's going to get Fire Spun to collapse their Fire Blast for the follow-up. Bliss assists to just keep themselves standing, but Bits is boxed out, and Blissey goes down anyways. They're converging on Soup Chef, who's taking a ton of damage, but they're able to just kind of walk backwards. Things are settling out, but not in the way that Niow wants, as the Cinderace is going for the full Ripski. Dusk Runner is on top of Soup Chef, and moving in his Neon. Fire Blast goes wide, straight into the back line. The Glaceon is sitting on top. Goopiter sitting on top of them. The Glacial stage is out. Rayquaza is getting low. We are trying to pivot. Who's going to secure? The Cinderace is in early, and it's taken by Niow.
Niow able to secure that somehow. Cinderace was not able to do it with the Unite move. It's the Talonflame that's able to take it down. Zoinks is ripping his hair out right now because I know he really wanted this Tyranitar to win, but it's not over. Zoinks, calm down.
Calm down.
That's how loud he's screaming. 215, 240. It's definitely not fully over, but with another 100 points here, Trevenant moving to the center, it looks like it's going to be impossible for Ignorance to come back.
So many points are being reined in, so much screaming by Zoinks in the background as this Tyranitar is felled by Niow. And now we're entering garbage time, 5:15 to 2:40. This thing can only get worse for Ignorance as Niow is now 2-0 in the groups. Chef's team to watch is getting it done.
Yeah, looking amazing here. I mean, they've got the Cinderace, they've got the Brave Bird Talon, they've got strats that other teams just aren't playing. But Ignorance, you could say the same thing too. I mean, bringing out the Tyranitar in this game, number 3. What a series. I mean, incredible stuff from both of these teams. I absolutely loved it.
What a great 3-game set.
Yes.
You know, from two teams trying to prove themselves here, Niow shocking everyone. I would be unsurprised if the match against Team YT went the similar way, just throwing so much, like a junk ball pitcher throws so much slop at you that it's hard to get a hit because you never really know what to expect. Niow's got it in spades. What a fun team.
Yeah. Incredible, incredible match for these two teams. I mean, I can't wait to hear what our boys over at the desk think of this one. Obviously, I can see Zoinks. He has his head in his hands. He is devastated right now. I think he's weeping. Oh, no. Maybe they don't want us to throw to him right away.
Yeah, I mean, we love being on camera. We'll just hang out.
Yeah, we'll just hang
Hold
out
on.
for a
Let me
second.
fix your pin.
Yep. Just let me know.
Okay, got
Still
it.
crying? Wow.
Yeah, it's so many tears.
Let's send it on over there. I'm sorry, Zoinks. This is the longest I could stall. Go ahead, buddy.
Cry it out.
Trying to recover here, but of course Niow are our winners, the big upset team of the tournament. And I'm sorry, buddy, 0 for 2 in this studio, sitting here, trying to watch that T-Tar.
You think I'd learn? You really think I
don't.
would?
Actually,
All right,
I don't.
Well, I'm glad you're confident in
Yeah,
at least one thing of me being wrong. But you're right. That Tyranitar not looking like it's at a spot. But let's take another run. Might be the last time we ever see it on a broadcast. So let's watch the highlight reel of this Tyranitar.
No, I mean, honestly, it was doing pretty well. It was not looking like it was that bad. The end of that was ridiculous. I mean, that was just coming down to a losing team going for the flip and then winning it.
Yeah.
And a lot of that was because they had the burn from the Cinderace. So overall, you know, the T-Tar, it's not like it didn't work. It just didn't win.
Honestly, I think how well the Talonflame did was a little unprecedented with Ignorance's team composition. Like, I can't believe Talonflame was able to cook as hard as it was in this game number 3 because the play-making ability that Niow was able to do with the Firebird was honestly unbelievable. Ignorance had their moments, you know. We have Slowbro, Scald damage, taking out a Regieleki and getting some objectives here and there, but wow, Niow really puts together some incredible team fights. That full combo taking out Blaziken.
I gotta say, only thing I want from this point out, you know, I'm unbiased, but all I want to see is Niow and Ignorance in Grand Finals at NAIC.
Right.
I want them both to qualify. We need more of this match. This was incredible from game 1 to game 3. Like, this was just a whole bunch of wild things between, like, the outraged Dragonite and the T-Tar, and I mean, all the comps were just ridiculous.
Yeah, it's kind of funny that we put two of the best variety teams that we have competing in the group stage in the same group, but at least we got to see it pop off. Our player of the game will be Blush. We talked a lot about their pocket picks. I think we only got to see their Gardevoir, which in game number 2, by the way, popped off unbelievable with those future sights. But they're going to be winning the player of the game in our game number 3 with 77,000 damage on that Talonflame. Running the Charging Charm, Attack Weight, and the Razor Claw. No Float Stone on this one, but when you're running Brave Bird, you don't need as much just mobility. Brave Bird's got that crazy long range on the dot.
Yeah, and you are also really committing to your attack. So, it's not like you're like, well, I'm going to go in and then fly away and sneak around. You're like, I'm going to KO you or I'll see you back at home base. But it worked out. It was definitely the KO situation. And like you said, that was a really key part of that team comp.
Yeah.
Like, way more than I thought it was going to be. I also didn't think there was quite as many targets that I normally would have liked to see against it just worked.
It works great. Now, we're going to take a look at our groups, and honestly, that game will really be an interesting thing to look at for the rest of Group D, because Niow has now now been able to take out Team YT and Team Ignorance. So that is setting up a very, very interesting matchup between Ignorance and Team YouTube. Team YouTube were able to take it over Team Ignorance. It really throws things for a giant loop in Group D. But otherwise, a few updates. Exile Nemesis just running in Group A. Group B, we have Orange Juices and Paragon at 2-0. And of course, Group C, G, looking extremely good at 2-0.
And also, I've got to say, the really important matchups that we're going to be seeing here, well, I don't know if we're going to be seeing them exactly. I think we are. The Umbra versus Luminosity, you know, the fact that they're both kind of in that spot right below G right now, and then there's an opportunity, of course, for a lot of different things to happen in that one. And then the Ignorance and Team YouTube having the same record up in Group D. Both of those, I think, are really, really important parts for what we're going to be seeing kind of towards the end of this bracket.
Oh, of course. We have so many incredible matches upcoming, lots with implications for NAIC future on down the road. I can't wait to get to the rest of those matches, and I know you can't either, so don't go anywhere. More Unite right after this.
Orange Juicers.
Paragon.
And that's as far as we planned. Get ready for this next match, everybody. Orange Juicers versus Paragon to decide who is walking out of this group
Not
in
me. I'm sitting.
first place and who is walking out of this group in second. Walking out of this group in second place puts you into the losers bracket of our top 8. So this is extremely important, Doomstacks.
Yeah, of course, by seeding, you can see here Orange Juicers definitely want to kind of fulfill the prophecy here and be as a top-seeded team on the winner's side. As we're taking a look at these squads, Orange Juicers, we saw them a little bit earlier today.
Yeah, Orange Juicers obviously a fan favorite of a lot of players right now. This is that exciting team that got put together from the ashes of alter ego, Luminosity, and some players that they kind of picked up recently. Then we have Paragon, a really exciting team making it in here, hoping to have a huge run.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of limped in after some team reshuffling. There was the 17th seed, got bumped up to 16th, and they are not squandering this opportunity. They find themselves in a match to win the entire group, put themselves on the winner side at NAIC.
And we talked about how extremely important this is. Obviously, again, whoever wins regionals, they punch their ticket to Worlds. They get it all expense paid, besides a lot of expenses, trip to Honolulu to compete. So it's very valuable if you win regionals. This is the most important tournament of the year outside of AOS Cup earlier, where you guaranteed your spot to Worlds already in an international competition. We're going to send this thing on over to Zoinks and Wonder Chef, not at the stairs, all the way over at the caster area.
Whew, can you imagine walking that distance? I can't believe Spraggles and Dupes Next do it on repeat. That's wild.
No, they don't actually. They have production come in and like wheel them over in like segways.
Like
It's
a caravan situation.
Yeah, actually they tie them to each other and then wheel them both. It's very cool.
Game 1 for the draft that we are headed into, Orange Juicers versus Paragon. Paragon, a team not on a lot of people's radar, but now that I'm seeing the names, I'm getting very excited. This is Melon and, of course, Tie-Dye, one of my favorite new support players in North America. Their Hoopa is phenomenal. I'm really hoping that Paragon takes that option in this game number 1.
And we can look at these first bans. The real standout here is Blaziken, not a Pokemon that really gets banned all that much. I mean, it's strong, but it's usually kind of the second-tier choice.
Right, it feels like they want Machisel to pick Machamp at this point in time. We're taking out every other top path option. If they grab Trevenant with their first pick, it really feels like I don't know where Machisel's going to go on the side of Orange Juicers. Paragon most likely grabbing the Trevenant Pokemon, and of course the Mew as well. An absolutely phenomenal pick, and with Melon, which I believe the Waterella is, that is going to be a huge option for them.
Yeah, Mew, all the pop-off Mews today have been really big pop-offs.
Yeah.
Now Machisel could be going for that Machamp. That would be great to see. There are some other options. I mean, Buzzwole's not, like, uncompetitive right now.
Yeah.
We look like we're probably not going to be picking that quite yet. Going to be wait a little bit. I mean, they don't have too much to fear as far as anything more getting stolen away from them. So I do like Flareon's going back on that Inteleon. Obviously working quite well. Literally the reason why they won their last game.
Yes, absolutely. A clutch moment from the Inteleon to secure a major objective. We've called it time and time again, but now, of course, Flareon's just doing it here in person. Paragon getting that double special attacker composition. Both the Mew and the Sylveon will be a lot of firepower. Not to mention, Blastoise, who does a fair amount of damage themselves, is on that special attack roster.
Ooh, I'm looking at all these picks that could potentially be here. The Phalanx definitely not the option, but could we see the Garchomp from Machisel? Would be sad not to see the Machamp at all within this tournament, but it does look like that's going to be the option, and that's a very interesting one to pick out late in this draft. I mean, this is a lot of damage on Orange Juicers in general, if they can kind of eventually hit all their power spikes, but I mean, that's looking just like a strong damage team.
What a ton of confidence they're putting in Machisel, right? To have so many top path Pokemon like Mimikyu, Gyarados, Blaziken, all banned away, and we're not showing any first pick priority to either Trevenant or Blastoise, two extremely popular top path Pokemon. We're just trusting that Machisel will be able to have an option still in the tank that is game takeover worthy. And they're going to be locking in the Garchomp, one of my personal favorite picks, but I do think it is going to look okay in this enemy team composition. The toughest part is going to be just finding those enemy Pokemon. Can you get to the Mew? Can you get to the Sylveon? Because yeah, you might be able to do a ton of damage to Trevenant and Blastoise, but you got to get past them if you want to get to those juicy targets.
Yeah, there's also there's a decent amount of time I think that you're going to have as Garchomp to kind of level up and try to hit your power spikes here. Yeah. It doesn't feel like you're getting super heavily pressured. I mean, you know, the really strong top paths that have like no evolutions can be very, very tough if you're this poor little creature just trying to level up. I want to be a Garchomp one day, but you really don't ever get that chance. But this is seems like there's a pretty good amount of time, so I'm interested to see if they are going to end up popping off. I feel like neither of these teams have chosen really not weak, but not like super strong, super early game comps.
Definitely not. Yeah, we are going scaling in direction. It feels like a bit of a return to North America's mainstay in the metagame. This region has always been all about, even when the metagame is defined by early options, picking things that can scale very late and take over team fights. That being said, Orange Juicers also does have the Leafeon, which can carry an early game all on their own, you know? So
and the late game.
Will on the Sylveon and the late game.
And mid game.
Will on the Sylveon is going to be clearing the bottom side of the central area, as we did have the Mew from Melon clearing the top side.
Yeah, this is going to be the scariest moment here. Once you hit this level with the Mew and the Sylveon, I think that's the biggest power spike that we're going to have early in the game, and that's both coming, of course, out of a Paragon, but the Leafeon is going to be a great counter to that. So I do expect, like I said, that we're not going to see a lot of super intense early aggression. We really want to hit some of these power spikes. I mean, once the Trevenant becomes Trevenant, that could be pretty big, but overall, I think we're chilling.
Yeah, we're going to see Trevenant Defender as well, an important distinction that we have been seeing back and forth all day long in North America, but we, of course, are going to have the Blastoise filling that top path role. Two Pokemon in the top path right now that are kind of the don't underestimate the little guy. Both Gible and Squirtle can do some devastating damage. That water gun putting them in a terrifying position, but it's Gengar God who goes down. The Squirtle KO'd at the hands of the Gible, and Machisel that much closer to getting to their first stage evolution.
Yeah, that's really big. It's going to be kind of a race between those two up top, and that is obviously a pretty big head start in that race. And yeah, I mean, one big thing that I really got to look at as far as Paragon's team comp is they don't have a lot of crowd control, and getting the Trevenant online to kind of be able, there it is right there, to be able to control is going to be really big. I'm assuming we're going to see some version of Spin Stoice, but a lot of this damage is just pure damage. I mean, we saw the Hyper Voice already. We see probably some sort of Spin Stoice. We see Mew, which can have a little bit of control, but realistically, the Trevenant's going to have to be really, really in the right position all the time.
Yeah, I am curious about this War Turtle and which build they go with at this point in time. Big Razor Leaf engaged by Kratos. They got to try to escape. Poto will be there to restore their HPs, but Chisel's got to do it the old-fashioned way and head all the way back towards their goal zone where the citrus berries are awaiting.
Just taking a little bit of damage right there, just for the road. But this is a really heavy now set of aggression now that the power spikes have been hit from Paragon, trying to break this bottom tier 1 goal zone. We actually see the other tier 1 goal zone of Paragons up top being not necessarily broken, but being taken down at least a good amount of points. And they do have the ability to teleport back up there and defend it, so now we got to see what they're going to prioritize. I mean, they've built themselves a lot of space for this basement Reggie by taking down that tier 1 so early. I'd have to assume the Paragon's going to be going for that, but they can do whatever they want. That's the power of Hoopa.
Exactly, yeah, having the mobility, and like I said, this is a player of mine to watch on Paragon. It's Tie-Dye on this Hoopa. Has been absolutely crushing it in grassroots tournaments, and I'm looking to see if they can succeed here on the main stage. Machisel caught up by the Woodhammer, not at that level 9 yet, so no Unite move to give them an unstoppable, but they are able to Dragon Rush all the way back to the goal zone. Surf not going to catch them, and notably, Blastoise is running that crowd control heavy build of the Surf Stoice.
That's interesting. I'm curious as to why they split up the paths like that, but oh my goodness, nice KO right there. There's a few members of Paragon coming down to try and challenge this Registeel. It's still at half HP, not huge damage from the members that are here on Paragon, but they could definitely steal this away, and what they're going to steal away is the ability to fight at all from that Leafeon, as the last hit is going to be taken by Paragon. Very nice stuff.
Yeah, big Hydro Pump from the Blastoise does secure it. Also, perfect play from that Trevenant, that entire team fight, just standing in place to block any snipe shot opportunity, and then, of course, they were able to swing in and get the KO onto the Leafeon. A big Woodhammer, full combo, and a final auto attack. That's devastating enough damage that Kratos was sent back.
Oh, someone else getting sent back right there.
Revenge.
Yeah, a little bit of revenge. Oh, misses a Woodhammer. Good. Well, I should say dodge the Woodhammer.
Yeah.
Let's give credit where credit is due. Great little walk away right there. I do got to ask you though. I'm curious. I think it's an interesting choice to go Surf Stoice up top and Trevenant on bottom as the tank. When I feel like you get a lot of, I mean, you do get a good amount of damage, of course, but I do kind of feel like you get the same utility if you were to switch them around, and a lot more damage coming out from potentially the tree. Do you think this is like? What do you think about that?
I really don't mind it. I like heavy crowd control into a Pokemon like Garchomp just to slow it down at every turn. So I think Trevenant playing in the bottom path to try to slow down the unbelievable power level of Flareons might be their main focus at the time being, but you really could go back and forth. You are absolutely right.
There's a lot of things happening right here. Back and forth as far as KOs. We're going to KO one apiece. Mew just barely trying to get out of there, not able to quite escape with that Unite move. But basically every Unite move in the game popped all at once. And currently, this Sylveon is trying to kind of 1v2. It's doing a good job of spacing out. Nice attempts to check the tall grass right there. But Will is going to have escaped a long time ago. Going to get a little bit of a reset on that Hoopa. That beam looked like it had a little bit of friendly fire. I'm very glad it does not. That would make my solo queue much worse. I don't want to imagine that. Please no. But weird, really intense fight for nothing in the center right there. A lot of Unites popped, and there was not really objectives. I mean, experience, but that's it.
Flareon's adding more notches to the KO number, right? I definitely think they are in the position to be double-digit knockouts by the end of this first game, already at level 11. I think first on their team to reach that particular mark. And then we have a Chisel working down the Regieleki. Roland actually recalling, trying to get some positioning towards that bottom side. Even though that red line of the snipe shot is visible, no one on Paragon is in position to stop the Regieleki. Now we are just seeing a very slow rotate. Tie-Dye hanging around on the bottom side, not sure where they need to be going. And they're actually just recall back to home base, still holding that Unite move. Wherever they go, the whole team can go.
And this is an aggressive push. Whoa, the Unite used it defensively here. Just going to be able to use it before they can get it back for the Ray fight. But they want to make sure that they're not going to lose that bottom tier 1. They want to hold on to that as long as possible. And they're making a counter push. Machisel going down very quickly as everybody else is just trying to run, but not going to have that great of a chance to. Flareon's doing a lot of damage from the back line. Going to force them to have to go and reset, but just not enough to be able to fully get a KO. This Registeel is really the space that they are fighting for. The cross still going to Unite, get a little bit of shielding, not as much as they probably wanted to, but they are going to be in there. And one hit, so Registeel reads actually set. That's actually very unfortunate for Paragon. Now, Orange Juicers is going to be the ones that are in control of this fight.
Yeah, Paragon having kind of a split decision in that last team fight, right? We had 3 members all try to focus down Zugrug, even after they Unite move and get that shielding, but Will Sylveon's actually focusing completely on the Registeel instead, and it felt like just kind of splitting our options really got us neither of them. But Orange Juicers having an okay pushback, feeling very good about the position in the game. However, they don't have the score lead. Not trailing by much, though. Just 7 points separate these two teams. But so far, the momentum feels like it's going in the way of Orange Juicers. However, Melon's Mew has really been heating up so far in the last couple of minutes. A KO streak of 2 to start off that initial engagement a little while back. And I don't think that's the last we've seen of this powerful mythical Pokemon.
I do have to say, though, Orange Juicers, they have some really powerful scalers on their team, right? And their highest levels, I mean, currently it's like 12, but the Garchomp is going to hit 13 almost undoubtedly in a few moments, and the Inteleon, they both scale extremely well. So getting to this kind of late game and being this even feels like an advantage for them, especially if they can take this Regieleki. That would be a really well-timed one with only about 10 seconds left to the final stretch. So they're going to have to deal with that while dealing with everything else that's going to be happening in the center. I also feel like the team fight potential for Orange Juicers is really strong. Actually, I guess the team fight potential for both teams is really strong. This could be a scary one.
Yeah, Slippy with a great Horn Leech and Woodhammer onto Zugrug. Because Orange Juicers spent so much time getting that Regieleki, they forfeited any kind of positioning around this Rayquaza pit to start the fight. So Paragon punishing them extremely well at the start of that with a push towards the top side. Also, the Regieleki did land. It gives them a slight point lead. We actually have Paragon tickling the Rayquaza with some damage, just making Orange Juicers think about how they want to take this fight a little bit more deliberately.
Blastoise trying to get a back cap up top, but stopped by Machisel. Not really collapsed on, though. Looks like they're going to be trying to get a different pick. Right now, Roland's the one that's getting jumped on, but a counter from Zugrug, who's now at very low HP, has some shields, but I don't know if they're going to be able to get out of there safely. While we get the counter engaged, the Emerald 2-step is going to be huge to try to get in there, but I'm not sure if it's going to be able to get the KO that you need. Unfortunately, the portal can't go down because Hoop already used the Unite, so we are going to see Mew go down, but 2 members of Orange Juicers have gone down. Hoopa not quite able to escape. An awkward 3v3 now happening between these two teams. Neither of them shifting towards Rayquaza. Looks like maybe the bottom tier 1 was a little bit of a goal for Orange Juicers. Makes a lot of sense as it still is pretty vulnerable, but Rayquaza is still here and the burn is huge, especially if Machisel manages to get a few solid auto attacks in there. They could do a lot.
Oh man, but all the damage gets thrown back in Chisel's face. A big stun, and then of course Will fairy frolicking right in front of them. And now Will's gonna be able to take down two. Sylveon absolutely put in work in this last team fight. It's now on Flareons to really bring their team back from the brink. Unite move to try to cut through Blastoise, and they do, but that's only the first target of many that needs to happen. Rayquaza is starting to be burned by the side of Paragon. We got the Hyper Voice shredding down the HP. Mew waiting in the wings for the secure. Probably going with the Electro Ball or the Solar Beam if they can. It's now within range. Everybody focusing on it, and it is the Mew. E-Ball secure for them, and now it's a race to the Cool Zone. Paragon needs to score at least once if they want to take the lead, and with Sylveon full shielding in this tier number 2, Hundo Burger top, Hundo Burger bottom, they are going to take game 1.
Oh, just barely, and we almost saw a repeat situation there where Flareons was sitting at a mostly unguarded angle. It was like somewhat guarded by Trevenant, but that could have very easily been a steal. They did manage to get that snipe shot in just a little bit late. It was more of a timing thing than a spacing thing, so that could have easily been another steal. At that point, Flareons would have for sure won MVP of the tournament, but Paragon, that is gigantic, actually.
Yeah, Will 2 Sylveon is actually so phenomenal in that last team fight, just shutting down every single enemy threat. Zogrog and Roland could not escape the Screamion in any scenario. When you lose your defender and your supporter before that fight really pops off, that of course is a gigantic advantage for Paragon. They play it towards the Rayquaza. They have every opportunity to take it for themselves. Flareons makes it a little dicey. I can't believe this many games of casting that player, and I'm not just watching wherever they are on the map, but they make it a little crazy, but it will be Paragon.
I will say, though, they made a really smart decision on the side of Paragon that didn't really pay off for them, but when we got into that final fight, they realized that they wanted to burn down Ray. And so what they did was they actually sent Blastoise to just go and just solo Flareons. Just don't let them snipe shot. If you got to stand there, just stand there. Exactly. But unfortunately, they actually kind of got collapsed on by the Leafeon at the end, but you could tell that they intentionally were like, we know exactly how they won that last game, that we know that Flareons can do this, steal it away from us. We're not going to let that happen. They didn't let it happen, not the way that they wanted it to. But again, I gotta remind you, Paragon 15th seed in the entire tournament just took game 1 against the 2nd seed. This could be the upset of the tournament.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. This team, I mean, I mentioned a few players that I recognize from grassroots tournaments, from games that I've played myself, but this is not a roster that anyone has been aware of within top 8 striking distance at all. And for them to have so much success already, it's amazing. You just saw one of my favorite moments in that final team fight, by the way, where the Garchomp has a perfect engage. There's 3 or 4 members in front of them. That's like a red carpet for Garchomp when you're Unite moving, right? However, Tie-Dye pops the Unite at the perfect time. I feel like it's the 2nd or 3rd time we've seen a Hoopa Unite move just for the iframes to dodge a lot of the incoming damage. We get that invincibility moment, and then the stun after stun just stops Machisel in their tracks. And this is that moment. I love watching these talented Mew players play around like water, because that was so fantastic. You save the Electro Ball for the secure, allow everybody else to do the burn damage, perfectly executed, and that's why we're going into game number 2 with a 1-0 advantage for Paragon.
I feel like our Mew win percentage today has been incredibly high on
pretty
broadcast.
Pretty good Pokemon.
Super high. But yeah, great stuff, of course, to all these Mew players. One of the most difficult Pokemon in the game. But yeah, this is really, really big to kind of set themselves up into this position. And Orange Juicers, still going by the whole name, if they were into losers bracket for NAIC off the bat, that would be also just gigantic. I mean, they're our previous champions. You know, they are our reigning champions. That is a big deal.
And that's what's at stake here, right? Both these teams are 2-0. The winner of this matchup will be awarded first place in their group, meaning they will start the top 8 bracket at NAIC in the winner's side, guaranteed 6th place, and the losing team will go in 2nd. Still attending NAIC, but will be in that 2nd spot. But I'm very excited about this. I know you all are as well. We're going to be bringing in Inder again for their expertise over that last match. Inder, a pretty exciting game number 1 between a team as well known as Orange Juicers and kind of this unknown quantity of Paragon. What can you tell us about Paragon and what they just played?
You guys mentioned it. I think this game essentially was lost for Orange Juicers in the draft phase. Paragon set up this really cool trap where they removed Machisel's power picks in that top path. They guarded the Gyarados, they guarded the Blaziken, then they picked the Trevenant and Blastoise for themselves. That leaves anything that Machisel wants to play left to get countered by this double defender composition. We didn't see a spin Blastoise, we saw Surf, we saw Horn Leech. The redirection that these defenders can provide really shuts down anything Machismo wants to do.
Yeah.
On top of it, having two defenders into Flareon's and Inteleon also makes the game really, really hard. So yeah, wonderful draft by them.
Yeah, it was really cool. Now, obviously, we've seen a lot from Orange Juicers. What would you like to see them change in draft for game number 2 to maybe protect Machismo a little bit more in the draft screen?
I want to see them lock down some of these power picks a little bit earlier in the draft, whether it's at Trevenant or Blastoise, just so they have something they can fall back on. If they don't need it in the top path, Zugrug obviously very proficient on any of the defenders. He can flex into those picks as well. But I think locking down a good solid pick in that top path early is going to be pivotal for them.
Okay, awesome. Well, I can't wait to watch this draft for game number 2. Thank you so much, Inder, for lending us your insight. It's really interesting to hear from a player who's obviously as prolific and successful as you, Inder. So thank you so much.
Really interesting, but yeah, thank you.
Oh, man, how am I missing these every time?
I don't know.
All right, Inder, anyways, I'll give you another one. All right, we're going into game number 2 between Orange Juicers and Paragon. Orange Juicers literally are reigning champions from our last tournament, and now Paragon, I mean, put it to them in that first game.
Yeah, can I get a call? I gotta make one call out though. What's with the player cards? We gotta talk about that.
They're elite. What do you mean?
I guess so. But we can go into draft. We can talk about the player cards later. Of course, everybody can submit their own player cards. I know if we want to maybe see some of those. But this is really going to be big. We just heard Inder say that the game was won and lost on the draft screen.
That's this one.
That is this screen, particularly right here. I agree with that. Thank you for the information. Different band this time, Mimikyu, even though we didn't see it last time.
Yeah, a Pokemon that I think is unbelievably strong. If I'm being completely honest, I've kind of one-tricked this Pokemon this season in my own games, but I'm having a great time. Well, Paragon seems like they are running back a very similar strategy as last time Gyarados was their band previously. I think it's going to be that Blaziken yet again. Now, Orange Juicers, are they going to, like Inder mentioned, fall for this trap again? Are they going to favor the Leafeon, or are they going to take a powerful top path option? Let's grab that Swiss Army knife. Let's take the Trevenant.
I like that a lot. They can flex so many different directions with that, and you just take it away from the other team. You know that they can use it well, so you just give yourselves so many different outs, and you got to make them choose some different choices. Now, you see that they have the Umbreon, and I feel like as good as Umbreon is, it does allow you to plan your team around it more than some of the other first picks if it gets picked really early, right?
Okay, yeah, I can totally see where you're going with that. They are going to be running the EXP Share Focus Band and the Attack Weight if that player does stick with that option. But with Orange Juicers having the opportunity, Leafeon sliding past Paragon, they are going to still grab that option. So we got a great option for Machismo, and we get Leafeon. So best of both worlds for Orange Juicers. Paragon saying that they're probably not going to fall for the same trick twice. We'll shake it up a little bit. They're going to take that Hoopa again. It's such a good option for Tie-Dye, and we're going to run it back with that Sylveon, who I think was phenomenal in that final team fight.
Yeah, I think this is a great choice to kind of take away the Hoopa as well in case they would want to choose the Hoopa. I feel like this comp would do great so far just with what they had already going into Hoopa, just getting so many strong resets. It can be so hard to KO a bulky team like this. Flareon's, though, back on the Inteleon. I mean, I think that's great. It's been good every single time that we've seen it, win or lose.
It's a way better game for Inteleon on this side, but Wondership, there's a player named Gengar God left to pick a Pokemon for this matchup. They, of course, hover the Gengar to torture me for eternity, but it is a Lucario locked in instead. So Lucario versus Blastoise in the top path. One of the reasons we've seen Lucario kind of rise again in popularity, albeit just a small amount, is because of this Blastoise matchup. Lucario does extremely well in the early game versus that Pokemon. Can play it aggressive for stacks, can play it defensive to counter anybody going for stacks. Just a very versatile option within that top path.
It had some really interestingly good matchups. I mean, back when Buzzwole was running amok, I felt like most of the time, Lucario, as far as, I mean, it's not like anything really beat it, but Lucario was doing pretty well against Buzzwole as well back then.
Yeah.
So I like the fact that it's still this kind of flex pick for top. The problem is trying to make it more valuable late game, right?
Sure.
It does tend to be a little bit hard to kind of keep going in and do more than just help secure.
Sure. Well, they have a great option to do just that. I think it's Lunaire, by the way, who is our Gengar God in-game, if anyone was curious about that. But they are running the Energy Amplifier on Lucario. It's not got Energy Amplifier X Attack, which we have seen in the past, throwback to the first AOS Cup ever, was an option that we saw a lot. The Zapdos did not survive very long against that particular set of damage, but it's all right. The Energy Amplifier, a very cool option on Lucario. It does around 6 ticks of damage just while charging the Aura Cannon, and those get amplified, of course, with that held item. So very, very cool tech for these Lucarios to see, and I think we can expect to see Gengar God hiding out in the Rayquaza pit when 2 minutes comes around.
I would expect most people to, but
Well,
you never know. Yeah, I mean, not in solo queue. I expect most of them to be farming for some reason, but we are going to see up top the first probably stack go in. Yeah, no real way to stop that. We'll see if they can actually get the secure on this other Bunnelby. They do. Probably stack number 2, while Machizel's getting bullied as well. This is, man, really bullied. This is a terrifying path. Not even the Mew. I wasn't including that, but with the Mew, it's a triple terrifying path because all of these Pokemon are essentially at their power spikes, pretty much.
I also love Paragon's plan. We only got to see it via the minimap and also the KO feed in our UI. Their Umbreon went all the way to try to punish this leaving the back Bunnelby stack. The Umbreon actually charged all the way into the enemy Flux Zone to attempt to steal those wild Pokemon. A really cool, creative decision. I mean, it's up to all of you at home if that was a positive one or a negative one, but I gotta love the Slippy creativity.
This is a scary situation. You're going in really heavy without ever evolving, just as that poor little Phantom. Struggling with the most damage in a single match so far in 2024 NA season. I feel like we've seen that stat before somewhere. I'm gonna have to remember in my brain. It was it was over 200,000, and it was something like a Talonflame or something. But don't quote me on that.
I'm gonna say Venusaur. I think if you go crazy on a Venusaur game, potentially that's got the damage leader. Everybody at home, make sure to throw in your 2 cents about what you think that is. Kratos, you gotta always keep your eye on where this Leafeon is. Nice Bone Rush stun is gonna mean that the Kratos cannot escape, and it is Venusaur.
You were right.
I'm the best.
Anyway, you know what I bet it was? I bet it was Petal Dance, Giga Drain. That can do so much damage against double defender if you're just brawling the entire time.
That's true.
It really can. I
can only predict so much. I'm gonna quit
Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. I'm behind already, so I'm just gonna keep going further in the red, unfortunately, which is just like my real life.
No, Machizel can't make it back to where it's the citrus berries that they were trying to steal from the other team, but I think they were able to get at least 1 stack. Interesting thing from this Lucario, we are going with the power-up punch, but also the Bone Rush build. So not something we see too traditionally. However, the Bone Rush does still reset the cooldown of Power Up Punch. So instead of resetting your E-Speed like we've seen it in days gone by, instead it is just a bunch of big old punches. Or 2 of them, I guess.
Yeah, I've seen this a few times as far as this build goes. It's not like it's the most common, but it is certainly not the most common.
Oh, it's close combat. Never mind. I don't know why I said Bone Rush.
Oh, what? I thought that was Bone Rush too. I swear I thought I saw that.
All right.
Well,
Gengar God, do something.
You tricked me.
I need to see what
You were ahead. You should have just stopped talking in general.
It's close combat.
It is close
there
combat.
It is. All right.
It looks like Bone Rush, honestly. I won't lie.
All right, Reggie Lucky about a half HP. Will doing their job, shredding down that objective. However, they now have 3 members of Orange Juicers to contend with. But Chisel finally hitting that Blastoise evolution. Not exactly at the Hydro Typhoon mark yet, but still doing quite well. Zugrug on this Trevenant is able to secure the Regice in the bottom half. I think it was only the Umbreon there to contend a Paragon. Even with that quick rotation Hoopa ability, kind of leaving some of these objectives on the map for quite a long time.
Yeah, Orange Juicer's doing a really good job of splitting up into appropriately powered duos, basically, to fight this. And they're making it seem like they're everywhere on the map, but they've only got a few people anywhere that they are. They're just doing really well with that. Flareon's checking some of the tall grass just to see if anybody's there. Not going to be able to do it. Maybe he was actually firing for some neutral Pokemon. They were already gone, but right now, this is a good opportunity for any team to finally kind of stack up together and try to take this Regieleki. We do see that this Tier 1 goals on Paragon side is already pretty scored on, so I'm not sure exactly how much they want the Regieleki on Orange Juicer's side. It might break it and get a bad overdrive.
Oh, Bliss's combination from Kratos and Roland is picture perfect. Great team call for the Orange Juicers. I see that combo work out so well. Gengar God trying to do their own fair share of damage, but the snipe shot is just such a difference maker for them to deal with. Coaching, healing, though, brings the Lucario back just in time to secure the Regieleki. What a power-up punch. Machisel throwing out some damage as well. Hydro Typhoon plus the Surf to knock 2 members away from the Hoopa portals, but still no KOs. Some great moments again and again from Orange Juicers, but they're just coming just shy from getting these KOs.
I mean, this is such a bulky team, and the people who aren't bulky are just nowhere near you, so you can't even get over there. It's going to be really tough for them to hunt down those KOs. I mean, they're going to do a lot of damage over time. Their poke is incredible. I mean, with both Sylveon and the Mew, but the resets from, or I'm sorry, that's not the resets, that's their resets. But the Blissey is going to be able to keep them up quite well if they're just poking, if they're just sitting there and not actually finding some way in. So I think it's going to depend on maybe the Lucario finding their way into the backline a little bit later before they really get one of those like big KO team fights.
Yeah. Paragon taking this next fight extremely passively as well. I mean, obviously they're playing so far from behind, getting a little desperate to score now. Are they pushing towards that top side to see if they even have an option? They're actually allowing a member of Orange Juicers to solo this Registeel. Flarion's using the Unite move just to try to make this a little quicker as they shred through the Registeel.
Well, I think it might have also been for vision into the tall grass, right? To make sure nobody's trying to steal from you.
That's big brain.
Yeah,
That's
since you're alone, you're never really alone if you're, you've got somebody watching out for you, getting vision for you if you're Inteleon. Even if you don't have any friends, you're good on all your own. But big 2 Unites coming out from Orange Juicers to try and defend here, and they're doing a pretty good job of it. Machisel getting extremely low is going to be going down first, and the Mew Unite into the eject button is going to be nice to kind of go down there, get another KO. There's only a few members left here for Orange Juicers. It's going to be right now Zugrug just trying to stay alive, not going to do a good job of it. And this tier 1 gold zone undoubtedly going down. Nice little 5. Oh no! Bad math. That's like me trying to do math. It was beautiful math into the worst math ever. That extra little 5 in would have been 38 overdunk. Instead, not. I didn't even see how little the Umbreon had, honestly.
Hoopa had the stat, maybe?
Yeah.
Nope, not an option. I saw the items at the start of the game. Unfortunately, a bit of a misplay from Paragon, but this Regieleki can land and they can get some more scores that way. Maybe they can redeem this whole situation. However, Machisel totally reads their rotation through their own central area and surfs into multiple targets. Again, Flarion's job on this squad seems to be shutting down any of these Regis, whether they're in their own central area or if they're on their spawn point. Kratos, this time, running the Razor Leaf build instead of the Leaf Blade build. So changing it up depending on what composition they are facing.
It is so strong that you can do that, especially when you don't have, or when you have a team that could potentially kind of stack up a little bit more. That Razor Leaf can hit so many more people. Right now, though, you're just trying to, I was going to say, I don't think they were going to be able to get away, but Surfing, it's got that mobility. Blastoise has the secret ability of Schmovement.
Absolutely. I mean, even watching them play around in that mean look, you get the Hyper Voice, targets them on one side, dekes them out, goes to the other, and then surfs for that little bonus shield that Blastoise gets while using Surf. So a clever decision by them. Poor Gengar God and the Lucario really would like to get to their level 13 to get those plus moves, so clearing out the wild Pokemon on the top side of the map.
And nobody dealing with this basement Reggie. They're just going to let it go. Not a lot of burn, I would say, on either of these teams. So I don't think they really want to just use any resources to get that down. The best might be just the auto attacks from something like the Inteleon. But this is a close game. Pretty solid lead from Orange Juicers so far, but the level lead is nothing. It's basically exactly even. I think it might literally be exactly even. This is going to even things up here. A big Hundo Burger in that top half. Now 30-point difference, less than 30.
Leafeon going to be back capping as well. We'll see what that number was in a moment. 66 points. Will getting some early damage into Machisel. They could force out an early Hydro Typhoon. That would be a huge boon for them in this fight. Great step up by the Trevenant to jump in front of that, their own snapshot, I suppose, at that moment. Leafeon going to get the KO to the Sylveon, the biggest damage threat on the side of Paragon. It's already eliminated, and Orange Juicers taking that all the way to the bank. Isolation onto Slippy. Flarion's able to take out Gengar God, and that snipe shot just barely able to take out.
Oh, the Unite coming out. It's interesting that it should be able to bring back Sylveon if they decide to come back into that fight immediately, and it looks like they will. The Hydro Typhoon's going to come out. The big steal from the Umbra UNITE, but we are not getting enough KOs on the side of Paragon. They're doing damage, but they're just not able to finish anybody off. And the Hoopa going down there might spell the end. There's 45 seconds left. I mean, you can't even really flip. The base damage on the side of Paragon is not enough to burn down without getting targeted down. And there's good secure on the side of Orange Juice. Extremely good secure with both the Leafeon and the Inteleon, but you got to try something. There's 36 seconds left. You just got to burn if you're Paragon.
Oh, yeah, Paragon wants to try to rip this Ray. You can potentially try to put together a back cap. You do have 30 seconds, but if either team gets this Rayquaza, I feel like it's over for either side. Will playing on the top right-hand side. Machisel, the main interference option for Orange Juicers to try to shut down any of that burn. Gengar God is caught out by Slugrug. Flareon's finishes off the knockout. Rayquaza down to half HP, while Flareon's is shooting straight. That's 2 in a row with 10 seconds left on the game. Orange Juicers aren't letting go of this one that easily. They're going to be tying up this series 1-1.
Rayquaza not even going down in the end. A great defense. Knowing when you can just try to hold on and just defend is such an important part of Unite. And it's honestly one of the most difficult parts because you always want to do something. You see an opportunity, you're like, well, we got to take it. Especially when the lead is not huge like we saw right here. The ability to be confident to sit on a lead that's honestly, any lead that's less than 100 is terrifying because you know one person getting that big 50, or I should say Hundo Burger back cap in is GG. So the Orange Juicers showing their patience, and it's really truly paid off.
Yeah, held on to that lead, building a composition that really felt like it hinged on that Inteleon pick from Flareon's 2 games in a row now, and Paragon not really having any option to threaten Flareon's in these final team fights. Gengar God's Lucario, one of the only options, but it came up a little short in game 2 with Flareon's really just free-firing from the backline, Machisel isolating out the Sylveon, and we saw the dominoes fall. And now, Orange Juicers in position to win and get a winner's spot side at NAIC. But the same could be said about Paragon as our series is tied up right now, Wondership.
It is. And we can see a look back on this match, which was, I mean, obviously much better for Orange Juicers, and we got to see kind of how they brought this around. One thing that I really want to point out, I know we keep saying nice things about Flareons. It's like over and over, but it's true. The positioning of Flareons was really important in this game because, like I said, the biggest way that I think Paragon could have really started their offense was to get into the back line and take out some of the back line from Orange Juicers, and I don't know how many times Flareons was KO'd at all. Almost not a single time. That's the reason why in 2 games that we've seen them so far, they've been there for the potential steal. One time it worked, one time it didn't, but they're almost always the last person up. Just great positioning with that Pokemon.
Yeah, so now Paragon, for 2 games in a row, have focused their draft and their ban strategy completely around Machisel, trying to force them into weird options, and to their credit, it has made Orange Juicers change up their priority in terms of their first pick. But Paragon now have a couple of things going for them. They have the option to take the first pick themselves, and they have the chance to pivot to a brand new look in terms of the draft screen. By the way, that Umbra UNITE might have been the fattest shield I've ever seen in UNITE. That was so many barriers stolen by that Moonlit Prance. Amazing, amazing work from the Umbra of Paragon. Really, really cool. But now it is the option. Are we going to try to focus on Flareons in this draft? The Inteleon, the Mew, the Delphox, all of these are pretty terrifying options that we have to be aware of, but you don't want to just give Machisel their option again. And always, silent and deadly is Kratos on this team on the Leafeon. 8 knockouts throughout the match, 74,000 damage, and they are running that Aerial Ace Razor Leaf build where before they were running the other blade.
Yeah, the flexibility is good. You were talking earlier about how Kratos is just consistently good, basically always, and it's true. I feel like we don't talk a lot about Kratos in the middle of the match, except for obviously when they get the big KOs, especially when they're kind of uniting people, but just always such an important, huge key part. They're always in the right position as well, just doing so much damage, and the choice to kind of flex to one build or the other has been really big for all of our Leafeon players.
Yeah, and also gives a shout out to Cynthia, the coolest Pokemon champion to ever exist. So, big shout out.
Arguable.
All right, well, it's fine. Anyway, their Leafeon play has been amazing, but that's the exciting thing about Kratos. It doesn't feel like it just stops at one Pokemon. For creativity and the flexibility this player has is so fantastic, and it's a reason why they have been making it all the way to World Championships 2 years in a row.
And we can see a comparison between these two teams. And honestly, this is Orange Juicers ahead in basically everything here. I mean,
But not by much, right? Like, just by a tiny amount. Average score is definitely the main difference between these two squads, but 66% win rate to 62% win rate, that's probably just one game going the other direction between these two, and then the Rayquaza secures extremely close as well. Take a look at Chris, who has played a ton of Espeon this season, but of course, Will Sylveon, we've seen a lot in this matchup. Average damage just in lockstep, but the major thing is that total MVPs. Kratos has been around the block a little bit longer in these tournaments than Will, if I am correct, but still, Will taking home 3 MVPs on that Sylveon, a Pokemon that I think the other two casters were saying is busted.
Yeah, I think anything that ends in Eon. We keep talking about that. It's true. Both these Pokemon extremely good that we're comparing between these two players.
Yeah.
It's always going to be a good time. That or the Inteleon, of course.
Of course,
The last
yeah.
evolution.
Yeah, it is a fantastic pick whether you're going with the Inteleon, but that Sylveon has been, I think, the main showcase of the tournament in North America so far. We've seen the Hyper Voice looks and the Mystical Fire looks. They've all looked great. But Wonder Chef, I believe it's time for you and I to fight? Never
okay.
mind. Debate. And I think we have a prompt that's going to come up on screen, and this one will be, who is the best bird in Unite? Oh my word. I will allow you to start first.
I mean, I feel like I would be betraying my morals if I did not choose Cramorant.
Okay, why?
Because it's Cramorant.
Okay.
It's extremely stupid, and well, no, it's literally in the Pokedex. It is just a stupid Pokemon, but it's so powerful that it can literally like shatter rocks with kicks and stuff like that. It's like one of the strongest Pokemon, but also not that smart. So
Fair
I
enough.
just like it's just chilling. It eats a little bit too much. I fully understand that. It's a good Pokemon.
So I think our taste in birds is similar because of you liking it to smash rocks with its kicks. My favorite will be Blaziken. By far, I think it's the best bird. It may be flightless, but the power that it has within it is just unbridled. I think, honestly, unchecked. This Pokemon is amazing. It beats Cramorant in every variety, in cool factor, in fun to play, in just general power level. I think it's the best bird, no question.
It's literally got like the weaknesses to Cramorant. I don't know.
Let us know who the best bird you think is in the chat, but we got one more person to ask. Of course, it's Ender. Ender, we gotta ask, what is the best bird in Pokemon Unite?
It's got to be Charizard.
Okay, that's good.
He's
Good
just
one.
the best bird.
All
He's
right,
got
fair
wings. He's
enough.
a bird.
He's got wings.
Fly?
He's a bird. Yeah, that's true. Any other big awards go in Charizard's direction?
Also a dragon.
That's true. That one's actually more debatable than the bird thing.
Okay, so here's a question. So if Charizard is a bird by being flying type, is Decidueye not a bird?
I chose Blaziken as fire
No, so-
fighting type.
Oh, yeah, that's true. All right.
Birds are birds if they have wings. If they don't have wings, they're not birds.
All right, sound a lot like Zug Chat, so we're going to send you away, Ender. Thank you so much, because our game number 3 is ready. So thank you for your expertise. You're doing absolutely crushing it, Ender. Thank you so much. Game 3 is ready, though, and let's jump in a draft. Orange Juicers versus Paragon.
All right, first bird to be chosen is the best bird. It's decided. Actually, I feel like that really goes in your favor. We haven't seen Cramorant at all today. Actually, kind of goes in the favor of Talonflame. If I was going to be 100% honest, the Pokemon I like seeing the most, the bird that I like seeing the most in Unite
Gyarados?
is Talonflame.
Oh, okay. Talonflame. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Doesn't have wings, technically. I've drawn the Pokemon before, I know. Trust me.
An expert of Gyarados anatomy.
Yeah.
All right, fair enough. Final ban. Ooh, Glaceon actually making the ban stage for Orange Juice is pretty interesting. We haven't seen that Pokemon emerge from Paragon at all yet, so pretty big surprise, but Paragon not going to shift up their strategy whatsoever. Blaziken and Gyarados yet again for their bans.
Yeah, my
And they chose second. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm telling you, a lot of these teams have been choosing second today. I know that you're of the opinion that first pick is really strong, but I can see it definitely going both ways. And I wonder if the Glaceon ban is an indicator of them trying to go maybe something like Double Defender again, which it could be really strong against.
Yeah.
Of course, I mean, hey, starting off with the tree makes sense.
Yeah, we could try to force maybe Gengar God or Will onto options that aren't the Sylveon. I actually would love to see Orange Juicers pick up the Sylveon themselves. Flareon has an incredible Sylveon. Man, 2 evolution things going on at once. But Flareon is going to grab the Sylveon, and the Leafeon will be locked in by Kratos. So Orange Juicers taking away Will's signature pick. We looked at the player versus player stat earlier, and it was all Sylveon for Will. So interesting to see what they want to flex to. Currently, they're hovering the Inteleon, so a bit of a swap.
Yeah, they're literally just trading it around, and we'll see how they do on each side. Flareon's name not as confusing as when they were playing with Umbreons as well, but...
and Schultzeons, they actually all played on one team together at one point in time, yeah.
Yeah, that was not confusing at all. At least two of them aren't in the game. But
True.
right now we got to look at these actual comps. We do have double evolutions so far, so realistically anything you choose here could be good. It's the strength of evolutions. But we're gonna go back to that Gengar, Gengar. The there's too many G names in here. The Garchomp, which is really interesting. That would also be very interesting.
Okay, Paragon cooking a little bit, but they are. I mean, we'll wait to talk about that final pick.
Maybe.
I do think that the Blissey pick for Roland was influenced by the idea that Hoopa will be selected, right? I think Roland is locking in that Pokemon not only because it pairs extremely well with Garchomp or Leafeon, anything that really likes to dive into the back line, Blissey absolutely loves with those Unites. However, it's tough to make it work into the Umbreon. So, picking it, you gotta have more than just one benefit, and I think preventing Hoopa portals is one of those. However, Tie-Dye has still been performing fantastic on the Hoopa, despite having a lot of Pokemon on the enemy side that can stop those resets.
Now, one thing that's going to be really interesting is how we're going to see Orange Juicers deal with the range. Because we have, obviously, with Mew and Inteleon, that's essentially sort of double sniper, and it's way more range than this team, where their biggest range are the evolutions, one of them being a speedster, and honestly, we don't really know exactly what Flareon's is going to play. Of course, there's an opportunity for either, but they just don't really have range, right? They're going to have to dive in. They do have the opportunity to dive in, but we're also not going to be seeing as much of them wanting to dive in until they can get online with the Garchomp.
It's surprising to see one of these more melee or, like you said, lack of range compositions without a Crustle on the team. With a lot of teams really like the Crustle or the Umbreon to lock down those targets so they can't escape and allow your brawlers to really have some value, or even if you're playing some long-range snipers to get that consistency of your damage hitting up a bit stronger. But right now, we are headed into game number 3 between Orange Juicers and Paragon. This is for a winner's spot at NAIC. There's a lot on the line for this one.
There is. I mean, just as far as pride as well, just because Orange Juicers, they're setting themselves up as kind of potentially the top team in NA right now, and they want to continue that. They want to solidify that. And then Paragon has just free reign to pull off one of the biggest upsets, probably the biggest upset of this tournament if we can just look at seeding alone.
Right,
and these matches have been so close that it could obviously go either way, but already we're seeing a bit of aggression.
Yeah, so Slippy doing the same pathing they did earlier on today, attempts to fake tears away some of those Buttlebees, and they were successful once, right? One of those Buttlebees goes their direction, and they get an extra stack in the early game. Slippy on this Umbreon, a thorn in the side of a tree. You never thought you'd see it.
That's weird. That's a betrayal right there. But
how could you?
I know. How could you? Absolutely. But I do have to say, it worked a lot better that time. We saw them get a little punished last time. That now we finally get to see the strength of that, and it is such a common choice to kind of leave some of those Buttlebees. So I do like that as an option. Right now, another betrayal. Leafeon taking out another Eevee, which is we're going to see a lot of evolutions taking out evolutions in this matchup in particular.
Yeah, quite the plot so far. Kratos going to move back towards their defender player, see if they can combo anything, and we are going Solar Blade this time. So again, a return to the Solar Blade, when giving a bit more into the secure department if they can find it. Zuckrug now in charge of defending their goal zone against 4 players. Paragon with a very aggressive push towards this bottom side. I think predicting a aggressive push on the top side from Orange Juicers, so they get a lot of value on that bottom push.
And we got the quiz. What defender do you think takes the most damage on average? Ooh. Now, you were right last time. Oh, don't look at the screen. You gotta guess.
Okay, Snorlax.
No, it's Slowbro. I would have never guessed that. Never, ever guessed that, honestly.
I saw S.
Well, you're cheating. You cheated, you still lost. Yeah. You should be ashamed. But
never prospered.
Good counter invade right there. Good invade, not counter invade. An attempt to counter invade on the invade, and then another counter invade on the invade. But right now, it is basically just Paragon running amok in that center area. They're doing a good job of not just being passive. Like they're doing a lot of really I guess I would say atypical invasions.
Yeah. Absolutely. And they're not getting punished for it either. As long as you have eyes on where the Leafeon is, that's a safe push. If you don't, all of a sudden that could be devastating if it turns the wrong way, but Shizzle has to eject button away, trying to run as far as they possibly can with the Mew boosted auto, is actually going to turn that opportunity on its head. The farther you are, the more it hurts, and a great shot by Melon.
This is a much different game than we were seeing before. This is a lot of aggression, especially from Paragon, and they're doing a great job of it. They are pulling ahead into the lead. Levels now actually going for Orange Juicers as they've got a lot of counters and a lot of good farming, but altogether, gotta say, they're playing a different game, right? It feels like they're trying to maybe catch Orange Juicers off guard now that they've set up what they are more comfortable with within the set, and I do like that a lot.
Yeah. Gengar God is finally going to evolve to this Blastoise. Despite all their early stacking and their big crazy pushes into the bottom path, it still took them quite a long time to hit that level 7. But now that they're there, the opportunity for much more is obviously available. Rich Steel almost gone already. Orange Juicers putting in some incredibly quick work out of that basement objective. Of course, they did give up the Regieleki, and not a huge overdunk for Paragon. I think Teleon just putting in around 30 points, but still, that is a break and more room.
Oh, that is a very low HP Machizzle, but oh my goodness, are you going to be able to say this? Yeah, I'm just kidding, just kidding. I mean, it's still a low HP Machizzle. There's just a lot less HP for other people that were in that fight.
Right. Yeah, Garchomp obviously looks amazing. I think I called it the red carpet earlier on in game number 1. When there are multiple targets there, that initial jump in from Garchomp can just feel so good. And then, of course, just swaths of enemies in front of you look amazing when you are using that Garchomp Unite. Chisel, a master of said option. In that first game, we kind of talked about how Machizzle was forced into that Garchomp position, but right now, in this game number 3, he's already looking mountains better than they were in game number 1. Level 11 already.
Yeah, that is a lot. And honestly, it was looking pretty good in game 1 as well.
That's true, yeah.
But looking even better this time around. I mean, this is 2 levels above the highest level on Paragon. As soon as I say that, of course, they get a level 10, but at the moment, I was correct. So they are just popping off. And if you can pop off with the Garchomp the entire game, I mean, it's so hard to come back from. Right now, we're going to see another attempt. The problem, I think, is Paragon hasn't been able to fight as a full team quite yet. They haven't been able to take advantage of their superior range as far as things go. But they're just chilling down on bottom. This could be a first big push here from Orange Juicers to towards this tier 1 goes on bottom.
Oh, Kratos takes a tough snipe shot to the face. Sylvia not able to absorb that one with the Combine. It goes past them and lands into the Leafeon. That is a lot of damage to have to contend with. So you see a bit of a retreat from Orange Juicers, but good news, the same is happening for Paragon. Trying to go clear a central area that just spawned in as quickly as possible. Slippy tried to buy as much time so they can go back to the goal zone, but they can't. They have to use their Unite move to steal some barriers just to stick around in this team fight. Foul plays through a couple of enemies to stop some scores, and they are doing a great job of defending this goal zone, but you gotta pay attention to Machizzle. A full HP Garchomp at level 11, responded by the Blastoise. Hydro Typhoon sends them all sky high, and Tie-Dye is able to take out Zugrug.
That is a huge, huge Hydro Typhoon. That is exactly what they needed in that moment to be able to help counter that. And Machizzle now being the target of everything. Oh my goodness. If Machizzle was not so over-leveled at this moment, that would have been a KO for sure. That would have been done so. But Machizzle is over-leveled, so you're doing fine. Another really tough KO player right now, Zugrug, as they're all going to jump in. It looks like the confirm did go to Mew, so that's going to be Paragon's KO on that Reggie Ice, and they are going to be able to clear up both of those very hard to take down Pokemon. Big win for Paragon. They're going to be able to get close to tying things up as far as score goes.
Yeah, Paragon finally getting some wheels beneath them. I think having that Blastoise finally at the level 11 breakpoint, but of course their Unite move was accessed, and it just seems like those Surfs are starting to line up in devastating ways for Paragon. Looking so good, and already Orange Juicers having to look for a new option. So far they've been able to rely on just the dominance that this level 12 Garchomp has been able to put out, but you see an early answer from Paragon. Mew out-secures, Blastoise has displacement, and Slippy has that coverage with the foul play. Really great shutdowns for Paragon already.
Now is when the range, I think, is going to become more apparent from Paragon. And then in return, now I think Orange Juicers have to find a way in, specifically, especially with, of course, their Speedster, to be able to kind of dive into that back line, get the big KOs. Right now, again, they're hitting the front line, but the front line, it's getting reset, it's getting the healing back in, and now, of course, he's not going to be able to steal that. Really good attempt, though, from Will, but they are going to be able to defend this probably pretty easily. I don't think we're going to push this one down. We're just going to be setting up, I think, for the final stretch.
Yeah, great coverage by Zugrug. Sees that red aiming line from the snipe shot and never lets that leave their sight. Protects the Regieleki from the snipe shot steal opportunity. Great coverage on the defender. Sometimes your job is to hit the enemy team with crowd control. Sometimes it's to support your own teammates with healing. Oftentimes it's just to stand in front of the most important thing at the time, and no one does that better than Zugrug.
Sometimes you got to be the Secret Service for the objective that you're trying to take.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what happened. Now, the spawn on the base of Reggie, far too late for anybody to take it. So we can kind of look at what we're going to have going into these final moments. Level advantage, 2 level 13s, 2 orange juicers. Point advantage, minuscule, but it is on orange juicers' side. Just about 30 points, 35. So they've got a slight advantage. That's actually a little bit of a bigger one. We just hit 14 on Machizel's Garchomp. But this could certainly go any direction.
Paragon giving up a lot of space early. They're running the double beam, so they're taking a very slow approach to this team fight. They want to be able to poke out and then give a flank opportunity towards this Blastoise with the Surf, if at all possible. I don't think Orange Juicers have any intel on that one. We actually have Machizel guarding the goal zones via the jump pad, expecting Paragon to take this slow. You're running Inteleon mute. You can't start this. You can't initiate the team fight, so Machizel can play this so patiently.
And that's exactly what he's doing. We are going to see a lot of members of Paragon up top now. They are maybe going to be starting doing some damage to this Rayquaza, but we know that Orange Juice is sitting there waiting for them. Machizel is going to finally jump into the center area, kind of approaching from the west. The Hydro Typhoon only going to land on one target. Definitely not the best that they could have gotten in this situation, but that's going to be the first KO from Machizel, taking down Blastoise, and especially the combination between that and the Trevin have just been melting these members of Paragon. Rayquaza not taking a whole lot of damage. The burn hasn't been able to continue. The beam is going to be landing multiple people, but another big KO, and that's 3 members of Paragon down now. Only 2 left. However, both of them can secure. So Orange Juicers needs to be careful not to give them the opportunity to get the steal.
Yeah, their team fight is just so electric right now, though. Machizel's able to chase down Will, no problem at all. Now they're just going to try to shred this Rayquaza, Dragon Rush into the Mew, and we don't even have an option for Melon to take it out. That'll be a secure by the Blissey, this time with the best body check you've ever seen before. Let's assist this to charge through and secure the Rayquaza. And look at this! We're dancing! We're dancing! Gengar God and Flareon showing a little bit of respect to each other after a great set of 3. And both these teams might be at NAIC, but Orange Juicers taking first place in their group, and they will be starting on the winner's side of that regional bracket.
First member guaranteed to be on that winner's side, so they will be continuing their momentum in their run throughout NA. Great stuff to them. Paragon, though, again, a team that I think nobody expected to get this far and do this well, especially against what is considered, like I said, maybe the best team in NA right now. They definitely got the worst end of that final team fight, but they did keep it even throughout that game, relatively even. They kept it even throughout the set, but Orange Juicers, they are showing that they are on top for a reason.
Yeah, a super close match, but in the end, that team fight just felt so Orange Juicers favored. Pulp up, chat. I know you're pumped for that one. And you see the score graph extremely close up until that last moment, just like we were saying, but really, I mean, watch out, world. The Orange Juicers really seem like what NA could be capable of. You know, this region, this team are looking phenomenal, and we're not that far away from the World Championships later this year.
I know, it's getting so close. More importantly, though, we're getting close to NAIC, which is, of course, where they're going to be competing, guaranteed. So congratulations to them. Certainly deserved and certainly expected, I would say, which is a compliment to them.
Of course, of course. Well, we are going to throw it over to the analyst desk so they can break down that exciting 3-game set. Spraggles, Noob Snacks, talk to us about Orange Juicers versus Paragon.
Yeah, I mean, what an incredible set that we got to see here. I think a lot of people would expect Orange Juicers to take that one a little easier than they did. I mean, heading all the way to Game 3, Paragon looked pretty incredible there, but you can see why these are the 2 teams making it out of their group heading to NAIC. They're going to be playing live in New Orleans for a chance to win the regional finals.
As we take a look at these highlights here, something worth noting is it hasn't been an easy ride for the Orange Juicers. Yes, they're making it to the winner's side at NAIC. Paragon, again, surprising those of us here and at home with a nice performance. But nothing's free today. Like, these teams are slogging through each other right now, and it's really, you know, the other groups can shake out in any other way.
Yeah, you know, North America last year had a lot of this too. Top teams really struggling against some of the teams that have not notoriously been in the top. It's a very competitive region. That's been one of, I think, the biggest difference makers between North America and some other regions, is just how good a lot of the competition is, rather than a few teams completely dominating every single match. We saw that right here with a team that's very low seeded but doing amazing. Paragon, again, they'll be in New Orleans at NAIC on the loser side. Orange Juicers, however, secured their spot, a very coveted spot too, to be in the winner's bracket.
I must say here, Paragon took a pretty good angle here at the Ray fight, but we were talking, if Gengar God hits that Surf combo into the Hydro Typhoon back into the team, I think we're talking about a very different Ray fight here, because they would have been able to pluck some players from Orange Juicers. Unfortunately, a little bit of a misstep there. Orange Juicers adjusts well and is able to take a very good team fight and then secure themselves again that #1 spot out of the group.
And here we have the player of the game, Machizzle, who was basically completely targeted, by Paragon as the player to expose, take away all of their picks, and see what they're going to bring into these games. I got to be honest, I didn't think the Garchomp looked amazing, but it seems like something that they can pull out and they can get some wins with.
Yep.
I do think they had a great strategy. When there's a player on the enemy team and you can take away 4, 5 of their possible picks, they start to scrape the bottom of the barrel here. They almost picked the champ.
Oh, almost. And man, it would have been a sight to see if they did. But we've seen similar strategies like in EU, like focusing down Potato, for example, another top path player, limiting their pool, forcing them into, shoehorning them into certain directions. And it just makes it easier to play around at that point in time. So decent strategy by Paragon, probably executed that strategy against every other team they played in their group. And they find themselves, again, a surprise pull, making it to NAIC.
Let's take a look at our groups right now, actually, here at Dupe Snacks, so we can see how things are shaking out. We've got some exciting stuff on the horizon. Nemesis, Exile, both 2-0 in their group, so they should be making it forward right here. We've got Group B. You see Orange Juicers is what we just saw. 3-0 in their group. Niow, 3-0 in their group. If you take a look at Group C, Luminosity, 1-1. The story that's kind of evolving here, if Exile can make it deep into, the live event at Regionals, and Luminosity flames out in this tournament right now, there's a possibility where Exile can qualify for Worlds through championship points. Now, a few things would have to happen. Either Nemesis or Orange Juicers would need to take that first place.
Right.
But these are all really possible outcomes if Luminosity does not move forward.
Absolutely. We're Crystal in the production booth was kind of giving us some breakdowns here. Even one of the breakdowns is if Luminosity makes it to NAIC but gets 7th or 8th, and then Exile gets 2nd, and one of those two teams you mentioned win, they can still eke it out in championship points. So Exile has carved themselves a few different, very narrow paths to finding their way to the World Championships just on CP. And of course, they can win the regional finals. They can win the final stretch and just punch their ticket that way as well.
Yeah, there are a lot of different ways that this can shake out. Nothing is decided here in North America. Make sure you are following us on Twitch, on Twitter, on YouTube, on Facebook, on MySpace, wherever you want to follow us. We're on LinkedIn. Check out Pokemon Unite on LinkedIn. We'll be right back, everybody, while you figure out if we're really on LinkedIn.
Cards.
I hope we are. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. What a crazy day we have had so far in the North America group stages. We are trying to see which teams are going to be playing live at NAIC, and we've had some upsets, Dupe Snacks.
We really have. We really have. One of which was G kicking off the day with a win against LG. We made the joke that the losing team there has to drop the G from their team name. But G now 2-0, squaring off against Umbra Vulpium is going to be the next match we watch. If G wins, clear group winner, makes it easy for them. They're on the winner side. If they lose, pure chaos.
Yeah, it's absolute chaos. We set up opportunities for a three-way tie in this group, and I don't know how tiebreakers are figured out, and I'm so glad I'm not the one who has to figure it out. Umbra Vulpium playing with a little bit of a disadvantage. Only 4 players on their squad.
Yeah, but the reason that all of those objectives are paid actors, paid by Umbra Vulpium. That's how they balance the scales there.
Oh, that actually makes a lot of sense. So obviously there are not 4 players. I just feel like I should mention that. We just don't have a trainer card set up right there. But this is going to be a really exciting one. I haven't seen Umbra Vulpium in a while. I feel like I've watched them a little bit in some of the qualifiers. And then we have this known quantity, but in some ways very much not a known quantity in G, a new team that was put together again after the big roster mania in North America. Slash World Champion is on this squad, and they're playing like it today.
They're playing great. So I don't want to say like the X factor is Slash, obviously World Champion. They're a great ad, but there was a lot of chemistry amongst these other players. You know, I've played with them in a stack of a 5-stack before. You know, me replacing Slash, which is not a competitive choice you actually want to make for what it's worth. But all of these other players do play together all the time. Black has always been with GT. OG goes way back with this squad. Of course, Eggnoob and Anchor there, one of their shot callers. And with the help of Slash, has put together a great, great squad. And then Zealot to round it all out. I mean, that's why they're winning. Like, they're known quantities, but together they're just kind of this special thing, and they're making a run of it.
They also have a world champ there, and they might have the world champ difference right now. I mean, we could have a little bit of a Wolfie situation with Slash being on this team. Maybe this is what you need to get some of these other players to rise from almost the best to being the best. So let's take a look at our groups here, Dupe Snacks.
Yeah, again, we'll go through the easy ones, and that's Orange Juicers and Niow 3-0 in their group. Able to get it done. They are moving on into the winner side, which is just a real prize at NAIC because you're going to be on that winner's bracket. We're about to see G versus Umbra Vulpium. That's kind of what the texture I was trying to lay out for you. If G wins, clear 3-0. They're like Niow and Orange Juicers. But meanwhile, up top, we have Nem and Exile both sitting at 2-0. Both top 4 teams CP-wise. We know how important it is for Exile to be on the winner side, just so they can have a deep run at NAIC here. So that's another great match.
Yeah, so many important games ahead of us. You can also see in Group D, Team YT and Ignorance. Now, I think if a lot of people looked at Group D, they would think maybe Nihao, YT were going to move forward, but a match is going to be extremely important because Team YT is going to run up against Ignorance, and that's going to decide who is moving forward in that group. They are going to go through the losers bracket, but they're going to have a chance at Worlds.
You can even make an argument that the 2 teams there that you'd recognize just by like name value would be YT and Ignorance would be the 2 teams making it out, and Nihao may be kind of a flash in the pan by beating Exile and this unknown quantity stepping up. But man, they proved something today, and I'll tell you what, a blast to watch play.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a debate. They're telling me we're going to debate about something. Yeah, let's go ahead and debate. Well, you did cancel it. Who has the better mustache, Dube Snacks or Spraggles? All right. I will debate this, but I do already have an answer in my head. I will once again debate for Dube Snacks. I've said this many times. I think he has a better mustache. I friggin' hate that I'm saying that right now. But I do. I think he has the better mustache. Now you have to fight for me.
Yeah, of course. You actually commit to the mustache, right? You go closer shave. I do the mustache with what I call a mustache with a dusting. You know what I mean? I keep a little stubble around the corners to give myself a little bit of edge, so I'm cool to all the cool people out there. So that's why Spraggles actually has the best mustache, because he commits truly to the mustache itself.
I don't want to just take the win right here, and I don't think I can. I think Dube Snacks' mustache is still more powerful. I think if both of our mustaches ended up fighting, mine would do pretty well, but Dube Snacks would kind of do that thing where the mustaches are fighting, and it looks like his is losing, and then it just kind of smirks and is like, oh no, it was actually stronger the whole time, and eliminates my mustache.
Well, true. Okay, so
My mustache is
But my-
Yamcha right now. His is Goku. All right. Maybe mine's
so are you
Piccolo
saying?
at
So
best.
are you saying my mustache stubble is like my training weights? So then
Yes.
Goku actually like takes
Uh-huh.
off the training weights and he starts hopping around. He's like, actually, I got a lot more power. Let's kick it over to the analyst to actually analyze who's got the better mustache. Let's get it.
Yeah, do you have an opinion on this one?
Mustache-based talk
This
only.
is only mustache talk, says the production team.
I will say, I am hurt that you were not included in this opportunity, by the way.
I am not. I am a far third. I think your mustache is better than mine. You don't even have a mustache, but it's tough. It's tough between the two. I feel like the playing ground's not even. Like you need to shave everything but the mustache, and then we see. You know?
Oh, okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
maybe
So
that's a showdown
there's an
with you.
argument
Or
that-
you grow the stubble.
I can grow the stubble.
Do you
Look,
think you
we
rock
can
that?
do this either way, okay?
How fast do you think you could grow the stubble? 30 seconds?
I think I do
You
45
give
minutes.
it, yeah. You give us an hour and let me scream in the mirror, and I can I'll beard instantly. It's just how it works. And then I believe you look in the mirror and go, and you try to.
I breathe it in.
Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah, I pull it
It's a
back.
system. It's a push and pull.
Zoinks, your mustache is like Krillin.
Yeah.
Oh,
We're bringing it in.
We have Ender for an interview. Ender, we're trying to figure out mustaches here. I'm so sorry you were not included in this. We're just trying to debate who's got the top mustache and where yours ranks in Dragon Ball Z.
I can't take the top 2 spot from you guys. I do have you both beat on the beard, so I'd like to see you guys join in on the beard game soon.
That is true.
I think that
That is something. Maybe that's the real move. Is we move to beards, and I just want everybody at home to know that this is how you know things are going awesome here right now.
Ender, how long have you been sporting the beard, by the way?
I decided at one point that I just wasn't going to shave because it's too much effort when you're playing video games, and yeah, just
What a
had
joke.
it for about 10 years now.
Okay. That's a long time.
Yeah.
beautiful stuff. I mean, that's pro gamer. That's pro gamer stuff. We're gonna throw it on over
To us?
No.
To
We're gonna-
them?
To them. We're gonna throw it to Zoinks.
This is how we're ending our thing?
How
Okay.
else are we gonna end it?
But hey, Pokemon Unite.
I think my favorite thing about the studio shows is that Dupe Snacks hates segments. And we'll play the segments whenever he can. Call him stupid. I love that. But here we go. We are into our next game. It will be G versus Umbra Vulpium.
Oh, look, they got a 5th player. That's pretty
Let's
impressive.
go.
They picked him up real quick, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, this we've already obviously heard a lot about kind of how much this can matter, and this is in its own way, especially like in the current tournament and currently where we're at. It is 2 big unknowns as far as things go. We obviously we know that G's good and they can be good, but consistency is a really big deal in Pokemon Unite. And even though we've seen some teams that can beat anybody, seeing how consistent they are is not always the same. So not to say that they're not going to be consistent, but we don't get to see G at all. So now it's time to see.
Yeah, I'm really curious about this team. Last time we saw them, it was a lot of Blastoise from OG, a lot of Leafeon from Zealot, right? But we don't know too much about what Umbra Vulpium has been playing in this tournament up until this point. One player I do know on that squad is Blue Hero, who loves the Blastoise pick. However, I don't know exactly what role they're filling in on this roster. A very formidable one. I think Egoist probably got the Speedster role locked in, if we have the trainer card has anything to say about it, but it will be contested with Kiro rocking a couple Speedster stickers themselves.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how this team plays. I've never watched them play together as a team. Definitely some of the names familiar, but it'll be good to see, and especially just see kind of how they're doing today. Obviously, they're 1-1 in their group, and anybody who's in these groups, you know, no matter how you do, is obviously extremely good. They qualified through a lot of different teams just to even get to today. So we're gonna have to see how this ends up going. I do gotta say, you know, now that we're really thinking about it, it's kind of funny that like G, the kind of leftovers of GT, beat Luminosity again. Like that's like the curse. Like it doesn't matter if like 90% of the rosters have switched, it's still the curse.
The answer is Agnew, I suppose.
I guess so.
The answer is Agnew. We have isolated the single factor down with enough roster changes. We have found the kryptonite for Luminosity Gaming, but I think that one felt pretty fantastic for the whole roster at G. A little bit better for Slash, more than anybody else, but I think they were feeling pretty good. Now, there were some incredible community cards on the screen right here. I think Egoist was one of my favorites, but we have some community cards as well. We asked this right at the start of the year if players could send in some of theirs to show off their brand new looks. We got some great ones today. Check out Shrugs over there with the green Venusaur love. We got Sprigatito and Rayquaza in there, but we got a lot of Venu action.
Yeah, I like the end, which I'm not going to try to pronounce the name of, but, you know, given the crown, it's really strong. I didn't even know that was a sticker, to be honest. Not the crown, the Pokemon.
A lot of Cynthia love in this
Yes,
one in particular, which, of course, I'm a pretty big fan of. And
they put the crown or the tiara, whatever it is, on Cynthia. That's how much they like it.
that's true. And the umbrella on top of Greninja, which is kind of a crown for a water Pokemon, if you think about it.
No, I don't think that's true.
All right.
But I feel like they like the rain. They would only make them stronger, you know? I don't think they would use an umbrella. They're a water Pokemon. Maybe for a fire Pokemon, that would be a very strong. Fire Pokemon should all hold umbrellas. I think that would make sense.
All right, you heard it here first, folks. All fire Pokemon should hold umbrellas, and I think that is a pretty good design choice. Maybe umbrella a held item in a future iteration of Pokemon Unite. We'll see. But of course, Wonder Chef, we've talked a lot about these two rosters, but we don't have to talk about the team lineups anymore because we are into draft of game number 1. G already qualified for the top 8 at NAIC, but Umbra Vulpium, if they could take down G, they will potentially open up a spot for them to make it in the top 8.
Right, it could set up a three-way tie. There's a whole lot of confusing things going on here, and already it's confusing. But the point is, we got to see what happens in this game before any of it. We are going to get rid of that Blastoise very quickly.
Yeah, okay, wow, so a Pokemon we've seen a ton of, we are going to see none of in game number 1. Of course, Blaziken, a pretty popular option. We've seen a lot of top path Leafeon from OG as well, but it looks like Zila is going to grab that opportunity. First chance they get. Other side, Umbra Vulpium going to grab that Blissey immediately and pair it with the Trevenant.
Ooh, that is already a strong combo. I mean, it's strong for, of course, the first 3 picks.
Yep.
Getting that Blissey very early on those, maybe a signifier that, yeah, you're going to go for something that's going to try to be some sort of hard carry. Of course, the Mimikyu is a great option for that. We've seen a lot of really strong Mimikyu play so far today, sometimes with a Comfey, Sweet Kiss Comfey on it, but I don't think that's going to happen this time around.
All right, and it's the Buzzwole locked in. So you've been talking about this Pokemon quite a bit today, Wonder Chef, saying you're still a bit of a believer in the buff bug, but it has not seen many games on broadcast. OG going to be picking it probably to run up against the Mimikyu in the early game.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, the big thing about Buzzwole is that it's still really strong early on, right? It still has a very, very strong early game. Its path is very hard to kind of win against, especially if you're giving it some sort of support that can do a lot of really strong harass, like an Eldegoss. It's going to be very, very annoying to fight. So I do feel like the early path could go pretty well in their favor.
Yeah.
And I also want to talk about, there were like 4 tournaments where I was like, yeah, I saw South America doing a lot of top path Leafeon. I wonder if we're going to see that. And then we didn't see it for all 4 tournaments, and I stopped talking about it, and then we finally see them play it. Not this game.
Maybe. But eventually, yeah. It was interesting to see OG play it in the past. Maybe we'll see it run back at some point in this best of 3. However, I am particularly very excited to see Zealot play this Leafeon. Like I said, I've casted and watched this player for a long time now. I think was originally a mod in Overlord's chat was how they first got into a competitive Unite, and then from then on just kept running it up. Has played on teams like God Squad and Lotus 8 and is now playing on G. They already qualified for NAIC. Great run for them so far.
Yeah, they did steal the G from LG, so now they're just GG, but they are doing so well. We'll see if they can continue it, and I find it hard to believe that they won't continue doing well, but this is a really, I want to say, kind of polarizing team from Umbra Vulpium. We got to see just how hard they can pop off with their particular carries, because they've got some strong damage. I mean, honestly, Umbra Vulpium comp is pretty ridiculous. These are great comps on both sides.
Yeah, it's a lot of firepower on Umbra Vulpium, right? That's the mainstay with Glaceon, Inteleon, and Mimikyu. There's so much damage to shred through. A lot of work cut out for the Eldegoss of poor Egg Noob to try to keep up with. OG going to shred down some wild Pokemon to try to get to that level 5. One of the best power spikes in the entire game is Buzzwole at 5.
We're going to get pretty close, I'd have to assume. There's a lot of pressure being applied top so far. They're doing a good job of it. Being able to help with one of the early evolutions is always going to be good. And there was a little bit of help from the Glaceon, but Glaceon's not going to pop off quite as quickly. Should be able to come back maybe in time for the 850 mark. But right now, we're already just getting such high EXP for OG on that Buzzwole. We just need a little bit more EXP to hit that level 5.
Yeah, big clash on the top path, but on the bottom side, just Slash versus Kiro and Charles. just a poor defender versus a couple others, but it looks like it's working out pretty well for G so far as the Sylveon strikes first. Egoist has to run all the way and hide in the tall grass. Can't even contend to defend that goal zone, not when the threat of a super-powered Buzzwole is available.
Yeah, look at that. Already just saying, hey, you want to stop this? You want to try and just stop me from doing whatever I want? And that's the Buzzwole style. Right now, these neutral Pokemon are not having a good time. These wild Pokemon trying to stop this Buzzwole. It's getting a lot of stacks already. Looks like it's going to get another one right here. Then going to get the KO, and then get another stack, and then get another stack. You can actually just keep stacking right here, but they want to get one more KO. They might already have a good amount of stacks, to be 100% honest. And there we go. Another KO. Buzzwole, like I said, the early game's still so strong.
Oh, yeah, they're almost at level 7, having a huge power spike already, and that poor Mimikyu held to just level 4. Doesn't even have the option for their first upgraded move yet. Haven't even picked the Shadow Claw or the Play Rough at this point in time. OG, on the other hand, halfway to level 8.
I would actually assume that maybe all the stacks are in. They're kind of playing like they have a good amount of stacks because they've had a lot of space that they've been built. And yeah, they're not really kind of checking even forward for the vision. They're just kind of chilling and saying, yeah, you know what? It's okay. I'm gonna play this solo top as usually when we see this, I feel like the entire team rotates bottom, which is exactly what we are seeing. And the entire team of Umbra Vulpium rotating top. I mean, that Buzzwole's doing great, but I don't know how great it can be to 1v5, so it's got to be careful.
Yeah, honestly, a great opportunity to try to steal some comeback experience from knocking out a high priority target on the other side. Good news for G, though, they were able to break that goal zone, and it looks like with a very healthy overdunk, 164 points to their name now, as this push from Umbra Vulpium is still being held back by G. Slash rotating up again on this Scald Bro. A pretty decent answer to the Mimikyu, reducing the attack damage as much as they can. Egoist is on that Shadow Claw build of the Mimikyu, who's going to be doing a lot of physical attack damage. They did get the Regieleki though, and it will land in that tier 1 goal zone, shattering it, breaking it, but only at a point score of 91, so a very minimal overdunk on the top side.
Yeah, and that was intentional by G. They had the opportunity to stop it, and they immediately, just rather than stop it, they got in position for the spawns, the Indeedee spawns they were going to get. So you can tell that they were like, yeah, we want this to happen. We do not mind losing this. We already have a score lead. You can try to prioritize your Regielekis, but we're going to get a big overdunk on that tier 1 eventually. We just want the EXP.
Nice shot by Blue Kiro, threading the needle through multiple obstructions to get that KO, but the response back is perfect from Zelot, able to get a KO streak at 2, and we're dunking 40 into this tier 1. There's going to be a 38-point overdunk. G with just an absolute blitz to start this game.
The huge level advantage, ridiculous points advantage for so early on. I mean, we're 6 minutes left, and they've got over 100 points. This is looking so good for them. This, in particular, this Mimikyu, not to say that it was like bad play, but it just got shut down, and that was the goal. I think that was absolutely the goal when you choose Buzzwole. It's knowing that you have somebody up top that you can not just like sort of win against, but like really dominate.
Well, at this point in time, they do hit their Unite move, so we have the Play with Weave from Mimikyu, and we have the Bliss Assistance from Blissey. So Mimikyu, when they jump onto a target with Play with Me, if they can be knocked off, if they take a certain amount of damage. However, if you Bliss Assistance that target while they are capturing an enemy Pokemon, you do have the chance to give them a little bit longer time to get that KO, if at all possible. But G really giving up no free knockouts anywhere on the map. Even if Umbra Vulpium is getting a creative flank, it feels like the G always has the answer.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting, like, maybe, I mean, all the rest of the team fights basically from here on out, but especially the final team fight. There's so many solo target unites that are going to be really, really important, right? You got to solo target the Emerald 2-step, you got to solo target the slow beam, you got to solo target the Bliss Assistance at the right time, you got to solo target exactly what you want with the Mimikyu. There's just a lot of, there's not a lot of like just big AoE Hydro Typhoon type moves. It's a lot of, we got to choose specific targets at specific times. Speaking of that, the slow beam going to start that off for a big KO on the Glaceon. That's a great way to initiate. They're going to be taking on the Blissey as well. Mimikyu getting extremely low and kind of got exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, didn't even get the KO before the finishing the Unite move. They're actually knocked out before they could even finish that final hit. I mean, they had the enemy target such low HP. While Black currently on a KO streak of 3. His Mystical Fire Sylveon is prancing around these enemy targets and just dealing this devilish amount of damage, if I'm honest. Like, these would be haunting my nightmares, this evolution in particular. It's been amazing all day, and Black has been putting up a great performance on it in our game number 1.
This is looking really good for GG, obviously. But the big thing is that they do have. It's not that their team doesn't scale well, but their team doesn't super scale. And the biggest fear here is going to be the potential damage that we could maybe see from the Glaceon and the Inteleon later on once we get even higher level with Umbra Vulpium. They do need to catch up pretty badly, and there is an opportunity that G just continues to shut them down in every turn, as right now they're going to be going for this Regi Ice. There is going to be a counter engage, but they are going to be able to secure that Regi Ice before anything else happens. A KO on the Eldegoss, not the biggest target. They could also get a KO over here onto the Slowbro. Still not the biggest target. Obviously, they would have liked to KO one of the level 13s, but they got the 11s. Still, this is not nothing.
Yeah, Riker and Hero comboing their abilities extremely well, but nice response from Zealot as they got the Emerald 2-step to deal a ton of early damage. But OG stealing the show. KO streak at 2, and they want even more. Blissey down next. Is this level? Let me check. 14 Buzzwole is just rocking through the entire enemy team. A KO streak at 3 for them. And this is truly looking like an Ultra Beast here on Thea Sky Ruins.
It is. There's a great opportunity for them to take the Regi Alecki at a pretty late timing here. They can even maybe delay it if they want to. There is going to be a little bit of a check from this Blissey up top. They are going to see this Regi Alecki's basically already gone. They're not going to waste too much time. 2 minutes, 30 seconds, still an amazing time to take Regi Alecki, especially with the Tier 1 gold zone down. They're going to have to deal with that for a while. It's going to really stop them from getting as much farm as they want to, catching up to the late game. But Umbra Vulpium has done a good job of staying relatively close in the points department.
Yeah.
Their levels are not terrible. They just don't have a level 14.
Yeah, it's just some great counter pushes by Umbra Vulpium. It's one of the big things that are holding them in this game still. Glaceon and Inteleon are both at level 13, but yeah, level 15 Buzzwole is going to be terrifying. They do not have that crazy infinite combo ever since the most recent nerfs to Buzzwole, but still a very formidable threat, especially when you throw on the Super Swole Slam Unite in the final moments of that combination play.
Well, if you one-shot somebody, it's kind of an infinite, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So, yeah, it's just until the end. So then that works. And all you need to do is be level 15. Right now, a little bit of pokes going into Rayquaza. No damage really at all. Both teams realizing they're very close in points. Nobody really wants to be the one to start it. Of course, Umbra Vulpium know that they're just slightly behind. The threat of a back cap is there, but an interesting sort of engagement up in the top. This is not usually where these fights end up happening, but we are going to see the Slowbro get slowed down a lot right there. Tried to get the initiation, but the counter engage from the trio was huge. The slow beam on the Glaceon is going to be the first member down from Umbra Vulpium.
Yeah, we'd already seen the Blitz Assistance used on the Glaceon earlier to try to save them, but they had an eject button across the wall to get them extra HP. So now it's both of them down. Riker and the Blissey are gone. We have Blue Hero trying to reset the base. They are on a sliver of HP, so they immediately need to retreat. Trevor to the next one down, and G may have lost one member, but they have absolutely destroyed every other member of Umbra Vulpium. Blue Hero is still up in this fight, but with Rayquaza not even being damaged, they can't think about trying to steal that major objective. G did go for a bit of a back cap, but shut down at every opportunity. Buzzwole brought down to about half HP thanks to that Glaceon, but the restoration plays from Eggnoob's Eldegoss have been very, very good so far.
Now, a lot of the members of G are backing up. With 30 seconds left, and especially with Inteleon down, there's not really an opportunity for Umbra Vulpium to take down the Rayquaza. If they're going to win, they're probably going to have to go for a back cap. You can see a few members going, with Glaceon up top. We're going to see a couple of Evolutions coming down. I'm sorry, the Evolutions on the side of G. We're going to see an attempt on the bottom, though, to back cap as well. Being defended very, very well by those Evolutions, getting all mixed up. Definitely not getting an opportunity there. Looks like up top, they're not going to get an opportunity, as well as a counter score from a few members of G. A great way to play a patient defense and make sure that they can hold on to even a 20-point lead.
Yeah, it was a lead for G, so they were going to win it regardless. But I got to give a small shout-out to Rival on the Blissey defending their goal zone there. Despite the targets spreading out across the goal zone, they were auto-attacking one and egg-bombing another, always trying to prioritize their auto-attacks towards the lower score number Pokemon because they're going to score faster. So, great, clever defense, but just not enough. Umbra Vulpium not having the lead there. Detrimental as G is going to be going into game number 2 with a 1-0 lead.
It was looking close, though, I gotta say. I mean, the points were looking close, but the one thing I gotta point out, the Buzzwole really popped off.
Yes.
Really, truly popped off. That looked like back when Buzzwole was getting banned every single time.
Yeah.
That's how good that looked. But I love their comp where they decided, Buzzwole, like I said, it's just a strong early game, basically. It does not get that infinite combo later on, basically, that makes it so strong.
Right.
So really what you got to do is you've got to use how strong it is early to run away with things. So backing that up with 2 strong early EVs is like perfect. It's like, we're going to run away at the start of the game, and we're not not going to stop until the end of the game.
Yeah, I felt like the Mimikyu just was answered every single time. It does bring a tear to my eye to see that Pokemon lose, but, well, Buzzwole really showcased why it is such a powerful option all season long, to tell you the truth. Despite the most recent changes, Wonderchef still looking great. Taking another look at this match, though, as G was really in charge of the majority of this game. Was a few nice moments from Kirill on the Inteleon, but at the end, it's just a little too little.
Yeah, I think actually leading damage in the game, which is very impressive. But yeah, just the way that G decided to play a comp that just ran over the other team, it worked perfectly. And that was a big risk, right? If they had fallen behind at all, even or especially in the early game, that game would have been completely different, 1000% different. But the fact that they were able to prevent the EXP from Umbra Vulpium and then get a lot themselves meant that they weren't giving them that chance to even things up in the late game. And you really have to stay on top of things for that. So really good stuff to how their strategy worked. I mean, that was a disgusting team fight that they saw right there. That was like a quadra from the Buzzwole alone, and almost could have got 5, but the Leafeon took 1 as well.
Yeah, so absurd. And Umbra Vulpium with a bit of a fumble in those last few moments. Bliss assistance being used early. Glaceon having to eject button really far away from the fight. A few moments that just kind of didn't work together synergistically as well as they wanted to, and instead it was G coming out on top with a great slow beam by Slash. But our player of the game is going to be Zealot on this Leafeon. 6 KOs and 77,000 damage. A very good showing from them, running one of my favorite builds of this Pokemon, the Double Blade.
I love the Double Blade too. And one thing that I gotta say, specifically Solar Blade is extremely good alongside Buzzwole. The fact that Buzzwole so often gets to set you up into one specific spot, and the range that it throws you, even if it's moving forward or backward, is about the same as Leaf Blade. We've seen a lot of teams when they could get this combination, which because it's been banned so much earlier in the season, it was so strong to see. Dunk and a Solar Blade, and you're basically done. There's basically nothing you can do about that. You're like, wow, that hurt. Ow.
Can you imagine telling a team, even like in last month's tournament, that we would potentially have a team with Buzzwole and Leafeon on it? You know what I mean?
Neither at all. Even if it's just one of them, I'd say probably not.
Exactly. Such a prioritized pick, but that's the exciting thing about balance changes and what they can do to shift up the metagame. Even if sometimes the old school stuff, and old school last month, it still works very, very well. We've seen a lot of Leafeon sliding out of these ban faces, by the way. Been a bit of a shock to me in particular, and I don't know if it should stay around any longer. But let's take a look at some stats. Let's take a look at some stats for North America G versus Umbra Vulpium. Average score, very, very close. I love those highest score ones. G 1201. That's just them at their best.
I mean, win rate though, very, very close. But Umbra Vulpium, a really high Rayquaza capture. Actually, you know what I should say? Compared to the other teams that we've seen on these stats, G's overall Rayquaza capture very low for how high their win rate is. And I think that's a great sign, actually. That's an extremely good sign that a team knows how to win without Rayquaza. And hey, what did we see this last game?
Exactly. Now our overall season, Buzzwole versus Blaziken. So Eco is actually playing a lot of Blaziken throughout the season. That's really interesting to know. Obviously, I thought the Mimikyu priority they showed was probably because they are a Mimikyu favorite throughout the season. However, this Blaziken looking quite good. 52,000 average damage. That's kind of what we see from all-rounders for the most part. See a lot more KO-focused options than just huge damage numbers. But OG on their classic pick for this whole season in that last game, and I think we can all agree why. They are dummy busted on it.
Yeah, dummy busted. That's the official term, I think, the official terminology. But dummy busted is absolutely correct. And I'm
Can you imagine if the in-game announcer was like, you get 2 KOs, like, dummy busted? I think it should do that.
Yeah, can we get a Zoinks voice pack, please?
It's only that.
Yeah, only that. Only that at 2 KOs and nothing else. We get to see the votes, actually. And, you know, we didn't get a chance to touch this. The other casters got a chance to touch it. And they said this felt weird.
They said the orange felt weird, I think. How do you feel about the purple?
Purple feels fine. I like purple. What can I say? It's actually really tough to do this. I'm not going to lie. Okay, there we go. That's been pretty good.
Your career as a mime could use some work, I think.
It could. Yeah. It's not my strong point. I'll be back stronger next time as a mime.
Interesting to see, again, Twitch chat going with the underdog so much today. I don't know what's going on with you, Twitch chat, if you're just wanting to, you know, really make it big on the Gambas, but so far it is Umbra Vulpium being favored by Twitch chat.
That's, yeah, very, very surprising. Again, though, it's kind of, as I believe Dupsnack said earlier, it's like some unknown factors between these two teams.
Yeah.
Where it's really hard to tell. Obviously, we can see G is just really good. I'm really enjoying watching them. I feel like they've really got what it takes, especially, I mean, obviously we know the players all have what it takes, but so much of this season has been about seeing whether or not teams can actually gel together, no matter how good of a team or of players they actually have.
That's true. All right, we have Inder for, of course, an interview. I won't miss that one. To talk about this last game. Inder, I know you were just watching game number 1 between G and Umbra Vulpium. G, looking fantastic. What is making this team so good? What they've had almost a flawless run through the tournament.
This team has a lot of players on it that excel really well when it comes to the last 2 minutes.
Okay.
You'll notice that Slash has really clever positioning, is always ready, whether he needs to body block some spears for his teammates or whatever it might be. And we also saw OG get back on Buzzwole. I know you guys talked a lot about those nerfs, and they have impacted the Pokemon, but it doesn't mean it doesn't deserve a spot in the meta at all.
Yeah.
I think OG really showing that there is another top lane Pokemon. When the Gyarados and Blaziken might not be looking so good, Buzzwole is still up there.
All right, okay, if you had to choose, rate your top 3 in order top lane Pokemon, top path Pokemon. This is a tough one, I'm putting you on the spot.
No, that's a race. Trevenant probably number 1.
Okay.
Gyarados number 2. Blastoise number 3.
Okay.
So maybe Buzz is in that top 5 to 6. But there's 4 bans and 9 other picks that go out. So the Pokemon pool goes deep.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I like that top 3. Defenders definitely having their spot within the top path. We see that quite a bit. Umbra Vulpium will now have the chance to choose side. But Inder, we're going to have to talk to you a little bit more because the draft is already ready. So thank you so much for your insight. We're going to be jumping into game 2 between G and Umbra Vulpium here in a moment. Here it is, draft number 2.
I should have been way more specific with that question. I actually should have gone top 6 or something because obviously those 3 are just getting banned all across the board.
Right.
The Buzzwole ban,
Dang.
they said never again. They said you are not going to dunk us like that. Not one more time in this match. Hoopa ban as well, and then the Mew ban, which we've seen a little bit more rare, but usually targeted.
Yeah, very, very targeted. And a Hoopa ban as well on the side of Umbra Vulpium. Also, again, to your credit, Wonder Chef, another team electing for second pick position. I think that was the question I was going to ask Inder because I know Spraggles wanted to ask it as well, but that's all right. Slowbro and Melissi being locked in for Umbra Vulpium immediately. Umbreon still on the table, so pretty big surprise to see that Pokemon slide by UV in their first 2 picks, but G going to pick it up very quickly if it is the opportunity to do so.
Yeah, I feel like there's some attempt from Umbra Vulpium to kind of control the narrative with supports, right? If you're going to ban a support and then first pick a support, I feel like you're saying like, okay, we're forcing you into a game plan. We'll see how well you adapt to it. But honestly, just choose 3 evolutions, you'll be fine.
Right. Yeah, I don't feel bad about being forced into Eldegoss, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's true.
No,
it's true.
Agnew played an amazing Eldegoss in that last game, so I think we will most likely see that again. Now, Umbra Vulpium Egoist is locking in the Blaziken. This was their Pokemon that they have played the most overall in the season, so I'm very excited to see what it looks like on screen, but it will be OG locking in the fish, Gyarados into the top path.
I mean, Umbra Vulpium's draft looks good, but it's so hard. Ooh, I like that Venusaur. We actually haven't seen almost any Venusaur today.
Yeah, surprising lack of that Pokemon.
Yeah, I completely agree. I feel like we've just seen a lot of Mews for maybe beam situations. We haven't seen a lot of opportunities to go Petal Dance, but I gotta say, G's comp is ridiculous. 3 of the potentially the 3 best evolutions right now, potentially.
Yep.
Arguable. Definitely 2 of the 3 at very minimum. Eldegoss, which, like you said, just did great. And then Gyarados. That seems like one of the strongest teams I've ever seen, especially the fact that we're going to have so much early pressure to help feed that Gyarados its effort gauge.
Oh, exactly. Zealot's flanks are going to be favoring the Magikarp path for the most part, I have to imagine, to allow OG to get to that evolution a little quicker. However, that's not always the case. You are right. They have rotated offsides, but due to Leafeon's incredibly quick clear, you could get 2 different flanks off before first burst. So you can really have the best of both worlds in a scenario like that. One interesting note in terms of item, we are seeing it become very popular on the Sylveon is the potion. So Black running the potion on that Pokemon yet again. It is an incredibly tanky Pokemon, especially if they're going with the Mystical Fire option. I have to imagine they are into this composition. So we are going to be seeing a very tough to KO Black CH.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many good other items you could choose when you're using Hyper Voice that I feel like, you know, give yourself like, I mean, there's a lot of different options. So taking Potion, I feel like, is a pretty heavy sign that we are going to be seeing the Mystical Fire, but that makes it so incredibly tanky. We've seen that before. We're going to see it again. G just needs to win one more game here, and they will qualify into winners for NAIC.
Ooh, and just have a dominant group showing, right? We talked about this team, how they are kind of a mismatched squad. They built it for regionals. What better to secure your confidence in a brand new roster than 3-0ing out of your group? You really want to be playing for that. On the other hand, though, it's Umbra Volbium with a lot more to play for. Their only chance at making it to NAIC to play in the top 8 bracket is if they win this one, and then, of course, the destiny is not in their hands, but it's their best option to give them a chance.
Ooh, this is really scary. Egoist is in a spot where they could very easily get KO'd and help feed this effort gauge for the Magikarp. Magikarp already getting a good amount of scores in, so pretty uncontested. Finally, 2 more are actually going to go assist up top from Umbra Volbium out there. Of course, you can't be there 20 seconds of the match like a Leafeon usually can, but that's already a pretty good head start for trying to become that Gyarados.
All right, so it's the Leafeon and Umbreon holding down the top path after a few of those central area Pokemon were knocked out, the Scavalier and Skelgor. However, like what I was saying, Zila flanks to one side to start the game and flanks to the other. And we do have the Gyarados evolution, immediate selection of the Bounce Dragon Breath. Despite how cool Waterfall is these days, we are still seeing all of the top players rocking this build.
Oh, I do love Waterfall, but I gotta say, I believe that is the fastest Gyarados that we've had on broadcast so far today by a pretty huge margin. It was 8:45. That is so fast.
Okay, which side is the highest win rate in the NA 2024 season, purple or orange?
Purple.
I've been talking about purple a lot. Are you also choosing purple?
I agree, purple.
All right, it's my favorite color, so we will see. Egoist having to fend against multiple targets, but they're still stuck on poor, cute, adorable little Torchic. Not an easy fight for this player. Leafeon trying to dunk 10 in, maybe a bit optimistic, but when you can just fully destroy that starter Pokemon for Gen 3 with a Solar Blade, I think you're feeling all right.
Oh, I think that G is feeling more than all right now. Purple side, 50.8%.
Wow.
1%. Oh, that's actually less than I thought it was going to be. That is pretty balanced, yeah.
50.8 is pretty good. I am very impressed. So, well, there you go. Choose purple side, people. Give you that slight advantage. Slash running the foul play Umbreon to try to hit a couple of targets, pull him within range of the Leafeon, and it works out perfectly. As G's Zealot's able to take a KO streak of 2. Charles is also in danger. They hit the level 5, though. They hit that second tier goal zone, which gives a ton more shielding than a tier 1 goal zone, and they are able to escape the clutches of the Leafeon.
I mean, barely. They're setting up for a pretty big overdunk as well in that bottom tier 1. We're about to get the first Reggie spawns, and look at this. I mean, such a gigantic lead in every aspect from G. Their plan was to have a strong early game. That's exactly what they did. They enabled the Gyarados immediately. Gyarados already level 9, tied with their other level 9. I mean, a level 9 Gyarados and a level 9 Leafeon. Those are two of literally the strongest Pokemon in the entire game, and they are both running away with things. They can easily not send everybody a single direction and win both of these objectives, potentially. It's not that the Donetsk is going to have it. They're definitely winning the Regieleki, which is going to be going to a tier 2 goal zone, and the basement Reggie, they've got a chance to, especially if they potentially have Solar Blade.
Yeah, oh yeah, great secure option within that Solar Blade. I actually don't know what Riker is playing on this Venusaur, and it is going to be the Metal Drain build. I like that quite a bit into Gyarados. Fight still kind of raging on the top side. We see Regieleki almost at that goal zone, but Charles can only stand so long as the goals are going to rain in into that tier number 2. Slash trying to dunk in as many scores as they possibly can. They are running both the attack weight and the AO scope, so double stacking, a lot of investment in their scoring strategy.
A lot of risk, but now that certainly they're at full stacks, I would have to assume. They are at least very, very close.
Now
this
they're
paid
at full
off.
stacks.
Okay, there you go. But we also saw, well, that was weird. We saw nobody take the Reggie on basement, but they did take the tier 1 goal zone. So G is just continuing to run away with this lead. Look at that. That's a double KO in one Solar Blade. G! oh, that's why they're called G's, because when I watch them, they go, G!
Yeah, exactly. KO streak a 3-2 as well. Zealot not quite done. Slash denying the Quadra, but still a fantastic look for G. Zealot's just been playing so well. I have to admit, their Leafeon is an unbelievable pick. I can't believe how much they're getting it. That's criminal in the draft phase, but I will say their Aegislash was probably my favorite thing that we got to see today. That was so cool, but that's all right. The Leafeon doing so well for G today.
All right, this is the first opportunity for maybe Umbra Vulpium to get some sort of pick. I mean, Umbreon's obviously going to be quite difficult to deal with, but right now they're just spacing out so they can get that Reggie, and now everybody else is going to come in. We're finally going to get some KOs. It was the defender and the support on G, but I mean, how many Pokemon are you paying with for those double KOs on not the highest level Pokemon? The answer, I guess, is 4. Oh, no, almost 5. That was pretty close there, pretty scary, and they're going to hang around as well. We're going to have OG just try to take a little bit more from that center area, doing a great job of it.
I like that weird aiming shenanigans with OG's bounce. He was clearly charging one direction while facing it. The last second, flicked the analog stick, cracked on the sticks OG, and he's able to dodge back towards the center of the map. Now Regieleki is going to be on the business end of this Gyarados, who's getting absolutely demolished. Sylveon going to take credit for that, as the overheat was just shy of stealing away the Regieleki. And yet another objective going in G's favor. One Regirock for them and a bunch of Regielekis, and only one goal zone left for Umbra Vulpium.
This is, for without a doubt, the most dominant 6 minutes that we've had all weekend.
100%.
And one of the most dominant 6 minutes that we've had in UCS recently. I mean, that's been the goal of this team. G's comp is entirely based around winning early and then winning all the way through. They did a similar idea with all the evolutions in the previous game, and it's just working even better this time around. I mean, you know, Buzzwole, like I said, I've been saying it's great, but Gyarados is Gyarados. That in that top 3 that Inder listed, and there's a reason, and there it is right there. The kind of self-initiation is ridiculous. Not only do you get the bounce, you get the Unite, everything that you can do there adds 1-2 CC while doing infinite damage, and when you get KOs, it's got its passive. Gyarados is a monster.
If I'm going to be honest, this feels like the dark side of targeted bans like Umbra Vulpium is bringing to the table, especially on Orange side. If you're going to be hardcore focusing on specific players or trying to be creative in that aspect, it opens you up to the opportunity of G just picking the really good meta stuff on the other side, and that's why we're seeing Gyarados, Leafeon, Umbreon on these other options. Even Eldegoss, a very contested support option, was a very late pick for G. So their draft looks amazing, their gameplay is to match, and they're almost at 400 points before the 3-minute marks happen.
Yeah, I do got to say, I think a lot of the teams that, we've actually seen a few today, that go for the very targeted picks. The problem is if you're going for a lot of targeted picks, there's so many good Pokemon right now that you have to be willing to instant pick those other top Pokemon. Yeah. And so, for example, they first picked Blissey, right? It's like, yeah, Blissey's very important, but you maybe should have first picked Leafeon or Gyarados or Umbreon. Like, you can't let first pick have all of those, or Sylveon, anything all is going. I mean, there's fights going on. I don't even know if we need to talk about them because we know exactly how they're going.
We've seen Solar Blade collapse, and now we're seeing Dragon Breath collapse. That was one Dragon Breath from Gyarados to take down 2 targets at once, 2 parts of the 3-piece that OG was just able to put together. And now, with 15 seconds until the Rayquaza spawns, obviously G with a gigantic advantage, and we almost have the level 15 Gyarados. Just starting out as a poor little Magikarp with the promise of popping off one day, and OG really making the lore happen here in our group stage.
I like that. They're kind of sitting there with the Gyarados. They're just chilling, waiting to see if there's a target to bounce on, because without a doubt, the only way Umbra Vulpium wins this is winning Rayquaza. I don't think there's any other way. Yeah, even then, good chance they won't be able to. But they've got to find a great initiation. They've got to find a great slow beam. I think if there's any way they're going to do it, it's going to be a great slow beam, a really big Verdant Anger. They've got to find something huge. A nice little snipe shot to start things off, but the initiation is actually going to happen from Slash, just running through. What was that? And genuinely, what was that?
Just separating the team. I mean, Umbreon just kind of walks through the enemy squad. Is going to score the backline, and, well, their score pace is obviously fantastic. Umbra Vulpium going to take the runway they were given, though, and focus completely on this Rayquaza. It's brought down to about half HP, but now the Leafeon's also backcapping into the realm. Black's going to go for the KO and not for the Rayquaza secure, so it is going to go to Umbra Vulpium, but it's only 2 members who earn the Ray Shields, and Charles is already gone. Dragon Breath immediately deletes the Rayquaza shield.
That was ridiculous how fast you delete a slow bro Rayquaza shield.
Yeah.
That is disgusting.
Oh,
I mean,
sevens.
that is a level 15 Gyarados. And yeah, so many dunks into this main goal zone that there's just not enough in pocket for Umbra Vulpium to come back at this point. They are going to get some in, of course, but a really smart choice from G, the way that they played that. So not only did Slash first run through and get that kind of back cap while trying to distract them, but then we ended up seeing, I think it was Leafeon running through as well. It was another Pokemon getting a little bit more of a back cap as that was happening. They made sure not to take too many KOs as they were fighting for that Ray. They didn't put themselves in a really bad position, and they guaranteed themselves that they are going to be 3-0 and make it out of this group in winners, and that is a huge statement for this team.
Yeah, I like that a lot. I like your call too with the Umbreon just running through the edge.
He just ran through. He just walked through, didn't use any moves.
We've heard of strategies when you're already up by a certain amount of score, just play for the back cap. Not often do you run through 5 enemies to get to the goal zone to do so, but Slash very comfortable with where they were positioned in that matchup. And G is going to take down Umbra Vulpium 2-0 fashion and put themselves as the #1 in that group and enter into New Orleans in that winner's side of the bracket. What a showing from this team.
I think this is really huge for them as far as like a moral victory too, because of course there's some players that have, won many millions of tournaments basically at this point, aka Slash, but GT, this is a main core of GT is what I would say, primarily, right? 3 members altogether, and they have had such an issue with closing out situations like this, right? I mean, the classic is they always somehow beat LG and then they lose and then they don't quite win the tournament. So many second places, but with the shift around, it might be the little boost that they need. And now all of these members that have been like, we're so close all the time, they're like, we're in there. We have that X factor.
All right, well, that's enough from us. We're going to throw it over to the analyst desk, who's not at the desk, they're at the stairs. So Spraggles, Dibs next. Take it away.
Wow. That was a big GG for G. That's a win, baby. If this is anything like my solo queue games, G will be making their way into Umbra Vulpion's chat right now to say GG, because that was a real hard one. That's just one of those games, It just doesn't go well at the start, and then in the middle, and then at the end. And then afterwards, you think about it for a long time. Let's take a look at some of these highlights, which is just going to be, rough.
Yeah, they're different. When you have a Gyarados online at 8 minutes and 45 seconds, and both Gyarados and Leafeon hit level 9 at 7 minutes and 5 seconds, it becomes difficult.
Yeah, it's just was really tough for Umbra Vulpion. Obviously, Game 1 looked quite different from this. Game 2, this is just, it really shows how certain Pokemon, when they get online early, they're really hard to stop if they're played by a great team. Like, Leafeon is a prime example of this. Gyarados is another one. Gyarados just has this really crazy ability to evolve into essentially a level 7 Pokemon at 4 if you make a big mistake.
And they did. There was a bit of a fumble at the beginning by Umbra, and OG was able to take control of the game again. This time around, though, everybody on G was humming. I mean, that level disparity was just getting, like, ugly. Ugly.
It really was. And they had an interesting composition on the side of Umbra Vulpion. They had some cool stuff that I wanted to kind of see how it was going to play out. Had they not let Gyarados evolve so early, we could have been looking at a very different game. But once they had that, I mean, G just, they really controlled the match start to finish.
Yeah, and here, I mean, they're literally just able to take the 4v5 because they're so much stronger that they get, 3 bodies while Umbra Vulpium is securing Rayquaza, and meantime they're outscoring the pace of Umbra Vulpium despite their Ray Shield. So, I mean, bell to bell, great game from G, and a great way to put an exclamation point on their group stage.
Yeah, G's looking incredible. Zealot, player of the game. I mean, there were a lot of players in that game that were fantastic. This is a team to watch, and we wondered kind of how this team was going to shake out. When I see this roster being put together, it feels like it's the squad that isn't talked about from the shakeup as much. People have eyes on Luminosity, obviously. There are eyes on Orange Team, now Orange Juicers, and now G is really in the mix, up there with the best of NA. Could be the best team. It has a world champ on it, and they're looking like champions.
Well, let's take a look at our groups here as G was just able to 3-0 theirs. Let's not do that, actually, but let's talk more about, G surprising everybody as we're now back to the groups. We did it.
There we go. Taking a look here. G 3-0, Niow 3-0, Orange Juicers 3-0, Nemesis 3-0. Each group with a standout team. There are a few crazy situations still up in the air, right? We have Luminosity that could possibly, I don't know what's going to happen if Luminosity loses here in this next game. They might be out of Group C. We also have Ignorance and Team YT who are fighting for their spot coming up. Some really amazing games. But right now you can already see 4 teams that are going to be in your winners bracket live at NAIC. Nemesis, Orange Juicers, G, and Niow.
I mean, what a performance from those top placing teams.
Yeah.
You know, didn't leave it up to chance, clean sweep through their group, getting to the winner's side of the bracket. We can't stress how important that is in this event, because obviously there's money on the line, right? You're guaranteeing yourself top 6 championship points, which like a team like Exile, if they would have been in the winner's side, that would have been gargantuan, you know, especially because they're trying to outpace LG now. But for the rest of these teams, having 2 bites at the apple, you know, because you get your winner's bracket side and your loser's bracket side if you happen to lose, to try and get and spike this event and get your way to the World Championships, it's important. And now it's just a little harder for these teams that are going to be starting on the loser side.
Yeah, without question. It's one and done when they go live at NAIC. And when you are live, it can get kind of crazy up there. The nerves come out, and we're really going to see who the true champions are at NAIC. But we have some more incredible games coming up. Do not go anywhere. We will be right back. You will be right there. We will be right here.
The group stage rages on in North America Wonder Chef. We are looking at 2 more teams to be competing, this time for a spot out of groups. It's going to be you 2 versus Ignorance!
And this is maybe the most important match that we have. I can only move around so much, but honestly, as dramatic as we are, this is a dramatic match. This is a decider to see who makes it out of this group between two very well-known UCS teams.
Yeah, I mean, seeing a top 8 at NAIC without either of these squads just feels wrong, and one of them is going to secure their spot. It is going to be absolutely wild scenes between these two teams.
Yeah, and we've seen, I actually asked the question earlier a long time ago. I was like, have we ever seen YouTube on broadcast this entire season? Which is weird. We did see them one time in the qualifying match at EUIC, but we've very barely seen them throughout the entire season, which is rare. Usually they're one of the most common teams on broadcast, but I'm excited that we get to see them again. Of course, with Picadiff back in, I think it's such a great addition. I think Picadiff's a great addition to any squad.
Picadiff back in, Chaotic back in as well, playing the attacker role for this squad. And of course, the household names you love, So Sad Sam, Fui, and Akilo rounding out that squad. But in terms of Ignorance, this is a team that has been a fan favorite, honestly a caster favorite, if we're all being honest. A lot of really goofy, creative picks that just seem to work when in lobby.
Oh, yeah, and also, best names, Soup Chef.
No contest, really.
Jupiter, of course, very important.
Yes.
But yeah, no contest at all.
Absolutely none. Well, we're done over here, and the casters are going to start over there.
Hey, look at it go like that. What's up, everybody? We are back over here to cast this next game, a game that means so much for these two teams because one of these teams will be making it to NAIC in our bracket. The other, unfortunately, will be going home or staying home. I guess they're home already.
Stowing home. There we go. We're crushing it.
Absolutely.
Draft time.
Here we go. Team YT, your purple team. Ignorance, your orange team. Our first ban over to Team YT. They ban out the Gyarados. It is now Ignorance's call. You know, something that Zoinks was just mentioning, they have a lot of really interesting picks on the side of Ignorance. Team YT also a pretty unique team. I would like to see what they're bringing out in some of these games. You know, Pokemon like Gardevoir are big picks for Team YT.
Yes.
Fui has a pretty deep pool of top path Pokemon, but I have not got to see YT in a while, so I'm not sure what they are playing recently. First pick, locking in the Umbreon.
Yeah, give Picadiff the tool they want to play, right? Picadiff, of course, one of the more experienced LAN players, not just in Pokemon Unite, but as Ender mentioned, kind of just esports in general. They've been around the block. And they are a great person to give them something of comfort so they can vocally lead the team and focus less on what they have to do mechanically within the game.
Here we go. We've got the Slowbro and we have the Eldegoss. Over to Team YT. Fui possibly play in the tree. Fui on the tree. Very similar to his Buzzwole build also, if that's what's going to be. Chaotic looking to hover this Clefable here, but we're going to see what these next picks are. Wow. Pretty tanky squad on the side of YT. That's 3 defenders.
Yeah, I mean, literally gut all the options out from Ignorance. Immediately back to the Tyranitar's Ignorance. They heard the calls from Zoinks. They heard his tears. They saw the water pour from his eyeballs. And they said, we're going to run it back for you, kiddo.
I got to tell you, when you can hear someone's tears, that's when you know they're crying hard.
Yeah, so
Love this pick, by the way, to steal away Guardy, because I think Team YT was going to take it here. We'll have to see, but I know Sam loves a Gardevoir, so I feel like that was probably a pick that they were going to take. Akilo hovering this A9. Not a lot of players playing Alolan Ninetales recently. And now, finally here, we've got So Sad Sam looking at this pick, and it does become the Venusaur. What a squad. This is just such an exciting matchup.
Yep.
We've got Alolan Ninetales, 3 defenders. We have Tyranitar. Let's go.
They locked in A9. If you remember, May finals last year when Team YouTube won and gave themselves a chance to get the top 8 at NAIC to qualify World Championships, Chaotic on this A9 was diabolical in the end of last season. So give them something comfortable, see what they can work with. Locking in the Desi last. We are throwing bombs at each other. Right
We're having fun out here, absolutely. That Decidueye is going to outrange everything. Well, it really outranges most everything in the game, right? But it's going to outrange Alolan Ninetales quite easily. If they can get vision on it, they should be able to set up some really impressive snipe shots. That being said, they just have such an incredible wall to try to get through on the other side between these three defenders. Fui going to be heading up into the top path here with that Trevenant, so you're going to see this as more of sort of a brawling, almost all-rounder style Trevenant in the top path. On the other side, we've got this Tyranitar, and you know, Tyranitar is great into Pokemon that have massive shields that you want to just move through and start ripping at them with that true damage that it provides. Right. We didn't get to see it shine in a massive way earlier. We're going to have to see what it's able to do here against YT.
What brought my attention is the Decidueye. So Inteleon obviously has a higher damage on the snipe shot, but the Spirit Shackle of Decidueye goes through multiple targets. And when you're literally trying to build a fortress of these massive tank front lines,
yes,
Spirit Shackle, although it doesn't do as much damage, doing less damage but over multiple targets is going to be invaluable for what Ignorance is trying to do, especially if Tyranitar is popping that Unite move and trying to, like you said, do that true damage and get some real quality knockouts.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how this works out for Ignorance right here. I'm excited to see the Tyranitar. I'm excited to see what Team YT wants to do here with this 3-defender game as we're getting ready for game number 1. Again, everything is on the line for these two teams because one of them is going to win their spot to play at NAIC live in New Orleans. Team YT, your purple team. Ignorance, your orange team.
YT quickly clearing here. It looks like we're going to make sure that there's no invasion on So Sad Sand, that they don't lose anything here. Make sure that they're insulating what is going to be their end game destroyer.
And you can see Fui up in this top path getting really aggressive right here, looking to try to get some secures so that they can stack. A Kilo coming up to the top path here. When you are playing double stacking, when you have the Eos cookie and the attack weight, it is so massively important that you get your scores, especially if you can get them early. It's just a huge advantage. Fui in a lot of trouble right here, getting outplayed a little bit by the Larvitar.
Yeah, I mean, Goopiter making this thing work, you know, typically very paltry in the beginning stages of the game, but somehow Goop is able to get it done in terms of just keeping pace right here.
Yeah, and in the bottom path right here, we have the Decidueye. It needs to hit level 5 for that first evo, but really it spikes at level 7 once it can unlock that massive Spirit Shackle. Big catch in the top path. The Gossifleur goes down. A lot of experience over to the side of Team YT.
Yeah, so you can see what the Alolan Ninetales is going to do. It's going to be able to create some spacing and also trap players that are trying to retreat and, you know, get away from this Trevenant, get away from the Blastoise.
Fun fact, Tyranitar has been picked in 13 games this NA season out of 1,341. And I don't know percentages, but that's well under 50%.
That is well under 50%, and we saw 2 of those today.
Yeah. Honestly, off broadcast, there might have been 3 or 4 more from Ignorance, so they might have all happened today. It's going to be really interesting to see if they're able to make something out of this Pokemon. One of the toughest things is we're in a meta right now, Doob Snacks, that feels so heavily weighted on what team is winning early to keep that massive advantage, and it's hard to do with Tyranitar. It doesn't play terribly early. It's not Cubfu or something like that, but it takes so long to get online, you know? It takes till level 9 until you're a really valuable Pokemon for your team. So tough place to be in.
Yeah, whereas like Larvitar is mediocre, but mediocre for a super long time. At least Cubfu or even Zorua is not good, and then spikes at 5 and it's online.
It's done. Yeah, it's online. It's ready to go. It's got a massive power spike. It's got a big move. You don't get a lot here for this Larvitar, but they're doing a good job. It's already level 6. They're feeding it some experience here. It's going against a Pokemon that's kind of hard to beat, and it is, you know, dealing with 2 in this top path. So you can see that in the top path for YT, they're in a great spot. They're out-securing, and they're taking care of 2 Pokemon. Their level's up. Fui is playing well. He's, I think, one of the unsung best top laners in the game.
I agree. I agree. Level 8, huge. Meanwhile, this Basement Reggie is getting gobbled up by Team YT. Soup Chef's going to move in, see if they can do something with it. No, they can't. But we did get Pika Diff evolved here, so they're immediately going to be able to collapse on Soup Chef, maybe do something on this goal zone. Ultimately ending up switching Umbreon onto a Kilo to kind of give it that support angle, and then true defender Blastoise is what we're getting out of Diff.
Really nice stuff here from YouTube, 119-0. However, Ignorance has a push in this top path. Fui is going to have to back up, and they are going to let this walk. It's possible they break right here. They also could leave it open, going to be able to get a quick stack, and then a massive overcap.
Yep.
Great stuff here from Ignorance all the way back. Now 119-109.
Yeah, using the opportunity that they had to and maximized on it, can't understate that. But look, level 10, level 9, level 9 on the side of YouTube. They're getting big quick. If they can keep pace, if they can keep this pace up and not get themselves caught, it's going to be real tough for Ignorance to battle.
We have something that's going to hit the map here very, very soon, and that's Tyranitar. And when it does, it can really change the game for Ignorance. They've been playing essentially with a handicap all game, right? And now, very soon, they're going to have their Pokemon. They're going to be evolved, and we're going to see what it can do into this squad. Tyranitar is here. It's making its way up to the top path to deal with multiple members of Team YT as they back away from this fight.
Something worth noting is, we have our big long-range characters in this Venusaur as well as Decidueye Spirit Shackle, but we haven't actually seen them join the fray yet. So we'll see who can have the bigger impact when they do decide to step up.
Yeah, we've not yet seen them really engage in a fight here. And we've got kind of a big one coming up. We have Unite moves on both sides. Almost every player on both sides. We still have 2 players on Ignorance that don't have them yet. But a ton of Unite moves are out. There's a mean look. Kilo able to run away from this. Pikadiff now pushing them back with that Hydro Pump. The Spirit Shackle looking for a target here as both teams are getting ready for this fight. And a lot is going to be decided right here.
A lot of damage immediately put on Goopiter, who's going to go after Pikadiff, who surfs away to safety. Really, we're going to take a deep breath. We're looking to scrap because the basement Reggies hit the map. Goopiter's making their way in, and so is YT. Are they going to look to contest or maybe just cheese a secure? No, they're going for the action. They're stepping forward. Pikadiff tries to separate Super Chef from the team. Burnt Anger immediately Solar Beam, KO, Hydro Typhoon. Neon can't even step up, and Protein Shake is having problems too. Pikadiff is really keeping 4 players of Ignorance at bay while the rest of YT starts working on this Reg Ice, but they didn't do a lot of damage to it, Spraggles. Knock, knock, Arrow is out there knocking on the door, and they're knocking for some KOs, but no, KO's not found yet, but they did bully all of Team YT off this basement Reggie. Mean look is there. Umbreon goes down. It looks like Team YT is just looking to fade.
Team YT is looking to pull back here, possibly look for a steal. This entire time, Team YT has actually been focusing on getting Trevenant strong in this top path. They weren't as worried with this fight. They were hoping, of course, they could take something, but after Umbreon goes down, they peel back, they look for a snipe shot, and they didn't get anything done right there. We do see Alolan Ninetale goes down after that slow beam there. They're able to pick up another KO. Protein Shake in a little bit of trouble if they can hit with this snipe shot. And they do. Sorry, Solar Beam. If they can hit with this Solar Beam, and they do. We have Trevenant now level 12.
Yeah, Fui immediately scampers down, so much so that Protein Shake just had to leave. Because if there's any connection from Fui to that Gardevoir, it is gone in a heartbeat because it's so large. Now, So Sad Sam able to get a quick KO streak of 2 back the other way to settle things down in the bottom path, and they still have a score lead.
Yeah, they have a score lead, and look at the levels right here. I mean, that's a level 12 Trevenant. Closest thing on the other side is level 11. So all the while, they weren't dealing at all with this situation in the bottom path. They were just making sure that Fui could take all of this experience in the top path and central area, and it's paid off so far. They're ahead, and they're ahead on experience, and the higher level a Trevenant is, the more difficult it's going to be to take down, even if you do have that true damage from Tyranitar.
Yeah, I mean, Umbreon Trevenant working together for the late stage of this game is going to be so difficult. Even with Goopiter's true damage, they stepped up twice at that basement Reggie, Spraggles, and they got knocked out very quickly twice.
Now, this is an interesting moment here because this bottom goal is open. We have multiple members of Ignorance kind of looking for it, but Rayquaza's very soon. We have a bottom Reggie that's going to be a little hard unless these teams kind of go for it here. And then we have this top path still open on the side of Ignorance. Someone could just walk up there and put some points in. YouTube doesn't need to do that, but of course they would like to extend their lead. Both teams right here are feeling like we're playing an extremely patient game. We're getting ready for a big fight, and we're hoping that as soon as it kicks off, our Unite moves pop out and we make some big plays. T-Tar, though, only level 11.
Yeah, but it had some forward positioning. Maybe Fui just stepping up saying that's not something we want to contend with right now. 3 seconds, and we got a Ray.
Ray is here, and these teams are getting ready for it. Ignorance knows they are behind right now. They know they have to make a play, but they knew that before Ray. They're pretty aware of how the score is looking. YT has some great positioning right here. They're just trying to get vision on Ignorance to figure out what they're going to do. We have Fui with the ability to kind of peel off and make a play if someone moves towards this tier 2, and now we have multiple members of Ignorance looking for their moment here. They're gonna have to make something happen, as we see YT just sort of tapping Rayquaza, seeing if they can pull them into a bad fight. Obviously, YT is ahead right now, so they would love it for Ignorance to just make a silly mistake, walk in there and eat a massive solar beam like Protein Shake just did.
They're putting pot shots of damage in, and Fui can step up. Another little solar beam engage, and we're surfing right to the middle. Eject button, Hydro Typhoon takes up 2. Fui is right there to pick up the trash there. Curse Pain splitting them, and Trevenant Unite right on top. Spirit Shackles are raining in. Knock Knock Arrow is out, but it is just a tree in a face. The arrows are getting stuck in that tree, but that ain't splitting it yet. 2 players down instantly for Ignorance. Team YT says this is the opportunity we want. We're starting to chip into Rayquaza. Meanwhile, Decidueye is trying to find its way in, and Protein Shake on this Gardevoir is getting bubbled out too. So Sad Sam's moving forward. Rayquaza is getting low. Protein Shake's lining up a shot. Let's see if they can make a play. Fairy Singularity is out. Solar Beam comes through, and it's taken by the Eldegoss. Are you kidding? Scrubble putting all of Ignorance on their back.
I have no idea. I didn't see what Eldegoss got it with right there. I thought it was either the Solar Beam or maybe the Gardevoir right here. As points are coming in, YT's still ahead, but they still have shields down towards this bottom path. 221, 209. They need to stop this, and no, they can't. The true damage isn't enough. Now they're behind. 221, 259. YT needs to make a play right here, and they stopped them from scoring. There's still a chance, but there's no time left. They need to score, and it doesn't look like they're going to be able to do it. They can't make it across the map. Ignorance takes game 1.
That was the wettest fart finish from Team YT I've ever seen in my life. Holy. How do you gap that hard, get some catches that you want, some quality knockouts, and then fumble it like that?
I mean, it was a really tough moment. I think they thought they had them pushed out well enough that they could get a great secure there. Obviously, it couldn't happen. If they were to be able to break both of those shields there, they are still ahead. But YT now down 1 game. They need to win 2 in a row right here, or they are not heading to NAIC.
I felt like the rip was so slow, and they just didn't have it in the tank. And what should have been the red flag for that strategy should have been that the basement Reggie flip that they're doing when they took a convincing team fight. Pikadiff was spacing 4 players out from Ignorance, and I was like, oh, they're taking the objective behind him. We pan the camera over, and Reggie's HP was only down 30%. And then all of Ignorance was able to bully them back out because the rip was so slow. So it's like, if you're setting yourself up to buy that much time, and you decide to make a rip, you need to take that thing down, because they were sitting on it for a minute.
Yeah, it's tough too, because they had great range secure on the other side, right? We had Fui kind of making sure that Decidueye was pushed out there, but of course you still had Gardevoir on the other side, and apparently you had Scrubblenot on Eldegoss, which was a huge difference maker.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, of course, you take out the high secure targets for the other team, or high secure ability Pokemon on the other team, sure, but they did a lot of legwork for that to be able to happen there.
Yeah, I would say with how far ahead YouTube was, which wasn't massive, and the positioning they had around Rayquaza, they may not have needed to take this. But one thing that they were trying to do, of course, was secure their win condition. The longer Rayquaza exists on the map, the longer Ignorance has a shot to somehow win this game. They wanted to be the ones to make the play and take it. I respect it, but they couldn't get the secure.
Yeah, I'm watching here. I mean, especially with a tier 1 goal zone gone, right? Like, or excuse me, a tier 1 goal zone still standing, Spraggles. I apologize. They had an opportunity to just have somebody peel and score here. I mean, they took such a quality fight. They spaced them out so well. The follow-up on Pikadiff was real. 2 players down. I mean, they could have literally just hung out, forced Ignorance in while somebody went and scored behind them.
Was it Pollen Puff that got it? I couldn't tell if it was Pollen Puff or an auto from the Eldegoss, but there we go. Player of the game. I mean, they absolutely deserve it. Scrubblenot on the Eldegoss, the big play being that secure of Rayquaza with the potion.
Potion Eldegoss, baby. Battlegoss needs a potion. Scrublenot getting it done here, pivoting to this Eldegoss quite a bit. I mean, we've seen some great support secures over the UCS seasons. And I'm saying this wasn't a great secure, but it kind of felt almost diminished because it should have been so free for Team YT that the fact that the Pollen Puff secure was what got it done. I think even Scrublenot was like, okay.
I'm sure they were all confused as to who got it and what exactly happened right there. Same thing on the side of Team YT. Again, I always love the team that takes the more aggressive play goes for the win right there. But YT not able to get it done. You can see these stats here very close. 420 average score to 419. Very, very close. However, the win rate a lot higher for Team YT. Well, they're going to need it in these next 2 games.
Absolutely. They're going to have to leverage that because that 35% just bit them in the butt. Ignorance, 1 game ahead, now 1 game away from going to NAIC. Team YouTube last year at NAIC punched their ticket to Worlds with their performance. And you're telling me they don't want to be back on that stage to have a Cinderella story again? You'd be lying. So, I mean, they got 2 and they've got to do it on the hop. Any strategy switch-ups that you're thinking about as we look at these overall season player matchup metrics?
I think they probably won't take that flip again in that moment. I mean, they were ahead. They zoned them out. They won the fight. They were ahead massively on experience too, heading into the later parts of that match. We can see our 2 kind of top laners here, Fui, Goopiter, Leafeon versus Buzzwole, both high average score, both lots of MVPs, both lots of damage here. But that last match, Fui was monstrously ahead experience-wise.
Yeah, absolutely. And I keep like focusing back in, you know, hindsight is forever 20/20, right? And in some moments you have to take the weighted advantage, Ray, and you have to go for it. But specifically in that moment, they had 3 tanks, Spriggles. They had an opportunity to either go bully or fade back. They had the opportunity to send 1 to score and still having enough gas in the tank to push out Ignorance because Ignorance had to go in. They had no choice. Yep. Let's have an interview. Let's bring on Inder.
Yeah, I want to hear Inder's thoughts on kind of those final moments there between YT and Ignorance. What do you think about YT's decision to secure Rayquaza right there and kind of how it all played out?
I think it was a good call. Going to close out games when you have the superior secure, I think is a better way to play the game. We've seen teams time and time again lose games off of that. Sometimes it's Pokemon Unite and you know you're taking an 80, maybe 85% chance to win the game. You end up losing it. If I'm Team YT, I know it's hard for them, but try to recompose, stay calm. Guys, we were winning most of that game. We had it. Let's just run it back and we'll get it this time.
It can be hard for Team YT to keep their composure. You might be the first person to have noticed this, Inder.
Thank you.
So I don't want to pull too many punches here, but you are speaking from experience. You know, that was something TTV in UCS Season 2 specifically had. It was a hurdle that seemed so difficult for y'all to overcome, and when you did it, it was on this biggest stage. How do you keep your mental when it doesn't quite go your way to be able to find success in the next 2 games?
You really need someone to step up on the team to be able to do that, and that's where I think Pikadiff comes as a really important piece to this team. I think he's the one glue to this squad that can hold it down, remind everyone that, look, we did a great job in this game. We had the end game. Chaotic was on A9, which is a really good pick that was mentioned for him before, and he was doing fine with the Pokemon. It looked great up until the end. I think Pikadiff's the X factor here.
Yeah, thank you very much, Inder. We'll be checking in with you soon here. We've got another game between Team YT and Ignorance coming right at you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Here we are in our draft. We have our first ban over to the side of Ignorance. Team YT losing that match and deciding to take that second pick.
And we've seen teams put themselves in that position over and over again. Again, it seems like having 2 reactionary picks is something that can be leveraged to strength. Or at least that's the what teams think. Of course, it's slightly skewed. We saw the stat earlier, 50.8% of the time the purple team wins, just eking out orange side.
Well, the fact is there are so many amazing Pokemon in the game right now that you're not losing too much by losing that first pick. There's not one Pokemon that you have to have or your team does not have a chance to win here. As our first pick goes over to Ignorance, they grab the Sylveon. Now over to Team YT. They can't take an Umbreon. They can't take a Tree. No Leafeon, no Mew. Let's see what they bring out here.
Quickly going to Eldegoss, which, you know, take that out from under Scribblenaught, who that's kind of what they've pivoted to. And a Crustle pick as well.
Yeah, Crustle over here for the side of Team YT. Eldegoss, great picks, obviously. Crustle, a massively powerful defender here. I don't think Fui is going to be playing it, but if he was, he would be running a Score Shield and a Goal Getter.
Well, you better believe it, right? They're going to do the post. They're going to do the prep switch up, of course. Goopiter, happy to see Gyarados back. Happy to get it in this spot. Didn't have to commit a first pick for it. And Soup Chef leaning into the Slowbro as the prime shutdown tank that they have at their disposal, makes sense.
Now, interestingly enough, this time YT does get the Gardevoir, so a Pokemon that Sam is so incredibly good on. So we'll have to see if that's a difference maker here. So over to the side of Ignorance, we have a lock-in for what seems to be a Scyther, not a Scissor, and then we also have Blissey coming out for the side of Ignorance. They've got Gyarados, you know, they have Slowbro with a Slow Beam, they have a Blissey to keep them healthy. They've got a lot of great options. The only thing they don't have is range. They have no range damage, essentially.
No, none, and that's going to make it tough to fight, especially in a very singularity type situation, right? Or getting trapped in a Crustle Rock Tomb, or even, you know, Blizzard Avalanche combos can really disrupt what Ignorance is trying to do here.
Yeah, Ignorance is going to be fighting at most kind of at medium range. You know, Gyarados has great engage, obviously does incredible dive. Same thing with a Scyther. And then you've got Sylveon and you've got Slowbro, who play at sort of a, you know, a very small range. That's everything around them. On the other side, though, A9 outranges them a little bit, and actually, in my opinion, a great way. This is a really nice matchup for A9, and then you've got Guardy that's going to play at extreme range. They're going to have to try to get to Gardevoir. They're going to need to get past Picadiff.
When now we saw Team YT lean into this Talonflame. What's a target that they might have seen on the side of Ignorance to say, like, yeah, Talonflame?
Yeah, it's a good question, right? I don't know if they're trying to avoid Mystical Fire. I don't know if they're playing Fly when you see a Gyarados Unite, so you're gone for the duration of it. I don't know if it's just been a pick that's been working really well for Fui lately. I'm excited to see what it is. I'm excited to see what build he decides to run on it, because we actually have seen a few different Talonflames today. I don't know if we've seen all of them. We've seen Brave Bird Fly. We've seen Fly Aerial Ace. We might have even seen a Fly Flame Charge.
Yeah.
So just about everything for Talonflame, and YouTube is going to need to do something here. They're down one game. They need to win 2 in a row right now. Ignorance, your purple team. YT, your orange team, as we are watching the Scyther there in the central area.
I kind of like what Ignorance did, peeling up, helping the EVs get some experience so they can come online a little earlier. Team YT, meanwhile, playing a little bit more traditionally. Minus the Talonflame being in the top here, they're going to have to get that going.
Yeah, they're going to need to get this online. It looks like they've decided that they're not going to be able to get an early stack on it, just kind of going for that safe, secure on their side, looking for a fight there at 9 minutes, 20 seconds when the wild Pokemon spawns between the two of them there. In this bottom path, we got 2 Pokemon who come online at 4, and there we go. We have Alolan Ninetales. We have this Sylveon. Sylveon, very mean, but again, I feel like Alolan Ninetales actually plays great into Sylvie. It pushes it right back every time it wants to jump in, and then if it can catch it with Blizzard Avalanche, that thing's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, this is, again, playing into the hands of Chaotic, who maybe, you know, a late add to this YT team hasn't had an opportunity to freshen up their Pokemon pool, so they end up going back into this well, and this is a good matchup for them.
Looks like decent secures on both sides. We got a little bit of a healing fact. Which supporter do you think caused the most healing this season? It's a good question.
In terms of just raw numbers, it's typically like a Clefable because of Moonlight, multiple targets. I don't know if the Hoopa, the way it's calculated its heals, if that's actually working now, but I would imagine Hoopa would also be up there. With those 2 eliminated, I don't know, maybe Blissey?
Yeah, it could be Blissey. I mean, Umbreon's got some pretty big heals this season as well. We're going to have to see what it is. But yeah, I think Clefable is a good bet, that team-wide healing. A Pokemon that we really don't see much at all lately. We do have level 6 here on the Alolan Ninetales, and it is Clefable with 212,000 in a single game.
76k average is also very high as well. Those birds are gone before Soup Chef can even surf in. And Soup Chef going with the surf. They've been playing a lot of Scald today, Spraggles.
Yeah, the surf's going to be really interesting. I mean, I wonder if those extra stuns are going to work very well into something like Talonflame. Talonflame wants to move in and fight. The second it does, boom, you hit it with a surf, you knock it up, especially if you have Surf Plus. You get the multiple knockups there. So we head down to the bottom path. Right now, a very close game. It looks like, I mean, both of these games have felt extremely patient from these 2 teams.
They have a nice Gyarados for Ignorance, getting it at, you know, just under the 8-minute mark, which is a good look. Surf chips up Picadiff, going back the other way. Rock Tomb traps 2, engagement is there, eject button seals up the KO, and that is the Blizzard Avalanche Rock Tomb combination. I mean, they are building walls out here, and they are smashing your face against them.
Yeah, just amazing stuff right there. That's what we talked about, right? The range that Ignorance is going to need to play at feels like a Alolan Ninetales dream range, right? They're not going to be able to outrange it. If Scyther wants to jump in, it can eat a Blizzard Avalanche of its own. Nice stuff for Team YT. They get a good secure here in the bottom path. Meanwhile, Ignorance is taking a secure in the top path. They're looking for it right now. We're going to see if there's anything YouTube can do. No, they cannot, and they're going to peel back.
Fui takes to the skies, see that they're a day late, dollar short, decide not even to go contest this thing. Quickly, Pikatif puts nice bounce over the wall to engage on Pikatif. Regieleki is on the doorstep. That's going to hit. Points are going to go in. We're just going to see how good at math they are.
Yeah, and it looks like these two teams are just very comfortable with trading. Beautiful scores here from Ignorance, obviously. They're going to hold it right now. They're just waiting as long as they can because they know YouTube wants to use this moment to get some experience. There they go. The points go in. They're ahead now, 119 to 101, and they took some time away from Fui where he could get some of that juicy top lane sort of safe experience.
Exactly. They're immediately jumping on top of Soup Chef, who was Rock Tomb for a moment, but not a lot of damage thrown into their face, so they're going to be able to just kind of walk away from that. Team YT still in good shape in terms of level, actually outpacing Ignorance, but Ignorance slightly ahead on the score.
Yeah, Ignorance doing well on score. They also had some big moments here. And here's what we talked about. I'm wondering if we got a fly. No, we didn't have it ready in time. Right into the flame sweep. They go up into the air. They're looking for the KO, and they get it. The Lowland Ninetales using Unite move didn't even need it. They were already gone. I do think Chaotic is really going to shine in this match. Ignorance is going to need to shut it down. Luckily, they've got two pretty good tools. That Gyarados bounce into a Unite move and Scyther's Unite. Both of them are extremely strong against a squishy Pokemon like a Lowland Ninetales.
I will tell you what, that Fui timed flame sweep was awesome to watch. Like, absolutely drug Goopiter towards the rest of the YT squad. In this case, of course, you mentioned Chaotic, and then was able to immediately hit Fly once that timer was back to not get knocked out themselves. Great work.
I don't know why it's so difficult, but Fui flame sweep is just a tough sentence.
It's difficult.
Fui flame
and
sweep.
I am already bad at words, so not great for me.
Yeah, and I'm a word expert. I can't even do it. I'm certified in everything. Registeel going down in the bottom path here for YT, and the top path, obviously, Regieleki going down. Both teams just taking an advantage where they can get it. And again, an extremely patient game from both of these squads. Not a huge amount of brawling. They go in when they have an advantage. They peel back when they don't.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at So Sad Sam, kind of moving on their own down here. They're peeling back towards their tier 1. It looks like Ignorance is kind of flooding down towards the bottom path, and that is a Scyther that is immediately decleated by So Sad Sam. Knock the hat right off the top of their head. As now, we're putting in the trap. They go right on Goop. Goop has to bounce out. They at least get the Blissey as a consolation prize, KO Shrika 2.
Yeah, that was an amazing moment for Bounce right there. You saw it. Becoming unstoppable when you cast Bounce was actually huge in that moment. Nice big flame sweep by Fui right into a slow beam. Another Alolan Ninetales Unite. This Alolan Ninetales is absolutely crushing Ignorance right now. It feels like a huge difference maker. Big time Bliss assistance. They're looking for the KO. If they have they don't have an eject. They're not able to make it forward. They still go with the bounce, and they pick up Fui.
That was wild. That was absolute banana land. Something I want to see out of YT, though, don't flame sweep the whole team out of your Fairy Singularity. Unfortunately, So Sad Sam thought he had 3 players dialed in, and then Fui went, YOLO! Just zipped them all across the map.
I don't know if you've ever used Flame Sweep, but you don't really get to choose how it goes. Okay, you try your best with that move. You hit walls, you hit some enemies. Sometimes you just kind of fly by your team. It's really chaotic. Speaking of chaotic, he's crushing it this match. And Ignorance knows this. They know they need to shut it down. You can see how much effort was just placed on picking up a KO on Chaotic. If they're able to get it in this final fight, I think we see Ignorance walk away with a win right here, and they move forward.
It's still a close battle. I'm taking a look at the levels. Still slightly ahead is YT. Meanwhile, Soup Chef is taken down as they've been really just given the responsibility of the bottom path, and YT has kind of lived there this game.
Yeah, YT just easily taking control of this bottom path. They have the positioning for it with their tier 1. Same thing with Ignorance in the top path. Ignorance has a slight score lead, so of course if this match just continues at this pace, both teams taking a little shot here or there, it's going to be better for Ignorance. 30 seconds on the clock. Regieleki walking towards this tier 2. Now the nice thing for Ignorance, if they make a play towards a goal zone at any moment right here, they can get themselves a big advantage. But also, they don't have to. They are still up right now.
Yeah, YT down just a hair, but they've got plays to make. There's tier 1s up for both squads here. We've got 10 seconds till Ray. Levels are looking pretty solid across the board. We got our Unite moves. We're ready to rock.
Right now, for Team YT, their entire tournament rests on this. Their entire chance of heading to Worlds rests on this moment. They will be knocked out of the regional finals if they are not able to pick up a victory right here. They're going to need to do it again, but they need a great fight here at Rayquaza. It feels like they've had some big catches, some big moments, but they have to watch out for these two massive carries on the other side. Gyarados, Scyther. If one of them can get in and take down Gardevoir, take down Alolan Ninetales, Team YT is in trouble. At the same time, YT is behind. They need to be the team to make a play, and Ignorance knows this. A minute 30 on the clock. Time is running out, and they have to make a decision. They have to find a catch in this moment. They have to find an opportunity to win this game. And here we are, a minute 16, still nothing from either of these teams. YT pushing forward, Talonflame looking for an opportunity. A minute is left on the clock, and they're looking for their moment. Talonflame moving in right now, trying to find a play.
They jumped on top of Fui, peeled back immediately. Ignorance is looking for an opportunity. Ray is getting touched, Ray is getting hit. We got 54 seconds left and 18 points separating these two. Somebody's gonna have to make a money move right here. We're gonna trap Soup Chef again. We're gonna try and heal them up, X Scissor through. Flame Sweep comes through, they hit 3. This is the engagement they can go for. Slow Beam right on top of Talonflame, they are gobbled up instantly. Ignorance looking to pivot, Cog Top Crash used for no value. Pikachup is in the backside, but they're raining in tons of damage. They're trying to build walls around Ignorance, but Ignorance seems to keep punching them through. 3 players down for Team YouTube. Ignorance back into the mix. They're up slightly on the scoreboard. Sylveon's covering the goal pads.
Sylveon covering the goal. It looks like Eldegoss in a lot of trouble. If it goes down right here and isn't able to stop Blissey, they're going to be way behind. 15 seconds left. They need to make a play. They can't get past Slowbro. No one from Team YT is up. They're not going to be able to stop it. Ignorance takes a huge win right here. Talon lands, but it's not enough. They're still behind. Team YT does not advance. Ignorance is going to be heading to the regional finals.
Team YT building walls all over the place. Ignorance says, call us Chad, and we're ripping monster energies. We're punching right through these walls, making holes wherever we can. Great play by Ignorance, great patience by Ignorance at the end as well. It was really kind of that middle school dance, that little joke we like to make where everybody was just kind of positioning on each side of the gym, nobody willing to engage. But the moment YT decided it was go time, Ignorance was immediately ready for the rebuttal. Slow Beam on top of Fui, and that was the beginning of the end.
That middle school dance joke is a painful memory for me and not much of a joke, but I agree with you. That's exactly what it felt like for Team YT. They just couldn't make anything happen right there. And then, yes, the moment they move in, Ignorance is ready for them. Counter punching at every single step. And this was one of those moments where you can see a small lead set Ignorance up to win the whole thing. YouTube had to make the call, and they couldn't make it happen. Sending it back over to Zoinks and Wonder Chef to break this whole thing down. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you very much, Spraggles of Dupsex, and that's right, that's an Ignorance win. A team that has been hunting for it all year long, and now what a time to pop off. They are going to be moving on to the top 8 group stage in New Orleans in just a month's time. Incredible showing for them, but with a hollow heart, we send YouTube out of the tournament, potentially competing in the final stretch, but...
Yeah, I mean, the first thing that I said to Zoinks off camera was I was like, I am really sad that we can't get both of these teams in the top 8 at NAIC, and that holds true. I mean, this was a really cool set. There was a lot of really unique stuff. That spot, amazing. The reaction Unite from Fui there to get away from the Gyarados Unite. I did not know that interaction would even work like that. That was a beautiful reaction. And then we see some other ones that maybe were not as good. You give and you take away with the replays here. You know, it's like great Unite. Unite.
Yeah, we call Talonflame a feast or famine Pokemon, and I think we got both in this matchup in particular. The Gyarados looking so good in this game number 2, by the way, from Jupiter, looking like one of the best moments from them all series long. These were the final moments of this game. A bit of a double dive scenario. YouTube kind of focusing on the Scyther as Sam and Chaotic combined for that KO, but in the meantime, they weren't worried about the backside where Fui gets KO'd and Ignorance is able to just charge through an entire enemy squad. YouTube just gets stuck in this awkward position where the Gardevoir is in the enemy corridor, and they just get shut down. That will be the player of the game over to Jupiter on the Gyarados. It's Jupiter, but they got 2 knockouts in that match.
It's not Jupiter? We're sure it's not Jupiter.
We'll get that checked out.
Yeah, we will. On Gyarados, but surprisingly low damage. That does tend to be how the Gyarados go when they pop off, because so much of the early game they're doing nothing. They're doing no damage, and then they get a bunch of KOs when it really matters. Their initiation's really good, and that's what we can see right here.
It was a dangerous season for Gyarados in that last game as well. Spraggles was talking a lot about it. The range game that YouTube had was picture perfect, with the Alola Ninetales and the Gardevoir made it a very difficult task for this Gyarados to really pop off. But in the final moments, that's where they see them really shine, forcing that team into just an unwinnable scenario. Ignorance takes it home. So let's take a look at our updated groups now that we have the results of this match and see if we have any more. Of course, we have taken a look at these groups a few times. Nemesis being in that 3-0 position does mean they took down Exile in their head-to-head. By the way, that one happened off stream, but interesting to see. Exile will be heading to New Orleans in the loser's side of the bracket.
That's right. That means that we have 7 teams confirmed now. This is going to be, of course, in the winner's side, Nemesis, Orange Juicers, and Niow, all for seeds in their bracket. In the loser's side, also G. I skipped over them because that entire thing is not set up yet. But and then in the loser's side, Exile, Paragon, and Ignorance, some teams that I feel like pulled off some really big upsets and really had to kind of fought their way back. But that means that we've got one more decider, which is going to be Luminosity versus S5. And this can set up potentially, if Luminosity loses, a very strange tie, a 3-way tie for second. G definitely making out of that bracket, and winners, of course, going undefeated. But that means, one more game for it.
Yeah, they're safe in that scenario. Luminosity, not the same can be said for them, but they got one more match to determine if they can make it to top 8 or not. All that will be after our break, so don't go anywhere. More group stage right after this.
And welcome back. It's time for our final match here to decide who will be qualifying for the top 8 at NAIC for the North American Regional Finals for the Pokémon UNITE Championship Series. And we've had ridiculous games today. I cannot believe the comps we've had, but like I said, we're down to one final game, Zoinks.
Yeah, it's going to be a Luminosity who is in a very precarious position in this group up against S5, who I guess the same could be said for them. A team we have not gotten the chance to see on broadcast yet. You can see them all lined up there. It's Supa, Trainer, Kersey, Q is too short, and Eddie all filling out this roster. Going to be a really fun team to watch play against LG. S5, I mean, this is a roster that has had some recent changes. I know Q joining this team very recently, but Supa putting together another squad, having an awesome run in the qualifiers, and is now looking to potentially put themselves in a position where they could maybe make it to that top 8.
Right, they've got an opportunity here, but boy, this is a tough one to go up against. Of course, I think a lot of people didn't even expect that Luminosity would be down a game overall in this entire group. And of course, they did lose to G, who's been looking absolutely unstoppable throughout the weekend, so fully understandable, and it was close. But now, if Luminosity can win this, I believe it probably qualifies them. We've got to make sure that all tiebreakers are good.
They'll be 2 and 1,
Right, so they'll be the only 2 wins. Yeah, so they will qualify them in the loser's side. However, if they lose this, it does set up a very strange 3-way tie, and I've got no information on how those tiebreakers work.
Yeah, we'll figure it out eventually, and I'm sure the casters will have to deal with it while they're in game. But so I don't envy their position whatsoever, but I at least am excited to be watching this matchup between these two players. But I know those two are even more so than us, so Spraggles, Dupe Snacks, bring us into the final match of the day.
Yeah, here we go, baby. The last match of the day. We've got Luminosity versus S5. And like we were just talking about before, if Luminosity is not able to pull out a win right here, we have a very bizarre 3-way tie in Group C. Obviously, if Luminosity wins, they secure their spot at NAIC in our losers bracket.
Quickly banned out, Mew makes sense, Umbreon as well. S5 has the opportunity to be the biggest spoil sports ever. Because LG wins, they're through. It's just done. But S5 says, you know what? We've caught L's across this bracket so far, across this group so far. You know what? How about our one win is LG, and how about we turn this thing into a real mess?
And you know, Luminosity notoriously is a team that, for whatever reason, can stomp harder than basically any group out there, but they also have a little bit of a reputation of dropping games against squads that you wouldn't expect. S5 could be that squad.
They definitely fill that moniker that you just laid out for them without a doubt. However, Joey on tree, off the rip, JL Sableye, he's trying to get the casters on his side, and it's working. It's working right now.
I'm excited to see the gentlemen, of course, in this game. This is going to be very fun. We've got Blissey, we've got Sylveon on the other side. I mean, look, if you got Mamo, I'm right back on your side, S5.
As Eddie's looking to see what they're going to bring to the table here. Slowbro, Glaceon, 2 very safe picks. I mean, we've seen how good Sylveon has been all day long, but LG is looking to just be an absolute tyrant out here. And I know that because JL's playing Sableye.
We've got Lutano on the Mimikyu. We've seen this earlier. Duraludon?
Duraludon, baby.
Let's go. Let's go. Let him play Phalanx. Who cares? Let's do this thing.
Charizard? I mean, at this point, throw it at the wall, see what sticks. You know, we're having fun. Fun out here.
Love seeing Duraludon here. I'm so excited to see it. Yeah, bring out Aegislash. It's going to be a great one. Nobody plays Duraludon. And you know why nobody plays Duraludon, Dupe Snacks? Because they're afraid. They're afraid because Duraludon, it's like, oh, the Pokemon, you press the A button and you got the little orbs around it. It's just going to rip down things. No. This Pokemon requires a lot out of you. It requires courage. And that's not something you could say about a lot of the people out here.
And that is the bottom line.
And that's the bottom line
and
about
that's the bottom line. Okay, so let's talk about the draft.
Yeah.
Let's do our job.
Yeah, let's take a look at it. Otter, they're going to be in a really interesting spot. You can play Duraludon in the central area, but it's fine as a bot lane attacker as long as it's able to just get a couple pieces of experience, right? An EXP share Pokemon with it will do okay. You can put Lutano in the center if you want with that Mimikyu. And then we've got, Overlord on Lucario, a Pokemon that he's pretty good on. He's even got a crown on it right there. So I think this is going to be really interesting. S5 wins this game, it could put some wind in their sails. It would be a really interesting matchup. Right now, I got to say, I'm rooting for Duraludon. You don't ever see it, and when it comes out, it has to win.
There's one thing that's markedly different about that composition that LG just put together right here, and it actually looks like they're trying to have some fun in the game. Whether over the pressure of the last year of this one, doesn't matter. They are looking to have some fun and at least do this in style.
Yeah. We're going to see what they are able to do right here as we are heading into our first game here. Luminosity, your purple team. S5, your orange team. Sableye running across the map already, looking to cause some havoc in this central area. We got to see that thing. Take me back to the Sableye, operators. I want to see what's going on. Hello? Operator?
Hello?
Are you there? Hello, operator.
Hello, operator.
Looking for Sableye right now. I really want to see it. Thank you.
just all over Trainer PT right now. JL scampering around. They've got a buff. They already caught the W that they were looking for. Going invis and going to keep wreaking havoc.
Yeah, they're going to see if they can continue to mess with him. Glaceon, a real easy Pokemon to out-secure here. Going to see if he can possibly steal right there. Gets it. Oh, come on, JL. An absolute monster.
You've been struck by a smooth criminal. JL leaving with it all. Going to rotate top and support the team because he's got knockoff and he's ready to start stripping AOS energy out of these players' pockets.
Yeah, we got 4 in this top path for the side of S5. Only a Sableye there. Mimikyu on their way, though. Going to see if they can make something happen. Hiding, waiting for their moment as they move up to fight right here. Massive Shadow Claw after the feint.
Oh, be still my heart. Did you see that?
Beautiful.
I mean, boosted auto into the fear, knock off to stun everybody, and then that's a trillion resets for Lutano as they just 2v4. Come on.
And we've got Overlord on that extreme speed Lucario. This does feel like a match where Luminosity is trying to have fun. And I think it's hard to beat one of the best teams out there when they're trying to have fun. It's a Flash Cannon Duraludon. I don't know. Does that even exist? Has it ever, I got to know from the stats team, has this ever happened competitively, a Flash Cannon Duraludon?
I'll tell you what, Duraludon's Flash Cannon sounds like a howitzer going off, and I can tell you what, my blood pumps with every tick of that. This is a blast.
Yes.
These games have been awesome.
They really have. We've had so many amazing games from NA today. They're pretty wild. And I would love to see what they would do on the world stage. Some of them have looked amazing, and some of them have looked like Tyranitar. So we're just going to have to see.
Well, they do have Joey on their pocket pick in this tree, which is arguably one of the best Pokemon in the game at this current time that you can play. Flash Cannon's still popping off, but we're going deep as Lutano's just chucking ducks onto everybody. That's their Unite move. Okay, this is a problem.
Yeah,
this is a problem.
He's level 10.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
And like LG is burning the house down to roast some marshmallows. That's the level of fire they're trying to cook with, and I'm here for it all around. The engagements go on forever. I could tell you what's going on the screen, but we're seeing it in live action.
Yeah, this is just one of those moments you're really getting to see a team basically vibe right here. This is full vibes, just having a good time, playing some Pokemon Unite with a few buddies. Duraludon Unite move makes their way to the top path. The Flash Cannon picking up the final KOs. Double KO. Goal zone going down. 40 over cap. Wow, this is a lot.
This is a lot, yes. Just Flash Cannons up, Overlords in the back line. They're going for E-speeds. We got Joey displacing everybody. 2 more players down. Anybody showing up is getting put in that blender without a doubt. Supa trying to do something here. Gets horn leashed out. Where? Into the Flash Cannon, of course. Overlord going for the chase down. Overlord getting a knockout. And this Regieleki is now on the doorstep of that tier 2. And all S5 can do is their best.
Yeah, S5 just trying to do anything they can. Nice KO right there, picks up 1, doesn't go down for it too. You know, if they're able to get a few, if they're able to get some experience off the side of Luminosity, they can get back in this game. Flash Cannon Duraludon somehow goes down.
Somehow, as if that's the mystery. Sableye as well, catching a lot of L's. Sableye typically does. They might want to start insulating that Duraludon a little bit. I think they're giving up those KOs maybe just a bit too free.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens when this team starts to come back right here. I mean, I know LG's having a great time, but these KOs are starting to roll in for the side of S5, and things can change pretty quickly.
These level disparities were a problem, but that disparity is shrinking quickly. Aegislash does find themselves way in the flux zone, and they get knocked out for that. And as soon as we're finished talking about the opportunity that S5 has, 4 players, dusted.
To be fair, the levels are getting a little closer. Glaceon's here at level 10, Aegislash at level 11. They need to look for some big moments right here. They're looking to score in this pop path. Wow, what a beautiful wood hammer right into that Horn Leech there. We've talked about Joey before. Joey's Trevenant is amazing.
It is, it is. My concern here is they've maybe been vibing a little too hard. Trevenant is still level 9 when it should be further ahead than where it is. You know, its defensive counterpart on the other side is outpacing it, not necessarily where you want to be. So LG, take a deep breath, keep vibing, keep having fun. I'm having fun with you, but make sure you're not having so much fun that you lose sight of the prize here.
You heard it from Dupes next. Don't have too much fun, everybody. Is in the top path. They pick up another couple of kids. No, it's basically what you meant. Everybody in the chat agrees. And here we go, Sylveon up into the air, looking to possibly pick up a KO. Not going to happen right here. Here comes Aegislash, but Aegislash not able to rip through these massive HP bars on the side of Luminosity as they're going to push towards this goal zone here. Luminosity looking to score some more points. They're not up by as much as it feels like they are.
No, but they're just taking all the bodies. They're going to dispatch of everybody here. That tier 2 goal zone still having 100 on it is pretty impressive just on the front of S5, given this is what we've watched for a whole bunch of time. But again, LG caught in the vibes, having just a little too much fun, stuck on the pad, get knocked out.
Told you, you said it. Otter in a little bit of trouble right here as well. You know, again, level-wise, what?
Okie doke.
Fair enough. Level-wise, things are not terrible for S5. There are opportunities for them, and they just took down a level 14 Mimikyu. Things get... catch-up experience in Pokemon Unite is a real thing. We don't yet have Mustard experience, but catch-up experience is there. If you KO a higher-level enemy as a lower-level Pokemon, you get a massive swing in experience. It doesn't mean that they're still not down by a lot. 300, 179, levels are pretty close. This is not the worst scoreline we've seen, even though the game feels like it is.
Yeah, truly, if we're talking about condiments, LG truly got lost in the sauce there for a couple minutes as they've given S5 an opportunity to absolutely get back in this game.
Yeah, we're going to see if S5 can relish this opportunity. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do it.
Mustard on a beat. Oh.
I don't want to do the joke. Here we go, heading to the bottom path here. Lucario moving in, picks up a KO. That's double KO here for the Mimikyu. Oh, grabs another one right here. We almost have a level 15 Mimikyu on the side of Luminosity. Regirock getting pretty low here. Luminosity going to be able to set up to take a nice secure 300, 197, 20 seconds till Rayquaza. Luminosity moving like they are ready to show the world that they are still the world champs.
Yeah, now level 15, but a couple 14s on the other side. We've got 205, we're going in. Glacial stage is set. Mimikyu Unite has been popped. Evolving Ruined is there, and they're all over Q. Q gets on the backside, boosts out over to the middle. Overlord goes down to the Icicle Spears. We have a wide guard coming in. We have a Bliss Assistance onto the Duraludon goes down. All of a sudden, LG finds themselves, what is going on? Joey comes in, they pop the Trevenant Unite with a wide guard there. The curse is on, but now the Rayquaza is getting ripped. Icicle Spears are raining in. Joey goes down, taken by Aegislash, and S5 is looking to crush LG's dreams. You can't have too much fun, Spraggles. I friggin' knew it.
Okay, S5 wins that fight. They're pushing forward. They're up 300, 391 right now. 50 points, not able to be scored. Stopped there by Overlord. That's going to be big. They're not going to have this Slowbro. Slowbro going to waste as much time as possible, but there is a lot of time on the clock. Yes. Sylveon looking for a sneaky score. I believe it has a Rayquaza shield. Yes, it does. So, multiple members of Luminosity are now looking for a score. They don't need to get much, and then they can win this thing.
Yeah, so we just kind of got the tip here, and it makes sense. But as we go into the final minute here, S5, you know, leave with a win. Keep fighting, keep scrapping. 491 to 300, they're in great shape. LG, as it turns out, because they are probably up on CP, that's the backup tiebreaker, I suppose, something like that. Even if they were to lose here, they would be the leaders and the tiebreakers, and they would take that second slot anyway. So maybe why we're seeing why the shoes are a little goofy right now.
Look, the second I saw them lock into Duraludon and they played Flash Cannon, I didn't need Zoinks to bring me a piece of paper that says LG qualifies no matter what. I was pretty sure I knew what was going on here. But you got to give it up to S5 in this moment. I mean, this match right here, this was a solo queue stomp turned into a loss. And it happens all the time.
Correct.
To me. It happens all the time. Your team is crushing it, and then you give up a couple of big KOs, and all of a sudden, you lose it here. S5 is going to go ahead and take this game.
I mean, if this is the scenario we're in, this is what we're watching. I love the energy that these teams are bringing in. S5, feed in the beef a little bit. Let's bring this thing all the way to 3 games. Let's have an absolute blast.
It was very fun to watch. I mean, I love the picks. Honestly, fun vibes from both teams. And you saw Luminosity, they had a little too much fun, as Doob Snacks likes to say. And you know what? They did. And that cost them the game.
Yeah, but as a viewer, and with nothing for LG truly hanging in the balance, besides S5's pride, I suppose, yeah, ball out.
I loved watching it, and I love what S5 got to do right there. I mean, it's a really cool example of what you can do if you keep a calm head and you push on, you look for those opportunities, you find big KOs, you get right back in the game.
They did great. They did great. I would have loved to see more Flash Cannon.
Yeah.
Like how much of that can we get? I hope the highlights is just every time the Flash Cannon button was pushed.
Well, we're going to see here if we have Flash Cannon. I remember at some point Flash Cannon's kind of up in that top bush behind that Tier 1 gold zone. Doesn't look like it's happening right now, as we have one of the original Lucario Masters putting on a show. There's a Flash Cannon for you.
Yeah, just going in Glacial Stage, of course. And this is just like one of the 14 battles we had on this Tier 2 pad all game long.
Yeah, beautiful fight right here. It felt like Luminosity just continued to push onto these Tier 2s, even when the fights were really not in their favor. They just wanted to see if they could outplay S5, and a lot of the time they did.
They did, until we got to kind of that halfway point where things decided to slide a little bit. This is actually one of those moments, I believe, where they were just able to pick up a couple knockouts. Oh, actually, no, Aegislash goes down, and then it's just a crazy counter back the other way.
Yeah, it's a really nice play there. I mean, we saw huge moments from Mimikyu, obviously, ending at level 15 as this match was over. But these are some of the moments that got them back into the game, obviously. You know, you pick up KOs on Pokemon of that high level, and you're going to quickly catch up to your opponents.
Nice little Ray fight here, well done by S5, just isolating targets. Of course, we see the Revolving Ruin pop, but S5 was all over him. Just very well used Unite moves, well timed by them, and gave themselves a chance to win, and then a good Aegislash secure.
And here we go, just taking this Rayquaza here. Nice stuff from S5, looking for their secure. They make it happen. Wasn't with the Aegislash Unite move, but Aegislash does get it. Player of the game, Kersey on the Sylveon.
Yeah, tons of points, tons of damage, makes sense. We had fun.
Yeah, we had a great time. Double stacking right there. You love to see it. Some extra HP, some extra special attack. That'll give you some extra healing. And in the end, that was the difference maker.
That was certainly not irrelevant. Was it the true core difference maker? Debatable.
Yes, absolutely.
And you all know how much I love debates.
He loves debates. We've seen it all day. Obviously, we're heading into game number 2 here, which so far has just been a showcase of these two teams having a lot of fun and playing some great matches.
Okay, well, speaking of Flash Cannon Duraludon, let's take a look at the least picked Pokemon.
Duraludon, Tyranitar. The only, you know what? Zarina actually surprises me. Not its win rate necessarily, but that it's that low of a pick because some other regions are still playing Zarina and doing better.
Doing better. Yeah,
better.
That's the word.
I think it's the right word.
I think that's correct.
Better.
Crazy that of the 13 total Tyranitar games, 7 of them were today.
Yeah, like, a lot of them today.
Banana land.
And they're always losing. They play 13 games, and for the most part, they're losing those 13 games. This is what it looks like when I look up my solo queue team's win rate on Unite API. That's exactly what this is. I'm like, how is my Duraludon?
This is literally my Unite API. If you were to look up these characters, this is exactly what you would see. I am not good at this game.
Well, you're good at talking about it, my friend, and I think we're having a good time watching these matches right here. Gengar actually 58% win rate, not bad. Greedent 61.
That's
Mean Greedent doing things out here.
Greedent back. I think it was Zoinks maybe earlier today that it was like, hey, Greedent's dope. You know what else is dope? Interviews. So let's bring on Ender for one of those.
Hey, Ender, how you doing, buddy? What do you think of that very wild game?
I am so disappointed. Back when I was on this team with Zugrug, whenever Lutano and Otter wanted to get down and do stuff like this, we were always like, no, business is business. We're here to play the game, and they're having way too much fun right now.
Yeah, I mean, you and Doom Snacks could both get together and have no fun at the same time, it looks like. Obviously, I mean, I gotta say, I loved it. I loved seeing Overlord on his classic Pokemon. I love seeing Flash Cannon Duraludon. Is there a pick, like if you were to sort of vibe out in a moment, Ender, what do you think you would bring out? Would it be the Azumarill? I feel like I see you vibe on this Pokemon a lot.
I like Azumarill. Fun fact, I actually played Mew in a UCS game at Worlds because we had a game that essentially didn't matter. Both teams were just, kind of doing something similar. So I think my pick would be Mew. I love that Pokemon.
Yeah, Mew is very fun. Is there anything you'd like to see these two teams bring out here in Game 2 or Game 3, depending on how long we go?
I've been trying this new build that I recommend everyone does if you get Spragos in your game. It's Sludge Bomb Gengar with Dream Eater. Just absolutely able to spread around the poison. It's so good.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Yeah, especially if you're against me, go ahead and use that one. That would be excellent. If you're on Ender's team, he likes being protected by rock tombs, right? So if you're playing Crustle, just follow him around and make sure you're kind of holding him in place with those rock tombs. Keep him safe, everybody.
Hashtag toxic.
Hashtag. Let's get toxic. Thank you very much, Ender. We're going to take a look at our next game here between these two amazing squads. And I got to say, I love that first one, so I can't wait to see Game 2.
Yeah, I hope S5 kind of gets a feeling of what's going on and they kind of start getting a little loosey with it too.
I mean, we could see Charizard. We could see things like that. That would be awesome. We could see Char. I mean, I feel like it's like right there, right? A buff or two, and Charizard is right back in this thing, maybe. We could see a little Char. What's another Pokemon that we really never get to see?
Azumarill.
Azumarill, yeah. Azumarill would be a great one. That would be a real fun one. Taking a look at the overall comparison of the season between these two teams. Obviously, we're looking at Luminosity, one of the best out there, 69% win rate. S5 doing pretty good themselves, 59% win rate.
50% ray captures too on the side of S5. That's exactly 50% is coin flip.
That is a coin flip.
Unless you have a three-sided coin.
Well, I mean, I've never seen one, but you're right. If you have a three-sided coin, I guess that would be a little different. Taking a look at Overlord and Kersey right here, both on the Leafeon. Higher average score on the side of Kersey, but of course, big-time damage from Overlord. A lot of MVPs for the world's MVP.
I almost got like whiplash back to Season 1 where every single MVP, like player of the game screen was just Overlord every single time.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of big MVPs from a player who's won Worlds multiple times, which is interesting. North America in this position where we have the team who has won Worlds twice, and now that team is broken up. It's no longer here. The question is, will the people running this tournament let them play EX Pokemon right now?
Can you fly?
Can you let them do it? It wouldn't be a bad idea.
Phalanx definitely should be in the mix.
Yes, absolutely.
I know it looks like Q is the one that always has it kind of pre-selected. Just let Q go. Like, let's have some fun.
Let them play, coach. Come on, ref.
Yeah, like I kind of feel like the S5 winning game 1 was like S5 makes a sick 3 to cut the lead down to 40.
Here we go. Joey's not playing around.
Joey's just like,
Joey's serious.
I mainline tree.
Yeah.
Oh, 100%. I'm not switching off.
Here we go on the side of S5, looking for their first 2 picks right here.
Okay.
A lot of options.
True.
Wiggly? No.
Wiggly would be fun.
Leaf? No. Candle? No. Just back. Leafeon? No. Sylveon.
Sylveon locked and Otter gonna play Mewtwo. Why not?
Yeah, Mewtwo, why not?
At this, that's why they pay you the big bucks.
Overlord on Absol. Come on. Lutano locks in the Blastoise. Otter here with the Inteleon. Maybe they're getting serious. Game faces on the other side.
Is that right? Okay. Well, let's get some support Pikachu up here. Let's get some Buzzwole Tank in here. Like, let's just do the thing.
Let's see, on the side of S5, we've got the Glaceon. We have the Crustle. It looks like everyone's getting their game faces on here, Doomsnacks.
Yeah, definitely we'll call this a little bit more predictable type draft if we didn't have the on our palette that first game we just watched.
Oh,
Okay.
boy.
JL literally throwing it in cruise control, said I got my Sableye game in. Overlord, I'm just going to attach you, take over, and I'm going to go eat a sandwich.
And here we go, our final picks over to the side of S5.
Please.
Come on.
Please, do it, Q.
You can do it.
Let's
yeah,
go.
let's go. Char on broadcast. Here we are. It's going to be going against Zoroark Comfey, Overlord on Zoroark. And this is a combination. If this is your first time watching Pokemon Unite competitively, this is very gross what's about to happen
Correct.
right here. This is... These are just, it's one of the best Zoroark players in the world on a Pokemon that makes sure it can't get KO'd. And you'll kind of see what that looks like here soon.
I kind of wish if we were going to go the comfy route in the spirit of having fun, Chef mentioned it earlier, Zera Sweet Kiss, Zeraora with Sweet Kiss Comfy would have been a lot of fun.
Yeah, that'd be pretty beautiful here. We got the Charizard, though.
Yeah,
That's going to
big
be
win.
great to see.
That's a big win for all the folks at home.
I really think it's a huge win for everybody
I
at
agree.
home. Couple EVs on the side of S5. Look, S5 can make this thing happen. If you are able to catch that Zoroark Comfey together, the game could be yours.
True. Big facts. Big facts. S5, I mean, just on the pride factor, they want this.
Of course.
Yeah, they want
Yeah.
this.
Look, don't get it twisted. And some of you out there are twisting it already.
You're all in knots.
Don't get it twisted. S5 did win that last game, and Luminosity thought they were still going to win, like the way they were playing. They were not. Of course, they were cool with what happened, but they did not think they were going to lose.
And they kind of got the brake speed off them in the tail end.
Right at the end, they absolutely did. So let's take a look here at game number 2. Can Luminosity pull out a victory with everyone on some of their best Pokemon ever? We'll find out.
We're about to see Zoro in the central. Of course, we mentioned very slow to get up and going, but it just needs to hit level 5.
Yeah, doesn't need a ton. As soon as it walks out of that central area, it's going to be a menace. Probably walking to that top path with the Comfey here, unless they're playing mind games.
Just taking a deep breath here, we've got Q in the bottom path as Joey, excuse me, on this little Phantom. When given the option to have fun, Joey says tree is fun.
Yeah, you know what's fun for me? Winning.
I do also enjoy winning, but, you know, not always on tree.
Yeah, I guess I enjoy winning too, you know? I'm not going to act like a crazy person. Everybody likes to win, okay?
Yeah. Now we've got the purple Hollowware, purple level Hollowware on the Comfey, of course, because JL stays balled out when they're playing the flower necklace.
Yeah, you need to stay winning, and you do that with the correct Hollowware. Some players refuse to play the correct Hollowware. It is frustrating. Overlord does make it to the bottom path. Stacking up here, just getting extremely strong early.
Yeah, unfortunately, still a Squirtle is Lutano as they're just grabbing double berries. JL's kind of getting lit on fire by Q, and points are going in for S5, and they've got a small little score lead.
Yeah, they do, and we're going to see a Safeguard Blissey, which is going to be able to give a shield, hopefully, when that Zoroark comes in. It didn't work out that time, as Zoroark picks up a big KO here. Looking for another, and they're able to grab it here. Looking for a third. Yeah, this is kind of what this guy does.
Yep, and as you were describing, it is disgusting. Just like a garlic milkshake, it's just too strong, brother.
You thought it wouldn't be? Like, I don't know. We'll try it.
You can't, you know, just try a little bit of everything.
Yeah, you know, put a few garlic cloves in there. It's just milk and garlic. We head down to the bottom path right here. We're seeing some experience head the way of S5, while Zoroark is picking up KOs wherever they are.
Yeah, Overlord is air quotes farming, but really treating S5 like the wild Pokemon here. And all of Luminosity seems to be behind them and in this endeavor and adventure. As Trainer BT going back to the middle saying, hey, is there any wild Pokemon back here for me? I'm like kind of stuck at level 6.
Yeah, they need a little bit. They need a lot of bit if they're going to be able to take down that Zoroark. But to be fair, again, If they can catch it, they get 2, and that's pretty huge. We've got a Charizard on the side of S5. They're going to be looking for some experience so they can get back in this game. Luminosity not breaking any goals yet. They keep experience up between these two sides. Here comes the massive attack from Overlord.
And now just flipping around and ready to engage back again. The snipe shots are coming in. The Fire Blast on the ground from Q is putting a little bit of pressure on LG, but Lutano goes straight to the back line. That means we are zipping across all of these bodies on S5, and they are all put down systematically.
Yep, everyone's going down. The points are raining in. Goal zone gone. This looks a lot like game number 1, but if you remember game number 1, things actually turned around for the side of S5.
Yeah, it's going to be just slightly harder, I think. I think there's just a different vibe between Overlord with the Comfy pocket and doing this type of stuff versus what we saw in game 1. So S5 definitely has a steep hill to climb.
Yeah, this is going to be quite tough. It's one of the scariest combinations I could imagine running into Overlord on Zoroark with a Comfy, and you're seeing why right now. Charizard takes it up into the air. Comfy uses the Unite move to save it. The eject button. They take it down. Charizard's the counter. Don't buff it, nerf it if anything.
Don't do that though, buff it. So be like, please. Inteleon Unite is out there looking for more targets. 2 from S5 are down, and Q is just working on Regirock, but they can't put enough quite damage on a Hydro Typhoon's going to kick everybody up. That's going to be Secures with a snipe shot, and now Q finds themselves looking down 4 players from Luminosity and decides to scramble away.
Yeah, and they make it away here. You know what? Look, it's a level 10 Charizard right now. Highest level in the match, the Charizard and the Zoroark. Things could happen once again for S5.
Nice little Surf Hydro pump into the wall. The Crustle is cracked and shattered. Sylveon Unite is out. They're on top of Otter. They're going to see if they get some quality KOs here, but who's there to just absolutely step in front is Overlord and JL. Quick KO, because why not?
Here we go. Overlord just taking a huge chunk of damage right here from this Icicle Spear. The Glaceon's still too low of a level, only a level 8, now ticking over to level 9. At least if it hits level 10, it's got that max HP shred that'll kick in, and you could pick up some KOs that way.
Well, Otter up here, taking a look with Lutana. Let's see if they can grab this Regieleki as Overlord is going straight to the tier 2 to try and bully Kersey a little bit. But S5 seeing an opportunity. They're going to put some points into the bottom goal zone.
Here we go. Joey in a little bit of trouble right now, dealing with 3 members of S5. 167-89. Close in score, not too close in experience. Really, that Zoroark is the problem. It's halfway to 13.
That is... With 15's the highest you can be, and they are very close, and we're only halfway through this game. Lutano going to surf this way, get more experience for themselves. Overlord goes straight for an engagement. Icicle Spears are in, but Charizard picks up Zoroark again, takes to the skies. Q's putting tons of pressure on Hydro Typhoon into the Trevenant Unite. We're crash landing on the pad, and S5 is looking to make a repeat performance of game 1. LG is staying in the pocket, but they are finally darting out. Trapped in the Rock Tomb is Joey. Joey might be the only knockout that S5 can pick up, but it's a pretty decent one.
Yeah, I mean, a nice little pickup right there for S5. A very different vibe, I would say, than game number 1. It felt like game number 1, Luminosity, you know, they were picking some fun stuff. They were having a good time. This almost feels like, you know, they were setting up S5 a little bit for this Zoroark Comfy, right? You know? It was like they were asking the most unattractive guy, I'm not saying it's me, to the prom, and then showing everyone that it was a big joke the whole time, bringing out their Zoroark Comfy. This didn't happen to me.
It definitely did not happen to Spraggles. Don't go find and check his MySpace, where he definitely did not write about it.
Oh, I gotta... Don't worry.
Regi's very cleanly going to Luminosity here. S5, not sure what they can do. I don't know. Get a knockout on somebody on LG. Get 1 trillion points of experience because they're all way higher level than you at this point. You know, keep fighting the good fight.
How do you delete a picture of yourself crying?
Ask Zoinks. He's been doing it all day, ever since the Tyranitar debacle.
We can take a look right here. We're seeing if we can get any KOs here for this Glaceon. It needs some experience to get online. The Wood, oh my gosh, Surf and Hornleech together. Absolutely disgusting there in this bottom path. KOs being picked up in the top path. That is a disrespectful break.
Just an overcap by 1, because who cares? They just want this Regieleki. They want to send it all the way to the home goal zone. Kersey, despite being one of the most built-in sustained evolutions, still just gets dusted because Overlord is quite literally level 15 here in a moment.
And here we go, the level 15 on the Zoroark, heading towards that home goal zone. They're going to look to make a Zapdos out of this thing. As soon as that Regieleki hits that home goal zone, they have essentially unlocked the win condition from year one of Pokemon Unite. The goal zone is defenseless, and the points can rain in.
Well, they're looking for Overlord. They've trapped them engaged. Can we get a Charizard Unite on them? They're going straight in. Zoroark Unite back the other way, and they're looking at Q. Q is very low on HP. Comfy Unite popped, and now they're focusing on Lutano. Lutano taking a ton of damage. Meanwhile, Inteleon Otter just scoring 50, darting right back through. That Charizard is the Comfy Zoro combo. Crussel's the next one on the chopping block. Trussell is eye down. Crustle is gone. 4 players gone of S5. Can they make it a full 5? Just Blissey. They did it. And I hate to say it, Spraggles, but that was a beatdown.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's about what that was going to look like right there. Luminosity no longer playing nice, that's for sure.
No, having fun, not playing nice.
Yeah.
Playing actually pretty mean.
I would say it's
That is not, yeah, that's mean.
Brought up some repressed memories about my high school years. I don't even know what to make of that.
Don't check his MySpace.
Don't worry, I already deleted it.
Perfect.
Oh, no, I didn't. How do you delete it? Here we go. Minute 16 on the clock, and points are just going to continue to flow in. I mean, now they're going to be looking to see how high they can get this score lead, right?
Yep.
805, 131. Charizard with the back cap. Good for you, buddy.
Q refuses to quit. Refuses to quit. Credit to them. And actually did get a couple good picks as Charizard on Overlord and that Zoroark using that Unite move. So credit to them.
If Charizard gets that Unite off, you know, I think we had the full heal there from Zoroark to stop it. If Charizard gets that Unite off, I wonder if they could have taken this fight as well, because I think they might have gotten Zoroark in that moment. It would have been very close. Either way, this match did not end up being close. Of course, Luminosity with an absolute dominant performance here, playing some of their, you know, best Pokemon in the game.
Yeah, they can actually feel that they're very close on the scoreline of going into 4 digits, and that's got to be the mark here. Otter just looking to put in their points. They've got a ton of them. This is another 84. Bang, and they've eclipsed 1,000.
There we go. 1,081 out of 1,083. Good job, Tunnel. Those extra 2 points, they will be the difference maker as they continue to score here.
I want to highlight how much of a slacker JL is, only being level 14 as a Comfy. I really expected more out of them specifically.
Well, you can see some players just don't know how to carry. And if you're playing Comfey, whatever you're playing, you need to figure out how to carry. It's important. And I would expect any carry to be level 15 by the end of the match. Any true carry. This match, 1,127 points to 277. I feel like an airline pilot right now. Off to your left, you're going to see an absolute massacre.
Off to your left, you're going to see an absolute slaughter. Also on flight 1127, Luminosity will be your pilot. Holy.
Yeah. Here we go. Great match for Luminosity. Great match for the Zoroark as we have one more game between these two squads. I have to wonder what they're going to bring out here because I think Luminosity said we're no longer playing. Now the question is, after you win one, do you go, hey, we're playing again?
I want to see Goodra Jungle. That's just where I want to be right now. If I'm either of these teams, Goodra Jungle feels and sounds very good.
Yeah, we have Goodra Jungle. We have Lane Gengar that I think would be extremely important. I can't believe no one's brought out Greninja at this point. I mean, there are a lot of powerful picks that you never get to see that we could be seeing here today.
Phalanx definitely should be allowed for this game specifically.
I think so. We're going to take a look at some of the big moments of this last match right here. Of course, a lot of big Zoroark moments in this highlight package.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of those. Just like Flash Cannon in the first highlight package, Zoroark kind of took over the the mood of game 2, if you will, and was just really able to just rip through everybody.
Ooh, you know it'd be a fun one? Zeraora.
I agree.
I feel like you don't see a lot of Zeraora at all.
Support Zera.
Yeah.
That's a thing.
Absolutely it is. All my Zeraoras in my games have EXP share leftovers.
And I am that Zera. This is actually just a really fun replacement.
Yes.
Woodhammer, Hornleech into Surf Pump combo that really was like, oh, this is a problem.
There was that moment right there where he went for the Unite move. Maybe it wasn't even the full heal. Maybe it was just the end of his feint combo right there made him unstoppable for a moment, and the Charizard Unite move not able to happen. I've talked about this for a while. Charizard's Unite, like if they made it so Charizard's Unite was not so easily cancelable, that might be enough of a buff on Charizard right away to make it relevant. That's it's a pretty huge thing for Char that it can miss its Unite move a lot.
Yeah. Do you think it was maybe safeguarded?
I guess it could have been. Yeah, I didn't see. We've got Overlord as our player of the game. 134,000 damage, 21 knockouts, 383 points scored. To be fair, there's 2 players, right? It's Zorak and Comfey.
Yeah,
it's Zorak and Comfey.
These are rookie numbers. I want to see Overlord get these numbers up.
Yeah, look, last year we saw Overlord. I mean, we're talking almost 200,000 damage. I don't want to say that he's fallen off, but that number is far from 200,000.
It is considerably less. So let's, since we're just snowballing here, hypothesizing dream scenarios for this third game, you've said Zero Aura. I would love to see some like Azumarill get in there. Why not? What are some more Pokemon you'd like to see?
I'm trying to think of other picks that we just really never see. We rarely see Mamo. We don't see a lot of Wiggly.
Yeah,
Wiggly would be a fun one. You get a Psychic Mime. Who?
Yeah, a Rollout Wiggly would be kind of cool.
Rollout Wiggly would be a lot of fun. We're going to bring Ender back for an interview right now. Ender, that's about how that was going to go, right?
Yeah, you put Overlord on Zorak with a Comfey on its head, and I wouldn't expect much different.
Are there any Pokemon that you'd love to see here in Game 3? Do you think Luminosity is playing anymore, or are they done?
I think we might see maybe some interesting builds on different Pokemon. I want to see some unorthodox builds, maybe some Leech Life Buzzwole, maybe some Trick Hoopa, which got buffed, and I don't even think it's a bad moveset right now. Just don't get to see much of that. I want to see them mess around with those movesets.
I'm curious, are there any movesets, any builds, any Pokemon, anything that you actually think is right there competitively, but maybe people are not playing it or they're just a little afraid to try it, outside of just like some of these matches where they could be having fun? Something that's legit competitive that we're just sleeping on a bit.
Well, that Trick Hoopa is definitely one that I think has a lot of potential that we haven't seen a whole lot of. There's another one that NA has never really messed around with, but it's been hovering in other regions, is Submission Machamp, the quarterback, if you will. Just having that instant ability to grab someone and set up for your team, almost like a mean look with the speed boost built in. I feel like it always seems like it's trolled, but it's right there in terms of being potentially viable.
Yeah, that's a weird one, isn't it? I know it recently got buffed, but every time I play it, I'm just mad. I'm mad at myself. I'm mad at Machamp. I might be mad at my dad. Oops, next.
Yeah, maybe if they gave Machamp like 2 more arms. Just redesign the whole Pokemon. Ender, thoughts on Rollout Wiggly, and do you want to see it in this third game?
I would love to see it in this third game. I do think one of these players needs a protractor, though, just so they can line up the angles a little bit right. True. If they've got a protractor in their back pocket, it's looking good.
Yeah, I think that would be pretty important. You know, Ender, I'm not sure how many more times we're going to see you on broadcast here today. I'm curious if you have some thoughts about everything we've seen today and what's going to happen at NAIC.
A lot of exciting things. I think the biggest thing that happened today, Niow going undefeated in their groups, amazing. G making a comeback, so they're going to be in the upper bracket. I think that was a team a lot of people had ruled out. They're, you know, if you want to see orange juicers are the leftovers from a bunch of teams, G is right there as well, right? So seeing them upset Luminosity, I'm sure they felt really good about that, considering the history between those two players and teams. I want to see how some of these newly formed teams, or Nihao, Ignorant, some of these newer teams, how they do first time on stage.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much, Ender. We're going to look here at game number 3. Another interview in the books as we get ready for S5 versus Luminosity. Thumbs up.
Thumbs up. Ender, we'll see you tomorrow, I think. I think that was the last time. Ender, we love you.
Here we go.
See you tomorrow.
Luminosity, S5, getting ready for their game number 3. Luminosity has already secured their spot to NAIC. And now they're just looking to see if they can score more points than last game.
I must say, I like the trainer card matching frames with the electric guitars. Kind of cool. What that means to me is we need to be seeing the Pokemon that are carrying electric guitars. Let's see some Pikachu. Let's see some Zeraora.
Yeah, let's see what they're able to bring out into this game. We've got the bands here. We've got Delphox, we've got Umbreon, Mew, and finally the band from S5. I would just pick Comfey. Just get rid of it.
Yeah.
Get rid of that monster.
Get out of here.
Or, you know, Trevin. It's actually a pretty good band. Pretty good band.
SJL is mostly Hoopa. Interesting. Okay.
Banning out the Hoopster.
LG gonna, I guess, scoop up whatever at this point. I don't even know anymore.
Here we go. First pick on over to Blissey, possibly, as we're hovering it for Luminosity. Gonna see what they're able to do here. Yes, Blissey for their first pick. They're saying, hey, we might not have Comfey, we might have Comfey as well, but we're gonna go with Blissey. On the side of S5, they are gonna pick, oh, they take the Zoroark. They took it away from Luminosity right here. Let's see what they want to bring out. Oh, we're going supports. It's support
It's a full
squad.
support game. Okay.
It is a supporter game.
Okay, let's get after it.
Let's do it.
Do we see Rollout Wiggly then?
We actually
this the
could see
moment?
Rollout Wiggly. We really could.
Overlord play, be cool. Like, just pick a support.
Yeah. Here we go. Overlord locking in the mime. On the other side, S5, ooh, they're possibly taking away their opportunity to play a full support squad. Sableye being stolen away.
This is just 8D chess here. We are off the reservation doing some of this battle math here. There's got to be 2 supports left.
It's going to force them. Yeah, they could have, I don't know what you put Comfey on at this point. Maybe Mime.
Wigs.
We could have Wiggly. We could have Clefable. I got to say, Clefable is a carry.
Okay. We're going to be rolling hyper beams, baby, and just burning it down. Okay, LG, fun reactivated.
Yes. They just needed to prove that they were good, okay, and now they're right back to having a good time. We've got we got double glasses, Slick Spoon, Mr. Mime there. Otter, you can see he's stacking Wise Glasses and an Energy Amplifier on Clefable, so we're definitely looking at a Draining Kiss build right here.
Yep.
Lutano looking to do a lot of damage there with the Eldegoss. He's got the X attack on. Joey and JL, though, they're actually playing supports.
Yeah.
They've got the EXP shares, they've got a Resident Guard, they've got a Buddy Bearer. They're looking to actually play the supports here.
Yeah, I still want to see, like, Leaf Tornado out of Lutano. I want to see the rollout out of Wiggly. I don't mind the egg set out of JL by any means here, but we're going to war.
We are going to war. This is going to be a fun one, our final one of the day. Luminosity has decided to put on a little bit of a show and show you that we don't need another support in the game after all. There are plenty of them.
There's so many.
And they're going to be able to carry this match. As I said earlier, you have to be able to carry with a support, and they're going to prove right now that you can do that.
So, we mentioned Pride. I mentioned Pride. There's a lot of Pride on the line for S5 here. They're facing down 5 support characters on the other side. Doesn't matter why, but they're unwilling to kind of go into the Mimi scenario here. So they need to win, because they chose some real stuff.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing that happens when you decide not to meme, it can hurt your feelings even more if you happen to lose to all the supports.
Yeah, the meme into the dream is LG winning game 3 with this 5 support core here. S5 on the other hand, who you'd think they'd be support 5, they decide to not do any cool stuff, and now they have Kersey on the invade, choosing to stabilize their support.
Yeah, we're going to see if they're able to make anything happen right here. Pretty good secure opportunities here for Sableye. Not able to make it happen, though. Going to have to run away.
The classic jungle Eldegoss. Predictable.
Yes.
Nice Kentucky Derby hat out of Lutano. Lutano specifically knows that I live in Kentucky, and the Kentucky Derby was just ran not too long ago, and that's a nice nod.
Yeah, I think it's clear that Lutano did wear that hollow wear because you've been to the Kentucky Derby. I was half listening to that story.
That's pretty much how all our broadcasts go. Like, what are you saying again?
Okay, fair enough. Zoroark here in this top path. We also have Talonflame about to get online, hit their level 5. As we get ready for this fight, we're going to see what Luminosity can do.
Okay, well, just scoring right in their faces is, of course, Otter. We're going to have to move back a little bit. Supa and Trainer, no shot, dude. KO streak a 2 up top by the jungling Eldegoss.
Yeah, of course. We do have the rollout Wiggly after all.
Well, I mean, yeah, for the damage.
Yes, you need some damage right here. This is a nice rollout. Gets the bounce right there. We can see Talon looking for an invade, trying to take jungle away from Mr. Mime. This feels like a solo queue game of mine. Mr. Mime coming into my jungle as Talon. Fun fact, this is the first time that Luminosity has picked this comp. Hey, you know what? I'm shocked.
This is crazy. Crazy cool.
And the bottom path here. We do have Clefable. It's got the Draining Kiss. They're looking for a moment here with the Night Slash. They take it down. Clefable goes down, and the points are being scored here in the bottom path. Luminosity is going to need to get back in this game somehow. We're going to see if they can support each other to do that.
Well, they closed the goal zone very quickly. Rollout Wiggly is trying to do what they can. Nice wall, blast into the side. We've got the JL follow-up. We got our first knockout. Can we get some more? JL flipping around. Soup is getting pretty low. Again, more pressure put on, and we're the double slapping Joey coming through. No rollout needed there.
There we go. Nice big eject. No. Looking for it, and they were able to take it down. Huge KOs as Luminosity is pushing onto this goal zone.
Yeah, they're really bringing some balance to the score sheets here. As the 1v1 up top is the Eldegoss and Talon. Excuse me, Fletchender. Okay, now we're just peeling back. Luminosity somehow kind of making this thing work. Overlord somehow level 9.
Beautiful, right into a Unite move. Huge plays from Overlord. They are going to be able to take the goal zone if they want it right here, and they do decide to break.
They're going, Supa's getting super down on their HP, and we're going to break that plus 17.
There we go, heading to the bottom path here. They're going to be able to secure that Regieleki. Top path, we've got Talon versus this Eldegoss. Otter heading into the central area of S5, looking to steal some of that center from them.
Why not? They're seeing that the Zoroark is on their side of the map. Grab their stuff while you're at it, and somehow the level scaling is still in the hands of LG.
Yeah, LG looking great level-wise, obviously. They're playing supports, they're carrying. But S5 is looking great score-wise. They've got good pressure on the map, and obviously they got some Pokemon that are a little speedy. Some of those speedsters will be able to make some big scores.
Well, that's another knockout here on behalf of LG, and the victim is that Venusaur. Regieleki gets eviscerated. Otter and Lutano getting it done in the top path. This is fun.
Yeah. They're having a good time. Sableye trying to make something happen here, stop them from scoring. Not able to do too much as JL is able to just put points right into that goal zone. We have Eddie looking to make something happen here, just looking for some experience possibly in this central area.
Otter casually level 10 on the Clefable here. As Sableye scoring up top, and they're going to break themselves another goal zone.
Here we go. Scoring in the top path, breaking that goal. Zoroark moving in, looking to get a KO, but the Bliss assistance able to stop it right there. Talon with the flame sweep, trying to make something happen. Night Slash comes out, not able to make the combo. However, Talon does pick up a KO on the LD.
Well, you know, their core damage dealer in Clefable is not there, right? They're just kind of on a solo mission in the bottom path. Could really have used, I believe it's Otter that's playing the Clefable, really could have used him in that situation.
Ooh, Sableye goes down there. The support not carrying on the side of S5. Kind of a problem here as we have a Unite move out from this Mr. Mime. They're looking to make something happen. That's a double KO. JL now scoring more in this top path.
Yeah, I mean, might as well take the scores. Might as well try to score yourself. Slow beam on Overlord. Nice little surf through, but Mr. Mime hangs on. JL topped them off with eggs. It's an early breakfast for the Clown, but the Clown finally bites it.
Early breakfast for the Clown. I don't think I've ever heard that sentence.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Here we go, heading to the bottom path, or Wiggly just kind of really heading wherever they decide to go after that roll. It just kind of bounces around, makes something happen, you know. You could have to just look for a score comp situation with Luminosity right now. They really get to do whatever they want, and truly this rollout goes anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, when you're playing Wiggly, you just, if you don't have your protractor, you just have to use the Sokotoa method. I'm pretty sure that's what that was from Geometry, to do a bunch of angles and whatnot, so it's a thing.
I believe you. Talonflame scoring in the bottom path. Regice being taken down by S5 right now. They're now up 256, 221 for the side of Luminosity. Luminosity's new strategy, if you're just joining us, is to play all supports. They need to win this game.
They need to, for the memes and dreams.
Ooh, nice little Unite move there by the Sableye. More points on the side of S5.
2 players sent packing, so at least that's something, which leads kind of Otter and JL up to be chewed on. But in the back line, of course, this Otter, Bliss Assistance gets right on top of them, but they're rolling through. But all of the damage is coming as that Zoroark pops to Unite. 2 players down on each side. Joey's still trying to hang tough as the Claypool Kawashika 2. Right in is the Mr. Mime Unite move. Showtime. Kersey goes down after the boosted auto. And on top of all that, Overlord's dunking in 27.
And here we go. Tano just walking up, very Kentucky Derby style, scored another 41 points. Huge double KO. They're continuing to fight right here. Can they get these points in? Only 1 second left. No! taken down. 318-296. Luminosity is up right now.
They are up by a slim margin. Under 3 minutes remaining in this game, and somehow LG is ahead on levels.
Yeah, LG doing pretty good level-wise because they're carrying so hard on some of these carry Pokemon. On the other side, we have some nice scores that have happened from S5, but of course, you can't outscore a support. You also can't out-carry a support. You can't outplay a rollout Wiggly. It's impossible.
Joey hitting a nice little angle here to get that very front position into the central area of S5, as Kersey looks like to be there going on a scoring mission with the Sableye.
Last few moments here of this final game of our broadcast today. Group C in our regional finals, Luminosity, S5. Obviously, the full support composition is ahead for now, but we have possible scores happening. One interesting thing is they don't have amazing rip on the side of Luminosity, and they might be put into a position to rip Ray with all of these supports.
Well, they're going to try and catch Supa, who's about at half HP. They're putting a...
They're ripping.
They're going for the ripskis. Meanwhile, S5 is going straight for the scores. Venusaur going to pivot back to the middle, but Luminosity is, I'm assuming, ripping Ray. And Supa secured in the face of everybody. It would have been cool if we'd have saw it, but we didn't, so that's all right, I guess.
got to agree. It would have been good to see that. But we did see some scores happen. S5 scoring in this top path right here. 322, 640. Now the points are just being run up. S5 somehow able to take down the Exodia supporter composition.
The Infinity Stones were gathered by Luminosity, but S5 managed to tear the gauntlet off. Great look, I suppose, by them. We don't know. We didn't see it, so.
Here we go. They're fighting, continuing this fight. Overlord seeing what he can do. He needs to break these Ray shields. Otherwise, they'll be able to run up this score.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Get serious, Doob Snacks. There's still a minute on the clock.
A minute on the clock, and the right side team has a huge lead. Supa with the central heroics, giving S5 the opportunity to do what we're seeing right now. Somehow, some way, S5 finds a way to defeat the supporter core.
Rolls block right there. Unfortunate, but Otter looking for this KO. More points are raining in. If Luminosity wants to win this right here, they're going to need to score more than 400 points. It's not impossible. In fact, it's probable.
It is not probable. That's not what that word means, my friend.
Doesn't probable mean not going to happen?
Improbable. Yeah, we got it. We got there. English.
406, 848, and a very fun game from Luminosity and S5. This has been a little treat of a series between these two teams. I love to see the sportsmanship between them, except for game number 2. It's very, very fun to watch these two squads duke it out with what is clearly not their preferred build.
Yes, I would say that they're maybe cooking a little bit over here. S5 taking it down. However, LG going to be the second team from that group to go to NAIC.
That's right. LG's heading to NAIC through the losers bracket, by the way. They were not able to make it through the winners bracket. They're going to be one and done at NAIC, so they're going to need to play well when they hit the big stage.
They were going to have to essentially not do this. That would be a good place to start. Or you definitely do this.
I mean, look, if you're just looking to vibe, you throw one game out like this, your opponents won't know what you're doing. They'll think you're just joking around. Boom, Zora Comfey. Take them down.
That's the rope-a-dope strategy, I'm pretty sure. Building up, give them the false confidence and come back at them.
That's right. Big win there for S5 as they are able to win this series against Luminosity. As we said before, Luminosity is having a lot of fun with this. So is S5. I mean, they brought the Charizard out for us. We have a rollout Wiggly. We saw a Duraludon. We had a lot of amazing moments for this series. We're going to send it on over to Zoinks and Wonder Chef. Gentlemen, take it away.
Witness how we support one another here on the broadcast. All of my weight being supported by Wonder Chef. Honestly, a heroic feat of strength. But in this matchup, it was going to be S5 taking home the win. S5 with a pretty fantastic tournament. Unfortunately, the way the tiebreakers roll out, we already talked about LG's moving on, but S5 having a lot of fun in that match, and same with LG. We got to take another look at that series.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I love, of course, what LG did. And behind the scenes, you can vouch for this, Zoinks. I was going through some very serious analysis. I was like, I truly think that maybe Sing would be better here so they could use the CC. And, I'm going to make the call out here. Joey, not the best rollout Wiggly that I've ever seen, unfortunately. It's the truth. Joey, great at Trevenant, maybe needs to work on those angles more, you know? Take some more algebra classes, because that is a...
No protractor, it seems.
Yeah, no protractor, that's the problem. The Hoopa ban was unfortunate. I felt like Hoopa would have been pretty ridiculous in this comp. They needed it for that second range carry. I mean, hey, when you unite, you actually get the carry. I think this is a fun comp, obviously. And I actually don't think that the Sableye would have helped it. I think Sableye would have hurt it, as would have been annoying, but you need the damage.
All right. Yeah, I mean, that's a great breakdown, of course.
Yeah,
composition
very
that is
serious.
Complex and very in-depth that Luminosity's been practicing scrimming for quite some time. Fortunately, doesn't come out on top here, but that's all right. They'll have another chance to play the 5-supporter composition in New Orleans. A couple of weeks, Ottershaw.
Yeah, unfortunately though, because they lost to G, they are actually going to be in the losers bracket over there, so they may not play it off the bat. They are only going to have one chance, although of course we would love to see the 5-supporter. 5 defender, actually super viable if you can get us Umbreon especially. So that was, I think, a little bit not meme enough. So I do appreciate the supporter, and we will see what the player of the game was. Super SP, of course, being able to confirm that Rayquaza.
Yeah, a huge secure for the Slowbro. Running the Surf Amnesia, which so far today has weirdly been a rare build on the Slowbro. We've seen so many Scalds all day long, but going with the displacement option and putting up 68,000 damage. A very respectable amount of damage, but when there are 5 sponges on the other side to absorb all of that damage, they're going to find it. But it's taken. Yeah, you get it.
Yeah, you know what? Probably did 68,000 damage as well. There's no proof that they didn't.
Yeah, exactly. It's not like there was a big screen or anything like that. Hey, look at these guys. They're also here.
We did it.
Hey, these guys are here. What an incredible day of Pokemon Unite we have had here in NA, figuring out which teams are going to make it to the live event at NAIC. Every region is going to know their champion soon, except for North America. They're going to have to wait about a month until they get to duke it out live.
That's quite a bit of time they have to wait. But for us, it builds up the momentum into NAIC to crown our regional champion. And of course, we still have the final stretch going on there too.
Yeah, a lot of amazing stuff. Let's take a look at these groups right here and see how the day played out. Zoinks, you want to break this down for us?
Sure. We got 4 teams that went 3-0 in North America. I actually think it's a bit of a surprise. I don't think any of us had that predicted. I thought some of these groups would have a little more contention, but Niow and G, I think, being the big shockers to go 3-0 in their group, but I'm very excited to see them play in the winners bracket. I believe they will be playing against each other first round at NAIC, so it's going to be very, very exciting. Luminosity making it through, Ignorance, Paragon, and Exile. Again, Paragon, a big surprise showing from them, and they are going to be getting that paid travel to New Orleans.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you would have expected Hades to go 0-3, Team YT to be taken down. Of course, Luminosity to have the showing they did. They had an extremely close match against G, but, you know, after that, Luminosity was not looking exactly like the champs.
And LG being very thankful for that close match against G. The only team to be able to take a map off of G, which is what gives them that tiebreaker advantage. So, 1 game out of a set, the only difference maker of why LG is headed to that top 8.
Yeah, I mean, what a day of games we have had. Obviously, prepping for the big live showdown at NAIC. We also have a crazy day tomorrow because we are going to be crowning our EU champions. I mean, we got a lot of amazing teams here, Chef.
Yeah, that's right. We can take a look at what the championship points are looking like now as far as things go. I mean, Nemesis and Orange Juicers, this looks like this was, I think, before today. Of course, it's going to be a lot more awarded as we get through this, but Nemesis, Orange Juicers still, of course, up there, extremely well tied, and now both, of course, being there in the winners bracket is going to look really good for them.
Yeah, they're in a great spot to qualify. Obviously, Nemesis, Orange Juicers, Luminosity, they all, of course, have the ability to win this whole thing. There are a lot of great teams in NA right now.
Something I want to point out real quick. We were talking about Exile and like their path forward qualifying through CP. Because they're both in losers bracket and we haven't seen that bracket shake up, they might actually have their fate in their hands because LG, since they're now in the top 8, they need to be eliminated at 7th, 8th. So if they're paired up against LG, they might literally be able to knock them out to keep their dreams alive.
Yeah, it could be a really exciting matchup. We have something exciting for you right here. We have an interview with Lutano. We don't often interview a loser, but we do have an interview with a big-time loser who just lost their recent match. Lutano, how you doing? Are you all right, buddy?
I mean, it's a tough loss. You know, we weren't sure if we were going to make it, so, you know, we had to pull out all the stops.
Good, good.
Yeah, I'm curious, when what happened in game 2? Felt like someone was mad, wanted to show that you guys were still really, really good. Is that what happened?
You know, game 2, we decided to go with a little bit of more off-meta strategy. We really thought we had to pull something else out, you know, but I think we're happy with how we played.
Okay. Makes sense.
I don't even know what to say. Notable super loser Lutano on our stream to close out this interview. I'm glad you all went and had fun. Who made that call to go all supporters in the last game and really just kind of button this thing up with a big smile?
That was Otter and Overlord. They were really pumped to pull it out. So we were really sad that they banned Hoop, but that was vital to our strategy, and they sniffed us out. So.
Yeah, is that the last we're going to see it? I mean, obviously you've been scrimming with this composition, putting a lot of practice time towards a lot of strategy. Are you afraid you expose your strategy too early? You're not even at the LAN event. You're already showcasing one of your trump cards. Like, are you worried that the strategy is not going to show up again?
Well, you know, we got a couple more tricks up our sleeve. I don't want to say too much about it, but we got a little more in us, you know.
Good.
And I gotta ask, was it an intentional strategy for you for this interview to look back and be like, I have a completely blank room, all I need to do is throw one trophy behind me on a table? How last minute was that trophy, or was that there the entire time?
You know, it was there, but, you know, we had to clear out a little bit, give it a little space, a little room to breathe, you know, for next month.
All right, Lutano, well, I appreciate you being here with us. Do you have anything you want to say to all the fans out there before you head to NAIC soon?
I'll say this isn't the results we wanted, but you guarantee we're going to be in the finals for regionals, so see us there.
I love that. There's the grit, there's the team comp, there's the strategy, there is Lutano. Thank you so much. Head back to the guac bowl, my friend. Interview over. Exciting stuff.
Crushed it.
Absolutely crushed
It's
it.
rare that we audible to the team that just lost.
It almost never happens.
Almost never.
Almost never happens.
Almost never.
Like I said, we had an insane day here. Let's take a look at NAIC's bracket.
Do it. No, we just got a chance to see this for the first time. Of course, it'll be Nemesis and Niow in that winner's side. Orange Juicers versus G. Gonna be an unreal matchup first.
Yeah.
And it will be Luminosity and Exile on opposite sides of that loser's bracket.
Bummer.
It's going to be really interesting to see how this shakes out. I think there's still an opportunity, if things don't go well for Luminosity, that Exile could qualify through championship points. But again, whoever wins this is locking in their spot to Worlds, that paid trip to Worlds for their team, and that is huge. Yeah.
A team like Luminosity with their back against the wall is incredibly dangerous. We've seen them happen like at Worlds multiple times. We saw the regional finals trophy in the background there. Lutano with TTV, they kind of felt like they had something to prove at this same event last year. So I mean, I take it at face value when he says LG is going to be in the finals.
Yeah, it could absolutely happen, and it's going to happen possibly at NAIC Live, coming up very soon. If you haven't been to a live Pokemon Unite event, you are really missing out. The crowd is unbelievable. Last NAIC, I mean, we had Luminosity versus TTV, which was unbelievable.
Yeah, one of the best crowds we've ever seen in terms of interaction. The teams and the crowds were so pumped up. And at this time at NAIC, we're adding a whole nother element, an open bracket that will also be awarding a Worlds invite. Yep. There's going to be energy on the main stage, energy for that side stage, for the open. It is going to be so exciting.
Yeah, it's just going to be amazing. I love the live events so much. And the energy that you all bring when you show up is unbelievable. So thank you so much for that. We have an amazing day tomorrow, too. Like I said a little earlier, we have NA today. We're figuring out what's happening at NAIC. But tomorrow, Chef, I think you can break this down again. We've got our day 2 with EU.
I've done enough reading for one day. No, I'm just kidding. Yep, so now we're done with both. Of course, for day 1, we don't even have to look at that half. There's no longer a lot of information on this screen. You can just look at the right side, and you know what? That is just purely what we should all be used to. We're going to have 8 teams tomorrow for EU, 4 in winners, 4 in losers. They're going to be playing best of 3 matches up to the grand finals. It'll be best of 5, and you can see it right here.
Yeah, what a bracket. I mean, if you're just looking at this for the first time, in losers, we have Tally Bobo versus Yala Bingo. What a crazy way for this to shake out, Dupes next.
I don't think the road has been paved better for Nouns to take a big win finally. Holy, please, just walk the straight line. Get it done. You're like, Nouns fans need this. The team itself, the individuals need this. seal the deal tomorrow, wear your crown, and march yourself to Worlds.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be an incredible bracket. It's going to be an incredible finish to EU and finding out who their champion is. And this is a weird time for EU, and all these teams having this crazy roster mania heading into our regional finals. I can't wait for it. I want to hear some final thoughts from the crew. Chef, final thoughts about today or what we got coming up?
I'm just super excited for NAIC. 4 teams are our top 4 teams in championship points, and 4 teams have to win. So it's like a perfectly even split. And they're also split within like winners and losers side, which is really cool to see. It's just exactly even across the board, and it's set up for kind of anything to happen.
Zoinks, my man.
I mean, outside of that final game, even, we had so much Pokemon variety. Obviously, that final game really delivered in a major way, but all the sets today, North America are very willing to experiment with the metagame, sometimes positive, sometimes negative, but we're definitely trying out some new stuff. NA forging ahead a really interesting metagame path.
Yeah, Doob Snacks.
I mean, today was a heck of an appetizer for what we would consider a regional finals main meal. Tomorrow, tons more awesome Pokemon Unite. I can't wait for it. Today, crushed. Tomorrow, we'll do the same.
Yeah, tomorrow is going to be insane. You're going to find out who your EU champion is. I want to thank everybody for watching. Thank everyone for listening. Thank you to Inder for all the interviews and all of the insight. Thank you for all your interaction with your trainer cards and your debates and all the amazing stuff. I don't want you to go anywhere because we have EU tomorrow. In fact, I want you to freeze in place and stay there until the broadcast starts. You know what? We'll do the same thing.
You see it right now. Ray Teresa getting absolutely shredded. All the Unite was snipe shot uncontested. No one's blocking the snipe shot. Flareon's is clear on the top side, and they get an easy secure.
Make sure you are following the channel, whether it's here on Twitch, YouTube, checking it out on Twitter, formerly X, currently Twitter. I changed it back.
Have to go for the flip, but Luminosity, they're actually going to be the ones kind of here sitting in the center Ray area. That's a gigantic Hydra Typhoon, but I don't know if there's enough damage to actually follow it up, as there's still only 3 members left up from G. We're going to see the Aegis Slash fall down as well. The Unites pull in a few more members, and it does look like G manages to secure that Rayquaza.
Eggnoob is going to score 80 points in. If you've done the math, if you're following along at home, this could potentially be G stealing this series. I gotta wait until the final scoreline. I honestly don't.
I think this is it. I really do think G pulled ahead with that final score, and oh my goodness, 1 point difference!
What an incredible win for G. Romeo versus Juliet, King Kong versus Godzilla, Kendrick versus Drake, and I think Kendrick won again. Wow.
But finally they engage. Mimikyu Unite on top. There's a huge collapse back the other way. Freak is in deep waters now, and they're getting absolutely buckled. But tons of damage back the other way. The supporters, there's 3 players down instantly on You Feel Me. This sweet kiss just popped off, baby.
It looked very Willy Wonka for a second there. Very wonky.
I thought there was going to be the Loompas were coming out to sing the song as you're watching. Just people get ran down the Chocolate River. Save the kids is pretty much what we're saying here.
Yeah,
right?
of course. Hashtag save the kids. What happened in that chocolate factory was absolutely insane.
We're sitting on top of them. The glacial stage is out. Rayquaza is getting low. We are trying to pivot. Who's going to secure? The Cinderace is in early, and it's taken by Niow.
Niow able to secure that somehow. The Cinderace was not able to do it with the Unite move. It's the Talonflame that's able to take it down.
Let's just pivot this instead of just, this debate thing. Going to trap, but I want to talk about my marker real quick. I don't write ever. I can't write. I can barely read. So I said, give me the largest marker possible, and they did. It's right here.
But they got the 11s. Still, this is not nothing.
Yeah, Riker and Kiro comboing their abilities extremely well, but nice response from Zella as they got the Emerald 2 stuff to deal a ton of early damage. But OG stealing the show. KO streak at 2, and they want even more. Blissey down next. Is this level? Let me check. 14 Buzzwole.
I've said this many times. I think he has a better mustache. I friggin' hate that I'm saying that right now, but I do.
2 more teams to be competing, this time for a spot out of groups. It's going to be YouTube versus Ignorance.
Heal them up, X scissors through. Flame Sweep comes through, they hit 3. This is the engagement they can go for. Slow Beam right on top of Talonflame, they are gobbled up instantly. Ignorance looking to pivot, Cog Crash used for no value. Pikachup is on the backside, but they're raining in tons of damage. They're trying to build walls around Ignorance, but Ignorance seems to keep punching them through.
And that's right, that's an Ignorance win.
Nobody plays Duraludon. And you know why nobody plays Duraludon, Doob Snacks? Because because they're afraid. Their way, though. Gonna see if they can make something happen. Hiding, waiting for their moment as they move up to fight right here. Massive Shadow Claw after the feint.
Oh, be still my heart. Did you see that?
Beautiful.
Make sure you are following us on Twitch, on Twitter, on YouTube, on Facebook, on MySpace, wherever you want to follow us. We're on LinkedIn. Check out Pokemon Unite on LinkedIn. We'll be right back, everybody, while you figure out if we're really on LinkedIn.
Cards.
I hope we are.